Chapter 1, Who is A Yao? After an intense and passionate encounter, Su Hua found herself drenched in perspiration. Gu Beixian, unlike before, did not head for the shower. Instead, he embraced her from behind, holding her tightly as if he wished to merge their bodies into one. Su Hua felt herself melting in his grasp, a mix of inexplicable joy, anxiety, excitement, and a hint of sorrow swelling within her. It had been 3 years since their marriage, and this was the first time he had held her this way. She experienced a sensation of being deeply cherished. Her heart raced like a startled fawn as she slowly turned to face him, wrapping her arms around him tightly, her face adorned with a sweet, radiant smile, as if she had embraced the entire world. They remained in this embrace for a lengthy while. Eventually, Gu Beixian released her, donned his clothes, and sat up, retrieving a box of cigarettes from the drawer. With practiced ease, he shook out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. As the white smoke curled around him, his handsome features became obscured, rendering his expression unclear, his thoughts a mystery. He remained oblivious as the cigarette burned perilously close to his fingers. Su Hua cleared her throat softly. Didn't you quit smoking long ago? Gu Beixian extinguished the cigarette, his gaze piercing into her eyes, silence stretching for a few seconds before he uttered, Su Hua, let's separate. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck on a clear day. Su Hua froze, her once fervent heart now icy cold in an instant. With a pale face, she stared at him in a daze, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, did I do something wrong? No, then why separate? Lok Su has returned. I'm sorry, Chu Su, his ex-girlfriend. Su Hua felt as though her heart had been cleaved in 3 years of shared mornings and evenings, mutual support, could not compete with the return of that woman. He did not love her. That was her gravest mistake. Despair, frustration, and sadness washed over her as she bit her lip, her body rigid. With trembling fingers, she slipped on her clothes, preparing to rise from the bed. Gu Beixian pressed down on her shoulder gently, asking softly, where are you going? Su Hua fought back tears. To make breakfast. It has always been you who cooked. Let me do it today. You can rest a little longer. His voice was deep and tender. Su Hua replied with a faint lying back down and pulling the blanket over her tear-stained eyes. Once he left, she got up, dashed into the bathroom, and could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Her tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, ceaseless and uncontainable. She had never realized that loving someone could hurt this much, as if a piece of her heart had been carved out. The pain rendered her unsteady, and she leaned against the wall, shaking as she cried. Time passed unnoticed until Gu Beixian called for her from downstairs, urging her to eat. Su Hua responded, splashing cold water on her face repeatedly to wash away the evidence of her tears. Yet, regardless of her efforts, her eyes remained bloodshot, as if filled with sorrow. Descending the stairs, she found Gu Beixian waiting for her in the dining room. He wore a well-tailored suit, his long legs clad in dark trousers, exuding an air of refined elegance that made him shine even while standing still. Su Hua silently took her seat at the table. Gu Beixian leaned slightly forward, observing her reddened eyes with a gaze that was particularly gentle. Have you been crying? Su Hua lifted her face, forcing a smile. I accidentally got facial cleanser in my eyes while washing my face. It will be fine. And be more careful next time. Let's eat. Gu Beixian sat beside her, offering her chopsticks. Su Hua accepted them, her gaze dropping to his elegant fingers resting on the chopsticks. The sumptuous breakfast exuded an enticing aroma, yet neither of them made a move to eat. Never before had a meal been so steeped in sorrow. Half an hour passed, and the food remained untouched. Su Hua set down her chopsticks, bracing herself against the table as she stood up softly, saying, I'll go pack my things. Gu Beixian tightened his grip on the chopsticks slightly. There's no rush. Su Hua forced a bitter smile. Even now, he hesitated to let her leave. Did he intend to wait until she was thrown out? She turned and ascended the stairs, tossing her belongings into her suitcase one by one, packing for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she zipped it up with a decisive click and carried it downstairs. Gu Beixian approached, extending his hand for the suitcase. Let me take that. No, thank you. Su Hua hoisted the suitcase, straightening her back as she walked out. As she passed through the courtyard, gazing at the familiar flowers and trees, she could not suppress her melancholy. People are not mere plants who can be devoid of feelings? 3 years had passed, and the so-called deepening of feelings had turned out to be solely her affair. She loved him so fiercely, wholeheartedly, with both passion and tenderness, yet what did it matter? Let it go, let it go. The two of them walked in single file to the entrance, where a car awaited outside. Gu Beixian handed her a check. Thank you for your companionship over these 3 years. Su Hua stood her ground, unsure whether to accept it. Gu Beixian forcefully stuffed the check into her suitcase. Take it you will need money in the future. Alright, Xu Hua responded dryly, lifting her gaze to greedily admire his handsome lips, his prominent nose, his striking brows and eyes. Recalling the way he had covered her eyes with his own in bed, she felt as if the stars had filled her world. Her heart ached, a pain too profound to articulate. She thought that one day she would manage to stop loving him. 3 years? 10 years, perhaps it would take a lifetime. Falling in love with someone seemed so effortless, yet forgetting them was a formidable challenge, an arduous endeavor. Gu Baixian regarded her for a moment, then suddenly pulled her into his embrace. His face was calm, but the depths of his eyes churned with emotion. In the future, it won't be easy for you alone. Call me if you encounter any difficulties. Tears welled up, but she swallowed them down, replying, okay. For the past 2 years, my health has faltered, and my temper has been poor. I'm sorry for the hardships you endured. It's alright, take care of yourself, you too. Su Hua slowly raised her arms, embracing him tightly, as though it were a final farewell. Suddenly, she released him. She pushed him away, quickly wiping her face and grabbing her suitcase, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard Gu Baixian ask, who is Yao? Her heart fluttered slightly, and Su Hua's foot, which had been raised, descended slowly. Memories long buried surged forth like a tidal wave. She was too heartbroken to speak. Gu Baixian continued, he must be very important to you, right? I apologize for monopolizing you for 3 years. I wish you happiness. Chapter 2, A Remarkable Revelation. Su Hua's heart was a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. She turned her head slowly to gaze at Gu Baixian. He seldom smiled, but when he did, it was truly enchanting, like a gentle spring breeze. His dark, clear eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the stars and the sea. Soon, he would be with someone he loved. He must be overjoyed. Xu Hua also smiled, though it was the kind of smile born from heartbreak. I wish you happiness too. With that, she turned and entered the car. As the car door closed, the tears flowed freely, new wounds mingling with old pains, leaving her longing to curl up in a ball. The driver lifted the suitcase into the trunk, got in, and started the engine. Watching the car speed away, Gu Baixian's smile froze in place, the light in his eyes dimming gradually. Returning to the Su family home, Su Hua dragged her suitcase through the door. Upon seeing her swollen eyes and the suitcase in her hand, Su Peilon gasped, daughter, what happened? Su Hua lowered her head to change her shoes, feigning calmness as she replied, Mom, I'm moving back in. Su Peilon shot up from the sofa, are you separating from Gu Baixian? Yes, his ex-girlfriend has returned. Upon hearing this, Su Peilon erupted in fury. 3 years ago, Gu Baixian had an accident, and the doctors said he would be confined to a wheelchair for life. His ex-girlfriend abandoned him. You stood by him, seeking treatment both domestically and abroad, massaging his legs, assisting with his rehabilitation, like a devoted caretaker. Now that he can walk again, that woman returns? Does she have no shame? And Gu Baixian, for such a heartless woman, is willing to let you go? Is he blind? Su Hua bent down, retrieving the check from her suitcase, and pressed it into her mother's hand. This is his compensation. Su Peilon stared at the long string of zeros on the check, her eyes widening in disbelief. There were a staggering 8 zeros behind the one. Her expression softened slightly. It's not just about the money. Can wealth justify such bullying? Su Hua lowered her eyes softly, saying, how many couples divorce, with the man giving not a cent while scheming against the woman? Some men, to avoid sharing assets, even go as far as to kill their wives. In comparison, Gu Baixian is somewhat tolerable, but can you really swallow this bitterness? Su Peilon pressed. Su Hua forced a bitter smile, what else can I do? Cry, throw a tantrum, or even hang myself? Is making a scene helpful? It isn't. His heart isn't with me, there's no point in trying to hold on. Mom, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Go ahead, Su Peilon said, her heart aching as she watched her daughter, letting out a sigh. This child was so easygoing, it was heart-wrenching. Su Hua turned and headed to her bedroom. She slept for 2 days and nights straight. Su Peilon was alarmed, frequently checking on her. In truth, Su Hua wasn't deeply asleep, she simply didn't want to move, felt no hunger, her entire body ached, as if a significant part of her heart was missing. It felt as if the sky had fallen. On the 3rd day, Su Hua finally mustered the strength to rise. After freshening up, she called Gu Baixian, is the divorce agreement ready? When shall we proceed with the formalities? Gu Baixian paused momentarily before responding, I'm on a business trip, let's discuss it when I return. Alright, then I'll head to work. Call me in advance when you're on your way. You found a job so quickly? Where? He inquired with genuine concern. At an antique shop they had been calling me to come over. Don't overexert yourself if you need money, just let me know. His voice was deep and gentle, as if infused with moonlight, tempting and alluring. Su Hua felt a pang in her heart, responding distantly, I don't need it, thank you. After breakfast, Su Hua took a taxi to Gubaoxi. She was greeted by Shen Huai, the young master of the shop. Dressed in a light blue shirt and khaki trousers, he was tall and slender, his demeanor clean and warm as jade. After introducing Su Hua to the people downstairs, Shen Huai led her upstairs to meet the senior appraiser, Cui Shouxing. Mr. Cui, this is Su Hua, the heir of the restoration master Su Lao, skilled in the restoration of ancient paintings and calligraphy. From now on, she will be our shop's cultural relic restorer. If you have any uncertainties, you can consult her. Cui Shouxing, nearing 60, surveyed Su Hua through his reading glasses. A young girl in her early 20s, what could she possibly know about restoring cultural relics? At her age, he was still an apprentice. Yet the young master held her in such high regard, even suggesting others consult her, though he agreed outwardly, he was inwardly unconvinced. Once Shen Huai left, he asked Su Hua, Little Su, how many years have you been in this profession at such a young age? Su Hua smiled faintly, about 10 years. Cui Shouxing found it hard to believe. How old are you this year? 23. He thought to himself that the girl, though young, was quite the braggart. He awaited the moment she would be proven wrong. In this line of work, true skill was paramount. Mere words wouldn't suffice. Just then, a worker from downstairs came up to summon them. Su Hua and Cui Shouxing descended the stairs. They encountered a man in his 30s holding a dirty, old painting, inquiring if it could be restored. Cui Shouxing glanced at it. It was barely recognizable as a painting, dark, tattered, crumpled, and riddled with wormholes. Such extensive damage could only be addressed by the finest restorers in the country. He looked at Su Hua with a hint of schadenfreude. Little Su, everyone is watching you, don't let them down. Su Hua stepped forward, examining the painting closely before telling the customer, it can be restored. The customer was elated. Who will do the restoration? How long will it take? I will, and it will take 3 days. You? The customer scrutinized the young and delicate Su Hua, filled with skepticism. This is an authentic piece by Wang Jian, one of the 4 Wang from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. The auction price starts at over $1 million. Please don't ruin it. The crowd also regarded Su Hua with doubtful eyes. 3 days seemed far too ambitious. Cui Shouxing stroked his beard, saying, Little Su, your youthful bravado is commendable, but it's essential to know your limits. If you mess up this restoration, it could tarnish Gubaoxi's reputation. With this level of damage, even top restorers would hesitate to promise completion in 3 days. They often take months or even years for a single piece. The implication was clear. Do not overestimate your abilities. Su Hua's tone was resolute. It can be done in 3 days. If I fail, I will compensate double the market price. The customer, already eager to restore the piece for auction, readily agreed. Let's sign a contract to ensure this. Agreed. After agreeing on a price and signing the contract, Su Hua took the ancient painting to the restoration room upstairs. Opening the door revealed 2 tall, deep red wooden tables, equipped with all necessary restoration tools: brushes, scalpels, towels, and rice paper. Restoring ancient paintings primarily involves 4 steps: washing, uncovering, repairing, and completing. Su Hua instructed someone to boil a kettle of water and began gently washing the ancient painting with a brush dipped in hot water. Each stroke was executed with utmost care, aiming to remove the dirt without damaging the fragile paper fibers. It sounded simple, but was quite challenging. Thankfully, she had been assisting her grandfather with painting restorations since childhood, becoming quite adept at it. Gu Baixin's grandparents were also avid collectors of antiques, and for the past 2 years, she had practically taken over their restoration work. Not only had she worked on paintings of this caliber, but she had also restored even older and more severely damaged pieces. With time pressing, Su Hua was busy for the next few days, hardly able to lift her head. Being busy was a welcome distraction. It allowed her to temporarily forget about Gu Baixian, even dulling her sorrow. 3 days later, the customer returned to collect the painting. Su Hua brought the restored artwork downstairs. The customer gazed at the painting, now transformed beyond recognition, astonished. Is this the same painting I brought? You haven't swapped it, have you? Cui Shouxing, the shop manager, and the staff gathered, equally amazed. The painting depicted towering mountains, steep peaks, and lush trees, vividly alive. Was this truly the same tattered cloth they had seen before? Su Hua calmly stated, "You can verify its authenticity with instruments." After the verification, the customer gave Su Hua a thumbs up, paid, and left with the painting, satisfied. Word spread quickly, and soon the entire antique street knew that a young and beautiful restoration artist had joined Gubaoxi.at. Just over 20, her skills rivaled those of national-level restoration masters. In the evening, Gubaxian called, "My car is parked in front of your shop, come out." Hearing his familiar voice sent Su Hua's heart racing painfully. She glanced at her watch and softly replied, "It's getting dark, it's too late to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Can we go tomorrow morning instead?" Gubaxian fell silent for a moment. "It's Grandma who wants to see us, she says it's something very important." Chapter 3. A startling surprise. As Su Hua stepped outside and settled into the car, fastening her seatbelt, she noticed that Gubaxian appeared slightly thinner after their brief separation. His already chiseled features were now even more pronounced, and his strikingly handsome eyes were captivating. Su Hua realized that her affection for him had not waned. She could not seem to forget him. As a token of her new employment, Gubaxian presented her with an exquisite deep blue velvet jewelry box. Upon opening it, Su Hua discovered a finely carved piece of white jade in the shape of an ancient figure known as Wingzhong, historically renowned for its protective qualities. The jade figure was depicted in a simple yet powerful manner, embodying elegance and grace, and its translucent quality made it a true treasure. Holding the jewelry box, Su Hua tilted her head and smiled faintly, inquiring why he had gifted her such a lavish present. Gubaxian responded with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed upon her, explaining that as she restored ancient texts and paintings, she might encounter items from tombs, and thus, wearing something protective would be prudent. He then took the jade figure and placed it around her neck, his fingers brushing lightly against her skin as he tucked her hair behind her ear. The cool touch sent a shiver down her spine, stirring feelings within her that she had always been sensitive to. Reflecting on their current relationship, a pang of bitterness welled up in Su Hua's heart, compelling her to force a smile and request that he refrain from giving her gifts in the future, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings about his lingering feelings for her. Gubaxian casually placed his long fingers on the steering wheel, downplaying the significance of the jade piece, insisting it was merely a small trinket and not to be taken to heart. He started the car, and half an hour later, they arrived at the Gu family's ancestral home. Upon entering, the elderly matriarch, her hair as white as snow, approached them with a tremor. She enveloped Su Hua in a warm embrace, exclaiming how much she had missed her beloved granddaughter-in-law during their short separation. Su Hua felt that her grandmother's exuberance was somewhat exaggerated, as she typically exuded an air of grace and dignity. Curious, Su Hua asked if there was something important that required her attention. The matriarch took her hand and shot a glance at Gubaxian, suggesting they eat first before discussing matters further. The dining table was laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. The grandmother eagerly served Su Hua, her eyes twinkling as she recounted how 3 years prior, when searching for a suitable bride for Gubaxian, she had instantly chosen Su Hua from a plethora of photographs. She praised Su Hua's exquisite features and noted that her presence had brought prosperity to the family. Suddenly, the matriarch began to cough violently, prompting Su Hua to rush to her side, gently patting her back until the fit subsided. Once calm, the matriarch grasped Su Hua's hand, expressing her admiration for her character, gentle, resilient, and loyal. She lamented how difficult it had been for Gubaxian during his troubled years, emphasizing that Su Hua's unwavering support had been vital in his recovery. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke, and Su Hua quickly offered her a tissue to dry her eyes. Gubaxian tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his expression contemplative and serious. The matriarch, catching her breath, revealed her sole wish, for the couple to thrive and bear her a grandchild soon. Su Hua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she glanced at Gubaxian, realizing he had yet to inform his grandmother about their impending divorce. The matriarch's voice grew weaker as she lamented her old age, yearning to witness the birth of their child before her time came to an end. Su Hua felt a lump in her throat but hurriedly reassured her that she would live a long life. The elderly woman, struggling to stand, admitted to feeling unwell and decided to lie down. Su Hua assisted her to the bedroom, but just before entering, the matriarch turned to Gubaxian and insisted they stay at the house from that night onward, stating they would only return home once Su Hua was expecting. As Gubaxian opened his mouth to respond, the matriarch shuffled into the bedroom, leaving Su Hua to support her carefully. Once the matriarch was settled in bed, She took Su Hua's hand and whispered that she was aware of her decision to return to her family home. She reassured her that as long as she was alive, their marriage would not dissolve, for Gu Baixian was dutiful and would heed her wishes. However, she firmly stated that those who could not share both joy and hardship, like Chu Suasua, were unworthy of entering the Gu family. Su Hua paused before suggesting calling a doctor for a checkup, but the matriarch declined, saying that at her age, doctors were of little help. She urged Su Hua to return to her meal and to close the door behind her. Once outside, the matriarch sat up, her earlier frailty replaced by a newfound vigor. Returning to the dining table, Su Hua was offered a succulent roasted lamb leg by the elder Mr. Gu, who encouraged her to eat while it was hot. After a brief exchange with Gu Baixian about the matriarch's sudden decline in health, they both returned to the guest room. Once the door closed, Su Hua questioned whether they were truly expected to stay there indefinitely. Gu Baixian furrowed his brow, loosening his tie, explaining that given his grandmother's condition, they should remain for a few days to avoid distressing her. Su Hua glanced at the solitary bed, questioning how they would manage to share it. Gu Baixian smirked, suggesting she could simply close her eyes and sleep. Feeling anxious, she clarified that she was serious about the matter. Gu Baixian calmly removed his watch, tossing it onto the nightstand, and told her to take a shower first, assuring her he would go afterward. After her quick wash, Su Hua returned to find him in a towel, his physique strikingly impressive under the warm light, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Avoiding his gaze, she informed him that his sister had called, urging him to return the call. Gu Baixian acknowledged her with a nonchalant glancing at his phone before stepping outside. When he returned, his expression was stormy, and he coldly asked if she had done it on purpose. Su Hua was taken aback, confused by his accusation. Lok Sua has taken her own life. What did you say to her? A loud thud echoed in my mind. After a few moments, Su Hua regained her voice. I did not know she was Chu Suasua. She claimed to be your sister. I assumed she was one of your cousins. So I mentioned you were taking a shower. Gu Baixian, with a stern expression, remained silent, opening the wardrobe to retrieve clothes and began dressing. Once he was attired, he strode outside with long strides. Hearing the commotion, old Master Gu emerged to inquire, at this late hour, where are you off to? Gu Baixian replied in a low voice, I have something to attend to. What sort of matter? Suasua is hospitalized, I intend to visit her. The old man raised his voice towards Su Hua in the guest room, Little Su, you shall accompany him. Old Master Gu was resolute, his word was final. Su Hua, reluctant to defy him, responded, yes, Grandpa. After dressing, she departed with Gu Baixian. As the car passed an intersection, Su Hua remarked, just drop me off at a hotel of your choice. Gu Baixian, gripping the steering wheel, maintained his focus, we shall go together. You need to explain things to Suasua. Su Hua felt a heavy blockage in her chest. Though her disposition was calm and uncontentious, she possessed her own boundaries. It was not her fault, what was there to explain? Sensing her displeasure, Gu Baixian freed a hand to gently ruffle her hair, speaking softly. Suasua suffers from severe depression, I implore you. An hour later, they arrived at Chu Suasua's hospital room. She had just undergone a gastric lavage. Lying on the bed, her complexion exceedingly pale, hair in disarray, and the figure beneath the covers alarmingly slender. Upon recognizing her appearance, Su Hua was taken aback. Chapter 4, Too Close for Comfort. Chu Suasua's delicate, pale visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Huan's own face. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what made them similar. Yet a single glance revealed a striking likeness. Only after a more thorough examination could one discern their differences. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chu Suasua embodied a more fragile version. Her gently arched brows, slightly furrowed brow, petite nostrils, and cherry-like lips lent her features an ethereal, porcelain delicacy. In contrast, Su Huan exuded a tranquil composure and an innate resilience that radiated from within. At that moment, Su Huan realized, with a twinge of self-deprecation, that in Gu Baixian's heart, she was merely a substitute. It was no wonder that 3 years ago, a single glance had prompted him to agree to marry her. The reason lay before her now. Baixian, you all have come, Chu Suasua's mother, Huaqiru, greeted with a forced smile. Her gaze, however, was less than amiable as it flicked over to Su Huan. Gu Baixian inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Hua Qiru approached the hospital bed, gently patting Chu Suasua's shoulder. Suasua, your Baixian brother has come to see you. As Chu Suasua slowly opened her eyes, her gaze swept across Su Huan's face, revealing no hint of surprise. As if she had always known of their resemblance. Turning to Gu Baixian, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, she spoke softly, Baixian brother, I didn't attempt suicide. I simply couldn't sleep and took too many sleeping pills. My mother overreacted and insisted on bringing me to the hospital for a stomach wash. I'm truly sorry for bothering you and Sister Su Huan at such a late hour. Hua Qiru, with reddened eyes, chastised, is that just a few pills? You consumed nearly half a bottle. If I hadn't discovered it in time, you would have. She began to sob quietly. Gu Baixian settled beside the bed. Gazing down at Chu Suasua with a tone that was both tender and reproachful, you must never do something so foolish again, do you understand? Chu Suasua pouted. Her tearful eyes glimmering as she nodded, appearing both obedient and pitiful. Gu Baixian took a handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears with a tenderness akin to handling the most exquisite porcelain. His gaze was soft, filled with compassion. Su Huan watched Gu Baixian, feeling a profound ache within. In 3 years of marriage, he had never shown her such tenderness. This, perhaps, was the stark difference between love and indifference. Even though Chu Suasua had abandoned him during his most challenging times, his heart remained tethered to her. For some men, it seemed that beyond the woman who had caused them pain, no other woman's affections mattered, no matter how deep. A sensation akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat made it unbearable for Su Huan to remain. You two carry on, I shall take my leave, she said. Unable to bear the scene any longer. Hearing this, Gu Baixian turned to her, his expression neutral. Explain it to Suasua before you go. Taking a deep breath. Su Huan replied, Miss Chu, Baixian and I are trying to avoid upsetting Grandma. Her voice faltered, and she turned away, exiting the room. This marked her first act of defiance against Gu Baixian and her first moment of such emotional upheaval before him. Once the door closed, Chu Suasua remarked to Gu Baixian. Baixian brother, you should go after Sister Su Huan, she seems upset. Gu Baixian paused momentarily, it's fine, she won't be angry. Then she has quite the temper. Chu Suasua mused, I never expected Sister Su Huan to possess such grace, so gentle and poised. She hardly resembles someone from a small village. I initially thought she was unworthy of you. Gu Baixian felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. Despite her humble beginnings, Su Huan came from a family of educators. Her maternal and paternal grandparents were both esteemed figures in their fields. A silence fell between them. After a brief pause, Chu Suasua tentatively ventured. Sister Su Huan is beautiful and so kind, you must love her dearly, right? Gu Baixian, distracted as he glanced at his phone, looked up at her question. What did you say? A flicker of disappointment crossed Chu Suasua's eyes. Baixian brother, perhaps you should accompany Sister Su Huan. It's late. And it's unsafe for a girl to be out alone. Gu Baixian rose, I will see her home and then return to you. Go quickly, Chu Suasua urged softly. As Gu Baixian departed, Chu Suasua's expression dimmed slightly. Once he was out of sight, Hua Qiru chided, Child, you finally managed to have him come. Yet you let him leave? Frowning, Chu Suasua replied, Did you not see Baixian brother's unease? His thoughts are with Su Huan. It would be better to acquiesce to his wishes. If something were to happen to her, he would blame himself, and perhaps even hold me accountable. Hua Qiru clicked her tongue disapprovingly, you, though young, seem to possess more cunning than your mother. When Gu Baixian eventually found Su Huan, she was nearing the entrance of the hospital. Her slender figure, silhouetted against the chilly spring air, resembled a graceful bamboo from an ink-wash painting. He quickened his pace to catch up with her. They walked side by side in silence, the stillness enveloping them like the dark of night. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Huan turned to wait for a taxi by the roadside. Gu Baixian grasped her wrist, pulling her toward the parking lot. Once inside the car, Gu Baixian retrieved a card from his bag, slipping it into Su Huan's coat pocket. My behavior tonight was inappropriate, consider this a small compensation. The password is your birthday. Su Huan felt a sting of humiliation. In his eyes, she was merely someone who could be placated with money. while he couldn't even be bothered to soothe her with words of comfort. That attention was reserved for Chu Suasua alone. As she reached into her pocket to return the card, Gu Baixian firmly held her hand down, his tone resolute. Take it. I have nothing else to offer you besides money. A sensation akin to sandpaper filled Su Huan's heart. She had never yearned for his wealth. Midway through their journey, Gu Baixian received a call from Grandma Gu. Are you ignoring my words? Return home immediately. We are almost there. His tone was flat as he ended the call. Upon their arrival at the Gu family residence, they found Grandma Gu slumped on the sofa, her complexion pale yet her eyes sharp as she regarded them both. Hand me your phone, she commanded. Gu Baixian retrieved his phone and handed it to her. Grandma Gu dialed Chu Suasua's number and, once connected, spoke with a stern authority. Miss Chu, our Baixian is a married man, please maintain appropriate boundaries. Since you parted ways 3 years ago, do not look back nor harbor any delusions about him. Without waiting for a response from Chu Suasua, she abruptly hung up and tossed the phone onto the coffee table. Gu Baixian frowned. Suasua suffers from severe depression, she cannot handle such stress. Grandma Gu scoffed, even if she were terminally ill, that is no concern of yours. Your priority should be your wife beside you. Gu Baixian's eyes turned icy. Grandma, you. Suddenly, Grandma Gu erupted into a fit of coughs, clutching her mouth. Su Huan hurried to assist her, helping her to the bed, and once she settled her down, she returned to the guest room. Seeing Gu Baixian placing his phone on the nightstand, she inferred he had been comforting Chu Suasua. Quietly, Su Huan took a long pillow from the living room sofa and placed it in the middle of the bed, then retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe, ensuring they each had their own. Removing her outerwear, she slipped under the covers. By this hour, 3 in the morning, fatigue overwhelmed her, and her mind felt muddled. Devoid of thoughts, only the desire for sleep lingered. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she drifted into a deep slumber. She awoke late into the morning, only to find herself face to face with a strikingly handsome man, his eyes heavy with contemplation as he gazed at her. They lay so close that she could feel his breath against her forehead, his deep-set eyes both restrained and entrancing. She nestled within his embrace. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her slender calves entwined around his legs, the posture exuding an indescribable intimacy. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken tension, a fervent undercurrent of desire swelling between them. The air itself became stiflingly warm. Startled, Su Hua felt a jolt akin to electricity. Hastily releasing her grip on his waist and scrambling away from his hold, with a mix of irritation and reproach, she exclaimed, "How did I end up in your arms?" Chapter 5, Heart-stirring. Having grown accustomed to Su Hua's gentle and serene demeanor, it was a novel experience for Gu Baixian to witness her flustered state, resembling a frightened kitten. He found it amusing and, with a teasing smile, remarked, "You came in by yourself, you can't even push the door open." Su Hua's ears flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Impossible." His laughter deepened. "Next time, I'll record it on my phone to save you from denying it." Feeling utterly mortified, Su Hua quickly turned away, grabbing a shirt off the bedside table and hastily putting it on, oblivious to the fact that she had misbuttoned it in her flurry. As she fumbled to dress, Gu Baixian's mind drifted back to her vulnerable state during the night. It was unclear what dreadful dreams had plagued her. She had curled into a tiny ball, trembling. He had held her close, soothing her. Yet she had murmured the name Yao Gu in her sleep. This had happened more times than he could count. How deep must her affection run for her to cling to such memories? He had sent people to investigate this Yao, but to no avail. When he last inquired, she had skillfully evaded the topic. To remain silent was an insult to him, to speak would be even more so. The smile faded from his face as he donned his watch and casually remarked, "I might return quite late tonight. Please make up an excuse for Grandma." Su Hua paused in her buttoning, fully aware that his late return meant he would be at the hospital with Chu Suasua. The humiliation threatened to overwhelm her, her heart aching like 1,000 needles. After a long silence, she finally spoke, "I will persuade Grandma about the divorce. I'm sorry for the trouble." Gu Baixian regarded her with profound meaning, "And I'm sorry for you." After breakfast, the family driver escorted Su Hua to Gu Baozhai. She toiled throughout the day. By the time she finished work, the driver called, "Madam, my car was hit by a drunk driver. I must wait for the police. Would you mind taking a taxi home?" All right, Su Hua replied, shouldering her bag as she exited the antique street. As she turned a corner, two men approached and blocked her path. One, tall and thin, spoke, "Are you Su Hua? Please come with us." Su Hua scrutinized the duo warily. They appeared to be in their late 20s, wearing sunglasses at night, their demeanor suspicious, with a faint earthy smell about them. Panic gripped her as she asked, "Where to?" The tall man replied, "We have an ancient painting that needs your restoration expertise. Rest assured, we mean no harm, and we will pay market price." Su Hua exhaled slightly. "Then please take the painting to my workplace." The other man, bald and brusque, interjected, "Why waste time talking to her? Just take her." Upon hearing this, Su Hua bolted. She barely made it a few steps before the bald man seized her arm and thrust her into a waiting black sedan. The engine roared to life. The tall man rummaged through her bag, producing her phone. "Call your family and tell them you're out with friends for a few days so they won't worry." Instinctively, Su Hua wanted to call Gu Beixian, but then realized he would be at the hospital with Chu Suasua, leaving her no one to rely on. Instead, she chose to call her mother and instructed the tall man to find her mother's number. Once connected, Su Hua said, "Mom, I'm going out with friends for a few days. Remember to take your diabetes medication on time." Before she could finish, the tall man snatched the phone away and turned it off. He produced a black cloth and blindfolded her. The car seemed to drive for an eternity before finally stopping. They led her into an old building, climbed the stairs to the third floor, and opened the door to reveal a large red table with a safe atop it. The tall man approached the safe, opened it, and retrieved the painting. It measured about 1.5 meters in length, significantly aged and severely damaged, with much of its artistry lost and in dire need of restoration. Su Hua examined the piece closely. Its style was somber yet exquisite, rich and profound. The canvas depicted towering peaks, majestic and striking, rolling hills, dense forests, and nestled among them, a few thatched cottages could faintly be discerned, within which sat a hermit, knees drawn to his chest. She recognized it as a work by Wang Meng, one of the four masters of the Yuan dynasty. His most expensive painting had once fetched a staggering 400 million. If restored, this piece could easily start at several tens of millions. No wonder these two men had resorted to such desperate measures to bring her here. The tall man inquired, "Miss Su, how long will the restoration take?" Given its size and the extent of the damage, it would take at least half a month. "Very well. Please write down what tools and materials you require, and we shall procure them." Su Hua took a pen and listed the necessary supplies before handing the paper to him. The tall man accepted it, saying, "We will prepare everything. You rest well." Su Hua nodded as they exited, locking the door behind them with a resounding click. She surveyed her surroundings. The room was equipped with a bathroom, bed, table, chairs, and food, clearly prepared in advance. Outside the window, the distant mountains loomed, their desolate beauty unfamiliar, with faint lights twinkling in the distance, suggesting they were far from the city. Her stomach grumbled with hunger. Su Hua opened a pack of instant noodles, took a few bites, and sipped some water. After washing up, she lay down on the bed. The eerie silence enveloped her, yet sleep eluded her. She was missing, and she wondered if Gu Beixian would be worried. Likely not. His focus was solely on Chu Suasua, and he might still be at the hospital with her. The thought of Gu Beixian rushing to the hospital upon hearing of Chu Suasua's suicide attempt filled Su Hua with a heavy heart, as if it were weighed down by stones. Tossing and turning, she could not find rest until the early hours of the morning. Rising to use the restroom, she suddenly heard murmurs outside. Pressing her ear to the door, she overheard the tall man saying, "Baldy, what are you doing?" The bald man whispered back, "I can't sleep, I'm just checking if the girl is behaving." "Do you really think she can restore our painting? We can't afford to ruin a treasure worth millions." The tall man replied, "Don't worry, her grandfather is a renowned restorer, Su Wenmai. He has trained her since childhood. Rumor has it that most of his later restorations were done by her." "Then I feel reassured," the bald man chuckled. "With her looks. Don't you have any thoughts?" The tall man scolded, "Focus on the restoration. Once the painting is sold, you can have as many women as you want. Those you pay for are nothing compared to her." The bald man leered, "Once she's done with the restoration, can I make my move?" She is too stunning, pale and tender, with big, sparkling eyes, making me itch all over. The tall man fell silent for a moment before agreeing, fine. But don't you dare touch her until the painting is restored. Understood. Suhua felt repulsed. Indeed, they were a bunch of miscreants. As she listened to their footsteps fade away, she tugged at the door handle with all her might. The door was locked. And she had no tools to pry it open. She approached the window and glanced down, being on the 3rd floor. There was no realistic chance of escaping by jumping onto the cement ground below. Moreover, a large wolf dog was kept in the yard. If she ran, it would bark. She could only hope for outside assistance. Earlier, when the tall man had her call her mother, she had reminded her to take her diabetes medication, subtly signaling her precarious situation, as her mother did not actually have diabetes. Would she catch on? The next day, Suhua began washing the painting, and for 3 days, she remained busy with her work. As the day of the painting's restoration approached, her anxiety grew. Sleep became elusive. And she often heard the bald man pacing outside her door late at night. In the dead of night, she was on the verge of slumber when the sudden sound of barking dogs and hurried footsteps jolted her awake. Suhua sprang up, hastily donning her clothes. The door creaked open, and a tall, slender figure rushed in, seizing her wrist and pulling her outside, as a bald man went to collect the paintings. Just as they reached the doorway, a throng of people surged up the stairs. At the forefront was a man clad in black, tall and handsome, with deep-set eyes, Gu Beixian. A group of well-equipped police officers followed closely behind him. The exhilaration in Suhua's heart surged like a tsunami, making it hard for her to believe her eyes. She stared at the man, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it really you, Beixian?" "It is I," Gu Beixian replied, taking a bold step forward. The tall, slender figure dragged her toward the window. Before Suhua could comprehend the situation, a knife was suddenly pressed against her neck. The assailant shouted at the police. "Put down your guns. Step back. Otherwise, I will kill her." The blade bit into her flesh, causing a painful ringing in her ears and blurring her vision. Gu Beixian clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he fixed his gaze on her, suppressing his anger. "Put down the guns. Everyone, step outside." The police exchanged glances with him, and one by one, they bent down to place their weapons on the ground before retreating. The bald man kicked a gun into the corner. The slender figure shoved Suhua against the windowsill, urging, "Jump." Suhua gripped the window frame tightly, terrified to leap. They were on the 3rd floor, and a fall could be fatal or leave her severely injured. "Jump. You won't die." The assailant, losing his patience, seized her arm and prepared to leap down. In that split second, a gunshot rang out, and a scream echoed through the night sky. Chapter 6, a calculated move. The tall, thin figure collapsed to the concrete floor with a thud, his body twitching like a ragged sack before his feet kicked out. His eyes closing as dark crimson blood began to pool beneath his head. The dogs in the yard barked frantically, taking advantage of the chaos. The bald man attempted to flee, but the police swiftly subdued him, wresting the painting from his grasp and cuffing his hands. Suhua remained frozen, her hands gripping the window frame, her gaze fixed on Gu Beixian, who had just fired his weapon. After 3 years of marriage, she had no idea he could shoot, and with such precision. In that moment of peril, a slight shift in timing or angle could have inflicted a fatal wound upon her. Gu Beixian discarded the gun and strode toward her with long strides, lifting her down from the windowsill. He deftly tended to the wound on her neck, enveloping her in a tight embrace. His cool fingertips caressed her pale, frightened face as he gently inquired, "Are you scared?" Suhua nodded absent-mindedly. She had thought she was doomed, yet here she was, having narrowly escaped death. Her heart raced violently, and a buzzing filled her ears, even with the silencer. The gunfire had been startlingly loud. The entire ordeal felt cinematic, thrilling, and she was drenched in cold sweat. The ancient painting was carefully collected by the police and placed into a protective bag before being secured in a safe. Mechanically, Suhua completed her statement for the police and climbed into Gu Beixian's car. Even now, her legs felt weak, and her mind was in a daze. The night was pitch black, and the country road was narrow. The driver started the engine, heading toward the city. Gu Beixian held her in his embrace. repeatedly stroking her frail back, reassuring her, it's all right, don't be afraid. His warmth enveloped her, and instinctively, she nestled closer to him. Feeling a bittersweet mixture of emotions, there was a hint of sweetness in the bond they shared as husband and wife. Sensing her response, Gubasian tightened his hold. His gentle voice laced with a hint of reproach, why didn't you call me when the trouble started? Your mother is rather oblivious. She only noticed something was off yesterday and finally called to inform me. His throat tightened as he buried his chin in her hair, gripping her clothing, whispering. What would I have done if something had happened to you? Suhua was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, she realized he cared for her more than she had anticipated. She lifted her arms, slowly wrapping them around his waist, burying her face in the crook of his neck. His scent, one she found comforting, brought her solace. Warmth surged within her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. As they traveled, Gubasian's phone rang. He glanced down briefly before hanging up. Suhua instinctively knew it was Chu Suasua calling. Shortly after, the assistant in the passenger seat received a call as well. He answered a few words before handing the phone to Gubasian, stating, Mr. Gu, Miss Chu is on the line. Gubasian took the phone, asking, what is it? Chu Suasua's voice was sweet yet urgent, Basian, have you found Suhua? Is she all right? Make sure to take good care of her. Don't come to the hospital for me these days. Gubasian replied with a nonchalant close enough for Suhua to hear, her warm heart sank. Though they were not divorced, her husband was prioritizing her care through a third party, a humiliating situation indeed. She gently pushed Gubasian's arm away and shifted to sit upright in her seat. Turning her head to gaze out the window, she offered her reflection a faint smile. Though both her smile and lips felt cold. The earlier warmth had been nothing but an illusion, indeed, her own delusion. As the car entered the city, Suhua addressed Gubasian, please take me to my mother's house. You can find an excuse for grandma. Gubasian fell silent for a moment before responding, all right. Upon arriving home, Su Peilan rushed to embrace Suhua, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, my daughter, are you all right? I'm fine. That's good. You scared me to death. It's all my fault for being so careless. I didn't realize you were asking me to take your diabetes medication until a day later. Thank goodness Basian sent people to find you, who knows what could have happened if he hadn't. You're my only child, if anything happened to you. How could I live? A usually fiery woman now cried uncontrollably. Suhua reached up to wipe her mother's tears, softly comforting, stop crying, Mom. I'm back safe and sound. A week later, on a dark night, Gubasian returned home quite inebriated after a business engagement. The driver helped him to the sofa and laid him down. As he attempted to rise for a towel, Gubasian mumbled incoherently, Suhua. Bring me a glass of water. The driver hesitated for a moment before dialing Suhua, saying, Madam, Mr. Gu is drunk and keeps calling your name. Suhua remained silent, her lips pressed together. Su Peilan, overhearing, suggested, you should go take care of him. You're still married, don't let things become too strained. Suhua nodded, replying to the driver, I'll be there shortly. Thank you, madam. The driver hung up, poured a glass of water, and went to feed it to Gubasian. Just as he took a sip, the doorbell suddenly rang. The driver set the cup on the coffee table and went to answer the door. He found Chu Suasua standing outside, dressed in white, holding a basket of fruit. The driver politely said, Miss Chu, Mr. Gu is drunk and may not be able to entertain you. Chu Suasua smiled brightly, that's perfect. I'm here to take care of him. She slipped inside, placing the fruit basket on the shoe rack, instructing the driver, you can leave, I'll handle Basian. The driver, torn, replied, I just called madam, and she'll be here shortly. Chu Suasua smiled reassuringly, it's all right, I know Suhua well. She has a good temperament and one mind. After a moment's hesitation, the driver agreed and left, taking the car keys with him. Navigating around the foyer, Chu Suasua settled onto the sofa, picked up a teacup, and offered Gubasian some water. Catching a whiff of a familiar perfume, Gubasian slowly opened his eyes. Recognizing Chu Suasua, he looked momentarily surprised, propping himself up on the sofa, asking, what brings you here? With fluttering eyelashes, Chu Suasua pouted. I missed you so much that I couldn't help but come. You won't hold it against me, will you, Basian? Gu Baixian frowned slightly. I'm drunk and unable to host you. You should go home. Chu Suasua's eyes widened, glistening with tears, as she said, Baixian. You still haven't truly forgiven me. I told you, the breakup message 3 years ago was sent by my mother using my phone. She took me abroad and had someone watch me 24/7, preventing me from contacting you. Do you know how much I've suffered these 3 years? I thought about you every day, but we couldn't meet, and I was tormented into severe depression. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing. I've already forgiven you, truly. Gu Baixian's eyes held a hint of irritability, though his tone remained gentle. Stop crying. Chu Suasua looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Appearing both pitiful and reproachful, then why are you sending me away? I'm still married. It's inappropriate for you to be here late at night. He pinched his thigh hard, trying to use the pain to regain clarity. Noticing his discomfort, Chu Suasua leaned closer, her soft arms curling around his shoulder. Gazing at him with doe-like eyes, her voice gentle, I don't mind. Gu Baixian shifted away, avoiding her touch, I do mind. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chu Suasua's eyes as her outstretched hand hesitated in the air before slowly retracting. An awkward silence enveloped the room, thick and heavy. Unable to bear the quiet, Chu Suasua glanced around, her gaze landing on a painting on the wall, attempting to break the tension. Is this ink bamboo painting an authentic piece by Jing Banqiao? No, it is a copy created by Su Hua. Is that so? The painting is truly magnificent. I almost mistook it for an original. Chu Suasua murmured, I never expected Sister Su Hua to be so exceptional. Gu Baixian's dark eyes softened, indeed, she is remarkable. But Brother Baixian is even more outstanding. In my eyes, you will always be the most admirable man. Chu Suasua gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her admiration palpable. Gu Baixian lowered his thick lashes, a hint of frost settling in his gaze. In Su Hua's heart, the most outstanding man would undoubtedly be her brother Yao. Suddenly, Chu Suasua heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the door, recalling what the driver had told her, Su Hua is coming soon. A clever idea struck her. She stood up and took Gu Baixian's arm, her voice sultry and alluring. Brother Baixian, allow me to help you take a shower. After you finish, I'll leave once you fall asleep. There's no need, Gu Baixian said, raising his hand to push her away. It's fine, I'm not a stranger, she insisted. Really? You should go. His tone grew increasingly irritable. As the sound of the door unlocking echoed, Chu Suasua steeled herself, feigning a fall and tumbling into his embrace. Her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist, leaning in for a kiss. Gu Baixian grasped her neck, attempting to push her away. Yet, Chu Suasua clung to him like a serpent, and in his inebriated state, he found himself unable to extricate himself from her grasp. Upon entering the room, Su Hua was met with the sight of Chu Suasua and Gu Baixian intimately entwined, sharing a kiss. Those hands that had once tenderly caressed her waist were now intimately holding Chu Suasua's neck. Su Hua felt as if struck by lightning. A chill swept through her entire being. Chapter 7, Su Hua's counterattack. In a surreal haze, Su Hua stood there, her limbs icy and her mind blank. Upon seeing her, Gu Baixian stirred slightly from his stupor, forcefully pushing away Chu Suasua and rising from the sofa. Chu Suasua turned her head back, feigning surprise as she exclaimed. Sister Su Hua, you're here? It was then that Su Hua felt as though she had been abruptly awakened from a dream, her heart racing uncontrollably. She turned to leave, forgetting to close the door behind her. Sometimes, when events are overwhelmingly shocking, one cannot react in time. She did not cry or throw a tantrum. She simply felt unsteady on her feet, the scenery around her appearing blurred. The biting chill of the spring wind caressed her face, icy and harsh. Gradually, Su Hua regained her senses in the cold breeze, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. Had Gu Baixian summoned her merely to witness his intimate interaction with Chu Suasua? On the day he proposed their separation, she had readily acquiesced, so why must he humiliate her in such a manner? Just because love was absent. Did it grant him the liberty to inflict pain? Fury surged through her, raging within every pore. With each step, her resolve hardened, and she walked with a fierce determination. Upon exiting the villa, the driver awaited her at the entrance, opening the car door and stating, Madam, Mr. Gu has instructed me to take you home. Su Hua remained silent for a considerable time before bending down to enter the vehicle. The driver closed the door and called Gu Baixian, assuring him, Mr. Gu. I have located madam, I will take her home shortly, rest assured. Good, Gu Baixian replied, setting down his phone and casting a cold glance at Chu Suasua. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Chu Suasua, with a downcast expression, replied pitifully, I had no idea Sister Su Hua would arrive just then. I slipped and accidentally fell onto you. I was drunk, not foolish. Pouting, she let tears stream down her face. It's my fault. I will call Sister Su Hua to explain. She reached into her pocket to retrieve her phone. Gu Baixian raised a hand to stop her, his tone tinged with impatience. No need, it will only worsen the situation. Just go home. But it's just drunkenness, it won't kill anyone. Gu Baixian bent heavily onto the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose, appearing utterly exasperated. Chu Suasua stood still, her head bowed like a subdued little wife, suppressing her sobs as her shoulders quivered. Observing her in such a state, Gu Baixian felt a twinge of compassion. I am not blaming you, Su Hua has done nothing wrong. I should not have hurt her this way. But by bringing up divorce, you have already hurt her. I will endeavor to minimize the damage rather than humiliate her in this manner. Short pain is better than long suffering, your actions will only wound her deeper. Chu Suasua added softly, it hurts me too. The divorce cannot happen for now, my grandmother disapproves. Gu Baixian glanced at her with indifference. My intention to divorce her is not solely because of you, mentioning you is merely a pretext. The word struck Chu Suasua like a blow, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her face turned pale as she trembled slightly, asking, Baixian, are you speaking in anger or revealing your true feelings after drinking? Gu Baixian pinched his forehead in annoyance, stating, I drank too much, my words may have offended you. Just leave. Fearing he might utter something more brutal and that matters could spiral beyond repair, Chu Suasua left reluctantly, tears in her eyes. Once she departed, Gu Baixian called her father, urging him to keep an eye on his daughter and ensure she did not attempt to harm herself again. The following afternoon, at Gu Baozhai, Su Hua received a bank card sent by Gu Baixian. The messenger informed her, Madam, this is a small compensation from Mr. Gu. The password is your birthday. Su Hua looked at the card and smiled self-deprecatingly. Money is a useful thing, yet at times, offering it can serve as a veiled insult. She returned the card, saying, Please tell him that I am not in need of money. Mr. Gu insists you accept it. He asked me to convey that seeing is not always believing. Whatever decision you make, he will acquiesce. I understand. After the messenger left, she sat quietly for a while before gathering her belongings to dine at a nearby restaurant. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the pitifully dressed Chu Suasua, holding a bouquet of white roses. Sister Su Hua, may we talk? She asked softly. Su Hua restrained her emotions, regarding her coolly for a few seconds before replying, very well. The two women proceeded to a nearby Western restaurant. Once seated, Chu Suasua placed the flowers on the table, gently caressing the velvet petals of the roses, her face alight with happiness. I never imagined Baixian would be so romantic, sending flowers so early in the morning. After 3 years, he still remembers that I adore white roses. 20 roses signify unwavering affection. A mix of emotions flooded Su Hua's heart. For 3 years of marriage. On every festive occasion, Gu Baixian had only sent her cards, never once gifting her flowers, not even a single bloom. It appeared he was not devoid of romantic inclinations but simply unwilling to express them toward her. 20 roses, an emblem of eternal love, how touching. As the server brought their coffee, Chu Suasua stirred her slowly, saying sweetly, Baixian and I have been childhood sweethearts, he has always cared for me. Su Hua took a sip of her coffee and replied coolly, could you please get to the point, Miss Chu? I am quite busy and lack the time for idle chatter. Chu Suasua shrugged. So, Sister Su Hua does have a temper, you simply save it for Baixian. How adeptly you pretend. Su Hua smirked coldly. I am still Gu Baixian's wife. You broke into my home and clung to my husband. The fact that I haven't thrown coffee in your face is a testament to my restraint. Please, Miss Chu, do not overstep. Wow, Chu Suasua exclaimed, feigning surprise. Sister Su Hua, you resemble a mother tiger. Su Hua's hand trembled slightly as she held the coffee cup, her desire to douse Chu Suasua with it nearly overwhelming. After waiting a moment for Su Hua to act, Chu Suasua, disappointed by the lack of retaliation, decided to escalate her tactics. Fixing her gaze on Su Hua's face, she declared, "Sister Su Hua, being a clever person, you should be able to infer from my demeanor that you are merely a stand-in for Bei Xian. Now that the real person has arrived, shouldn't you consider departing?" The real person? Su Hua couldn't help but chuckle. Did Miss Chu lack education or simply suffer from legal ignorance? I am legally married to Gu Bei Xian, protected by the law. I am the real person. Chu Suasua clicked her tongue derisively. You're on the brink of divorce, what are you being so arrogant for? Su Hua straightened her back defiantly. As long as we are not officially divorced, you cannot afford to be so brazen. Chu Suasua scoffed, revealing her trump card. 3 years ago. You married Bei Xian for 10 million, I will offer you double. She pulled a check from her wallet and slapped it onto the table. This is 20 million. Please take the money and leave him at once. Su Hua glanced nonchalantly at the check and replied, I did not marry Gu Bei Xian solely for money. Chu Suasua burst into laughter, mocking her. How disingenuous. You're so transparent. Su Hua bit her lip, her gaze icy as she looked at her. The urge to slap her becoming almost unbearable. With a disdainful tone, Chu Suasua continued, 3 years ago, your grandmother fell ill with uremia, urgently needing a kidney transplant. To save her, your family sold their house, becoming utterly destitute. How can you forget your origins after just a few years with Bei Xian? You are merely a wild girl from a poor mountain village, no matter how high you climb, you cannot shed your impoverished roots. She pushed the check forward. Lifting her chin with a haughty air, and in a condescending tone, added, take it, stop pretending to be above it all. Surprisingly calm. Su Hua glanced at the check seal and replied coolly, did you have to ask your father for that check? I imagine it took quite a bit of persuasion to obtain it. Does your entire family support you in being a mistress? What a peculiar family you have. What is the point of wealth if it leads to such disgrace? Yet, it cannot conceal the ugliness of your hearts. Chu Suasua's face flushed with alternating colors as she exclaimed, you speak nonsense. Su Hua rose to her feet, gazing down upon her with an air of superiority. I specialize in the restoration of ancient books and paintings. If I wished to earn money in this field, it would not be difficult. 3 years ago. Had I not married Gu Bei Xian, I could have easily amassed 10 million through my own efforts. She snatched a check and hurled it at Chu Suasua's face, saying, take your money and go where you feel most comfortable, but do not emerge to disgust others. The check struck Chu Suasua's face, inciting her fury. In a sudden burst, she lunged towards Su Hua, reaching out to claw at her face. But just in time, a figure emerged from the side, seizing Chu Suasua and delivering a swift series of blows to her face. Chapter 8, a sudden intervention caught off guard, Chu Suasua was struck several times across the face, leaving her dazed. Her cheeks burned with pain, her ears rang, and golden stars danced before her eyes. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on her. Frustrated and furious, she grasped her assailant's arm and scratched wildly. The two engaged in a fierce struggle until the chauffeur from the Chu family, who had been hiding in the corner, rushed over and forcibly separated them. It was then that Chu Suasua realized her attacker was Gu Bei Xian's younger sister, Gu Nanin, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su Hua was equally surprised to see Gu Nanin. Concerned for her well-being, she hurried over and shielded her behind. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Nanin's wrist was bleeding from Chu Suasua's scratches, causing her heart to ache. She carefully retrieved a band-aid from her bag and gently applied it, asking softly, does it hurt? Gu Nanin gasped in pain but replied, it's nothing, sister-in-law. She didn't scratch your face, did she? Su Hua shook her head, indicating no. Gu Nanin glared at Chu Suasua, fuming. You don't need to be polite to someone like her. Just slap her, what is the point of reasoning? Reason is meant for those who can understand it. And she certainly cannot. At this, Chu Suasua felt an intense surge of anger. Suppressing her rage, she forced out a couple of tears, feeling aggrieved as she said, Nanin. We grew up together. I have always regarded you as my little sister. How could you? Gu Nanin rolled her eyes, retorting, please. I do not have a sister like you. My brother treated you well, our whole family did, yet when he was in trouble, you fled faster than a rabbit. Now that he is recovered and everything is back to normal, you return to steal his affection and bully my sister-in-law. Have you no shame? Chu Suasua's face flushed with embarrassment. I have my reasons. Reasons? Nonsense. My brother might believe you, but I certainly do not. Just then, Su Hua's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Gu Beixian. After a brief hesitation, she answered. Where are you? He inquired. In the western restaurant south of the Antique Street, she replied. I'm passing by, I'll be there in 3 minutes, he said before hanging up. As memories of him and Chu Suasua embracing last night flashed through his mind, Su Hua felt a pang of discomfort. The sight of the white roses he had given Chu Suasua intensified her unease, as if a heavy stone was pressing against her chest, making it hard to breathe. A few minutes later, Gu Beixian entered the restaurant, accompanied by his subordinates. He stood tall and elegant, his pale skin and striking features capturing everyone's attention. The patrons, initially drawn to the fight between Chu Suasua and Gu Nanin, shifted their focus entirely to him upon his arrival. Seeing him, Chu Suasua brightened and rushed towards him. Choking on her words, Beixian go. Gu Beixian frowned slightly. What are you doing here? With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Suasua pitifully explained. I came to find Sister Su Hua to explain what happened last night, but she scolded me, and Nanin hit me. She pointed to her swollen cheek, pouting. It hurts so much. Gu Beixian turned his gaze to Su Hua. Is what she said true? Su Hua smiled knowingly. It was surprising to discover his cherished white moonlight was such a person, heartless and deceitful, a true master of deflection. Indeed, those who are favored often act without fear. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Nanin interjected, Brother, you should consider this, my sister-in-law is known for her gentle disposition. If it weren't for Chu Suasua's provocation, would she have scolded her? During those 2 years when your health was poor and your temper was volatile, did she ever raise her voice at you? The reason I hit Chu Suasua was that she attempted to scratch my sister-in-law's face. I thought I was too lenient. Gu Beixian turned his gaze sharply towards Chu Suasua. How did you provoke Su Hua? Why did you attempt to scratch her? Chu Suasua's face drained of color, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whimpered, I didn't. Sister Su Hua and Nanin misunderstood me. Beixian Gu, you must believe me. She reached out to grasp his hand, leaning into his embrace. Gu Nanin stepped forward, grabbing her arm and pulling her aside, scolding, Are you out of your mind? My brother is a married man, and you're trying to throw yourself at him? Have some decency. Chu Suasua clutched her chest in anguish, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Gu Beixian frowned and said to Gu Nanin. You should tone it down, Suasua is suffering from severe depression. Don't provoke her. Gu Nanin scoffed, don't use depression as an excuse for bad behavior. I've seen many people with depression, they possess dignity, kindness, and grace. Unlike her, who refuses to be a decent person and insists on stirring trouble. Chu Suasua burst into sobs, covering her mouth as she stumbled out of the restaurant. Her chauffeur hurriedly grabbed her bag and check, chasing after her. Gu Beixian turned to his bodyguard, instructing, follow her and keep an eye on her, we cannot let her harm herself. Understood, Mr. Gu, the bodyguard nodded and followed suit. Gu Nanin scoffed, if she really wants to die, she should find a secluded place and do it instead of crying and scaring everyone. Gu Beixian's gaze turned cold, reprimanding. Nanin, that's enough. Su Hua stepped forward to shield Gu Nanin, saying, if anyone should be blamed, it's me. Nanin was merely standing up for me. Looking at Su Hua, Gu Beixian's expression softened. He reached into his bag and handed her a tube of imported ointment. This is a scar removal cream sent from abroad. Follow the instructions and apply it, you must avoid scarring the wound on your neck. Su Hua stared at the ointment, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew he didn't love her, yet at times, it felt like he genuinely cared. Soon, she forced a self-deprecating smile, thinking. If he truly cared, how could last night have happened? The events of last night were too painful, robbing her of the courage to question him. Gu Nanin took the ointment from Gu Beixian and pressed it into Su Hua's hands, glaring at him, brother, if you dare to betray my sister-in-law, I will disown you as my brother. Gu Beixian replied nonchalantly, this is adult business, children should not meddle. I'm only a year younger than sister-in-law, not a child. Ignoring her, Gu Beixian took Su Hua's hand, gently asking, have you eaten? If not, I can take you to eat. Su Hua felt a jolt, quickly withdrawing her hand. I'm fine. Gu Baixian looked down at her, his gaze particularly tender. Do you believe last night was a misunderstanding? Straightening her neck. Su Hua's typically gentle voice turned sharp. It was my misfortune to intrude upon your moment. Gu Baixian's smile faded, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Forget it. Let me take you home. Su Hua picked up her bag and exited. Gu Baixian followed closely behind, his assistant trailing at a distance. Upon exiting the Western restaurant, they passed a flower shop. Su Hua pushed the door open and stepped inside. Glancing around, she pointed to a bouquet of white roses and said, I'll take a bunch. The staff inquired, how many do you want? Recalling that Gu Baixian had given Chu Suasua 20 roses, Su Hua, in a fit of pique, declared, 200. The staff hesitated for a moment before chuckling, please wait a moment. After a considerable wait, the flowers were finally wrapped. And Su Hua understood the moment of hesitation. 200 roses, once packaged, formed a bouquet nearly a meter in diameter. It was large and heavy. And though she struggled to carry it, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Why wait for someone else to gift her flowers when she could buy them herself? It wasn't as if she couldn't afford them. Gu Baixian pulled out his card to pay, but Su Hua handed him her card, asserting, I have my own money. She spoke with conviction, for the money spent was from her earnings. Gu Baixian smiled lightly, aware that she was merely sulking. After settling the bill, Su Hua emerged with the enormous bouquet of white roses. The sheer size of the bouquet accentuated her slender figure, resembling a tall, delicate bamboo, elegant yet resilient. Gu Baixian reached out to take the flowers from her, but Su Hua swiftly sidestepped, avoiding his grasp. Gu Baixian's hand froze in midair, slowly retracting after a brief moment. The two walked side by side, and noticing the cluster of roses cradled in her arms, Gu Baixian inquired, Do you also fancy white roses? Not at all. Yet you purchased so many? Indeed. A smile flickered at the corners of Gu Baixian's eyes. Surprised to discover her fondness for flowers, he had assumed her only passion lay in painting. I am a woman. Having grown accustomed to her gentle demeanor, he found it refreshing to witness her flustered expression for the first time. What flowers do you adore? I shall present them to you next time. Su Hua fell silent, pressing her lips together. Raised by her grandparents at the foot of the mountains, she cherished the wildflowers like the ma lan ju, dandelions, and the irises, pink beans, and sunflowers that thrived by her window. She held a deep affection for these humble, resilient blooms, while the exquisite, delicate imported roses in her embrace evoked no sentiment. The purchase was merely an act of defiance. As they approached Gu Baozhai, Su Hua suddenly halted, stating, Please, no more gifts. Gu Baixian raised an eyebrow. Are you concerned your colleagues might see me? We're bound to divorce sooner or later, are we not? Her voice trembled, her heart quaking. The current state of affairs felt like a dull knife slicing through flesh, each moment a painful tug. Gu Baixian paused for a heartbeat. Watching her silhouette gradually fade into the distance, his gaze as profound and tranquil as the deep sea. Upon reaching the entrance of Gu Baozhai, Su Hua encountered the young master of the shop, Shen Huai. He smiled and remarked, Such a grand bouquet, did your boyfriend gift it to you? Not at all. I bought it myself. Shen Huai's smile widened, It must be quite heavy, allow me to carry it for you. Su Hua handed him the flowers, smiling as she replied. Thank you. Shen Huai joked, You are the backbone of our shop, what's a mere bouquet in comparison? You're jesting, Shen. They exchanged laughter and camaraderie, strolling into the store side by side. From a distance, Gu Baixian stood tall and elegant, his gaze icy and penetrating, casting a chill in the air. An indescribable sensation washed over him, akin to a cherished vegetable he had nurtured for 3 years suddenly being threatened by an intruding pig. Instinctively, he felt the urge to chase the pig away. It was then he realized he was not as magnanimous as he had fancied. With a swift motion, he flicked his tongue across his lower lip and commanded his assistant, Have someone investigate that man. Understood, Mr. Gu. The two departed for the company. Half an hour later, the assistant received a phone call and reported to Gu Baixian, Mr. Gu, the man's name is Shen Huai, a doctor. Gu Baozhai belongs to his grandfather. 3 years ago, he had a conversation record with the young lady. Gu Baixian raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Investigate Shen Huai's childhood name. Ascertain whether it is a Yao. Chapter 9, Urgency. Upon returning to the company, Gu Baixian found himself engrossed in work until dusk. He lifted his hand to loosen his tie, his cold gaze directed at his assistant. Have you found out what I asked you to investigate? The assistant replied, Mr. Gu. Shen Huai has no nickname, his family simply calls him Shen Huai or Xiao Huai. A flicker of coldness softened in Gu Baixian's eyes, seemingly anticipated. Aya was the man buried deep in Su Hua's heart. She would not easily appear in public with him until after her divorce. Despite her youth, she always acted with prudence. Gu Baixian pushed back his chair and stood, fastening his suit buttons with one hand. Have someone else attend the evening's engagement with Mr. Hua. I have other matters to attend to. Understood, Mr. Gu, the assistant said, assisting him in tidying the documents on his desk. After leaving the Gu Corporation building, Gu Baixian drove to the antique street. The sun dipped low, casting shadows as dusk approached. He sat in his car and called Su Hua, I'm outside your shop. Come out. Surprised, Su Hua's voice came through the phone, we're having dinner outside, a gathering with colleagues. Who is present? He inquired. All the colleagues from the shop. Is Shen Huai there? Yes, he is our young master. Recalling the cheerful exchange between the two earlier that day, Gu Baixian felt a flicker of displeasure rise within him. Though his voice remained steady. Call me once you finish, I'll come to pick you up. Thank you, she replied, her tone restrained and distant. As if deliberately creating space between them. Feeling a slight discomfort, Gu Baixian tightened his grip on the phone, ending the call. He then dialed Xiaoyi's number. Come out for a drink. What? It's barely evening, and you're already drinking? Xiaoyi's languid voice hinted at a lack of wakefulness. Gu Baixian's voice was crisp and resolute, bring the official seal and the land sale contract, be at Jinqiao Zue within half an hour. If you're late. I won't wait. Xiaoyi shook off his drowsiness. Got it. I'll be there soon. Half an hour later, at Jinqiao Zue in the Zue Xianggu. The room was bustling with activity, filled with people engaged in signing contracts, processing paperwork, and transferring funds. Once the rush subsided, only Gu Baixian and Xiaoyi remained. The fair-skinned and handsome young man lounged casually, his arm draped over the back of the chair, his enchanting peach blossom eyes scrutinizing Gu Baixian. Feeling down? Gu Baixian took a sip of his drink, dismissing it lightly. Not particularly. His long, slender fingers gripping the glass were strikingly beautiful. Come on. You've come out for a drink to drown your sorrows, yet you say it's nothing? Others seek solace in the arms of women when feeling low. But you just bought land. Quite the extravagant gesture. Next time you're feeling down, remember to call me. My father still has several plots of land. Don't mistake me for a fool. This contract was always intended to be signed, I merely advanced it by a week, Gu Baixian replied, placing his glass down. Xiaoyi poured more wine and commented, I heard Chu Suasua has returned, you two seem to be getting quite close lately? Gu Baixian raised an eyebrow. Contemplating whether to speak his mind. Su Hua is a good girl, don't let her down. Xiaoyi's gaze fixed on him, unusually serious. Gu Baixian. You wanted to marry her back then, yet who was it that rejected her, deeming her unworthy? What has changed now? I once thought her to be vain. Willing to marry anyone for money, but I've come to realize she truly cares for you. If she were merely a gold digger, she would have left after making a quick fortune, rather than enduring hardships for you all this time. Gu Baixian's eyes darkened with depth. She is indeed remarkable. And yet you still. Gu Baixian lowered his gaze, fixated on the translucent white wine in his glass, his tone subdued. She is an exceptional girl. 3 years ago, when her family faced financial difficulties, she had no choice but to marry me. Though she never voiced it, I am certain she felt wronged. I have made her suffer for 3 years and do not wish for her to endure any longer. Xiaoyi expressed his astonishment. And this is your reason for wanting a divorce? Essentially. Xiaoyi lamented, how can you bear to let go of such a wonderful girl? What other choice do I have? Gu Baixian's expression remained impassive, though shadows of turmoil brewed in his gaze. I cannot keep her by my side. witnessing her torment as she dreams of her Io brother. I cannot bear to see her suffer, nor endure the humiliation. I am a man who cannot tolerate being disrespected. Yet, the thought of letting go is equally painful. It is a profound conflict. Gu Baixian lifted the glass to his lips, downing the remaining wine in one swift motion. The fiery liquor cut through his throat like a blade, lodging within his heart, igniting a burning sensation. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Xiaoyi called out. Come in. A figure entered, her heart-shaped face framed by exquisite features. Dressed in a delicate white puff-sleeve blouse tucked into a fitted skirt. Adorned with a full set of Cartier jewelry, a Chanel jacket draped over her arm, and an Hermes ostrich leather bag in hand, it was Chu Suasua. Seeing her, Gu Baixian's expression cooled slightly. What brings you here? With a graceful sway of her slender waist, Chu Suasua approached him, leaning over the back of his chair. Her lips brushing enticingly against his ear. I heard Brother Baixian was here for dinner, so I came to say hello. The warmth of her breath against his ear sent a shiver down Gu Baixian's spine, and as he leaned away to evade her proximity, he found her unwilling to depart. Have a seat, he said, maintaining a neutral demeanor. Thank you, Brother Baixian, Chu Suasua replied, pulling out a chair and draping her jacket over the back. The server promptly brought her a set of dining utensils. Gu Baixian pushed the menu towards her. Order whatever you like. Glancing at the table laden with dishes, Chu Suasua smiled sweetly. No need to order, I love everything Brother Baixian enjoys. Xiaoyi suppressed a shudder at the sight. As Chu Suasua turned a plate of Arctic sweet shrimp towards herself, her large, glistening eyes gazed at Gu Baixian. Brother Baixian, I want to eat shrimp. Xiaoyi scoffed. Don't you have hands? Pouting her cheeks, Chu Suasua feigned innocence. I've never peeled shrimp myself, my parents always do it for me at home. When I used to dine with Brother Baixian, he would always peel them for me. She reached for Gu Baixian's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother Baixian, I want shrimp peeled by you, please help me. Gu Baixian cast a sidelong glance at her, retracting his arm and donning disposable gloves. Retrieving a shrimp from the plate to peel. Unbidden, an image of Su Hua peeling shrimp for him surfaced in his mind. Her skilled hands would extract the shrimp meat while leaving the shell intact, a feat he had failed to replicate. Once he had peeled a shrimp, he placed the succulent meat onto Chu Suasua's plate. Suddenly, she bent down, catching the shrimp in her mouth, intentionally nibbling on his fingers as well. Her tongue playfully circled his fingertip before she gently kissed it. With glistening eyes filled with desire, she smiled enchantingly. Shrimp peeled by Brother Baixian is truly delicious. Gu Baixian's expression momentarily faltered, unable to articulate the emotion stirring within him. He removed the gloves, discarding them aside, and picked up a disinfecting towel to wipe the finger she had touched. Xiaoyi felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, he wanted to intervene. Appalled by her audacity. They were not even divorced yet, and here she was, behaving so provocatively in front of him. Xiaoyi seized his phone and sent a text to Su Hua, sister-in-law, your husband has had too much to drink and is losing his senses. Please come and fetch him. We are at Jinqiao Zue, on the 3rd floor, in Zue Xianggu. Meanwhile, Su Hua was at the Kyoto hotel dining with colleagues. Upon receiving the message, she called Xiaoyi to clarify the situation, puzzled, for Gu Baixian had always maintained excellent decorum when drinking, never displaying signs of drunkenness. The phone rang once before being abruptly terminated by Xiaoyi. Su Hua retrieved Gu Baixian's phone number and was about to dial it when, suddenly, a message from Xiaoyi popped up on her screen, sister-in-law, come quickly. Urgently. Su Hua's heart sank at the alarming urgency of the message. Chapter 10 Hello, cousin. Believing that Gu Baixian had encountered trouble, Su Hua stood up, clutching her coat, and without a word of greeting, made her way outside. Shen Huai, her dining companion, noticed her distress and quickly grabbed his car keys, rushing after her to inquire, what's happened? With a forced smile, Su Hua replied. I'm just heading to Jinqiao Zue for a moment, you all enjoy your meal. Shen Huai shook the car keys in his hand. I'll drive you. Anxious. Su Hua ceased her refusals and softly expressed her gratitude. 20 minutes later, the car halted beneath Jinqiao Zue. Su Hua alighted and hurried toward the hotel entrance. The wind lifting the hem of her coat, revealing her delicate, beautiful calves. Entering the elevator, she ascended to the third floor, where she swiftly approached Zhu Xianggu. Pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of Chu Suasua holding a soup spoon, offering it to Gu Beixian. Their shoulders brushed against each other. Her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening with tenderness, as she fed him soup, an embodiment of affection. Su Hua froze. Her fingers gripped the door handle tightly, knuckles turning pale. Her heart pierced by a painful thorn. Bloodied and throbbing, she cast a dazed glance towards Gu Beixian. Though he held a wine glass, his expression was clear and composed, exuding an undeniable charm, utterly devoid of inebriation. Noticing her arrival, Chu Suasua leaned closer to Gu Beixian in a provocative manner, her smile brimming with satisfaction. Su Hua let out a self-deprecating laugh. Sorry for the interruption. With that, she turned to leave. Xiaoyi swiftly pushed back his chair and caught up to her, grasping her arm and guiding her to sit beside Gu Beixian. Sister-in-law, it should be you next to Xianggu. Stay composed. He gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Gu Beixian's gaze lingered on Su Hua's shoulder where Xiaoyi had touched her. He paused for a moment, then picked up a disinfecting towel and gently wiped her shoulder. Su Hua chuckled. If he deemed her shoulder unclean after a mere touch, what about himself? Engaging so intimately with Chu Suasua, who was feeding him and whispering sweet nothings, who was truly tainted? With her lips tightly pressed together, Su Hua feared that speaking would unleash a torrent of harsh words. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had never quarreled with him, never raised her voice. Even during the difficult times when he was incapacitated and irritable. Approaching divorce, there seemed little reason to break her silence now. She could only blame herself for panicking upon hearing of his supposed troubles and humiliating herself by rushing here. After a brief standoff, Gu Beixian turned to Chu Suasua and said, Suasua, you should head back. With a slight pout, Chu Suasua appeared reluctant but ultimately stood up, addressing Su Hua, Sister Su. Please don't be upset, North Xian and I are merely having a meal. Xiaoyi can vouch for us. Xiaoyi, seated nearby, rolled his eyes dramatically. A simple meal? Feeding each other like that? Had he not been present, they would have likely ignited a fiery passion right there. Seeing no one urge her to stay, Chu Suasua grabbed her coat from the back of the chair, but in doing so, knocked a teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. With an exclamation, she bent down to retrieve it, only to graze her finger against a sharp shard, causing it to bleed. Ah! She cried, tears welling up as she clutched her injured finger, trembling. It hurts, my hand hurts, North Xian, could you take me to the hospital for a bandage? Xiaoyi smirked. I'll take you. No need to bother her. Chu Suasua's expression hardened as she raised her bloodied hand, clinging tightly to Gu Beixian's sleeve, her eyes reddened and doe-like. North Xian, I need you to take me. After a brief silence, Gu Beixian stood and said to Su Hua, let Xiaoyi take you home. I'll take Suasua to the hospital and then find you. He then picked up Chu Suasua's bag and, supporting her shoulder, exited. Su Hua remained remarkably composed. She calmly beckoned the waiter and settled the bill. Once completed, she meticulously packed the untouched dishes. After thanking the waiter and leaving 100 yuan tip, she gathered the takeout and departed with Xiaoyi. This was her strategy to avoid witnessing the intimate scene between Gu Beixian and Chu Suasua. She could not bear to see them entwined in affection. While waiting for the elevator, Xiaoyi silently observed Su Hua, whose calm demeanor seemed far from normal. He sighed. Sister-in-law, you are a wonderful woman. Thank you, Su Hua replied, standing tall and elegant, her face adorned with a smile reminiscent of a portrait. A good woman is admirable. Yet perhaps a touch of intrigue might be needed. Men appreciate a woman who is dignified in public, but at home, it's preferable to be a bit more playful and lively, to exhibit charm when necessary, to show vulnerability at times, to be thick-skinned when required, and to wield her influence when needed. Sister-in-law, you must invest more effort, otherwise, you may not keep Xianji's heart. Su Hua tightened her grip on the takeout bag, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had thought that loving someone sincerely was sufficient, yet it was evidently far from enough. However, the idea of being playful felt foreign to her. Raised by her strict grandfather and poised grandmother, with a mother who was fiery and straightforward, she had never possessed the essence of playfulness. As they descended, Gu Baixian awaited by the car, smoking a cigarette. Upon spotting them, he extinguished it and approached. Gently placing a hand on her shoulder, leaning slightly to meet her gaze with a tender expression. "I'll be back soon, don't worry." Su Hua felt a bittersweet smile creep onto her face. It would have been easier if he had hurt her deeply, providing her with a reason to despise him. Yet, his gentle demeanor and courteous nature made it impossible for her to harbor hatred. All she could manage was a half-hearted, somewhat defiant remark. "You should take her to the hospital." "All right." With her indifference noted, Gu Baixian turned to get into the car. The driver started the engine and drove towards the hospital. Su Hua turned to Xiaoyi. "I came here with my colleagues, the gathering is not over, so no need for you to accompany me. Please, go about your business." "Sure, but remember what I said, among us, you are the only sister-in-law we recognize." "Thank you." Su Hua approached Shen Huai's car and got in. As Shen Huai reversed the vehicle, he asked, "What is that man to you?" "Which one?" "Gu Baixian, the second son of the Gu group." Su Hua hesitated, unsure how to respond. To call him her ex-husband felt premature, as they were not yet divorced. To call him her husband felt equally misleading. Given that he had initiated the divorce and had seemingly shifted his affections to Chu Suasua. After a moment of silence, she finally said, "He's a relative. You have the surname Su, and he has the surname Gu. Is he your cousin?" Su Hua absent-mindedly acknowledged with a soft mm. 3 years ago. Due to Gu Baixian's leg injury, they had only registered their marriage without a formal ceremony, and apart from close friends, no one knew of their union. Now, as they approached divorce, there was no need to announce it widely, cousin would suffice. Noticing her somber mood, Shen Huai inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." A blatant lie. As she was indeed troubled. "Shen, what kind of women do men typically prefer?" Su Hua pondered, feeling a knot in her heart. Shen Huai chuckled, "Preferences vary, like vegetables. Everyone has their own taste. Some are captivated by the voluptuous, while others are drawn to the slender. As for me." His sidelong glance discreetly observed her profile. Her delicate oval face was fair and symmetrical, her large, glistening eyes framed by long lashes resembling a pair of butterflies. The light from the street lamp streamed in, casting a fragmented glow upon her visage, creating a dreamlike distortion. She was as beautiful as a painting. His heart skipped a beat as he remarked, "I admire Miss Su's gentle tranquility, her beauty unaware of itself, possessing immense talent yet remaining unassuming and unperturbed." Su Huan offered a faint smile. It seemed there were indeed men who appreciated her essence. It turned out that being admired did not necessitate such exhaustion. She need not indulge, flaunt, or adopt a brazen demeanor. There were still those who cherished her as she was. After all, she was merely a restorer of artifacts. It was not as exaggerated as he suggested. Su Huan's spirits lifted slightly. "To speak candidly, your caliber in restoring ancient texts and paintings has reached the pinnacle of the industry. Many so-called experts may never attain your level in their lifetimes." "You flatter me, Mr. Shen. I have been learning under my grandfather's tutelage since childhood. He taught me meticulously, and given my quick grasp of things at a young age, I had ample opportunities to practice. If I were to fail, it would be a disservice to him. Talent and diligence are indeed crucial, along with one's character. Restoring ancient artworks requires immense patience, and few young individuals today are willing to learn. The art is on the verge of extinction." "Indeed." As the car turned, Su Huan spoke, "Could you take me home? I do not wish to return to the hotel." "Certainly." Upon arriving at the community where the Su family resided, Su Huan carried the takeout bags as she exited the vehicle. Shen Huai followed suit, stating, "It's late, allow me to escort you upstairs." "Thank you." Receiving the takeout from her hands, Shen Huai smiled, reflecting on how throughout his life he had been surrounded by affluent young ladies and gentlemen. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone who took food home after dining. Restoring ancient texts was a niche yet sought-after profession, with a scarcity of talent, thus. He offered her a generous salary, which made her frugality rather surprising. After escorting Su Huan to the base of her building, Shen Huai found it difficult to depart, engaging her in conversation primarily about work. The moonlight was exquisite, and even the simple act of conversing with her uplifted his spirits inexplicably. Suddenly, Su Huan's expression stiffened. She caught sight of a tall, slender figure approaching them from afar. The individual was exceptionally tall, with a striking silhouette, exuding an air of charisma as he walked with a confident stride. Even from a distance, Su Huan recognized him immediately. It was Gu Beixian. She pondered quietly. Had he not taken Chu Suasua to the hospital? How had he returned so swiftly? Sensing her unease, Shen Hui turned to look, smiling as he said, "Your cousin has arrived." Su Huan paused, responding with a faint As Gu Beixian drew near, Shen Hui extended his right hand in greeting, courteously stating, "You must be Su Huan's cousin. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am her colleague, Shen Hui." Gu Beixian cast his gaze downward towards Su Huan, his eyes icy and unyielding. "I am your cousin?" Chapter 11. Irresistibly alluring. Su Hua tilted her face slightly upwards to gaze at him, her expression serene. "Yes, cousin." Her eyes sparkled with a clear and resolute defiance. Those accustomed to gentleness exude an unexpected tranquility even when resisting. Gu Beixian initially intended to scold her but suddenly found himself unable to do so. He raised the corners of his lips, conceding, "All right, cousin it is." With a swift motion, he drew her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Su Hua tumbled into his arms, her nose catching the pleasant scent of cologne mingled with the lingering traces of smoke and alcohol, along with an unfamiliar sweetness reminiscent of Chu Suasua. A wave of distaste washed over her, prompting her to shake her shoulders, attempting to extricate herself from his hold. Gu Beixian tightened his grip, asserting his dominance. While addressing Shen Hui in a polite yet distant tone, "Thank you for bringing her back." Shen Hui replied, "No need to mention it." Though his gaze lingered suspiciously on the arm draped around Su Hua's shoulders, sensing an intimacy between the cousins that transcended ordinary familial bonds. Gu Beixian cast a cool glance at him, maintaining his hold on Su Hua, leading her towards the elevator. As they awaited the elevator, he fixated on the shifting numbers, casually inquiring, "Is he pursuing you?" "Not really, just admiring," she replied. When a man professes admiration for a woman, his intentions are seldom pure. He shifted the conversation. "You two have been in contact for 3 years?" Su Hua's expression shifted slightly as she broke free from his embrace. "Are you investigating me?" Gu Beixian raised a hand to ruffle her hair, his tone softening. "Don't phrase it so harshly, it's concern." Su Hua recoiled, avoiding his touch. "His grandfather knows my maternal grandfather. 3 years ago, he offered a high salary to recruit me." "Oh, so it turns out our Hua Hua is quite exceptional," he teased, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Su Hua felt a flutter in her heart. After 3 years of a respectful marriage, hearing him refer to her so endearingly for the first time was both disconcerting and bittersweet. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. They entered one after the other, finding themselves alone inside. Gu Beixian pressed the button for the 21st floor and turned to Su Hua, his gaze deep and glinting with a repressed emotion that seemed on the verge of surfacing. The ordinarily reserved man now bore a hint of ferocity. Feeling a slight pressure, Su Hua instinctively shifted towards the corner, her large, dark eyes studying him. "What's wrong?" Gu Beixian shielded the surveillance camera with his back, looming over her. "Did you introduce me to him as your cousin to give him a chance?" Su Hua understood, he intended to settle the score. She began. But her lips were suddenly captured by his. He was an adept kisser, whether teasing or deepening the kiss, he stirred her senses. Su Hua's heart raced uncontrollably, chaotic as boiling water. Fearing someone might intrude, she attempted to push him away, feeling irate that he would kiss her despite his closeness with Chu Suasua. Yet, her slender frame was no match for his towering stature. Her efforts were futile, only amplifying the allure of their encounter. Gu Beixian restrained her flailing hands, while his other hand grasped her chin, kissing her with an increasing intensity, even playfully biting her. It bore an unmistakable hint of frustration. Breathless from his kiss, Su Hua gasped, nearly losing her breath. Finally, he released her, adjusting her tousled hair and collar, teasingly threatening, "Will you still dare to call me cousin?" Her ears flushed crimson as she shot him a sideways glance, remaining silent. Gu Beixian chuckled softly, his gaze appraising her. Her lips, glistening and slightly parted, and her doe-like eyes were captivating. Earlier, When she had stubbornly called him cousin in front of Shen Huai, he felt an overwhelming urge to teach her a lesson. To see if she would dare to address him so openly in front of others again. The elevator ascended rapidly. Suddenly, Gu Beixian blurted out. "Do you regret marrying me 3 years ago?" Su Hua blinked in surprise, lifting her gaze to his strikingly handsome features. Her eyes momentarily unfocused as if she were gazing at him yet not truly seeing him. Her voice was low but resolute. "I do not regret it. 3 years ago. I was a cripple unable to walk, with a volatile temper, even the nurses and servants despised me. You, a blossoming beauty with a promising future, married me and have never regretted it even once?" He stood there with his hands in his pockets, exuding a clear and dignified aura. His posture straight as a pine tree. The noble quality radiating from him under the cold white light was indeed captivating. A stark contrast to the despondent figure he had been 3 years prior. Su Hua replied earnestly, "You helped find a kidney for my grandmother, saving her life. You purchased a house for us and provided a substantial dowry, rescuing my family from adversity. I can only express my gratitude." Her grandfather had always taught her to be grateful and to repay kindness. Gu Beixian listened impassively. After she finished, he lifted his eyelids, asking emotionlessly, "Is that all you feel for me, gratitude?" Su Hua fell silent. Had he asked this question in the past, she would have thoughtlessly replied that besides gratitude, love had blossomed over time. But now, with him proposing divorce and growing closer to Chu Suasua, she felt it would demean her to present her heart before him. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out. Su Hua retrieved her keys from her bag to unlock the door. Once inside, Gu Beixian silently observed her as she changed her shoes. As she straightened up, he suddenly leaned against the wall, encircling her in his arms. Looking down at her, stubbornly repeating, "Is it only gratitude you feel for me, nothing more?" Su Hua looked up, meeting his gaze. His expression was calm and tranquil. His dark, profound eyes seemed to hold the depths of the universe, merely gazing at her sent shivers down her spine. Yet, in his heart, she was merely a substitute for Chu Suasua. Su Hua felt a pang of bitterness, lowering her gaze, and softly replied, "Yes, only gratitude," infused with a hint of defiance. Gu Beixian smirked self-deprecatingly. Indeed, all her affection was directed towards her beloved Yao, leaving him with nothing but gratitude. A marriage bound by gratitude held little meaning. Suddenly, Gu Beixian felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The flicker of desire ignited in the elevator was extinguished. He withdrew his hand, shoved it into his pocket, and surveyed the living room absent-mindedly, asking, "Is your mother not home?" "The nurse caring for my grandmother took a leave of absence, and my mother is filling in for her these days. Please, make yourself comfortable, I'll wash my hands and prepare some tea." As she turned to leave, Gu Beixian's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it from his pocket, glancing at the screen to see it was Chu Suasua calling. Being nearby, Su Hua caught sight of the name on the screen. A feeling akin to swallowing a fly surged within her, prompting her to hastily head towards the bathroom. Gu Beixian watched her retreating figure in silence for a moment before answering the call. He moved to the window and asked, "Is your finger all bandaged up?" Chu Suasua's voice was slightly muffled, tinged with an air of grievance. "Yes, all wrapped up. I just got in the car, heading home now." "Is Su Hua angry?" "No. She has a good temperament, she rarely gets upset." Chu Suasua pouted, though her voice remained gentle. "She didn't say anything negative about me, right?" She was concerned that Su Hua would reveal the matter of the 2 million in checks. Gu Beixian maintained a neutral expression, refraining from answering. She is not one to speak much. Chu Suasua sighed in relief, feigning surprise. "She talks quite a bit. At the CAF earlier, she was quite articulate, speaking in a flurry, and every word seemed fierce." Gu Beixian felt a twinge of annoyance. "Su Hua has never uttered a single word against you in my presence. I do not wish to hear such remarks from you in the future." Chu Suasua was taken aback and quickly amended her words. "I was mistaken. Brother Beixian. I merely wish to protect you from being deceived by Sister Su Hua." Gu Beixian frowned and replied, "If there is nothing else, I shall end this call. Please do not hang up just yet, tomorrow I—" Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the bathroom. Gu Beixian, gripping his phone, swiftly strode over with long strides and urgently inquired, "What has happened, Su Hua?" Chapter 12, More important than life. It's alright, I accidentally knocked over the vase. Su Hua bent down, preparing to pick up the shattered porcelain shards. I'll do it, don't touch it, you might hurt your hand. Gu Beixian quickly entered the bathroom. Pulling her aside, casually placing his phone on the sink countertop, and bent down to collect the pieces, forgetting to hang up the call. Su Hua found a trash can and handed it to him, advising gently, be careful. I'm tough, I won't get cut. Gu Beixian picked up several larger fragments and discarded them into the bin. That's nonsense, there's no such thing as uncuttable skin. Su Hua squatted beside him, helping with the cleanup. Gu Beixian stopped her, saying, during those 2 years, my temper was terrible, I would throw things around. And you would always be there to pick up after me. It must have been exhausting for you. Recalling the torment of those years made Su Hua's nose tingle. And tears nearly fell. She quickly lowered her gaze, softly replying, I didn't find it exhausting, truly. Gu Beixian gazed at her long lashes for a moment before saying, you, with your good temper, seem unreal. Remembering Xiao Yi's words, Su Hua quietly asked, is my personality rather dull? Gu Beixian smiled lightly, it is somewhat. Then I'll hit you. Su Hua playfully nudged his leg. Gu Beixian chuckled and took her hand in his. As they listened to the playful banter on the phone, Chu Suasua, in a fit of pique, hung up. With a thud, she tossed her phone onto the car seat, fuming in silence all the way home. Upon arriving at the Chu residence, Huaqiru noticed her bandaged fingers and pale complexion, hurriedly asking, what happened to your hand? Why are you so upset? It's nothing. Just a small injury. Then why are you angry? Chu Suasua, indignant, replied, just a country girl, having been Gu Beixian's nanny for 3 years. And he protects her like that. I casually criticized her, and he got upset, even hung up on me. He worries she might cut herself picking up a broken vase. He could have taken me to the hospital tonight, but he got a call from Xiao Yi saying Su Hua got into a colleague's car. And he immediately got out and hailed a taxi to find her. Huaqiru pondered, unable to fathom why he cared so much for her if he intended to divorce her. Chu Suasua kicked off her high heels, who knows? Last time Gu Beixian was drunk, he said his reason for divorcing her wasn't entirely because of me, he claimed mentioning me was merely a pretext. I can't tell if he was being truthful or just angry. It must have been in anger. Chu Suasua, slipping on her slippers, plopped down on the sofa, growing increasingly agitated as she recalled the day's events. Huaqiru comforted her, if Gu Beixian married Su Hua based on your image, it means he still holds you in his heart. You, being the genuine article, shouldn't compare yourself to a counterfeit. Don't rush. Give him time to accept you again. Frowning, Chu Suasua replied, but look how well they get along, how can I not feel anxious? Being anxious is pointless. Such matters cannot be hurried. Think carefully about how to win him back, that is the priority. Huaqiru handed her a glass of water. Chu Suasua took the cup, pouting as she complained, this is all your fault. A year ago, Gu Beixian could have stood up, I said I would drop out and return to find him. But you insisted I wait a year for observation. Now, look, they have feelings for each other, and I'm almost irrelevant. Huaqiru shot her a glare. Car accidents have after effects. If you don't observe properly, what if he relapses and ends up in a wheelchair? Would you want to take care of him for the rest of your life? Chu Suasua fell silent, sullenly drinking her water. After a brief pause, Huaqiru asked, did Su Hua receive the check you sent her? She didn't. Huaqiru was taken aback. She didn't take 20 million? Is her appetite that large? 3 years ago, she was willing to marry a man who couldn't walk for $1 million. What is she pretending for? Mentioning this infuriated Chu Suasua. Do you know how arrogant she is? She threw the check in my face, claiming that if she hadn't married Gu Beixian 3 years ago, she could have earned $1 million with her own hands. With her own hands? Huaqiru scoffed, what is so impressive about a restorer of ancient paintings? I had someone investigate, her grandfather, Su Wenmai, was well known in the industry. And she inherited his skills. So what? Huaqiru sneered, if her hands were ruined, let us see how she would flaunt herself. Chu Suasua suddenly widened her eyes, glaring at her, Mom, don't do anything reckless. A week later, at noon, in the antique restoration studio. Su Hua locked the restoration room door and went downstairs to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Arriving at a Cantonese restaurant, she ordered shrimp rice and found a seat against the wall. She quietly began her meal. Her demeanor was graceful and serene, her porcelain skin and delicate features striking. Holding ebony chopsticks with her slender fingers, she savored her food elegantly, making her stand out in the bustling restaurant. After finishing and settling the bill, Su Hua picked up her bag and walked gracefully to the door, lifting her right hand to push the glass door open. The door was slightly resistant. As she pushed it open a crack, she used her left hand to support the edge, applying more force to open it. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, slamming the door open with a loud bang. Su Hua tried to withdraw her hand, but it was too late. A searing pain shot through her fingers. She nearly fainted from the agony, her legs trembling as she sank to the ground, clutching her left hand, tears streaming down her face. Her left hand's 4 fingers swelled visibly, the bones seemingly fractured, blood seeping out, dripping onto the ground, starkly red. In her dazed state, she heard someone apologizing. "I'm so sorry, it was unintentional." The voice belonged to a woman in a yellow delivery uniform, wearing a motorcycle helmet. She pulled out a wad of cash from her bag and placed it at Su Hua's feet, saying, "This is for your medical expenses. I have urgent matters to attend to. Can we connect later?" Su Hua was too pained to respond, her vision blurred as she stared at her hand. Her hands, which she had cherished above all else, working diligently for nearly 20 years, inheriting the skills of 5 generations from her grandfather and ancestors. These hands meant more to her than life itself since childhood. And now, they were ruined. She trembled all over, her face pale, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. By the time the restaurant owner heard the commotion and came over, the person who harmed Su Hua had long since vanished. The owner drove her to the hospital. After the bleeding was controlled and x-rays were taken, Gu Beixian arrived. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and tie. He had been in a meeting when he received the call about Su Hua's injury. He left it to his subordinates and hurried over. Su Hua was supported by the owner as she exited the radiology department. She was thin and frail, barely able to stand, her eyes red and tear-filled, utterly lost. Anyone who saw her would feel a pang of sympathy. Gu Beixian's expression darkened as he approached, taking Su Hua into his arms, suppressing his anger. And asked the restaurant owner, who hurt her. "Where are they?" The owner, a woman in her 40s, appeared frightened and spoke in a trembling voice. "According to customers in the restaurant, it was a delivery person, and they have already fled." Gu Beixian gritted his teeth and instructed his assistant, "Find them. Dig through the earth if you must, I want that person brought to me." "Understood, Mr. Gu." The assistant sensed the intensity of his emotions. Feeling the tension in the air, he dared not delay and immediately took people to investigate. The restaurant owner also hurried to follow the assistant, quickly reviewing the surveillance footage. The X-ray results would take a moment, so Gu Beixian helped Su Hua find a chair, holding her carefully, as if cradling a fragile infant. Su Hua continued to shiver, her hands and feet icy. Gu Beixian unbuttoned his suit jacket with one hand, removed it, and draped it around her, holding her tightly, resting his chin on her head. His expression somber. When the X-ray results came out, the doctor reported that Su Hua had fractures in her middle and ring fingers, necessitating surgery for realignment. Gu Beixian arranged for the best orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Bai, to perform the operation. Over an hour later, the surgery was completed. After the observation period, Su Hua was transferred to a hospital room, her fingers swollen like carrots, with a broken digit secured by a splint and requiring intravenous fluids. Her condition was dire. She lay silently like a wooden doll, her gaze filled with despair as if the sky had fallen upon her. Gu Beixian silently observed her for a while. Then gently dampened a towel with warm water to wipe her face, followed by feeding her porridge and medication. Su Hua complied obediently, drinking the porridge and taking the medicine, yet remained mute. Later, around 8 in the evening, the assailant who harmed Su Hua was apprehended. An assistant approached Gu Beixian and whispered a few words to him. The more he listened, the colder his expression became. By the end of the conversation, his jaw clenched momentarily, and his brows twitched in anger. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Leaning closer to Su Hua, he said, "I will step out for a moment, but I shall return shortly." Chapter 13, Revenge for her. Su Hua stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Gu Baixian sighed softly, gently patting her shoulder before turning to leave. As he stepped outside, he instructed the bodyguard at the door, ensure Su Hua's safety. Contact me immediately if anything arises. The bodyguard replied, understood, Mr. Gu. Once in the car, his assistant reported, I have retrieved all relevant surveillance footage along the route and enlisted various resources to locate Huang Quebec. We found her escaping in a black taxi, attempting to flee to the countryside. Gu Baixian's gaze turned icy. What is her background? Huang Ke is the sister of Huang Guang, the bald man who previously abducted the young madam to restore an antique painting. Following the incident, it was discovered that he was involved in a tomb-robbing gang and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. The surveillance revealed that Huang Ke had been disguising herself as a delivery worker, lurking around the antique market in search of an opportunity to retaliate against the young madam. Gu Baixian clenched his hands at his sides, the knuckles turning pale. Upon arriving at the building where Huang Ke was detained, he found her with short hair, a sallow complexion, red-rimmed eyes, and chapped lips, her appearance strikingly similar to her brother's, exhibiting a neutral demeanor. Gu Baixian took a seat on the sofa, lifting his gaze to scan her with a frosty expression. Why did you break Su Hua's fingers? Huang Ke's face contorted with rage as she gritted her teeth, declaring, she caused my brother to be imprisoned. Gu Baixian chuckled coldly, your brother was a tomb raider who kidnapped Su Hua, he deserved to be in prison. Huang Ke shot him a sidelong glare, falling silent. A smirk played at the corners of Gu Baixian's lips as he drawled, I never strike women. But you are utterly despicable. Before she could react, he seized the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at her head. Huang Ke dodged, only to be restrained by the assistant, unable to escape. The glass ashtray grazed her head and shattered on the ground. The assistant kicked Huang Ke's leg, causing her to collapse onto the shards, shaking in pain and whimpering like a wounded wild animal. Gu Baixian rose from the sofa, looking down at her with indifference. The assistant understood the unspoken command and stepped on Huang Ke's hand, grinding it mercilessly. The sharp glass shards pierced her fingertips. Huang Ke cried out in agony, my hand. It hurts. Please spare me. Gu Baixian merely laughed, you understand pain now. Yet when you broke Su Hua's fingers, did you ever consider whether it would hurt her? Those hands are more precious to her than life itself. For the past 2 years, they have tirelessly massaged my legs and gently comforted my body and soul. Such a good girl, gentle and uncontentious, yet her most valuable fingers were cruelly severed by scum like you. Suppressing his fury, Gu Baixian casually remarked. The hand is too cheap, deal with it as you see fit. The assistant quickly acknowledged, understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Baixian exited, and once he was gone, the assistant seized Huang Ke's hand. Crack! A glint of cold light flashed, and Huang Ke let out a chilling scream. Thud! She collapsed to the ground, limbs convulsing, her eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. Back at the hospital, Gu Baixian settled beside Su Hua's bed. Observing her vacant expression, his heart ached momentarily. Just as he was about to reassure her that vengeance had been served, she unexpectedly grasped his sleeve. Despite her gentle exterior, her inner resilience rarely revealed any vulnerability. In that moment, she appeared fragile and helpless, filled with reliance on him. Gu Baixian's heart softened, feeling needed. He spoke soothingly, don't be afraid, I won't leave. I will stay by your side for the next few days. Su Hua slowly released his sleeve. He carefully tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, saying, close your eyes and rest, I will watch over you while you sleep. However, Su Hua found it impossible to sleep. The swelling in her 4 fingers throbbed painfully. Each beat of her heart seemed to tug at her fingers. Her nails had turned a terrifying shade of dark purple. She lay there, eyes closed, counting the seconds, her heart heavy with sorrow. If her fingers did not heal properly, she would feel immense guilt for not living up to her grandfather's years of nurturing. Knock. Knock, there was a knock at the door. Gu Baixian rose to open it. Standing outside was Shen Huai, dressed in a white coat, tall and holding a bouquet of white roses. Cousin, he called out, I just finished surgery and heard about Su Hua's injury. I came to check on her. Gu Baixian's expression remained stoic, though his tone was notably frosty. You seem to have many professions, Shen. Shen Hui smiled, my primary occupation is a doctor. And the antique shop belongs to my grandfather. Gu Beixian ignored him and returned to Su Hua's side. Shen Hui placed the flowers on the bedside table and examined Su Hua's hand, gently asking, does your finger still hurt? Su Hua nodded. Don't worry too much. I heard it was Dr. Bai who performed the surgery, his skills are exceptional. You are young, your fingers will surely heal. Thank you, Su Hua replied softly. Shen Hui observed her discolored nails and noted, you have bruising on your fingers, it needs to be drained. Once the blood is released, the pain will lessen. He called for a nurse to bring a needle. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow at him. Are you capable of this? Shen Hui displayed his work ID. I am the attending physician. I have been in surgery before, draining blood is not difficult. Soon, a nurse delivered the needle and disinfectant. Shen Hui sterilized the needle, inserted it along the gap of Su Hua's nail, and released a considerable amount of bruised blood. After the procedure, Su Hua felt a slight relief in her pain. Shen Hui finished tidying up and gently patted her arm. It's getting late, you should rest. I will come to see you again tomorrow. Gu Beixian stood, coolly stating. I will see you out. The two walked out, Gu Beixian closing the door behind them. He cast a cold glance at Shen Hui, indifferently warning. Su Hua is not fond of your type, refrain from harboring any intentions toward her. Shen Hui's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a smile. Then what type does Su Hua prefer? Gu Beixian pondered the image of a Yao but found himself unable to articulate it, so he replied, she prefers my type. Shen Hui's smile deepened, unfortunately, you are her cousin. Gu Beixian's eyes turned frigid, a layer of ice forming within them. I am her. Ding ding ding. Shen Hui's phone rang. He pulled it from his coat pocket, waving it at Gu Beixian. Cousin, let me take this call. After answering, he walked away. Gu Beixian felt a surge of frustration, his expression darkening as he returned to the hospital room and saw Su Hua in distress, which quelled his anger. Glancing at the time, he realized it was late. Gu Beixian called for the maid, Lu Sa, to bring 3 basins of warm water. He took a towel and gently wiped Su Hua's face, then lifted the corner of her blanket to tend to her feet. Su Hua instinctively pulled her feet back, refusing his assistance. Gu Beixian spoke softly, for 2 years, when I could not stand, you cared for me. Now, it's my turn to care for you. Su Hua went still, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After wiping her feet, Gu Beixian began to remove her pants. Realizing his intention, she tightly pressed her legs together, blocking him. Gu Beixian smiled lightly, we are husband and wife. You are so particular about cleanliness, it must be uncomfortable not to wash. Let me help you. Su Hua looked at him with a hint of melancholy. The mere mention of divorce stirred feelings of unease. Even without formalizing the divorce, their relationship had changed. Allowing him to tend to such intimate matters felt awkward. Noticing her reluctance, Gu Beixian paused and offered, shall I have Lu Sa assist you instead? After a few seconds of silence, Su Hua slowly relaxed her tightly pressed legs. Compared to Lu Sa, Gu Beixian felt distinctly closer. Lu Sa, perceptive as ever, quickly took her leave. Gu Beixian attended to her with utmost seriousness, while Su Hua's face flushed like a glowing ember. After finishing, Gu Beixian gently wiped her legs and upper body. Aunt Lu came over to remove the basin. As the night wore on, Su Hua finally succumbed to slumber. Gu Beixian lay beside her, refraining from sleep, concerned that her restless movements in her sleep might lead to dislocated fingers, and thus he remained vigilant. Before long, Su Hua was once again ensnared by a nightmare, trembling and curling into a ball. Gu Beixian enveloped her in his arms, softly patting her as one would comfort a child. Feeling a sense of security, Su Hua instinctively nestled closer to him, mumbling in her sleep. Gu Beixian raised his hand to gently press against her lips, stifling the latter part of her murmurs. After a considerable time, seeing her calm down, he withdrew his hand and whispered, you little ungrateful one. In her dreams, Su Hua turned slightly, oblivious to his words, unaware that she had repeatedly called out for her brother Yao amidst her nightmares. Chapter 14, She only has me the following day, late at night. Su Hua's fingers throbbed, causing her to toss and turn in bed until she finally drifted off to sleep. Gu Beixian lay beside her, holding her close. Suddenly, His phone vibrated. Anxious not to rouse Su Hua, Gu Beixian silenced the device and gently extracted his arm from beneath her neck, intending to answer the call outside. However, halfway through, Su Hua stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, and she gazed at him sleepily, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Gu Beixian gestured towards his phone. "I need to take a call outside." "Just answer it here, it's chilly outside," she said considerately. Gu Beixian hummed in agreement and answered, "Mo Chen, what is it?" Chu Suasua's brother, Chu Machen, politely apologized, "I'm sorry to bother you so late." Suasua's hand was struck with a hammer, 4 fingers on her left hand suffered comminuted fractures. "She's in a terrible state and keeps crying for you. Is it convenient for you to come see her now?" Gu Beixian's expression shifted as he sat up straight, asking, "When did this happen?" "About 2 hours ago." Gu Beixian's brow furrowed, and he replied, "I'll be there immediately." "Thank you, I'll text you the room number." "All right." Hanging up, Gu Beixian began unbuttoning his pajamas with haste. Observing his anxious demeanor, Su Hua had a premonition that he likely wouldn't return that night. She imagined him tending to Chu Suasua in the same way he cared for her, embracing and comforting her with tender affection. A sharp, stabbing pain pierced Su Hua's heart. Recalling Xiao Yi's advice to be coquettish and delicate when necessary to outmaneuver Chu Suasua, she found herself unable to feign such behavior. However, fragility came more naturally, being an inherent trait of women. Abruptly, she wrapped her arms around Gu Beixian's waist, burying her face in his embrace, signaling her reluctance for him to leave. Gu Beixian paused his unbuttoning, raised his hand to caress her head, and said in a soothing tone, "Be good, I'll go take a look and come right back." Su Hua refused to release him, clinging tightly to his waist as she pleaded softly, "Can't you wait until morning?" "I'll go with you then." Gu Beixian frowned slightly, his voice tinged with mild displeasure. "You're usually so understanding, what's gotten into you tonight?" He subtly accused her of being unreasonable. Su Hua thought to herself, if being unreasonable is what it takes, then so be it. In their 3 years of marriage, she had never acted irrationally. Tonight, she would make an exception. At this point, it had little to do with love and more to do with a contest between her and Chu Suasua. She was clearly and unequivocally repulsed by Chu Suasua. Never in her life had she felt such aversion towards someone. Gu Beixian waited for a long while, but she still wouldn't let go. He lifted her hands, gently prying her fingers from his waist. He changed his clothes and then left. Su Hua stared blankly at the closed door, her pride shattered into pieces. Even a substitute could never compare to his childhood sweetheart. Su Hua chuckled self-deprecatingly and, enduring the pain in her hand, got out of bed and locked the door. Returning to bed, her eyes welled up with tears as she felt a deep sense of sorrow. Gu Beixian arrived at Chu Suasua's hospital room. She had just been transferred from the operating room, lying in bed, curled up in pain, her face pale and her eyes swollen. She was utterly haggard. Her 4 fractured fingers were splinted, and the back of her hand was severely swollen, the skin stretched thin, revealing a patchwork of wounds. Huakiro covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu's father stood by the window in the corridor, silently chain-smoking. Seeing Gu Beixian, Chu Machen approached him, saying politely, "Beixian, I'm sorry to have called you so late, it's too much trouble." "It's nothing," Gu Beixian replied flatly before approaching the bed. He leaned over slightly, looking at Chu Suasua, and softly called out, "Suasua." Chu Suasua's gaze had been vacant. Hearing Gu Beixian's voice, she slowly turned her head. Upon seeing his face, she burst into tears. Gu Beixian sat down on the edge of the bed and gently patted her arm, saying, "Suasua, be strong." Chu Suasua's tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. "My hand, brother Beixian, my hand is ruined." Gu Beixian consoled her, "You're young, it can heal." "It won't heal properly. It's a comminuted fracture." They pieced the bone fragments together bit by bit. "My life is over," Chu Suasua cried out in despair. Gu Beixian watched Chu Suasua's heart-wrenching sobs, but his mind drifted to the look of utter despair in Su Hua's eyes when her finger was broken. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away her tears. Coaxing, "Don't cry, try to be optimistic." "I can't be optimistic," sob. He consoled Chu Suasua for what seemed like an eternity, but she continued to weep incessantly. Gu Beixian grew somewhat impatient and glanced at his watch. He had been gone for almost an hour. Su Hua must be getting upset. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a card from his wallet and placed it on the bedside table, saying, I came in too much of a hurry to buy anything. This is a small token of my concern. The password is 618618. It's late, and Su Hua is waiting for me at the hospital. I should get back. Chu Suasua immediately ceased crying. She looked at him in disbelief, her voice hoarse as she struggled to say, Brother Beisien, I'm in this state, and you're leaving? Yes. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Please don't go, Chu Suasua pleaded, her eyes filled with tears, reaching out to take his hand. The 4 needles still in the back of her hand. She looked utterly vulnerable and helpless. Gu Beisien hesitated for a moment before gently withdrawing his hand, saying softly, Be good. You have your parents and brother with you, Su Hua only has me. Chu Suasua was unconvinced. Doesn't she have a mother? Her mother was taking care of her grandmother. Chu Suasua was utterly disappointed. Brother Beisien, you've changed. You used to care so much for me. You would stay up all night with me if I had a fever. She began to sob again. Chu Machan frowned and said to Gu Beisien, Beisien, you should go back, we'll take care of Suasua. Gu Beisien nodded slightly, stood up, and asked, Who did this? Have they caught the person? Chu Machan shook his head. No. The person ambushed Suasua in the underground parking lot. As soon as she got out of the car, she was knocked unconscious and dragged to a corner. Her left hand was smashed with a hammer. Nothing was stolen from her bag, and she wasn't sexually assaulted. It's clearly an act of revenge. Gu Beisien mused. I'll have someone investigate. No need, we've already reported it to the police. Thank you. All right. Gu Beisien turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, Chu Suasua grabbed a pillow and threw it on the floor, bursting into tears. She sobbed uncontrollably, choking out, Brother Beisien and I have been childhood friends. With over a decade of history. How can it not compare to his 3-year marriage with Su Hua? Sob, sob, I hate her. I hate that country bumpkin. Chu Machan picked up the pillow and placed it back on the bed, saying, When you were with Gu Beisien, he was vibrant and full of life. But when Su Hua was with Gu Beisien, it was during his most difficult and desperate times. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true love. Your decade-long history naturally pales in comparison to their 3 years. Chu Suasua lost control, yelling at him, Are you taking her side too? Are you my brother or hers? I'm being objective and analyzing the situation rationally, Chu Machan said calmly. Chu Suasua cried even more hysterically. Chu's father stood by, saying sullenly, Mo Chen. Just say a little less, your sister's hand is already in such a state. Gu Beisien returned to Su Hua's hospital room and pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the inside. He knocked for quite some time, yet Su Hua stubbornly refused to answer, nor did she pick up the phone. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration and called for the bodyguard to find a way to unlock the door. A few minutes later, the lock clicked open. Gu Beisien entered the room. Su Hua lay on the bed, facing inward, ignoring him. Gu Beisien changed into his sleepwear and nestled beside her, wrapping her in his embrace. Su Hua struggled slightly but could not free herself, her eyes were red, yet her voice remained cold as she said, Please have someone prepare the divorce agreement by tomorrow. Gu Beisien tightened his hold on her, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, he swallowed hard and replied, I'm tired, let's sleep. When dawn broke, Gu Beisien accompanied Su Hua for breakfast. He reached out to caress her face, his gaze tender. I have a meeting this morning. But I'll return to have lunch with you. Su Hua turned her head away, responding coolly, No need. Don't forget about the divorce agreement. Gu Beishuan's expression darkened. Your grandmother's health has been poor lately, and your hand is injured. Let's discuss it later. He stood up, changed his clothes, and departed. After the doctor came to change her dressing, Su Hua picked up a book and quietly settled down on the bed to read. By noon, the bodyguard knocked on the door and announced, Madam, Miss Chu's mother is outside and wishes to see you. Su Hua paused for a few seconds before saying, Let her in. The door swung open, and Huaqiru entered with swollen eyes, glaring at Su Hua, her teeth clenched. It was you, wasn't it? Su Hua was taken aback. What? You had someone smash the lock, didn't you? Huaqiru advanced, grabbing her collar. You wicked girl, how cruel you are. You stole the heart of her beloved and then went on to crush her hand. I have only one daughter. One precious daughter whom I have cherished like a delicate flower, and you have ruined her hand. Today, I will make you pay. Lu Sa, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the bathroom and pulled Huaqiru away from Su Hua. Despite Lu Sa's intervention, Huaqiru lunged forward, cursing and reaching out to strike Su Hua. A torrent of vulgarities spilled from her lips, painting her as nothing short of a shrew. Su Hua listened quietly for a full 7 or 8 minutes before addressing Lu Sa. Lu Sa, please step aside. Lu Sa hesitated for a moment but gradually released Huaqiru and moved aside. Su Hua seized a cup from the bedside table and hurled it at Huaqiru's face. Bang! The sound echoed as the stainless steel thermos struck her nose. Blood gushed forth. Su Hua pointed toward the doorway and commanded, "Get out." Chapter 15, Is it Ayao? Huaqiru was nearly rendered unconscious by the impact. Instinctively, she clutched her nose, her mind reeling. She had not anticipated such a violent reaction from Su Hua, whom she perceived as meek and easily manipulated. Glancing down, her fingers were stained crimson. A mixture of pain and fury welled up within her, and with a piercing shriek, she lunged at Su Hua. The housekeeper, sensing the impending attack, swiftly intervened, wrapping her arms around Huaqiru's waist. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards burst into the room, pulling Huaqiru away. Gu Beixian entered, his countenance dark. He cast a chilling glance at Huaqiru before turning his attention to Su Hua. Assured of her well-being, his expression softened slightly. Huaqiru, clutching her profusely bleeding nose, exclaimed to Gu Beixian, "Behold, the virtuous woman you admire. Beneath her gentle facade lies a ruthless nature. She hurled a cup at me, nearly ending my life." Gu Beixian responded in a calm, even tone. Su Hua has always been known for her gentle and serene disposition, her aversion to conflict. If she acted against you, it is undoubtedly because you provoked her. He turned to Su Hua, inquiring softly, "How did she offend you?" Su Hua was taken aback. She had not expected Gu Beixian to side with her, considering Huaqiru's status as his beloved's mother. She glanced at the housekeeper, signaling her to speak. The housekeeper explained. Madame was quietly reading in bed when Madame Chu barged in, verbally assaulting her and attempting to strike her. I intervened to prevent the physical assault. Madame Chu continued to hurl insults at Madame for an extended period, so offensive that even I, an outsider, was appalled. Madame Su endured it with remarkable composure until she could no longer bear it and finally retaliated. Gu Beixian's gaze hardened as he addressed Huaqiru, apologized to Su Hua. Huaqiru was stunned, thinking she had misheard. "Beixian, I am the one who is injured. She should be the one apologizing to me. She attacked me so viciously. She must have been the one who orchestrated the attack on Sua's hand." Gu Beixian maintained a stern expression. "I understand your distress and emotional turmoil regarding Sua's injury. However, without evidence, you cannot unjustly accuse Su Hua. Physical harm is not the only form of injury. Emotional harm is equally significant. You verbally abused Su Hua first and must apologize." His voice was measured, devoid of dramatic inflection, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Huaqiru felt intimidated, but an apology would mean losing face. She stiffened her resolve, retorting, "Beixian, considering the long-standing business partnership between the Gu and Chu families, I implore you to prioritize the bigger picture and reconsider who should be offering an apology." Her words carried a veiled threat. Gu Beixian paused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Mo Chen. Your stepmother is causing a disturbance at Su Hua's hospital room. Please send someone to handle the situation." Chu Mo Chen hesitated before replying, "I am at Sua's bedside. I will be there immediately." Gu Beixian acknowledged with a simple and ended the call. Huaqiru, her nose still gushing blood, trembled with anger. "Beixian, your partiality is outrageous. You are abetting wrongdoing." Gu Beixian ignored her, walking to Su Hua's bedside. He smoothed the wrinkles from her attire, his voice softening as he asked, "Are you hurt?" Su Hua shook her head. He reached for her hand. "Is your hand still hurting?" "It's better." He embraced her gently, gazing into her eyes. "Are you still angry?" Yes. You did the right thing today. If anyone bullies you, retaliate. Suhua looked up, her large, luminous eyes fixed on him. She wanted to ask, you have also bullied me. How should I retaliate? However, mindful of the others present, she refrained from speaking. This was a time for unity against a common adversary. Observing their intimate exchange, Hua Cairo could no longer bear to remain. She longed to leave. But she was unwilling to concede. Yet, staying only fueled her anger. Soon, Chu Emochan arrived with his entourage. After greeting Gu Beixian, he surveyed the bloodied Hua Cairo and then turned to Su Hua, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. He said with refined courtesy, Madam Gu. My stepmother was distraught over Sua's injury and acted irrationally. Please accept my apologies for any offense caused. He bowed slightly, his head lowered in genuine sincerity. I am sorry. Su Hua, being reasonable, responded calmly, it's all right. Hua Cairo flared, you may forgive her, but I will not. My nose is throbbing from the impact. I demand a forensic examination to assess the damage. And Sua's hand, I suspect you orchestrated it. I will sue you for intentional harm. Chu Emochan frowned, gesturing impatiently to his subordinates. Escort her to receive medical attention. The men promptly approached, each taking an arm to lead Hua Cairo away. Turning back to Su Hua, Chu Emochan said politely, once you are discharged, I would like to invite you and Beixian to dinner to extend my stepmother's apologies. Su Hua regarded him with increased interest. You are too kind. She felt no animosity toward Chu Emochan, unlike her feelings for Chu Sua. She perceived him as a fair-minded and cultivated individual. Gu Beixian inquired of Chu Emochan, has the assailant who harmed Sua been apprehended? Chu Emochan's expression darkened slightly. No. The individual possesses remarkable anti-forensic skills, evading nearly all surveillance cameras along the route. No fingerprints were left at the scene. Due to the location being an underground parking lot, the multitude of footprints makes collection difficult for the police. The only lead is a blurry image captured by a surveillance camera, which aligns with the timeline of the incident. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow. Do you have the photograph? May I see it? Chu Emochan retrieved an envelope from his coat pocket, extracting a 7-inch photograph and handing it to Gu Beixian. Gu Beixian carefully examined the photograph. It was indeed quite blurred. In the dim light, a vague outline of a man's back was visible. The man was tall with long legs. Clad in a black windbreaker and a black baseball cap, his hands covered in black gloves. He carried a hammer, his movements agile and his strides long. Even in the blurred image, a certain presence distinguished him from ordinary individuals. Gu Beixian thought of someone, his grip on the photograph tightening. May I keep this photograph? I will have my people assist in the search. Thank you for your assistance. It is the least I can do. After Chu Emochan departed, Gu Beixian instructed the housekeeper to leave. As the door closed, the room fell silent. Gu Beixian turned to Su Hua. Do you remember the bald man who took you away to restore the ancient paintings? Su Hua nodded. Yes, I remember. It was his sister who broke your finger. She resented you for sending her brother to prison and sought revenge. I have already avenged you by crippling her left hand. Su Hua was horrified. She looked at her left hand, encased in a splint, and felt a deep sadness. What good is revenge? Her finger was broken. And she did not know what the future held. Gu Beixian said cryptically, this matter has nothing to do with Sua. You have retaliated against the wrong person. Su Hua's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Gu Beixian, her voice trembling. Are you suggesting that I hired someone to harm Chu Sua's hand? Gu Beixian's gaze deepened as he studied her. He took her shoulders. Do not be angry. I believe it was not you. I am suggesting that someone is secretly avenging you, but they have targeted the wrong person. Sua is innocent. Su Hua controlled her emotions. Then who do you think is secretly helping me? Gu Beixian handed her the photograph. It is this person. Su Hua took the photograph and studied the shadowy figure. However, it was difficult to identify him based solely on his back. Gu Beixian gazed at her with profound meaning. Is the person in the photograph a Yao? Su Hua felt a pang in her nose, her eyes suddenly turning red. Gripping the photo tightly, she exclaimed with intense emotion, "It's not him. No one could possibly be him." Chapter 16, Blacklisted. Seeing Su Hua so protective of that Yao, Gu Baixian felt an uncomfortable pang in his heart. Though his expression remained unchanged, there was an undercurrent of restrained emotions in his eyes. "I'm stepping out for a smoke," he said coldly before turning and exiting the room, closing the door with more force than usual. However, Su Hua was oblivious to this. Her mind was consumed by that night 13 years ago, a night that felt like a waking nightmare, the howling winds, the raging fire, the endless pain, and the desperate cries. Yao was the key that unlocked that dreadful memory. The mere mention of his name pierced her heart, stirring turbulent waves of emotion that were hard to quell. A single tear silently slipped from the corner of her eye and fell onto the blurred photograph before her. After what felt like an eternity, Su Hua finally composed herself. She wiped her damp eyes with the back of her hand and returned her gaze to the photograph. She pondered, who could be secretly helping her? The incident of her injury was something she hadn't even revealed to her own mother, fearing it would cause her worry. Only a select few, including Gu Baixian, were aware. Gu Baixian was unlikely to be involved. He would never harm the one he loved. Could it be Shen Huai? Su Hua picked up her phone and called Shen Huai, asking, "Shen Xiao, do you know Chu Sua Sua?" Shen Huai paused before responding. "I think I've heard that name somewhere." "Why?" "Her hand was smashed with a hammer last night." Shen Huai replied with a soft "oh," asking, "Do you want me to help find her a doctor?" "No need, it's nothing serious," Su Hua said before ending the call. It was evident that Shen Huai was not the one behind it. Su Hua picked up the photograph again, scrutinizing it closely. Ever since marrying Gu Baixian, she had led a secluded life, her quiet demeanor resulting in few friends, especially male ones. Even racking her brain, she couldn't identify the figure in the photograph. Gu Baixian spent a whole half a pack of cigarettes outside before finally managing to calm his emotions. Upon re-entering the room, he saw Su Hua sitting on the hospital bed, clutching the photograph, her brow furrowed with concern. He paused for a moment before sitting beside her, gently smoothing the lines of worry from her forehead. His gaze bored deeply into her eyes for a long while before he enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly. The embrace lingered longer than a typical hug. Su Hua caught a whiff of the strong smell of smoke on him and softly inquired, "Did you smoke a lot?" "Yes." "You should quit, smoking is harmful to your health," she gently admonished. "All right." After a moment, he added, "I'm sorry for upsetting you earlier." Su Hua wanted to say something but found herself at a loss, finally settling on, "I'm hungry, let us eat." Gu Baixian released her, calling for the bodyguard to bring in the food. After they finished eating, Gu Baixian left for the company. In the evening, Gu Nanning arrived with a large bouquet of fresh flowers to visit Su Hua. As soon as she sat down, she began to complain, "Sister-in-law, why didn't you tell me you were injured? If it weren't for Emochin casually mentioning it, I wouldn't have known you were hospitalized." Su Hua smiled faintly, "You have school, coming to see me would affect your studies." "I'm about to graduate. I don't need to find a job or pursue further studies. I'm just bored. If you had told me earlier, I would have come to keep you company and prevent your boredom, as long as you don't mind my presence." Su Hua softly replied, "I wouldn't." Gu Nanning glanced at Su Hua's injured hand, which was bandaged and swollen, and angrily exclaimed, "Who on earth did this to you? Do they want to die?" Su Hua briefly explained the situation regarding a group of tomb raiders, mentioning how one of them was in prison, and his sister sought revenge. Gu Nanning was furious after hearing the story. They chatted for a while until darkness fell. Gu Nanning checked her watch and picked up her phone to call Gu Baixian, saying, "Brother, I'm at the hospital visiting sister-in-law. I want some milk tea, can you bring me a cup on your way back? You remember what I like, right? Don't forget to get one for sister-in-law too." Gu Baixian's calm voice came through the phone, "I'm at the hospital, if you want milk tea, have the bodyguard buy it." "I'm in sister-in-law's ward, but I don't see you," Gu Nanning replied. "I'm visiting Suasua and will return in half an hour." Gu Nanning could no longer sit still, she jumped up from her chair and walked to the window, saying, "Brother, you're really disappointing me. Sister-in-law is injured and feeling down, and you're adding to her distress. Don't you know that women are most sensitive about their men being too close to their ex-girlfriends?" Gu Baixian paused before responding, "I'll be back shortly." You need to come back now, hurry. Gu Nanning insisted before he hung up. Fuming, Gu Nanning returned to Su Hua's bedside, hesitating before finally asking, sister-in-law. Has my brother been getting close to Chu Suasua lately? Su Hua acknowledged with a hum. Gu Nanning sighed, sister-in-law, you're too naive, you can't outsmart her. She has been scheming since childhood, especially cunning and manipulative. I can't even compete with her. Su Hua listened absently, replying, is that so? Yes. She always tried to steal my brother's attention. Our families have business dealings, and we often gathered for meals during festivals. She would cling to my brother, calling him Basian while asking him to serve her food, acting all cute and spoiled. My brother treated her like a princess, indulging her every whim. Su Hua felt a pang in her heart, yet her face betrayed no emotion. Gu Nanning continued, eventually, I got fed up and started to pursue her brother, calling him Mo Chen and making him dance to my tune, just to irritate her. Su Hua had a favorable impression of Chu Machen and remarked, they don't seem like a typical family, their personalities are quite different. They share the same father but have different mothers. Chu Suasua's mother is Mo Chen's biological aunt, the result of a scandalous affair. Gu Nanning rolled her eyes. Su Hua listened quietly. Speaking of which, Mo Chen is rather unfortunate, Gu Nanning said, her mood sinking. His biological sister died shortly after birth, and his mother went mad from the shock. His sister was supposed to be betrothed to my brother. If she had lived, she would be about your age. Su Hua didn't know what to say, merely curling her lips into a faint smile. Before long, Gu Baixian returned, carrying 2 cups of milk tea and some pastries, 1 cup of his wife's favorite mango sago and another of Gu Nanning's beloved strawberry milkshake. He inserted a straw into the milk tea and handed it to Su Hua, saying, I bought it from your favorite place. As Su Hua took the cup, she caught a hint of a sweet scent lingering on his suit sleeve, reminiscent of the perfume that Chu Suasua often wore. A casual glance revealed a small red mark the size of a fingernail on his shirt collar. The same shade of cherry red lipstick that Chu Suasua had worn the last time Su Hua saw her. It felt as though a cat had clawed at Su Hua's heart, causing it to skip several beats. This wasn't the first time she had experienced such distress. Yet each time felt like an agonizing torment. Su Hua gripped the cup tightly, forcing a self-deprecating laugh, thank you for your trouble. You're so busy yet still managed to get us milk tea. Gu Baixian casually replied, I had the driver pick it up. Gu Nanning took the milk tea from him, giving him a disparaging look, brother, you're really pushing it. If you keep this up, you might lose your wife. A woman like sister-in-law is 1 in a million, if you let her go, finding another will be a challenge. Gu Baixian's gaze shifted to Su Hua, who was sipping her milk tea through the straw, her long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured her expression. He nonchalantly remarked, adult matters are not for children to meddle in. Gu Nanning, her frustration evident, retorted, I'm looking out for your best interests. If you don't heed my advice, you'll regret it later, humph. 10 days later. At noon, Gu Baixian returned to the hospital after inspecting a subsidiary. The 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance were nowhere to be seen, causing a flicker of displeasure to cross Gu Baixian's face. He pushed open the ward door and was met with the sight of an unfamiliar face lying on the bed. A surge of unease washed over him, prompting him to inquire of the approaching nurse, what happened to the patient named Su Hua, who was previously here. The nurse paused for a moment before responding, she was discharged early this morning. Gu Baixian's expression darkened. They had agreed she would wait for him to come and take her home. Instead, she had left without so much as a word. He picked up his phone and dialed Su Hua's number, only to be met with the mechanical voice of the automated system, the number you have dialed is switched off. Frustrated, he opened WeChat to send her a message, but it failed to go through. She had blocked him. Chapter 17, a night of searching. Gu Baixian's expression darkened further. He picked up his phone and called the bodyguard responsible for protecting Su Hua. Where is she? The bodyguard responded respectfully. Madam said we've been watching over her for so many days and are tired, so she granted us 2 days off, saying it was your intention. Gu Baixian raised the corner of his lips, a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. The usually docile and obedient woman had taken to issuing commands in his name. He asked coldly, where did she go? Sensing his displeasure, the bodyguard carefully replied. Madam did not say. Gu Baixian hung up and dialed Lu Sa's number, only to find it turned off as well. Furrowing his brow, he instructed his assistant. Review the surveillance footage. Understood, Mr. Gu, the assistant replied, promptly heading to the hospital's surveillance room. 10 minutes later, the assistant called, Mr. Gu. All footage showing Madam has been manually deleted. Gu Baixian gripped his phone tightly, gradually applying enough pressure to nearly deform it. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and made his way toward the nephrology department. Arriving at Su Hua's grandmother's hospital room, he knocked and entered. Su Peilan was tucking the quilt around the elderly lady. Upon seeing Gu Baixian, she lifted her eyelids and asked, devoid of any emotion, "Is there something you need?" Gu Baixian replied calmly, "Mother, Su Hua has been discharged." "Do you know where she has gone?" Su Peilan chuckled, "You're her husband, and you don't know where she is?" "How would I?" She continued, "She must be upset with me and has run off somewhere. A young girl with injuries, wandering about is dangerous. Please tell me where she has gone, and I will find her." His words were polite, yet laced with a commanding tone. That innate air of superiority was palpable. Su Peilan, perceptive as always, caught on. She pulled up a chair, crossed her legs, and regarded him with disdainful eyes. "During those 2 years when you were unwell and irritable, my daughter did not flee. She devoted herself to you day and night. Now that you are better, she must have endured considerable grievances to have run away." Gu Baixian's gaze deepened, his lips pressed together in silence. Su Peilan laughed self-deprecatingly, "Indeed, in your eyes. My daughter is merely a caretaker. Now that you no longer need one, it is natural for you to cast her aside." Gu Baixian's lips curved slightly. "I have never regarded her as a caretaker." Su Peilan shot him a sidelong glance, "Don't just speak sweet nothings. If you want her, be sincere, if not, then just divorce her. My daughter is beautiful, kind, intelligent, and skilled. At merely 23, she could find any number of suitors. Nowadays, divorces are quite common. It's hardly a matter." Gu Baixian's smile was faint, yet devoid of warmth as he replied coolly, "You are busy, I shall continue my search." He turned to leave, the door closing with a resounding thud. Su Peilan clicked her tongue, turning to the drowsy elderly lady on the hospital bed, "Mother, see his temper? I merely spoke a few words, and he storms off. Little Hua must be suffering behind his back." The elderly lady stirred, but remained silent. In her youth, she had faced ridicule from relatives for marrying a man with a disability. She had hoped that once he regained his strength, her granddaughter would enjoy a good life. Yet, he remained restless. A marriage that was mismatched in status often invites scorn, allowing others to bully and belittle them. Su Peilan turned away, discreetly wiping her eyes. The elderly lady sighed, saying slowly, "I have burdened her." "Mother, please do not say that. It is my own lack of ability that is to blame." Su Peilan's throat tightened. Subsequently, Gu Baixian and his team scoured every possible location Su Hua might have gone, searching well into the night. Yet they found no trace of her. In the dead of night, lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After much contemplation, a thought suddenly struck him. He quickly dressed, gathered his team, and set off for Su Village. Nestled at the foot of Su Mountain, Su Village was the ancestral home of Su Hua's grandfather, where she had spent her childhood. The group traveled long distances. Arriving at Su Village in the early hours of the morning, Gu Baixian exited the car and pushed the courtyard gate, but it did not budge. Assuming Su Hua was asleep, he did not wish to disturb her. Instead, he reclined in the car, closing his eyes for a moment, exhausted from the day's tumult. He fell asleep almost instantly. When he finally awoke, the sunlight was streaming in. Gu Baixian pushed the car door open and stepped out. A bodyguard approached hurriedly, saying, "Mr. Gu, there are voices in the courtyard that sound remarkably like Madam's." Gu Baixian nodded slightly and walked toward the courtyard gate, pushing it open. This time, the door yielded. His gaze swept across the spacious yard, long uninhabited, with weeds flourishing in the corners. In the eastern corner stood a pear tree, resplendent with blossoms. Beneath the tree sat a serene woman, clad in a long white knitted sweater that elegantly hugged her slender figure. Her long black hair danced in the breeze. Her skin porcelain white, with delicate features and a gentle smile gracing her lips. As the wind blew, the snow-white petals fell like confetti onto her hair, creating a picturesque scene. Nearby, a tall man in a light blue shirt bent down to tend to her injured hand. The two exchanged soft laughter, oblivious to Gu Baixian's entrance. The woman was none other than Su Hua, the very person he had been searching for tirelessly. The man was Shen Huai, the doctor and the young master of the antique shop. Gu Baixian's expression shifted, a coldness settling in, his lips curling slightly in self-mockery as he observed the pair. After a prolonged moment, he suppressed his anger and spoke, "Su Hua, why did you not inform me you were coming to your grandfather's house?" Su Hua seemed to finally notice him, looking over from a distance. Her voice was devoid of emotion as she replied, "You were too busy. I did not want to disturb you." She had exchanged you for sir, creating a chasm of distance between them. Shen Huai turned to look at Gu Baixian with a hint of surprise, smiling, "Cousin, you're here. Come in." Gu Baixian cast a detached glance in his direction before striding toward Su Hua. Standing before her, he lowered his gaze, his lips curving upward, yet devoid of genuine warmth. "I have been searching for you since yesterday afternoon." "You need not concern yourself," Su Hua replied coldly, her dark eyes reflecting stubborn defiance. "The other day, when Suasua got up to go to the bathroom and nearly fell, I assisted her. Her lipstick smudged onto my shirt, which I only noticed later that night." "You need not explain yourself to me," Su Hua said, her tone somewhat dismissive. These details irked her, triggering an instinctive aversion. Her abrupt departure without notice was a culmination of pent-up emotions, not merely the lipstick stain. In their 3 years of marriage, they had maintained a respectful distance. Yet her heart was troubled, prompting her to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Gu Baixian paused before saying, "Suasua was injured by someone named Yao, who smashed her hand with a hammer." She was already struggling with severe depression, and this incident exacerbated her condition. "I was worried she might harm herself, so I visited her several times." Su Hua remained silent for a considerable time before slowly rising and saying, "Please follow me." Gu Baixian responded with a faint acknowledgement and followed her. The two exited the main gate, walking one after the other toward the rear of the village. The path was a dusty country road, with spring winds stirring up clouds of dust. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a grove of willows. The willows stood tall and dense, their slender branches swaying in the wind, while beneath them lay a multitude of graves. Even in broad daylight, the atmosphere here is suffused with an eerie chill, the temperature noticeably lower than elsewhere. From time to time, a crow or two swoop overhead, emitting mournful cries. Su Hua feels no fear. Instead, she meanders to a small, dilapidated grave, pausing to gaze at the mound. Her eyes gradually filling with a profound sorrow akin to still waters. After a long while, she softly utters, "A Yao is here." Chapter 18, Obediently open your mouth. He's been deceased for quite some time. A deceased individual is incapable of inflicting harm. The person responsible for crushing Chu Suasua's fingers is someone else entirely. As for their identity and motive for seeking retribution, I am genuinely unaware. Suwa's tone was remarkably composed, yet a glistening layer of tears gradually formed on her lower lashes. Gu Baixian gazed down at the burial mound. It was an utterly unremarkable grave. Appearing quite aged, it was adorned with a wilting bouquet of wildflowers, and the ground bore traces of burnt paper offerings. The grave was exceedingly simple, merely a mound of loess, devoid of even a headstone. It was impossible to discern whose it was. Gu Baixian's lips curled into a faint smile. Previously, when he inquired about Ayao's identity, she evaded the question. After retrieving Ayao's silhouette from the surveillance footage, she hastily selected a small burial mound to placate him. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she uttered brother Ayao in her slumber, he dispatched individuals to this quaint village to covertly investigate Ayao. Among the village's 98 households, every resident, regardless of age or gender, uniformly asserted that no one named Ayao resided there. Therefore, it was highly improbable that Ayao was interred within this grave. She had always been sincere and earnest. Yet now, to safeguard her brother Ayao, she had resorted to falsehoods. Gu Baixian felt a profound sense of unease, a simmering resentment beginning to surface. He was on the verge of exposing her deception when he noticed her eyes, now veiled with a shimmering layer of tears, gazing wistfully at the grave. Her expression laden with sorrow. As the wild wind swept through, her frail frame swayed precariously, evoking a sense of poignant vulnerability. Instantly, it ignited his protective instincts. His heart softened, and his resentment diminished. He reached out, enfolding her in his embrace, and said in a gentle voice, "All right, I won't press the matter further. Please don't cry." Suwa rested her face against his collar, silently shedding tears. Soon, a small damp patch formed there, and her slender shoulders trembled slightly. Gu Baichen caressed her thin spine, his tone a blend of reproach and affection, saying, "Next time you venture out, inform me beforehand, understood?" Suwa remained silent. Suddenly, a series of gurgling sounds emanated, particularly distinct in the tranquil wilderness. Gu Baichen chuckled softly, realizing that he was only now experiencing hunger pangs. Suwa was slow to react. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, emerged from his embrace, and looked up at him. "Was that your stomach rumbling? Are you hungry?" "Indeed, I haven't had a morsel of food since noon yesterday. How could I not be famished?" His slightly elevated tone conveyed a hint of grievance. "Why didn't you eat? You vanished, and I was preoccupied with leading the search for you. I had no appetite for food." Suwa couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. His actions easily created the illusion that he cared deeply for her. However, the last time she entertained such thoughts, he invoked Chu Suasua's name to sever their relationship. "Let's go back and eat. Sister Lu should have prepared the meal. After eating, you should return," Suwa said softly. Gu Baichen paused momentarily, then nodded. The two walked side by side toward the village. Upon returning home, Shen Huai was setting up a table in the courtyard, while Sister Lu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl. Upon seeing Shen Huai, Gu Baichen reached out and grasped Suwa's hand. Suwa attempted to withdraw her hand, but it remained firmly clasped. Shen Huai's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, his expression subtly darkening. Sister Lu, upon seeing Gu Baichen, said with a hint of trepidation, "President Gu, my phone battery died yesterday, and I missed your call." Gu Baichen dismissed it, saying, "It's nothing. Let's eat." The group took their seats. Gu Baichen picked up an egg and began to peel it, placing it in front of Suwa after he was done. "Eat." Suwa then offered it to him. "You're hungry, you should eat first." Shen Huai said with a faint smile, "You cousins have a truly wonderful relationship." Gu Baichen's eyes turned cold, his tone indifferent. "I am her cousin, he's my distant cousin." Suwa interjected, saying defiantly, "I'm his poor country relative. I used to work as a nanny at his house for 3 years, responsible for taking care of his daily needs." Shen Huai said with considerable regret. "You clearly possess such exceptional skills, yet you worked as a nanny. That's a pity." Suwa glanced at Gu Baichen, her words laden with deeper meaning. Fortunately, the salary he offered was quite generous. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a hand suddenly caress her thigh. Immediately afterward, that hand surreptitiously squeezed her leg beneath the table, creating a ticklish, slightly lecherous sensation. The lewdness caused her heart to race. Suwa's ears flushed crimson, and she surreptitiously glanced at Gu Baichen, signaling him to remove his hand. However, his expression remained solemn, as he leisurely sipped his porridge, his demeanor refined. There was no indication of his clandestine actions. Suwa reached out and grasped the restless hand, attempting to remove it from her leg, but it wouldn't budge, and instead, he held it captive. He clasped her hand, intertwining their fingers. He even gently rubbed the palm of her hand with his thumb. The sensation caused her palms to perspire. With one hand injured and the other held captive by Gu Baichen, Suwa was unable to eat. She could only sit there, motionless. Gu Baichen turned to look at her, his eyes filled with a smile, and deliberately asked, "Wawa, why aren't you eating?" Those who usually called her Suwa were now deliberately calling her Wawa. Suwa feigned annoyance and glared at him. Gu Baichen simply smiled, "If you're not eating, are you waiting for your cousin to feed you?" He used his spoon to scoop up a spoonful of porridge, tested the temperature with his lips, and offered it to Suwa's mouth. "Be good, open your mouth, cousin will feed you." His voice was laced with a hint of ambiguity, a touch of seduction, and an abundance of teasing. Suwa's face instantly flushed crimson. She pursed her lips tightly, refusing to open them. Gu Baichen's smile deepened. "Not satisfied with being fed with a spoon? Then will cousin feed you with his mouth?" Suwa didn't expect him to escalate the situation. She rolled her eyes at him with a hint of disdain, saying, "You've already used that spoon. Please get me a new one." Gu Baichen seized the opportunity to insert the spoon directly into her mouth as she opened it. "We used to share the same spoon all the time. And you never minded. Are you only being picky today because there are outsiders present? That's not a good habit." Su Hua, with a mouthful of porridge, glared slightly at Gu Baichen and began to chew with gritted teeth. Shen Hui shrugged, saying helplessly, "Su Hua, your cousin truly dotes on you." Gu Baichen squeezed Su Hua's hand forcefully under the table, smiling as he said, "Of course, cousins are meant to be cherished." Sister Lu's face was almost buried in her bowl of porridge. She thought to herself, the wealthy certainly know how to have fun. They're clearly husband and wife. Yet they insist on pretending to be cousins to seek excitement. After finally finishing the meal, Sister Lu stood up to clear the table. Su Hua said to Gu Baichen with polite detachment, "You're quite busy with work. You should return after eating." Gu Baichen looked at her, his gaze tender. "You should come back with me. This place is in the remote wilderness, and nothing is convenient. Your cousin misses you terribly." Su Hua's ears were tingling from his flirtatious words. She never expected to shoot herself in the foot. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at her injured left hand and said, "My hand can't work for 3 months, so there's nothing for me to do back there. I'll just stay here to recuperate." "Alright, then cousin will come find you tonight." He deliberately emphasized the words "come find you tonight," as if he were planning to do something significant with her that night. Su Hua quickly said, "There's no need. It's quite far from the city here. And it takes several hours to drive. It will affect your rest." Gu Baichen reached out and affectionately pinched her nose. "You're becoming more and more stubborn, aren't you?" Su Hua turned her head to avoid his touch, saying in a warning tone, "Please refrain from touching me, okay? I'm your cousin. Isn't it normal for cousins to engage in such actions?" He reached out to caress her cheek, his fingertips gently stroking her flushed lips, his smile somewhat dangerous. That refined, abstemious face now had a mischievous quality that was incredibly alluring. Su Hua had treated him with respectful formality for 3 years. He oscillates between despondency and irritability. Or presents himself as refined and ascetic, or radiates warmth akin to jade. Even during intimate moments, he maintains an air of feigned propriety. She had never encountered such a fade. He resembled a dashing and extravagant young gentleman, utterly indulgent in his demeanor. Flustered and flushed, her heart ablaze with emotions, she hastily turned away to evade his caresses. At that moment, Shen Hui's expression darkened considerably. Unable to endure any longer, he rose to leave. Su Hua, too, found it unbearable and stood up, making her way toward the room. Gu Baichen followed closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, Gu Baichen embraced her from behind, adjusting her position, gently moving her injured hand aside with one hand while the other cupped her chin, leaning down to kiss her. Chapter 19, Becoming husband and wife. Su Hua recoiled slightly, and Gu Baichen's kiss landed on her chin. She could distinctly sense his aura plummeting several degrees. His hand, which had been caressing her chin, traced down her back, encircling her waist. He inquired with a tone of reproach, "Why did you tell Shen Hui that I was your cousin?" Su Hua lowered her gaze and whispered, "Since we're on the verge of divorce, there's no need to trumpet the fact that we're husband and wife. Besides, your family is prominent. After the divorce, if my colleagues were to find out, they would cast aspersions on me. I don't want to be branded as a discarded wife of a wealthy family. It's much more convenient to say you're a distant relative." Gu Baichen scrutinized her with a profound gaze. "You've thought this through quite thoroughly." Su Hua offered a self-deprecating smile. "I can't help it, it's a small person's survival instinct." "You are anything but a small person. You're capable of running me ragged, something few in the entire capital can claim." A teasing smile played on his lips as he fixed his gaze on her, laden with meaning. "Please don't make fun of me. How would I dare order you around?" Su Hua felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned her back to him, refusing to acknowledge him. No sooner had she spoken than Gu Baichen's phone rang. He retrieved it from his trouser pocket, his expression subtly shifting as he glanced at the screen. Curious, Su Hua craned her neck to look, catching a glimpse of the characters Sua Sua. A spasm seized her stomach, and she said, "You should answer it." Gu Baichen raised an eyebrow at her. "You're not angry?" Su Hua thought to herself. Would you not answer if I were angry? You'd still answer it regardless. Feigning indifference, she urged, hurry up and answer it. Don't keep her waiting. Gu Baixian cast a deep, searching look at her before answering the call. Sua, what is it? Chu Suasua's delicate, pitiable voice wafted from the phone. Baixian Gu. Where have you been? You didn't visit me at the hospital all day yesterday. Can you come today? If you don't, I won't be able to eat. I'm so sad. A wave of revulsion washed over Su Hua, making her nauseous. She tiptoed closer to the phone, mimicking Chu Suasua's tone. Husband, I've already taken off my clothes. What are you dawdling for? A deathly silence descended on the phone. Gu Baixian lowered his gaze, a wry smile playing on his lips. Su Hua met his gaze without expression. The two stared at each other, neither uttering a word. After what seemed like an eternity, Chu Suasua's weak voice finally emerged from the phone. Then you go ahead and be busy, Baixian Gu. She hung up. Su Hua, her emotions inscrutable, said blandly. You should go to the hospital to see her. She has severe depression and a serious hand injury. If she takes sleeping pills and commits suicide again, it will be my fault. Gu Baixian reached out and ruffled her hair. I'll go outside to make a call. He took his phone outside and dialed Chumachin. After the call connected, he said, have someone keep an eye on Suasua. She just called me, and she was a bit agitated. I'm afraid she'll do something rash. Understood. Chumachin paused for a moment before continuing, Suasua has been spoiled by us since she was little, and she's a bit capricious. She still thinks she hasn't broken up with you and doesn't have a sense of boundaries, causing you trouble. Gu Baixian was silent for a few seconds before replying. It's nothing. Her illness and depression are also related to me. Your wife won't be angry, will she? Gu Baixian's lips curved into a faint smile. It's all right. She has a good temper and is reasonable. She doesn't care about me that much either. Of course, he didn't utter the last half of that sentence. Adults don't readily confide their feelings to others. Chumachin hesitated before saying, I'll treat you and your wife to a meal to apologize another time. We'll see when we have time. All right. After hanging up, Gu Baixian returned to the room to find Su Hua leaning against the bed, absorbed in an old book. Her expression serene and revealing nothing. He walked to the bedside, sat down, caressed her face, and nuzzled her hair. I'm leaving. Okay. I'll come back to see you tonight. It's too far. You still have work to do. Don't bother traveling back and forth. Then you should come back with me sooner. You're a young woman living in this remote wilderness. How can I not worry? Your hand isn't healed, and even eating is a problem. He took her injured hand and examined it. Su Hua felt a pang of sadness. His actions made it difficult for her to completely give up on him. Just when she resolved to leave, he would reach out and pull her back. And just when she softened, he would stab her in the heart again. A lingering, unresolved relationship was the most agonizing. Su Hua withdrew her hand and said coolly, Go. Don't come back tonight. I grew up here. I lived well enough without you. That's true. Gu Baixian pinched her other hand. You little girl, you have such a pitiful appearance, but you're actually strong to the core. Your heart is harder than mine. Su Hua pursed her lips slightly. She thought to herself, it's your heart that's hard. You're trying to shift the blame. How awful. Gu Baixian stood up. I'm really leaving. Aren't you going to see me off? Su Hua turned her head away, her emotions a jumbled mess. She wanted him to leave. But she also didn't want him to leave. Gu Baixian lingered his gaze on her for a moment before walking out the door. Upon exiting, he saw Shen Huai. His eyes growing cold. He asked with a detached tone, when are you leaving? Shen Huai smiled faintly. I'm on vacation for the next few days. I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Su Hua's hand still needs to be dressed. As a doctor, it's more convenient for me to take care of her. Gu Baixian's expression darkened, and he glanced toward the distance. Two bodyguards were sitting on stools, slurping down instant noodles. He instructed, you two stay here and protect Su Hua. The bodyguards hurriedly put down their noodle bowls, stood up, and replied, yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Baixian then turned to Aunt Lu, who was washing dishes by the sink. Aunt Lou, come with me. Aunt Lou hastily wiped her hands on her clothes and followed him toward the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, she fidgeted nervously with her fingers. Mr. Gu, the young madam told me to turn off my phone yesterday. I didn't dare disobey her. Gu Baixian crossed his long legs, rested his arm on the car window, and gently massaged his brow. Don't be afraid. I'm asking you about something else. What is Su Hua's attitude toward that man named Shin? Aunt Lu pondered for a moment before replying. The young madam is very polite to Dr. Shin, maintaining a distance. She doesn't seem to have any feelings for him. However, Dr. Shin seems to be quite fond of the young madam, taking good care of her. He was the one who had the hospital's surveillance footage deleted, and he drove us here. Mr. Gu, should I tell Dr. Shin that the young madam is your wife? No, if she wants to play along, let her. Understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Baixian withdrew a blank check from his bag and handed it to her. Take good care of her and don't let her be alone with that man named Shin. Aunt Lu's face beamed as she accepted the check. Don't worry. I guarantee I won't let them be alone together. Get out of the car. Aunt Lu opened the car door and stepped out. The driver started the car. Gu Baixian lowered the car window and looked out, but he didn't see Su Hua's figure. He felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. The ungrateful wretch. He had traveled so far and searched for her all night, and she wouldn't even come out to see him off. As the car moved forward, kicking up a cloud of dust, Gu Baixian, unwilling to give up, glanced back one last time as he approached a turn. He caught sight of a slender, upright figure at the intersection, wrapped in a white cardigan. That delicate, palm-sized face belonged to Su Hua. His lips curved into a slight smile. She had a conscience after all. As the car rounded the bend, Su Hua's figure vanished completely. Gu Baixian slowly closed the car window, recalling the first time he had met her 3 years ago. She was only 20 years old then, fresh out of college, still a young girl. A petite visage, appearing both pale and delicate, adorned with large, fluffy eyes that were unexpectedly beautiful. At that time, she was rather taciturn. When he posed a question, she would offer a brief response, and if he remained silent, so would she. A smile perpetually graced her face, yet it bore a sense of distance, reminiscent of the eternal smile found in identification photographs. Beneath her lovely exterior lay a hint of stubbornness. He recalled that it was an exceptionally cold day, and she had brought him a box of gifts for their meeting. The contents of the box eluded his memory, but he distinctly remembered her slender fingers, reddened by the chill. Gazing at those hands, he felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. It was on that very day that they obtained their marriage certificate, thus becoming husband and wife. Chapter 20. When the gun was fired until the car carrying Gu Baixian vanished from sight, Su Hua stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the direction it had disappeared. An indescribable feeling stirred within her, a sense of emptiness, a poignant sense of loss. The wind swirled the leaves, dancing around her feet. After lingering for a while, Su Hua finally turned and returned to her grandfather's house. She retrieved the keys and entered the eastern side room, which served as her grandfather's ancient painting restoration studio, a place where she had spent countless hours in her childhood. The room remained unchanged, with 2 tall, crimson solid wood tables at its center, adorned with restoration tools such as brushes, blades, and cloths. It had been some time since it was last cleaned, and a fine layer of dust coated the surfaces. Remembering her grandfather, who had passed away from stomach cancer, Su Hua felt a pang in her nose, and her eyes grew moist. Is this where you learned your craft as a child? A voice came from behind her, belonging to Shen Huai. Su Hua nodded in affirmation. Shen Huai approached her, gently brushing his hand over the table, expressing his admiration. When I was young, my grandfather wanted to pass his skills to me as well, but I gave up after less than a month. I simply couldn't sit still, it was far too tedious. Restoring artifacts requires immense patience, a trait not everyone possesses. His grandfather had been a renowned restorer of ancient texts and paintings. Su Hua smiled softly, recalling how her grandfather had wished to pass the skills on to her mother, who also found it difficult to settle down. But it has to be passed down, otherwise, it could be lost forever. Indeed, Shen Huai agreed. The bar for entering this profession is quite high. One must possess tranquility, sensitivity, keen insight, patience, resilience, and a strong work ethic. Above all, one must not be impulsive. When uncovering a painting, it must be done painstakingly, sometimes taking weeks. A moment's impatience could ruin it. Shen Hui glanced at Su Hua, his gaze gentle. Your childhood must have been quite challenging, wasn't it? Su Hua offered a faint smile. What childhood? While other children played outside, I was busy copying ancient paintings. How unfortunate. He remarked. Su Hua chuckled lightly, a bit, yes. At that moment, Lu Sa entered with a cloth in hand, busily dusting the room while casting a suspicious glare at Shen Hui's back. Shen Hui inched closer to Su Hua, his hand subtly moving toward hers, hoping to take it. Just then, Lu Sa brandished a broom from behind the door, rushing toward Shen Hui and striking the ground beside him with a thud. Dr. Shen, step aside. A mouse just ran by. Shen Hui quickly stepped aside. Su Hua looked at Lu Sa in confusion. This room had been specially designed by her grandfather. With impeccable ceiling, no cockroaches could even enter, let alone mice. Soon, she understood, Gu Beixian must have warned her about something before leaving. She had never realized his possessiveness was so strong. He disapproved of her speaking with Shen Hui. As evening fell, they all gathered for dinner. After washing up, Su Hua lay on her bed, engrossed in a book. Lu Sa hurried in, phone in hand. Madam, Mr. Gu is on the line. He needs to speak with you urgently. Su Hua took the phone, asking, what is it? Gu Beixian's deep, magnetic voice resonated through the receiver. Grandmother is ill and hospitalized. She's been asking to see you. I've already notified the bodyguards, so hurry back. Upon hearing this, Su Hua quickly donned her clothes. The last time she had seen her grandmother, she had appeared quite frail. At her advanced age, even a minor cold could pose a significant risk. After dressing and gathering her belongings, she stepped outside, where Shen Hui stood smoking in the courtyard. I need to go back, Grandma is in the hospital. Su Hua informed him. Shen Hui extinguished his cigarette. All right, I'll accompany you. 3 hours later, they arrived in the city. After parting ways with Shen Hui, Su Hua, along with Lu Sa and the bodyguards, made their way to the hospital. Her grandmother was in a VIP room on the top floor. Exiting the elevator and rounding a corner, Su Hua immediately spotted Gu Beixian, tall and elegant, standing by the window, smoking. His striking figure, handsome features, and commanding presence made him stand out in the crowd. Just as Su Hua was about to call out to him, she heard a cheerful voice. Beixian, go. A figure emerged from the fire escape, rushing forward to embrace Gu Beixian's waist, her face pressed against his back. I heard Grandma is sick. So I came to see her. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a fair, delicate face that exuded a pampered charm. It was Chu Suasua. Su Hua's heart jolted painfully against her ribs, rendering her immobile, her legs heavy as lead. Lu Sa called out, Mr. Gu, Madam is back. Gu Beixian released Chu Suasua's hand and strode towards Su Hua, his tone indifferent. Why didn't you call when you arrived? I could have come down to meet you. Su Hua was at a loss for words, casting him a cool glance before moving her heavy legs toward her grandmother's room. Inside, the elderly lady sat up in bed, sipping bird's nest soup. Upon seeing Su Hua, her murky eyes brightened. Huar, it's been a while since I last saw you. Beixian mentioned you were on a business trip? Su Hua nodded, suppressing her emotions as she concealed her injured hand behind her back. Grandma, how have you been? The elderly lady sighed, at my age. My body feels as fragile as paper, a gust of wind can leave me feeling unwell. Come, sit closer so I can have a good look at you. Su Hua bent down by her bedside. The elderly lady noticed Su Hua's hand hidden behind her back and curiously reached for it. Why is your hand always tucked away? It's nothing, Su Hua instinctively recoiled, but she was eventually pulled out into view. Upon seeing 2 of Su Hua's fingers in splints, with all her nails a dark shade of purple, the elderly lady gasped in shock. Tell me, how did this happen? Su Hua replied quietly, a few days ago. I had a run-in with a tomb raider. He was captured and sent to prison, but his sister came seeking revenge. The elderly lady trembled with anger. What kind of audacity does a tomb raider have, daring to harm a member of the Gu family? You must tell me everything that happened. Su Hua recounted the entire incident in detail. The elderly lady listened attentively, her eyes flickering with thought. After a long pause, she spoke. On the day of the incident, Baixian was present. They may not have recognized you, but they could undoubtedly find out about him. A mere Tomb Raider's sister wouldn't have the audacity to seek revenge on you without encouragement. It is likely someone has instigated her, using her as a pawn. Su Hua's heart sank as she followed the elderly lady's gaze toward the door, where Chu Suasua stood. Chapter 21, Tailored. Seeing both individuals filled with doubt, Chu Suasua hastily extended her injured hand and said, "Grandma, just a few days ago, my hand was smashed with a hammer, resulting in a comminuted fracture. I was so heartbroken that I wished to cease existing." The elderly lady lifted her eyelids slightly. "What a coincidence." With reddened eyes, Chu Suasua replied, "Sister Su Hua and I suffered the same injury, both of us on our left hands, 4 fingers affected. The police suspect it was an act of malicious retaliation," with the suspicion directly pointing at Su Hua. The elderly lady curled her lips into a cold smile. "Is that so? Why was it you who was targeted for revenge and not someone else?" Chu Suasua, with tears brimming in her eyes, said pitifully, "Perhaps my closeness with Brother Baixian has displeased Sister Su Hua." The implication was unmistakable. It was Su Hua who had orchestrated the retaliation. Su Hua's expression remained unchanged. Yet a flicker of mild scorn danced in her eyes, recognizing the art of the villain's preemptive complaint had reached new heights. The elderly lady let out a cold hum, ignoring Chu Suasua, and turned to Gu Baixian. "Have someone bring back that Tomb Raider's sister. Inquire thoroughly to see if someone instigated her or offered her any incentives. I have a feeling this matter is not as simple as it appears." "Understood," Gu Baixian replied thoughtfully before stepping outside to call his assistant. The elderly lady cast a cold glance at Chu Suasua. "Do you have any further business?" Chu Suasua obediently replied, "Nothing more, I merely came to visit you." The elderly lady frowned. "If you're done, then leave." Chu Suasua's face paled. "Grandma, you've watched me grow up. Could you please not be so harsh with me all the time? You used to dote on me so much." The elderly lady remained silent, lips pursed. Chu Suasua choked back tears. 3 years ago, when Brother Baixian was injured, I longed to stay by his side and accompany him. But my mother forcibly sent me abroad, assigning someone to watch over me 24 hours a day. I believe Brother Baixian fell into severe depression from missing me. I loved him so deeply, yet we were cruelly separated. When I heard he got married, I wept for 3 whole days, consumed by despair." She stood there, teary-eyed and dejected, resembling a wounded little puppy. Anyone who beheld her would feel pity. The elderly lady's expression softened slightly. 3 years ago, when the doctors declared that Baixian would never walk again, I understood your departure. The disparity was too great for anyone to accept. Whether you left willingly or by force, you had already parted ways, and Baixian has married. If you attempt to disrupt their marriage now, that would be your wrongdoing. Do you understand?" Chu Suasua wiped her eyes. "I did not disrupt Brother Baixian's marriage, I simply could not resist wanting to see him. Grandma, I harbor no ill intentions, truly." Su Hua, with a hint of restraint and a casually cold tone, remarked, "Having embraced each other, how can you claim no disruption? Pray tell, Miss Chu, what constitutes disruption?" Chu Suasua bit her lip. "Brother Baixian and I grew up together, loving each other for over a decade. It is a habit that cannot be changed overnight. I will strive to be more mindful in the future." The weight of over a decade of love hung heavily in the air, its implications profound. Su Hua felt an unsettling sensation in her chest, akin to a stone lodged painfully within. Compared to their years of shared affection, her own 3 years as a substitute in marriage felt insignificant. With a soft click, the door opened. Gu Baixian returned after finishing his call. Su Hua paused, stood up, and walked over to link her arm with his, smiling. "Husband, let us not divorce. Shall we?" Gu Baixian momentarily faltered, his gaze descending upon her, his eyes brimming with inscrutable meaning. Su Hua gently placed her hand on his waist, rose on her toes, and whispered into his ear, "Just promise me first." Though directed at him, her eyes darted towards Chu Suasua. Her usual placid demeanor had been stirred into a competitive spirit. Love or not had become irrelevant, she simply desired to prevail over Chu Suasua. She wished to convey that their childhood bond, their years of love, were now but relics of the past. She was his wife. Gu Baixian cast a fleeting glance at the tearful Chu Suasua, responding with a faint, nonchalant acknowledgement. Su Hua's heart sank with relief. She grasped his hand, her earlier fear of rejection dissipating. For a moment, Gu Beixian attempted to withdraw his hand. But Su Hua tightened her grip, refusing to let go. Chu Suasua stared at their intertwined hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. She covered her mouth and ran out. Gu Beixian turned to Su Hua. I'll escort her back to her ward. She is severely depressed, and running off like this could lead to further issues. I will accompany you, Gu Beixian added. He furrowed his brow. Su Hua, what is troubling you today? You are my husband. I never denied that. Observing the brewing argument, the elderly lady interjected, you both should go together. As they exited, they spotted Chu Suasua standing by the elevator. Covering her mouth as silent tears streamed down her face, her shoulders shaking pitifully. Bystanders cast curious glances in her direction. Gu Beixian strode over. Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her gently, wipe your tears. Su Hua stood at a distance, feeling a pang of discomfort as she watched her husband tenderly concern himself with his former lover. Chu Suasua accepted the handkerchief, glanced at Su Hua, and sniffled. Brother Beixian, you should return to sister Su Hua quickly, otherwise, she may become angry again. She lowered her gaze at her hand, murmuring. I fear she may misinterpret and vent her frustrations on me. My left hand is already incapacitated, and I would rather not lose the use of my right as well. Though the distance was not great, the corridor of the VIP ward was quiet enough for Su Hua to catch every word. This was the first time she encountered someone capable of so deftly shifting blame onto others with just a few words. No wonder Gu Nanin remarked that she had always been petty. Truly, her cunning was overwhelming. Su Hua silently observed Gu Beixian, eager to hear his response. After a moment of silence, he spoke. It was not Su Hua who orchestrated this. I know her well, she is a good person. Su Hua turned and walked away. His words offered her a slight sense of relief, but she feared that lingering would only deepen the hurt. Back in the ward, Su Hua quietly seated herself beside the bed. Though physically present, her thoughts were consumed by Gu Beixian, endlessly speculating on what they might be discussing. The elderly lady, noticing her distracted demeanor, took her hand gently and said, Huar, you should hurry and have a child, it will stabilize your marriage. A child is the bond that can tightly connect you both. Su Hua's heart was a tumult of emotions. In the first 2 years of their marriage, Gu Beixian's health had been poor, preventing them from consummating their union. After he recovered, he always took precautions, leaving her unable to conceive. Moreover, in this precarious, teetering marriage, would having a child truly provide stability? What if they ultimately separated? The potential harm to the child would be immense. As a product of a single-parent family herself, she understood that suffering all too well. Yet, seeing her grandmother's hopeful gaze, Su Hua could not bear to disappoint her. With a gentle smile, she replied, all right, I will do my utmost. The elderly lady beamed with joy, affectionately patting her head, you are such a beautiful and intelligent child. With such fine genes, you will surely bear a robust son who will be adored by all. Su Hua felt slightly bashful under her praise. Grandma, you flatter me. I speak the truth. 3 years ago, I sought a wife for Beixian, specifically searching through universities for someone beautiful, studious, and well-mannered. After much deliberation, I was not entirely satisfied until the principal presented your information to me. Upon seeing your photograph, I thought, this is the one for our Beixian. It was as if you were tailored for him. Su Hua understood clearly that the other attributes were secondary. The most significant aspect was that she bore a striking resemblance to Chu Suasua. Chapter 22, Will you be wild? 10 minutes later, Gu Beixian returned. Sitting down beside Su Hua, he gently ruffled her hair and soothingly remarked, Luo Luo is unwell and cannot handle stress, do not hold it against her. This was meant to urge her to endure. Su Hua pressed her lips together, remaining silent. In truth, she possessed a remarkable capacity for patience, having tolerated Chu Suasua's antics several times. Now, a mere hint of defiance was perceived by Gu Beixian as her being calculative. The concept of endurance, when dissected, resembles a dagger thrust into one's heart. Only the one who bears it truly comprehends its sting. During the 2 years when Gu Beixian's health was poor, he would often lash out, throwing things in fits of rage, yet she managed to endure it, initially out of gratitude, later because she had fallen in love with him. But what was Chu Suasua to her? Why should she bear her? As her thoughts spiraled, Su Hua's anger intensified, her lips pressed tightly, and her expression darkened like a stormy sea. The elderly matriarch sensed the tension and patted her shoulder, glaring at Gu Beixian with a warning. Huar is still a young lady, merely a year older than Chu Suasua. Why should she bear her? You must handle your relationship with her well. If my Huar suffers again, I shall scold you. Gu Beixian turned Su Hua's shoulder towards him, studying her face, and teased, whose little girl is this? With a face all scrunched up in anger? Su Hua shot him a glare. He chuckled and pulled her into his embrace, his tone softening as he coaxed, all right. Don't be angry anymore. He held her injured wrist gently, caressing it, as anger could hinder the healing process. The matriarch, witnessing this, joined in the coaxing, Huar. Do not be upset. If he bullies you again, just tell me, and I will help you deal with him. It is late, you both should return home and rest. Having been soothed by both, Su Hua found it difficult to maintain her stern demeanor. She gently pushed Gu Beixian away and surveyed the hospital room, noticing a servant at her bedside. She then said, Grandmother, take good care of yourself, I shall come to see you tomorrow. The matriarch smiled kindly, all right. Do not forget your promise to me. Su Hua felt her ears heat up slightly as she replied, of course. She stood, gathered her bag, and walked out of the ward alongside Gu Beixian. Upon exiting, Gu Beixian noticed the blush on her ears and inquired, what did you promise grandmother? Why are your ears still red? Su Hua whispered, Grandmother wants me to have a child with you. Gu Beixian chuckled lightly. Grandmother has gone a bit mad with longing for a great-grandchild. Last year, when I could finally stand, she started pressing me to have children. And now she is urging you too. Just the other day, she suggested we stay at the old house, trying to push us into starting a family. Su Hua drifted into thought, not responding. They took the elevator down. Once in the car, as the driver started the engine, Gu Beixian turned to Su Hua. A smile on his lips but curiosity in his eyes, do you want to have children? Su Hua pondered seriously, at this juncture, having a child seems rather risky. Don't you think? Gu Beixian's expression darkened slightly, his words tinged with ambiguity, is it that you do not wish to have children? Or that you do not wish to have my children? Su Hua sensed an undercurrent in his words, contemplating for a moment before replying. Let us discuss it when things are more stable. You were the one who wanted a divorce. If we have a child and then divorce, it would be unfair to the child. Gu Beixian smirked self-deprecatingly, retracting his gaze to the front, indeed. Both remained lost in their thoughts, the car ride silent. As they turned a corner, Gu Beixian broke the silence, come home with me, it will be easier to take care of you. Su Hua hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing, all right. Upon returning to the Day and Moon Bay, they exited the car. Gu Beixian took her hand, leading her toward the entrance. Su Hua glanced down at their intertwined hands, they had rarely held hands in public before, maintaining a respectful distance. Recently, however, he had grown significantly more intimate with her. Yet, the thought that this hand had once held Chu Suasua's made her feel slightly unsettled. Inside, Su Hua set her bag down and opened the shoe cabinet, intending to fetch slippers for Gu Beixian. He grasped her shoulder, preventing her from bending down. Your hand is injured, allow me. He retrieved the slippers, helping her remove her shoes and gently placing her feet into the slippers, even adjusting her socks with care. Having always been the one to care for him, Su Hua found herself unaccustomed to being pampered. Gu Beixian seemed to sense her discomfort and chuckled. Husbands and wives should take care of each other. You cared for me before, now it's my turn to care for you. Su Hua murmured, thank you. What is there to thank? It is only right. Gu Beixian changed into his slippers and carefully helped Su Hua out of her coat, saying, You haven't tea-bathed properly in many days, in the hospital, merely wiping down isn't enough. I will help you wash up later. Su Hua's face flushed instantly. Having him assist her with bathing during her hospital stay had already been awkward, the thought of him helping her bathe now was mortifying. Gu Beixian noticed her blushing face and smiled, You're not a child anymore, why do you blush so easily? It has been 3 years since we married. And you still act like a shy girl. Recalling what Xiaoyi had said about being a little more carefree at home to compete with Chu Suasua, she quietly asked. Don't men prefer women who are a bit wild rather than overly reserved? Gu Baixian chuckled, who told you that? Xiao Yi. Gu Baixian gazed at her with interest. A smirk playing at his lips as he asked leisurely, so, are you wild? Su Hua's face turned even redder. She had always been reserved and found it difficult to be wild, but her desire to outshine Chu Suasua was strong. Having studied ancient book restoration with her grandfather since childhood, she had long smoothed out her sharp edges. She was tranquil and unambitious by nature. Yet, for some reason, Chu Suasua had ignited a fierce competitive spirit within her. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her foot and playfully nudged Gu Baixian's calf. Her fingers slipping into the gap of his shirt to caress his abdominal muscles, her large eyes glistening as she earnestly asked, "Is this how it's done?" Gu Baixian burst into laughter, gripping her probing hand to still it. "Who taught you this?" "I saw it in a Mary Sue novel." Gu Baixian lowered his gaze. Studying her eyes closely, "Your expression is off, it's too earnest, making me want to discuss calculus problems with you instead. Your movements are too stiff. This doesn't feel like flirting but rather a challenge. You need to relax, soften your waist, and make your gaze languid and alluring." Suddenly realizing something, Su Hua raised an eyebrow, staring at him. "How do you know so much?" Gu Baixian laughed. "Haven't I seen enough? Indeed, you men all seem to prefer wildness." Su Hua replied, slightly disgruntled, before turning towards the sofa. Observing her inexplicable sulking, Gu Baixian chuckled softly, "I'll go run the bath." "All right." Once the bathwater was ready, Su Hua entered the bathroom. With Gu Baixian's assistance, she removed her clothes and settled into the tub, lifting her injured left hand to keep it dry, saying, "You can go out, I can wash myself." Gu Baixian rolled up his sleeves, taking the pink bath cloth hanging on the wall. "Let me scrub your back. You haven't had a proper wash in nearly half a month, you must be quite dirty." Su Hua was about to decline when she felt a tickle on her back. Gu Baixian had already begun scrubbing, chiding playfully, "So much dust, little muddy monkey." Su Hua felt embarrassed, retorting, "I am not dirty." Gu Baixian's smile deepened. "All right, not dirty, our Hua Hua is perfectly clean." Su Hua felt a slight thrill at his words. This man was becoming increasingly charming. As he scrubbed, she noticed his breathing behind her became peculiar. Just as she turned to look, his hand glided from her back to her waist, holding her gently. He embraced her from behind, trailing kisses down her earlobe. Su Hua shifted her shoulders, attempting to resist. He grasped her shoulders, turned her around, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Chapter 23. Unable to resist, Su Hua hastily turned her head away, her eyes wide with vigilance as she gazed at him. "What do you want? What do you think?" Gu Baixian pinched her delicate chin and replied nonchalantly, "Certainly not to discuss advanced mathematics with you." Su Hua pressed her fingers against his chin, preventing him from drawing closer to her lips, and said earnestly, "You mentioned wanting a divorce. Today at the hospital, you also said you wouldn't leave." "I said that to provoke Chu Suasua," he replied, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her intently. Su Hua lowered her lashes. "I don't wish to engage in such activities with you right now." Gu Baixian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who was it that just seduced me?" "I didn't. I was just. I." Su Hua stumbled over her words, suddenly at a loss. In her fluster, her face flushed crimson, not just her cheeks, but her neck and wrists were also tinged with a delicate blush, resembling bright blossoms on pristine snow. Mixed with her purity was an enticing allure, rendering one utterly captivated. Gu Baixian pressed his finger against her lips, silencing her, and gently caressed her soft mouth. "You are quite tempting right now." "Tempting?" Su Hua was momentarily dazed, surprised that she could be associated with such a beguiling term. She retreated a step, her doe-like eyes shimmering as she implored, "Could you step outside for a moment?" Gu Baixian tucked her fallen hair behind her ear and said softly, "Let us go out together." Without waiting for her response, he bent down and lifted her, dripping wet from the water, carried her into the bedroom as if she were a child, wrapping her in a large towel. He gently placed her on the bed, carefully positioning her injured hand above her head. He leaned down, lightly biting her chin, and began to kiss her collarbone with meticulous tenderness. Su Hua found herself overwhelmed by his teasing, her heart resisted, yet her body betrayed her. She pushed at him with her uninjured hand, but his strength was overwhelming, and her feeble resistance only served to heighten his amusement. Afterward, Su Hua breathed heavily and remarked, "Aren't you fond of being carefree?" Why then do you engage with someone like me? Gu Baixian, perplexed by her awkwardness, pinched her waist casually, replying, you were quite flirtatious just now. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The last syllable rose suggestively. Su Hua was skeptical of a man's flirtatious words in bed. She tilted her head back, gazing at his finely sculpted jawline. Pondering, men are indeed fascinating creatures, they can love one person and still sleep with another. Women, however, cannot separate the emotional from the physical, if love is absent. The body cannot accept. Gu Baixian's hand glided down her back, encircling her waist, as he nuzzled her hair and remarked. My mother's birthday is at the end of the month. Since you're not working lately, why not join us for some lively festivities? Your disposition is far too subdued. Unintentionally, his words stirred something within Su Hua, prompting her to inquire, is being too quiet deemed boring? Gu Baixian pondered for a moment. No, you are quite interesting. That little scene just now could amuse me for a year. Stop it. Su Hua lightly punched his chest in jest. He chuckled, grasping her hand. What I mean is, you are young and should be full of vitality. Being overly restrained is detrimental to your well-being. Alright, I will buy a birthday gift for Mom tomorrow. What should I get her? Anything will do, perhaps a bag, she has a fondness for them. Okay. The two lay in silence for over 10 minutes. Gu Baixian took her injured hand to examine it closely, asking, did you bump it earlier? No. What about your legs? Are they sore? Su Hua moved her legs and said, yes, they are sore. I'll give you a massage. He pulled back the covers and lifted one of her legs, gently kneading it. Progressing from her calves to her thighs with practiced precision. Su Hua was extremely sensitive to his touch. It was not long before her face flushed, her heart raced, and her body began to warm. They had obtained their marriage certificate upon their first meeting, and for the first 2 years, he had been unable to stand. His temper notoriously foul. Even with his handsome visage, his perpetual gloom made it difficult to foster affection. At that time, her feelings were predominantly one of gratitude. It was only in the past year that she had genuinely fallen in love, and yet, his abrupt declaration of separation had severed that connection. A pang of sadness gripped her heart, and her eyes unknowingly glazed over with unshed tears. Gu Baixian, unaware of her turmoil, gazed at her glistening eyes and recalled her earnest teasing moments earlier, igniting his desire anew. If your legs are sore, perhaps another round will alleviate it. Su Hua felt his reasoning was quite absurd, yet he did not allow her the time to ponder, leaning in closer once more. Suddenly, the phone rang. However, at such a moment, a man had little inclination to answer a call. He grasped Su Hua's soft waist with one hand while the other reached for the bedside table, carelessly swiping at the phone, silencing the ringtone. He believed he had hung up, but in fact, he had inadvertently answered it. On the other end, Chu Suasua listened intently, hearing faint, sultry whispers emanating from the phone. The sound was so alluring it sent shivers down her spine. A surge of frustration welled up within her, akin to having a thorny cactus lodged in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she listened for a moment before angrily hanging up the phone and tossing it onto the sofa, fuming as she said to Huaqiru, Mom, I want to kill Su Hua. Huaqiru glanced at her immobilized hand, then touched her nose, seething, I want to kill her too. Have you heard anything about that Huang Ke? I found out she was sold to a remote mountainous region in the northwest. That place is impoverished and harsh. With a fierce populace, there is no mobile signal, and even electricity is scarce. She will be forced to bear many children, and if she attempts to escape, her legs will be broken, driving her to madness, leaving her forever trapped there. Chu Suasua nodded, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. I want to sell Su Hua to that place as well. Can you get in touch with that trafficker? Huaqiru's emotion surged suddenly. No. You must not act rashly. Chu Suasua gritted her teeth, but seeing her close to Baixian makes me furious. That girl named Su, the moment her hand is injured, it will only take a couple of days for it to be shattered beyond repair. The man who crushed her hand is brazenly warning you not to provoke Su Hua, or your fate will be far worse than hers. Until we find that man, do not touch Su Hua, do you understand? Chu Suasua furrowed her brow in frustration. Who is that man? Why have they not captured him after so many days? He is quite cunning. The police dispatched a team and searched for over 10 days without success. All they have is a blurry photograph of his silhouette, making it impossible to issue a wanted notice. Your father and brother have also sent people to search, but to no avail. Chu Suasua rubbed her throbbing temples. Impatience evident in her tone. Have they checked Su Hua's call records? They have. Her call log contains very few contacts, and no suspicious individuals can be found. It seems she herself is unaware of who it is. Chu Suasua scoffed. So you're saying that man is lurking in the shadows, guarding her? That seems to be the case. Who knows what his motives are, Huakira replied dismissively. Chu Suasua mocked. A country bumpkin, yet somehow possesses such a devoted admirer. Is that man blind? What could he possibly see in Su Hua? Apart from her decent looks and some talent in ancient painting, what does she have? She is as stiff as a wooden block. The very Su Hua she disparaged as a wooden block was currently exhausted, lying in Gu Baixian's embrace. Utterly spent and soon fell into a deep slumber. Gu Baixian rose to take a shower. Upon returning to her side, he propped his chin on his hand. Gazing at her serene and delicate face for quite some time, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, softly murmuring, "If you call out for your brother Io in your dreams again tonight, I might truly become upset." Chapter 24, The Substitute is You. Last night I did not sleep well at my grandfather's house, and tonight, I was thoroughly exhausted by Gu Baixian's antics. Su Hua fell into a deep slumber. One that lasted until dawn, so wearied that even nightmares eluded her. If she did not revisit that nightmare from 13 years ago, she would not have spoken in her sleep, nor would she have called out for a Yao in her dreams. The following morning, she opened her eyes and saw that Gu Baixian had already risen. She carefully avoided her injured hand, dressed, and descended from the bed. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered that Gu Baixian had even squeezed toothpaste for her. A smile crept onto her face as she picked up her toothbrush and began to brush her teeth slowly. After freshening up, Su Hua grasped the railing and made her way downstairs. Gu Baixian was setting out a sumptuous breakfast on the dining table. Upon noticing her, his eyes lit up with a charming smile, radiating warmth as he beckoned, "Come and eat, it's all your favorites." He appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits. His handsome visage was sculpted to perfection, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes that sparkled like stars. When his lips curled into a subtle smile, it conveyed both deep affection and a hint of carefree nonchalance, stirring the hearts of those who beheld him. Su Hua could not help but smile back. "Why didn't you call me? I would have come to help. Your hand is still injured, and I am more than capable of handling this." "It's merely a small task," he replied. Su Hua took her seat at the table, and Gu Baixian handed her a spoon. The breakfast was lavish. A delightful fusion of Western and Eastern cuisines, featuring fried eggs, steak, salmon, tiramisu, toasted bread, and even ate treasure porridge, accompanied by a selection of fruits. As Su Hua sipped the porridge, which was quite delicious and velvety, Gu Baixian suddenly proposed, "Su Hua, let us have a child. If you become pregnant, we want to divorce." Su Hua paused, taken aback. He had previously been the one to insist on contraception and had brought up the topic of divorce. Now, he was the one suggesting a child, expressing a desire not to part ways. After a moment of silence, she raised her gaze to him and asked earnestly, "Can you keep your distance from Chu Suasua in the future?" Gu Baixian's expression faltered slightly, and after a brief pause, he replied, "She suffers from severe depression, which is linked to me. I consulted a doctor, and emotional stability is crucial. A moment of despair could lead to suicidal thoughts. Moreover, the Gu and Chu families have business dealings and reside in the same city. We cannot avoid each other." After elaborating, he concluded with an unequivocal answer, "It's not possible." Su Hua forced a self-deprecating smile, lowering her gaze to the porridge as she softly confessed, "I can endure much, but I cannot share my husband with another woman. I truly am not as magnanimous as you think. I apologize." Gu Baixian paused, remarking, "In my view, her status is akin to that of Nanine. Nanine does not call you at midnight, nor does she embrace you." He took a sip of water, his tone bland. There is no such thing as a perfect marital relationship. Most couples endure each other and practice mutual tolerance. Su Hua sensed a deeper meaning in his words. After contemplating for a while, she finally discerned the underlying message. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "A Yao has long since passed, no need for you to endure. I do not wish to endure Chu Suasua. A cold smile crept across Gu Baixian's lips as he gazed at her intently for a long while, his eyes inscrutable. "Is that so?" he asked. Su Hua remained silent, lowering her head to continue eating her porridge. To engage in an argument would only exacerbate their already fragile marriage, which she wished to avoid. Disputes could easily lead to further rifts. Even now, her love for him remained steadfast. In her lifetime, she had never loved anyone as deeply as she loved him. She was somewhat slow to warm up to people, it was challenging for her to fall in love. But once she did, it became difficult to withdraw. After finishing her meal, Su Hua stood, intending to clear the dishes. Gu Baixian gently grasped her hand, saying, "Let the housekeeper and the part-time worker handle it later. If you wish to read at home, then do so. If you wish to go shopping, then go." He produced a card from his wallet and handed it to her. "Use my card." Su Hua declined. "I have my own money." Gu Baixian tucked the card into her pocket, adding, "The password is your birthday, 618618. Call the driver when you leave, and be safe on the road." "All right." After Gu Baixian departed, Su Hua too stepped out, heading to select a birthday gift for her mother-in-law, Qin Shu. Qin Shu was a renowned wedding dress designer, creator of the eponymous brand Shu Qin. Previously focusing her career in Paris, she had shifted her attention to domestic endeavors this year. Su Hua did not interact with her much but knew her to be elegant, with a cool demeanor and few words. Upon arriving at the Hermes boutique, Su Hua entered to choose a bag for Qin Shu. She settled on a 30 cm amber yellow Birkin bag, priced in the six-figure range, and selected complementary items such as scarves and cushions. Just as she was selecting, a delicate voice called from behind, "Su Hua, are you here to pick a bag too?" Su Hua felt a slight shiver run down her spine and turned to see Chu Suasua. Dressed in high-end brands, she exuded an air of extravagance. Clutching an expensive crocodile skin Birkin bag, her delicate frame moving with an air of superiority. Su Hua responded with a mild, "Mim." Chu Suasua approached, sweetly inquiring of the sales assistant, "Which bag has Su Hua chosen?" The sales assistant held up the amber yellow Birkin bag, saying, "It is this one, Miss Chu." A glimmer of derision flashed in Chu Suasua's eyes as she scrutinized the unbranded bag on Su Hua's shoulder and mocked, "Someone like Su Hua, coming from a small village, might not understand luxury items. To purchase a bag here, one must spend over 100,000 to qualify. Do you have that?" Su Hua's expression turned frosty. "Of course, I do." While she was not obsessed with luxury goods, the bag she carried was merely something she had grabbed on her way out, the brand escaping her memory. It was simply convenient for carrying her belongings. However, during holidays, she would select gifts for Gu Nanin and the elderly matriarch, often choosing items they favored. Gu Nanin particularly adored Hermes bags, and Su Hua had gifted her several. Chu Suasua feigned surprise, saying, "Su Hua, you're really generous when spending Gu Baixian's money." Su Hua smiled, "He is my husband, if I wish to spend, I shall. Without needing your unsolicited opinions." Chu Suasua retorted coldly, "I have known Baixian for over a decade, and we grew up together, we share many memories. If one were to argue, it would be you who is the outsider. You may not know, but my first Hermes bag was a gift from Baixian." Su Hua had no desire to engage in verbal sparring with her. She selected several scarves, accessories, an ashtray, and a blanket, accumulating items worth over 100,000. She pulled a card from her wallet and handed it to the sales assistant. "Please process this." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The sales assistant took the card to the checkout. Su Hua needed to sign, so she walked over. Chu Suasua leaned in, smirking, "This is Baixian's card." "Isn't it?" "Your refusal to leave him must be because of his wealth." Su Hua's expression remained unfazed as she addressed the sales assistant. "Could you please inform Miss Chu whose name is on this card?" The sales assistant smiled politely at Chu Suasua. "Miss Chu, the cardholder is Su Hua, Miss Su." Su Hua smiled lightly, leisurely asking, "Could you check the balance on the card for me?" The sales assistant, focusing on the computer, respectfully replied, "Miss Su, the balance on your card is 56 million. Chu Suasua's face drained of color, shifting from red to pale, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Hua observed her expression with a subtle smile. She had never been one to indulge in comparisons, but dealing with someone as pretentious as Chu Suasua felt particularly satisfying. The substantial sum in the card included a breakup settlement from Gu Baixian not long ago, along with 56 million accumulated over the past 3 years. As he would generously compensate her after each bout of anger. In the past, Su Hua often resented him for attempting to placate her with money, yet today, she found such a dismissive gesture of throwing money around rather dashing. Gifting flowers and bags to Chu Suasua, was it truly a matter of mere pocket change? Each time he handed her his card and checks, the minimum amount was no less than 1 million. After completing the transaction, Su Hua gracefully signed her name with the pen handed to her by the sales assistant. The assistant returned the card to her. Su Hua waved the bank card teasingly before Chu Suasua, with a hint of disdain. "Miss Chu, I dare say your account probably doesn't even hold 50 million, does it? Please refrain from flaunting your ignorance in my presence, it truly comes off as rather lowly. As for the 2 million check to persuade me to leave Gu Baixian, I suggest you cease such antics, you merely resemble a clown." Chu Suasua's face twisted in anger, she retorted with a sour tone, "What arrogance! If I hadn't been forcibly taken abroad by my mother 3 years ago, you would not even exist as a mere stand-in." A stand-in, how amusing. Su Hua's complexion paled slightly, her fingers digging painfully into her palm. This was a thorn embedded deep within her heart, causing her acute distress with every jab. Suddenly, a frosty voice emerged from behind. "Miss Chu, you may not realize it, but you are indeed the true stand-in." Chapter 25, profoundly moved. The one betrothed to our family's Baixian was your elder sister. She unfortunately passed away prematurely, affording you the opportunity to be near Baixian. Henceforth, refrain from uttering that Su Hua is a substitute, for you are merely a replacement yourself. The woman's words were merciless, showing no consideration for Chu Suasua. Su Hua turned to see a woman of refined elegance and enduring charm standing 10 meters away. Tall and slender, she wore a long black trench coat, beneath which were a pair of exquisitely beautiful legs. Her spine was ramrod straight. It was Gu Baixian's mother, Qin Shu. Su Hua was slightly surprised, then smiled and called out, "Mother." Qin Shu gracefully curved her lips and nodded to her. Chu Suasua was taken aback. Upon realizing it was Qin Shu, she quickly donned a smiling countenance and exclaimed with delight, "Aunt Qin, you've returned to the country?" She almost ran over, embracing Qin Shu's waist and saying affectionately, "I've missed you so much. I was just mentioning to my mother a few days ago that your birthday is approaching. I came today to select a gift for you." Never expecting to run into Sister Su Hua so coincidentally. "We were just having a casual chat." Su Hua admired Chu Suasua's audacity. Even after Qin Shu had shown her such disrespect, she could still cling to her without a care, chatting and laughing intimately, trying to ingratiate herself. Qin Shu's face remained expressionless as she grasped her arm, moved it from her waist, and took a step back, creating distance between them. Chu Suasua did not feel embarrassed. She continued to smile and inquire, "Auntie, what are you here to buy today? May I offer my input?" Qin Shu glanced at the bag on Su Hua's shoulder and said nonchalantly, "I'm here to buy a bag for my daughter-in-law. The young woman is too frugal. Despite her husband's affluence, she insists on carrying a generic bag worth a few hundred yuan, which would invite ridicule from superficial individuals." The smile on Chu Suasua's face froze. She was the superficial person being alluded to. After a long moment, she hesitantly spoke, "Ah, yes. Sister Su Hua is indeed too economical. Despite her beauty, she doesn't care for dressing up. Auntie, you're in the fashion industry, yet she's so." Su Hua discerned that Chu Suasua was indirectly calling her unsophisticated. She usually wore simple shirts and trousers, trench coats, or knitwear, none of which were luxury brands. They were simply items purchased casually from the mall, and she rarely wore jewelry. Compared to Chu Suasua, who was adorned in the latest haute couture and sparkling jewels, resembling a flamboyant butterfly, she was indeed more plain. However, she saw nothing wrong with it. It was enough for her if her clothes were comfortable and appropriate. While Chu Suasua considered her unrefined, she found Chu Suasua ostentatious, always dressed as if she were walking a red carpet, with jewelry clanging all over her body, which seemed exhausting. Qin Shu cast a cool glance at Chu Suasua and said softly, "My daughter-in-law possesses inner beauty and values substance over appearance. Even if she were to drape herself in a bedsheet, she would still be so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Confident individuals have no need for such superfluous embellishments." Chu Suasua was at a loss for words and bit her lip in silence. Suhua felt deeply moved. She admired her mother-in-law's astonishing remarks, each word protecting her and slapping Chu Suasua in the face. At that moment, a saleswoman approached Qin Shu with a milkshake white Birkin bag, saying respectfully, "Madam Gu, the bag you ordered has arrived." Qin Shu took it and immediately handed it to Su Hua, saying, "This is a gift from your mother. Don't just buy bags for your mother and Nanine while carrying a bag worth a few hundred yuan yourself. This circle is so superficial, judging people by their bags. What others have, you should have too." Su Hua accepted it and thanked her with a smile. "Thank you, mother. The bag is beautiful. I'm glad you like it." Qin Shu handed her card to the saleswoman to swipe. Su Hua then gave the amber-yellow Birkin bag she had bought to Qin Shu, saying, "Mother, this is the birthday gift I chose for you." Qin Shu immediately had the saleswoman unwrap the packaging and transferred all the contents of her bag into the bag Su Hua had bought, saying, "From now on, I will only use this bag. A bag from my daughter-in-law is of great significance." Qin Shu's constant use of the term daughter-in-law pierced Chu Suasua's heart like a needle. She stood there motionless, her face shifting between shades of gloom and uncertainty. The store's saleswomen, being knowledgeable and experienced, had long discerned the situation. When they looked at Chu Suasua again, their expressions were subtly different. Outside the store, Qin Shu suddenly asked, "Ex-girlfriends are quite irritating, aren't they?" Su Hua smiled faintly. "They are indeed irritating. Don't dwell too much on whether Bei Xian can forget her. What matters most is that he loves you now." Su Hua fell silent. Unfortunately, Gu Beixian's heart did not truly love her, it loved Chu Suasua. The reason he had suddenly stopped divorcing her was due to his grandmother's repeated objections. He was good to her because she had taken care of him wholeheartedly during his most difficult and desperate times. He was, in fact, a man who valued loyalty and affection. Qin Shu raised her wrist to check the time and suggested, "It's still early. Shall we have a cup of coffee together?" "All right." Su Hua got into Qin Shu's car, and they went to a cafe she frequented. After they were seated, they each ordered a cup of coffee. Qin Shu gently propped her chin with her left hand and gazed at Su Hua. Bei Xian's temper was particularly bad in the past 2 years. "You must have endured a lot. As the saying goes, there are no filial sons by a sickbed for long. Even I, his own mother, didn't want to take care of him. I initially thought you wouldn't last more than a few days, but I didn't expect you to endure until now." Su Hua gently stroked the cup in her hand and said, "It's all right. 156 million yuan. How many times must Bei Xian have lost his temper and how badly must he have treated you to try so desperately to compensate you? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to endure it, no matter how much I loved him." Su Hua paused. She knew that she had heard her conversation with Chu Suasua. She smiled and said, "I've been learning to restore ancient books and paintings with my grandfather since I was young. I've developed resilience and patience, so I don't feel anything. Those 2 years, he was in distress. Letting his temper out would make him feel better. Bottling it up would lead to mental illness. You're quite considerate of him." Qin Shu glanced at her injured hand. "It must have been very painful to have such an important hand broken, right?" Su Hua looked down at her hand in a splint and smiled bitterly. "Indeed, it felt like the sky was falling." "It will heal." Qin Shu comforted her. She called a waiter, gave him the car keys, and asked him to retrieve a gift box from the trunk of her car. The gift box was brought over. Qin Shu opened it and pushed it in front of Su Hua, saying, "This was designed personally for you by your mother-in-law. It was made a long time ago. Wear this set for my birthday at the end of the month." She glanced at the white shirt Su Hua was wearing. Simplicity is a virtue. But some superficial people always judge others by their clothes. We're not lacking in resources. Wear what you want. Su Hua lowered her eyes to look. It was a night blue star dress. The soft tulle fabric was adorned with countless sparkling artificial diamonds, like a galaxy of stars, twinkling and shimmering. Even without wearing it, she could imagine how stunning this dress would look on her. Suddenly realizing something, Su Hua said softly, "Mother, if I dress so lavishly for your birthday, won't it overshadow you?" Qin Shu picked up her coffee, took a sip, and smiled faintly. "No, you're my daughter-in-law. The more beautiful and radiant you are, the more glory it brings to this mother-in-law." Su Hua was about to be moved to tears. She had always thought that Qinshu was aloof, spoke little, and didn't like to pay attention to people. She didn't expect that beneath her aloof exterior, there was such a warm side. Just as Su Hua was about to close the box, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Gu Beixian calling. After answering, Su Hua asked softly, "Is there something you need, Beixian? Where are you?" "I'm having coffee with mother." "You're with my mother? Which CAF are you at?" "I will finish up here shortly and come to find you." Gu Beixian's deep voice suddenly took on an urgent tone. Su Hua hesitated for a moment and replied, "You continue with your work, there is no need for you to come." "Hand over the phone to her." Su Hua passed the phone to Qinshu. Qinshu received it and spoke into the phone. Gu Beixian, in a warning tone, said, "Do not make things difficult for Su Hua. If there is anything, contact me directly." "Make things difficult?" Qinshu raised her hand to clear her ears. Chapter 26, Surprised by favor. Why should I make things difficult for Su Hua? Qinshu inquired, her brow furrowed. Gu Beixian replied with a stoic demeanor, "You are well aware of your own character." Qinshu said nothing further. Instead, she abruptly terminated the call and sent him her location via WeChat. Handing the phone back to Su Hua, she chuckled self-deprecatingly and exclaimed, "You rascal. Did you really think I was trying to trouble you? Do I seem like a wicked stepmother?" Recalling how Qinshu had confronted Chu Suasua earlier in the Hermes boutique, Su Hua found the intensity of the moment quite impactful. Yet, since it was directed at Chu Suasua, she merely felt exhilarated and touched. With a smile, she responded, "No, you are the most beautiful mother-in-law." Qinshu's anger transformed into delight. "At least you know how to speak nicely. You little rascal, your wife is on the verge of leaving because of you. And here I am trying to help you win her back. Yet, you repay my kindness with disdain." It dawned on Su Hua that either Grandma or Gu Nanin must have said something to Qinshu. Thus, the usually aloof Qinshu had returned home, bestowing her with gifts and dresses. Su Hua felt both cherished and astonished. In a prestigious family like the Gu's, the importance of social standing is paramount. In the past, when Gu Beixian was confined to a wheelchair, he was somewhat compatible with her. Now, having regained the use of his legs and returned to his role as CEO of a publicly listed company, he was a figure of immense stature, commanding respect and attention. In contrast, despite her talent in restoring ancient paintings, her lack of a prominent family background rendered her position rather fragile. This disparity was likely why Chu Suasua, a true heiress, felt emboldened to provoke her so openly. Before long, Gu Beixian arrived, pushing the door open and scanning the CAF until his gaze landed on Su Hua. He strode over with purposeful strides, grasped her hand, and firmly declared, "We are leaving." Su Hua withdrew her hand and looked up at him with a smile. "Where to?" "I'm enjoying a lovely chat with Mom." She gestured toward the gifts on the table. "These are all from her." Gu Beixian's expression softened slightly as he inquired, "She didn't say anything that made you uncomfortable, did she?" "Not at all, Mom is very kind to me." Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Su Hua was perplexed. "Why would I deceive you?" "As long as you're not, that's good. We finished our coffee, so let us go." "But I hardly ever get to meet Mom, and we still have much to discuss," Su Hua protested, reluctant to leave. Qinshu, holding a cup of coffee, chimed in with a smile, "You should go with him. If you linger any longer, he might be cursing me in his heart." Su Hua laughed. "He wouldn't dare." Qinshu shot Gu Beixian a knowing look. "You don't understand. Once a man marries, he often forgets his mother. Right now, all he sees is you as his wife. Not me as his mother." Though it was a complaint, it amused Su Hua. However, as she laughed, a tinge of sadness crept in. How wonderful it would be if what she said were true. On the last day of the month, Qinshu's birthday arrived. That evening, Su Hua donned the blue starry dress she had gifted herself and applied a light makeup before being driven to the Gu residence. The villa was ablaze with lights. The spacious, 9-meter-high living room was adorned magnificently, and the lavish lawn table overflowed with an array of exquisite buffet dishes, from rare delicacies to fine wines, fruits, and delectable desserts. The male guests were clad in suits and ties, while the women dazzled in evening gowns, all adorned with jewelry. Cheers and laughter filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Though Qin Shu appeared cool on the surface, she was quite adept at socializing, weaving through the crowd, engaging in lively conversation with grace. This was Su Hua's first experience of such a grand birthday celebration since marrying into the Gu family. Previously, when Gu Beixian had suffered an accident and was unable to walk, the entire family had been engulfed in shadows. Even the matriarch's birthday was a subdued affair, celebrated only with close family over a simple meal. As soon as Su Hua entered the room, all eyes turned to her. Men and women alike gazed at her with astonishment. Su Hua, already lovely without makeup, appeared breathtakingly radiant with a touch of cosmetics, adorned in her gown. She resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Her fair oval face was framed by elegantly arched eyebrows, her large eyes sparkled with life. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, and her floor-length dark blue gown was embellished with countless tiny diamonds, reminiscent of a starry sky. The interplay of the lights and the gown's shimmering gems created an ethereal aura as she moved. Qin Shu spotted Su Hua and immediately approached her with warmth. Linking her arm and introducing her to the guests, "Allow me to present my daughter-in-law, Su Hua." The crowd gasped in surprise. "When did your son get married? Why wasn't I informed?" Qin Shu smiled. "They have been married for 3 years, the wedding ceremony will be held soon." A middle-aged woman in a purple evening gown, standing nearby, scrutinized Su Hua from head to toe, exclaiming, "Such beauty and grace. She must be from a prestigious family." Su Hua's expression dimmed slightly as she was about to respond. Qin Shu squeezed her hand and said, "Su Hua is the granddaughter of the renowned ancient painting restorer Su Wenmai, from a scholarly lineage." Unfamiliar with the name Su Wenmai, the woman's expression subtly shifted as she replied, "A scholarly background is certainly commendable." Her tone revealed a distinct lack of enthusiasm. The smiles of the others also morphed into ambiguous expressions. Su Hua, sensitive to these nuances, felt a pang of discomfort, though she maintained a composed exterior. Qin Shu guided her further inside and whispered, "Don't pay attention to those people, they are all rather vulgar, full of pretentiousness and ignorance." Feeling a warmth in her heart, Su Hua smiled brightly at Qin Shu. "Thank you, Mom. I'm fine." Qin Shu patted her shoulder. "As long as you're okay. Sit here for a while, take what you like to eat, and call the servants if you need anything. Beixian will arrive shortly. I'll attend to the guests now." Su Hua nodded slightly. "You go on, don't worry about me." Once Qin Shu had walked away, Su Hua found a place to sit. Having been married to Gu Beixian for 3 years, she had kept a low profile. And this was her first exposure to the public eye. She did not know anyone in attendance except for Qin Shu, which made her feel slightly out of place. Su Hua sipped her fruit juice and scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the chatter. "Oh, look who decided to grace us with her presence today. That little dress has certainly transformed you from a sparrow into a phoenix. I almost didn't recognize you." The words were particularly jarring. Su Hua felt a slight chill run down her spine and turned to see a tall, slender woman in a black evening gown, impeccably maintained and ageless. Her long face and high cheekbones giving her a somewhat acerbic appearance. It was Gu Beixian's aunt, Gu Fengjiao. Su Hua rose and forced a smile. "Hello, aunt." Gu Fengjiao approached, wine glass in hand, her gaze appraising Su Hua with disdain. "You must have burned 8 generations of incense to marry my nephew. You have everything: wealth, family background, looks, and charm." Su Hua managed a faint smile and replied, "Beixian is indeed remarkable, but I am not lacking either." "You may not be lacking, but your family background is rather unimpressive. TSK, it simply cannot compare to the Gu family." Gu Fengjiao scoffed, taking a sip of her wine. Su Hua suppressed her irritation and said calmly, "The status of my family is irrelevant, what matters is that Beixian treats me well. Not only does he treat me well, but my grandparents, mother, and Nanning also respect me greatly." Gu Fengjiao was taken aback, realizing that beneath Su Hua's gentle exterior lay an unexpected strength. She retorted instantly to every remark made, showing no signs of concession. Gu Fengjiao's anger flared. It was evident that their upbringing was superior, and she was unworthy of such stature. There was no need to falsely embellish oneself. Suddenly, a cold, stern male voice interjected, "Su Hua need not embellish herself. She is gold in her own right, more than sufficient for me." Su Hua turned at the sound. A tall, striking man approached, clad in a dark formal suit. with chiseled features and an imposing presence. He strode confidently towards her, and upon reaching her, he paused, looking down at Gu Fengjiao with an air of authority. Articulating each word with emphasis, "My woman is not subject to the judgment of an outsider like you." Gu Fengjiao's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. "Darling, you're here," Su Hua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she lifted her skirt and hurried towards him. Chapter 27, I cannot do it. Approaching Gu Beixian. Su Hua lifted her small face and smiled at him. He stood tall and straight as a pine tree, illuminated by a halo of light, his beauty almost unreal. Su Hua gazed at him with crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled like stars, her little fingers gently brushing against his, which were significantly larger than hers. Gu Beixian felt her touch, smiled, and took her hand, his other hand caressing the back of her head, his voice softening as he said, "I'm sorry for being late. There was traffic on the way." Su Hua smiled lightly, "It's all right, I just arrived as well." Gu Fengjiao, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of discomfort. She clicked her tongue, wanting to say something, but feared provoking Gu Beixian and losing face. So, she took her glass of wine and moved to another area. Gu Beixian held Su Hua's hand and led her to a table where they sat down. He picked up a piece of sashimi with silver chopsticks and offered it to her mouth, saying, "This is bluefin tuna, just flown in from abroad this morning. This is the best part of the fish, you should try it." Bluefin tuna is renowned as the king of sashimi, the Rolls-Royce of fish, a top-tier delicacy. Su Hua opened her mouth and savored it slowly. The sashimi was refreshing, its texture bouncy, leaving a lingering fragrance and an exquisite taste. After swallowing, she smiled at him. "It's delicious." She then picked up her chopsticks and offered him a piece, "You should have some too." Gu Beixian pushed it back, "You eat. Don't worry about me." In the midst of her busy schedule, Qin Shu glanced over at Gu Beixian and Su Hua, and upon witnessing this moment, her lips curved slightly. A wealthy lady in a green qipao nearby commented, "Your son treats your daughter-in-law so well." Qin Shu modestly replied, "It's all right. My daughter-in-law is worthy, she has an exceptionally good character." The lady in green remarked, "That's great. But in this scholarly family, it seems to have little use for us in business, right?" Qin Shu gave a perfunctory smile, bending down to pick up a piece of cake from the table. "Mrs. Li, the desserts we ordered this time are quite good, you should try some." "Thank you." The lady in green took it, tasting it with small bites, effectively silencing the gossip. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. Su Hua turned her head towards the door. A man in a black suit, over 60 years of age, strode in with an upright posture, broad shoulders, and neatly trimmed gray-white hair. His sharp brows gave him an imposing presence, even without anger. He was Gu Beixian's father, Gu Outing. Just as Su Hua was about to stand and greet him, she noticed a petite young woman following behind Gu Outing, Chu Suasua. Coincidentally, she wore a dark blue starry dress adorned with countless shimmering rhinestones. However, while Su Hua's dress trailed to the floor, Chu Suasua's was short and fluffy, exposing her long, fair legs. Su Hua embodied elegance and grace, while Chu Suasua exuded a playful charm. Su Hua turned to Gu Beixian, "Did you invite her?" Gu Beixian shook his head slightly, "Neither my mother nor I invited her, it must be my father who did. He and Suasua's father have been classmates since childhood and have maintained good business relations." Su Hua pressed her lips together in silence. She had little interaction with Gu Outing. They only exchanged pleasantries during family gatherings on holidays. Once inside, Chu Suasua busily greeted the male and female guests, cheerfully calling out, "Hello, Uncle Zhang. Hello, Aunt Li. Hello, Aunt Tang." With her injured hand hidden behind her back, she wore a sweet smile, appearing gentle and obedient. The guests praised her, "Girls grow up so quickly. Suasua has become more beautiful." Chu Suasua smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Thank you, Aunt Li. Thank you, Aunt Tang." Noticing Su Hua watching Chu Suasua intently, Gu Beixian gently patted her hand, saying, "They all grew up watching Suasua." Whether it was her own insecurity or something else. At that moment, Su Hua felt like an outsider who had inadvertently intruded into their circle, unable to blend in. Soon, Chu Suasua spotted Gu Beixian, her eyes lighting up as she hurried over in her high heels, joyfully exclaiming, "Beixian go." In stark contrast to her enthusiasm, Gu Beixian's demeanor was notably indifferent. He merely curled his lips slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Suasua did not seem embarrassed. Instead, she stood beside him, eyeing Su Hua and exclaiming, "Wow, Su Hua. You look so beautiful today." She playfully adjusted her overly extravagant skirt and said shyly, "What a coincidence that we're wearing similar outfits." Mirroring Gu Beixian's demeanor. Su Hua offered a faint nod, picking up a piece of tiramisu to eat, showing no interest in engaging with Chu Suasua. Feeling neglected, Chu Suasua turned to Gu Beixian and said, "Su Hua seems to dislike me." Gu Beixian slightly raised his chin, gesturing toward a seat across the table. "Why don't you sit over there?" Chu Suasua looked at him, hesitated, and reluctantly replied, "All right then." She moved to the opposite side but continued to steal glances at Gu Beixian. After Gu Outing finished socializing with the guests, he walked over to Gu Beixian and Su Hua. As he approached, Su Hua stood up and greeted him with a smile, "Dad." Gu Outing cast a cold glance at her, responding with a faint acknowledgement before turning to Gu Beixian, "You come with me to the study upstairs." Gu Beixian replied nonchalantly, softly telling Su Hua, "Take your time eating, enjoy whatever you like. It's your home, so don't feel restrained. Call me if you need anything." Su Hua smiled. "Okay, you go ahead." Once Gu Beixian left, Chu Suasua approached with a glass in hand, her expression smug. "So what if everyone in the Gu family likes you? Uncle Gu prefers me, I'm his ideal choice for a daughter-in-law." Recalling Gu Outing's cold demeanor towards her earlier, Su Hua suspected Chu Suasua had something to do with it. After all, she had a history of exaggerating and playing the victim. Feeling discomfort akin to swallowing a multitude of flies, Su Hua tightened her grip on the glass and coldly said, "Are you done? If so, please disappear from my sight immediately, go wherever you please. Today is my mother-in-law's birthday, and I don't want any unpleasantness." Noticing the glass in Su Hua's hand, Chu Suasua recalled the last time when she had smashed a thermos cup against her mother's face. Instinctively, she felt a pain in her nose and, subconsciously touching it, turned to leave. As the clock approached 9, Qin Shu walked over and asked Su Hua, "Where's Beixian?" Su Hua stood up. He was called to the study by Dad. Qin Shu glanced at her watch. "It's time to cut the cake, go upstairs and call them." Su Hua smiled in response, "All right, Mom." She lifted her skirt and ascended to the second floor. It was incredibly quiet, and Su Hua, fearing to disturb their conversation, stepped lightly. Upon reaching the study door, she raised her hand to knock but overheard Gu Outing's voice inside, "Suasua is more suited for you. My partnership with her father has lasted many years. And our businesses are intertwined, a marriage would greatly benefit our family's affairs. On the way here, I subtly inquired about Suasua, and it seems she still likes you." Su Hua felt a jolt, as though cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the bone. After an undetermined time, she heard Gu Beixian say, "During my most difficult and desperate moments, it was Su Hua who stood by me." Gu Outing let out a cold laugh. "Money is all that matters. There's nothing that money cannot resolve. 3 years ago, if you had no money, she wouldn't have married you. Over the years, you have bestowed upon her an abundance of financial support, even purchasing a residence for her family, assisting her grandmother in finding a kidney donor, and shouldering all medical expenses, thereby sustaining 3 generations of her family. You have indeed acted with utmost benevolence." Gu Beixian fell into a moment of silence before stating, "The most significant distinction between humans and animals is the capacity for emotion." Gu Outing furrowed his brow, asserting, "As a man, you must not allow yourself to be consumed by romantic sentiments. The tumultuous tides of commerce favor partnerships over solitary ventures. A union with the Chu family could provide invaluable support should your company encounter difficulties." What could Su Hua possibly contribute? Su Hua stood quietly outside the door. Akin to a once vibrant tree, now withered and struck by lightning, consumed by profound sorrow. Deep within her, a wave of helpless melancholy surged. Indeed, as a restorer of ancient paintings, how could her skills benefit the Gu Corporation? The divide between professions is akin to an insurmountable chasm. She felt utterly powerless to assist. Yet, she remained, eager to hear Gu Beixian's words. However, she waited for an eternity without hearing his voice. A self-mocking smile graced her lips. Previously, she believed his proposal for divorce stemmed from lingering feelings for Chu Suasua, but now it seemed that deeper reasons were at play. As Su Hua turned to leave, she suddenly realized her legs were exceedingly weak. Leaning against the wall, she painstakingly made her way downstairs, only to be met with Gu Beixian's voice from the study. "I'm sorry, I cannot do it." Regrettably, Su Hua was already beyond the reach of his words. Chapter 28. Unable to hold her after descending the stairs, Su Hua made a quick turn and entered the restroom. Once the door was closed, she sat on the toilet lid, covering her face with her hands, taking a moment to calm herself before remembering the matter at hand. She took out her phone and sent a message to Gu Beixian. "Mom wants you all to come down, it's time to cut the cake." Gu Beixian replied promptly, "Okay." Su Hua lingered for a few more minutes before standing up, pushing the door open, and walking to the sink to wash her hands. Looking up, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, her face pale and drawn. She forced a smile, attempting to appear more composed. The crisp sound of high heels approached, echoing as someone entered the restroom. It was Chu Suasua, dressed in a midnight blue starry dress. She glanced at Su Hua and said, with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, "We meet again, Sister Su Hua." Su Hua responded with a nonchalant as she dried her hands with a towel. Chu Suasua walked past her to the mirror, rummaging through her elegant handbag for lipstick, leaning in to touch up her makeup while casting sidelong glances at Su Hua. She quipped, "Sister Su Hua, that dress is quite the imitation, did you purchase it from Taobao?" Su Hua paused momentarily, with a subtle smile, replied, "This dress was personally designed by my mother-in-law. If Miss Chu's eyesight is lacking, I suggest a visit to the ophthalmologist." "Is that so?" Chu Suasua feigned surprise, turning to scrutinize her again. "How is it that a dress designed by Aunt Qin looks so counterfeit on you?" She pouted, making a dismissive sound, implying that even in a genuine outfit, Su Hua still appeared inferior. Su Hua chose silence, quietly observing both her reflection and Chu Suasua. Despite the fact that Chu Suasua was a pampered daughter from a wealthy family, somehow, Su Hua seemed more like a traditional lady of refinement. Perhaps it was due to her childhood art lessons, which had cultivated an air of elegance about her, with bright, clear eyes that were neither sycophantic nor evasive. In contrast, Chu Suasua, despite her ostentatious attire, exuded an air of superficiality, reminiscent of a concubine from a bygone era, as described by Gu Nanin, truly a woman of questionable virtue. Su Hua lifted her chin, gesturing toward the mirror, her eyes widening with clarity. "I am taller, more beautiful, and more accomplished than you, my grace surpasses yours. The distinction between the genuine and the counterfeit is unmistakable. You." Chu Suasua's face flushed with anger, and with a forceful grip, she broke the lipstick in her hand. Su Hua turned and walked away. As she exited, she heard Chu Suasua's arrogant voice behind her, "So what if you're prettier and more accomplished? My dad is better than yours. In this circle, having a good father is of utmost importance. I will definitely reclaim Brother Beixian, just wait and see." Recalling Gu Outing's words, Su Hua felt an unsettling swarm of emotions, akin to hundreds of ants crawling within her, a discomforting sensation. She grasped her skirt tightly, turning back to Chu Suasua, casually remarking, "To derive such a sense of superiority from being a mistress, Miss Chu must be one of a kind. I hope your father lives to be 200. Always shielding you." Chu Suasua gasped, her breath quickening, "I still have a brother." With thoughts of Chu Maching, Su Hua chuckled lightly, "Your brother has a sound moral compass. He may not support your actions. Perhaps you should focus on securing some longevity supplements for your father, every extra year counts." With a crash, Chu Suasua slammed the restroom door shut. Su Hua's smile gradually faded. Winning a verbal spat meant little when it came to Gu Beixian. In that arena, she undeniably lost. The harshness of reality struck her. No matter how hard she tried, it could never compare to having a good father. A fortunate lineage could even enhance one's marriage prospects. After Gu Outing and Gu Beixian descended, Su Hua had composed herself. She acted as if nothing had transpired, joining them in singing a birthday song for Qin Shu, blowing out the candles, and cutting the cake. After the cake was consumed, Gu Beixian remarked, "Let the driver take you home first, I will be delayed returning." Su Hua nodded with a smile, "All right, you handle your matters." After bidding farewell to Qin Shu, she left the Gu residence and got into the car. On the way, passing a 24-hour pharmacy, she instructed the driver to stop, alighting to purchase a box of emergency contraceptive pills. Having spent the night with Gu Baixian during her ovulation period, and without any safety measures taken, it was not an opportune moment for motherhood. Gu Baixian's intentions remained uncertain. He might decide to divorce at any moment. Having never experienced paternal love, she understood the pain of such absence all too well and wished to spare her child from a similar fate. Once home, Su Hua followed the instruction manual to take one pill, washing it down with warm water. The second pill was to be taken 12 hours later, which she placed casually on the nightstand beside the water dispenser. After a quick shower upstairs, she lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her, her thoughts spiraling. It was nearly midnight when Gu Baixian finally returned, having shared drinks with guests. Changing into slippers, he unfastened his suit jacket with one hand, removing it and hanging it on a coat rack. Grabbing a cup, he approached the water dispenser. But his gaze suddenly hardened as he spotted the contraceptive pills on the nightstand. He picked them up for inspection. Indeed, they were contraceptive pills, one remaining. The other already ingested by Su Hua. She did not wish to bear his child. Gu Baixian's expression grew increasingly frigid as he dialed Xiaoyi's number. A short while later, a languid male voice answered, "Bro, what's up at this hour?" With little emotion, Gu Baixian inquired. What does it signify when a woman is unwilling to bear children for her husband? Xiaoyi, still groggy from sleep, responded slowly, what else could it mean? The woman doesn't love her husband. Gu Baixian's heart jolted, then he replied coolly, understood. He ended the call, his face surprisingly calm, though his grip on the phone tightened until it threatened to warp. After a moment, a few cold laughs escaped his lips. Mocking himself for being foolish enough to think he could bind her through a child, to tether a woman who did not love him. Throwing the phone onto the table, he retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, filling a glass to the brim. He sank into the sofa, tilting his head back to take a large gulp. Recalling Xiaoyi's words, he grasped the glass tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered in his grip. The sharp glass cut into his palm, yet he felt no pain. Having been unable to sleep, Su Hua was startled awake by the sound of shattering glass from downstairs. She jumped out of bed, rushing to the railing to look down. There she saw Gu Baixian standing by the window, his right hand covered in dark red liquid, indistinguishable between wine and blood, with shards of glass scattered on the floor. In a hurry, she dashed back to her room, retrieving the first aid kit, and made her way downstairs. As she rushed down the staircase, Gu Baixian was already on the phone, his tall figure silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding an air of indifference and strength, reminiscent of a pine tree standing firm in a snowstorm. Some men can captivate with just their silhouette. Su Hua paused, waiting silently for him to conclude his call. She overheard him asking, "Have you found the man who smashed Chu Suasua's hand?" Whatever the response was, Gu Baixian suddenly erupted with anger, a bunch of useless fools. Why is it so difficult to find one person? Go and look. If you can't find him, get lost. Su Hua stood frozen, her heart turning icy. He truly cared about Chu Suasua, even going so far as to seek out her assailant in the dead of night. Here she was, foolishly carrying the first aid kit to tend to his injuries. How utterly pathetic. Bending down, she gently placed the first aid kit on the floor, then turned to leave. As she took a few steps away, Gu Baixian's voice rang out behind her, "Have they caught that woman named Huang Ke?" Chapter 29, Do You Love Me? A single phrase successfully piqued Su Hua's curiosity. Recalling her grandmother's words that Huang Ke might have been incited by someone, she cast a meaningful glance at Chu Suasua. Su Hua looked down at her left hand, which was bound in a splint, eager to discern whether her injury was somehow connected to Chu Suasua. After a brief pause, she heard Gu Baixian utter a low sound of acknowledgement. Su Hua returned, picked up the medical kit, and approached him, inquiring, "Has Huang Ke been found?" Gu Baixian silenced his phone and turned to her, stating, "She is missing." Su Hua's brow furrowed slightly. Missing? Yes, the people I dispatched have scoured her home and her relatives' residences but found nothing. Her family has already reported her disappearance, we must await further news. A subtle shift occurred in Su Hua's expression, the timing of her disappearance seemed rather coincidental. Just as you sent someone to find her, she vanished. Gu Baixian settled onto the sofa, crossing his long legs, and replied nonchalantly. Her brother was arrested for tomb raiding. Once inside, he would surely divulge information about others. Naturally, someone seeking revenge would come knocking. Her disappearance isn't surprising. Su Hua remained silent. At this late hour, she had no desire to engage in fruitless arguments. Without evidence, arguing was merely a quarrel that resolved nothing, only draining emotions. Setting the medical kit on the coffee table, Su Hua approached him, gently taking his right hand to examine it. His palm and fingers were embedded with several shards of fine glass. She chided, "How careless of you. I injured my left hand, and now you've hurt your right. Why must we both be injured?" Gu Beixian withdrew his hand, dismissing it lightly. "It's just a minor injury. It will heal in a couple of days and doesn't hurt." "How can it not hurt? You are not made of iron." Su Hua took a disinfectant cotton ball and carefully cleaned the blood and alcohol from his hand. She then illuminated it with a flashlight, using tweezers to extract the shards of glass one by one. During those 2 years when Gu Beixian could not stand, he had become despondent and irritable. Often breaking things in fits of rage, injuries had become a commonplace occurrence. Su Hua had long since mastered the art of treating wounds, executing her task swiftly and efficiently. Once finished, she applied medicine and softly admonished, "Be more careful next time. If you injure yourself again, I will be quite upset." Her voice, half teasing and half reproachful, was soothing. More healing than the medicine itself. The discontent churning within Gu Beixian eased slightly. Lowering his gaze to meet her deep, dark eyes, he inquired casually. "Didn't we agree to have a child? Why are you taking birth control pills?" Beneath his seemingly indifferent expression lay suppressed emotions. Su Hua paused, then turned her face away, responding calmly, "I believe we are still young. There is no need to rush into having children. A child is not a toy. They are a life, and once born, we must take responsibility for them. A child can ease tensions but can also exacerbate them. They cannot resolve our fundamental issues." Gu Beixian lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, his gaze lingering on her delicate profile, emotions in his eyes inscrutable. "You are quite opinionated." Su Hua did not respond, closing the medical kit. Noticing a faint scent of alcohol on him, she asked, "How much have you had to drink?" "Not much. I'll make you some hangover soup." She stood, but her wrist was suddenly grasped by Gu Beixian. With a gentle tug, he pulled her into his embrace, his chin brushing against her ear as he murmured, "No need, I truly haven't had much to drink. Your hand is injured, don't overexert yourself." As Su Hua leaned against his broad chest, she could feel the rapid beating of his heart. Under normal circumstances, this would have felt warm, quickening her pulse and warming her body. Yet now, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, and after a few moments of silence, she said, "It's getting late. Let us wash up and get some rest." "All right." Gu Beixian released her and rose. The two ascended the stairs to the bathroom. Su Hua helped him unfasten his watch and the buttons of his shirt, loosening his belt. "Do you want me to help you wash?" "No need. My left hand is still functional, a simple rinse will suffice." "Very well." Su Hua moved to the shower area, adjusting the water temperature. She stepped back, allowing Gu Beixian to bathe. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks as her gaze swept over him. At the sink, she prepared toothpaste for him. After stepping out of the bathroom, she did not return to her room but stood quietly at the door, a habit she had formed over the past 2 years. When the sound of water ceased, she entered the room, taking a towel to help Gu Beixian dry off. He tended to the front, while she assisted with the parts he could not reach. As she gazed upon his well-defined physique and the striking lines of his muscles, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Previously, she had watched him languish in a wheelchair, desperately wishing for his recovery. Yet now, with his aunt and father deeming her unworthy, she felt the sting of societal judgment. Their so-called elite circle prioritized profit over affection, valuing interest above all else. Once finished, Gu Beixian donned a bathrobe. As they tied the robe together, Su Hua used her right hand while he used his left. They effortlessly tied the knot. A seamless collaboration. With a gentle smile, Gu Beixian asked, "What shall we call this?" Su Hua pondered for a moment, tilting her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Mutual support?" Gu Beixian, caught in thought, replied slowly, "Yes, mutual support." His gaze fell upon her crescent-shaped eyes and brows, and he queried. If 3 years ago I had no money, would you have married me? Su Hua's heart skipped a beat. This echoed Gu Ao Ting's words from earlier that evening. And an ominous premonition crept into her mind. She feigned nonchalance, retorting, why ask such a meaningless question? It is indeed rather pointless. Let us change it up. If I were broke now, would you leave me? Su Hua considered seriously for a moment before responding, I have money, I would support you. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow, how much do you have? 56 million. Gu Beixian chuckled, feigning surprise, how did you accumulate so much money? Have you not spent any of the money I've given you over the years? I hardly spend much at all. My grandmother's medical expenses are regularly covered by you. As for living costs, she receives a pension, and my mother does too. My mother refuses to take money from me, insisting that I save it. My daily expenses are all covered by you, and for clothes and cosmetics, I simply use the shopping card she provided. Gu Beixian ruffled her hair, our Su Hua truly is a thrifty genius. Su Hua beamed. Not only can I save money, but I can also earn it. Once my hand heals, I'll return to work. You might not know, but I earn quite a bit restoring ancient paintings. By the way, in our line of work, we can also find treasures to profit from. The pieces I've copied previously bore my grandfather's name and sold for up to 500,000 at auctions in Port City. If you ever run low on funds, I can just paint more. Gu Beixian's smile deepened, our Su Hua is truly remarkable. She continued, I also understand a bit about making money. Just recently, I placed 56 million in a 3-year fixed deposit with the bank, negotiating an 8% interest rate. In 3 years, the interest alone will amount to over 30 million. She cupped his face, sweetly declaring, darling, even if you are broke, I can still take good care of you. His dark eyes sparkled like stars as he drew her close, tenderly kissing her hair and softly asking, why are you so good to me? Because you are good to our entire family. Gu Beixian's expression dimmed slightly, is that the only reason? Su Hua found him somewhat melodramatic tonight and chuckled. What answer do you wish for me to give? Gu Beixian gazed at the shadow she cast upon the ground, his eyes growing increasingly profound. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, do you love me? Su Hua abruptly awakened, her smile freezing on her face. Naturally, she harbored love, but at this moment, what significance did it hold? A marriage teetering on the brink could not withstand the weight of reality, no matter how deep the affection. She was skeptical that a mere fleeting declaration of love could alter anything. In the end, he would still heed his father's words. After a considerable pause, Su Hua managed a smile, slowly extricating herself from his embrace. Rising onto her toes, she gently placed a kiss upon his chin and tenderly said, allow me to dry your hair. It's time for bed. She turned away, retrieved the hairdryer from the cabinet, and instructed him to sit down as she skillfully began to dry his hair. As the hairdryer hummed and the subtle fragrance of her essence wafted through the air, Gu Beixian's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, ambiguous yet playful. She was willing to show him kindness, yet her heart remained untouched by love. No matter his efforts, he could never replace her beloved Yao. After drying his hair, they retired to bed, and this time, Su Hua quickly succumbed to slumber. In the latter half of the night, a thunderous clap of spring thunder seeped through the partially opened window, abruptly rousing Su Hua from her dreams. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she glanced beside her, finding the space empty. Gu Beixian was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly struck by a realization, Su Hua jolted upright, fully alert, hastily throwing on her clothes before leaping from the bed in search of him. Chapter 30, Farewell, Uncle. 2 years ago, Gu Beixian was unable to stand due to his leg injury, and he was engulfed in despair, exhibiting suicidal tendencies. Su Hua developed a habit during that time. Regardless of day or night, whenever he went missing, she would be consumed with worry, rushing to find him, only feeling relief upon locating him. Even after his leg had healed, this habit persisted. Su Hua pushed open the door to the guest room next door only to find it empty. She then checked the study, which was also devoid of presents. She searched the bathroom, the balcony, downstairs, and even the kitchen, yet Gu Beixian remained elusive. Her heart raced chaotically, pounding as if someone were beating a drum within her chest. Despite knowing he was no longer suicidal, a primal fear still gripped her. She opened the door and hurried to the courtyard. Suddenly, a colossal flash of lightning illuminated the pitch-black night, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Suhua raised her hand to cover her ears yet continued her search. Amidst the flickering light, she spotted a tall figure approaching her. Moving with a cool and composed demeanor. Dressed in a crisp white shirt tucked into black trousers, he stood tall and straight, his pale face handsome and chiseled, while his eyes bore a hint of weariness, exuding an air of refined elegance. It was Gu Beixian. A sigh of relief escaped Su Hua as she leaned against a nearby tree, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, her gaze fixed upon him. Upon seeing Su Hua, Gu Beixian quickened his pace and approached her. He clasped her hand in his cool palm enveloping her fingers entirely, and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Su Hua took a moment to scrutinize him, and seeing that he was unharmed, her anxiety subsided. With a hint of trepidation, she replied, "Where have you been at this late hour?" Her voice trembled slightly from her rapid breathing. Gu Beixian looked at her, the expression in his eyes subtly shifting as he replied softly, "I went out for a smoke. When it started thundering, I returned, fearing you might be frightened." Having said that, he took her hand and led her back inside. As they reached the threshold, rain began to pour heavily, splattering the ground with a muddy scent. The downpour was so intense it felt more akin to summer rain than the gentle spring showers. Once inside, Su Hua detected a strong smell of smoke clinging to him and playfully chided, "Haven't you quit smoking already? Why did you sneak a puff? You're not being very good." Her tone was a mix of reproach and affection, reminiscent of a caregiver scolding a child. Gu Beixian smiled, promising, "I won't smoke again next time." However, he had made similar promises before, only to break them again. Su Hua felt a twinge of annoyance. It was a troubling night for her, and she hoped he would smoke less in the future. He seemed to be assuring her. Recalling Gu Outyan's words, Su Hua inferred the source of his distress. His grandmother forbade him from divorcing, while his father was pressuring him to do so. He was caught in the middle, undoubtedly feeling torn. Tentatively, Su Hua asked, "Am I the cause of your troubles?" Gu Beixian's gaze faltered momentarily before he affectionately ruffled her hair, murmuring, "Yes, silly girl, you're just so adorably infuriating." His teasing lightened her mood, and despite her earlier melancholy, she found herself chuckling at his words, playfully retorting, "You're the silly one." A flicker of amusement danced in Gu Beixian's eyes as he advised, "Next time, don't come looking for me. I will be fine." Su Hua whispered, "It's a habit." Gu Beixian paused, tightening his grip on her hand, reluctant to let go for quite some time. They exchanged their shoes for slippers and ascended the stairs side by side. Su Hua commented, "You smell of smoke, go brush your teeth." "I brushed them earlier," he replied. Gently nudging him with her shoulder, her voice softening, she insisted, "Please go brush." With a smile, Gu Beixian grasped her shoulder and remarked, "You've been a bit different lately." "What's different?" she inquired. "You've become more affectionate and chatty," he noted. Su Hua smiled, "Don't men enjoy a bit of affection?" Gu Beixian grinned, "Indeed." He released her and stepped into the bathroom. Su Hua followed him inside. Noticing his right hand was injured, she helped him squeeze the toothpaste. Gu Beixian took the toothbrush with his left hand and began brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. Perhaps it was the night that made emotions run high. Su Hua reflected on the days they had spent together, realizing there would be few left, and a sense of sadness enveloped her. Overcome with emotion, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, resting her head against his back. Though she said nothing, her heart was filled with reluctance. To be fair, aside from the presence of Chu Suasua, which was somewhat irksome, Gu Beixian was truly an admirable person. After brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, he held her hand and said, "Su Hua, you've been quite clingy lately." Su Hua raised an eyebrow, "Am I bothersome?" "Not at all," he replied with a smile, taking her hand and leading her to the bedroom. A breeze picked up, causing the curtains to flutter. Gu Beixian walked to the window and closed it. They settled onto the bed, and another clap of thunder erupted, more thunderous than the last, resonating loudly. Su Hua instinctively shivered. Gu Beixian embraced her, covering her ears with his hand. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Sleep now." Su Hua responded with a soft hum, nuzzling into his embrace. Finding a comfortable position, she quickly drifted into a deep slumber. 1 week later, After sharing breakfast with Gu Baixian, Su Hua climbed into the car driven by the chauffeur, heading to the hospital to visit her grandmother. Upon arriving, as she stepped out of the car, she received a call from an unfamiliar number, a young man on the line. He introduced himself as Gu Outyan's assistant and politely stated, "Miss Su, our chairman wishes to meet with you." Recalling the words Gu Outyan had spoken on Qin Shu's birthday, a heavy weight settled in Su Hua's heart, akin to facing a cruel punishment. However, as Gu Outyan was an elder, she had no reason to refuse the meeting. They arranged to meet at a nearby CAF at 10 o'clock. Su Hua arrived 10 minutes early. After a short wait, Gu Outyan arrived punctually. He possessed an imposing demeanor, his expression stern, radiating an aura of authority that exuded an unspoken pressure, even in silence. Feeling slightly anxious, Su Hua stood and respectfully greeted him, "Dad." Gu Outyan nodded, motioning for her to sit. After they were seated, he ordered a black coffee, glanced at his watch, and stated, "I'm busy, so let us not waste time. I'll get straight to the point." Su Hua's heart raced, yet her face maintained a polite smile as she replied, "Please, go ahead." Gu Outyan took a sip of his coffee and began, "You know I have two sons, Gu Lin and Baixian. Although Baixian is the younger one, he possesses greater talent, making him a priority for me. 3 years ago, when he first joined the company, he quickly distinguished himself. Unfortunately, he later had a car accident. Had that not happened, under your circumstances, there would be no way for you to marry him. You come from entirely different worlds." Such remarks were profoundly hurtful, almost as if he were accusing her of being inferior or of climbing beyond her station. Su Hua's smile froze, her fingers gripping the cup tightly. Gu Outyan continued, observing her with a discerning gaze, "The Gu and Chu families have been in business together for many years, and Baixian and Suasua have known each other since childhood. We have long considered Suasua to be the future daughter-in-law. The choice of you as Baixian's wife was made because Suasua went abroad, and you bear a resemblance to her. Baixian needed someone like that by his side, and it could have been you or anyone resembling Suasua." Su Hua had always believed herself to possess strong emotional resilience. Yet at this moment, she found it increasingly difficult to hold back her emotions. She pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, her hands gripping the cup tightly as her head hung low. Tears pooled in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. The sound of Gu Outyan's cold voice pierced her thoughts. "You've invested 3 years of your youth, helping Baixian immensely. But he has also assisted you in many ways. Let us set aside all else and speak solely of money. The sum you obtained from Baixian is something many toil a lifetime to earn. One must know when to retreat, and Miss Su, being as astute as she is, should comprehend the appropriate course of action." After a considerable pause, Su Hua softly acknowledged with a murmur. Noticing her acquiescence, Gu Outing's expression brightened with a faint smile. "Let us keep our meeting a secret from Baixian. You are a reasonable child, you would not wish to see a rift between him and me over such trivial matters. Would you?" "Trivial matters?" Su Hua let out a self-mocking laugh. To her, it was a matter of immense significance, while to him, it was inconsequential. She stifled her tears, slowly lifting her gaze to meet his, and replied softly, "I understand." Gu Outing's smile deepened. "You are such a splendid child, I genuinely hold affection for you. However, there is one aspect that troubles me, your family. As a businessman, my foremost concern lies with the company, the culmination of generations of effort from the Gu family. Please do not hold it against me for being pragmatic, this world operates on such realities." The term uncle elicited a smile from Su Hua. He had likely never regarded her as family. "I understand. Goodbye, uncle." With that, she grasped her bag and stood to leave. Having mentally prepared herself, Su Hua did not feel particularly sorrowful. As she departed the Western restaurant, her demeanor remained remarkably composed, as though nothing had transpired, her back held straight. She did not shed a single tear. Upon returning to the hospital, she spent the entire morning in the small garden. Beneath a wisteria tree, she settled onto a bench, quietly admiring the blossoms. The wisteria bloomed splendidly, clusters of blooms hanging from the branches, delicate and tightly packed together. She had always perceived these flowers as lively. Yet today she realized they exuded a profound sadness, their dense clusters imbued with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. She became so absorbed in her contemplation that she failed to notice a figure observing her from a distance. He was a tall man, his long legs straight and powerful. Dressed in quality black casual attire, adorned with a mask. His eyes were striking, dark and deep, with long, dark lashes. While his gaze was typically cold when directed at others, it radiated warmth when he looked at Su Hua, his eyes bright and moist, imbued with tenderness. He watched her for as long as she sat there, remaining silent and still, until she finally departed safely, at which point he vanished into the crowd. Chapter 31, The Unattainable Desire. Su Hua returned to her grandmother's hospital room. Upon seeing her pallid complexion, Su Peilon anxiously inquired, "What happened, dear? Why do you look so unwell?" Su Hua shook her head and settled beside her grandmother, taking her hand and engaging her in conversation with a smile. Su Peilon, known for her impulsive nature, could not contain herself. She stepped forward and grasped Su Hua's wrist, insisting, "Come with me for a moment." Once in the corridor, Su Peilon fixed her gaze upon her, asking, "Has Gu Beixian been troubling you again?" "No," Su Hua replied. "Then who has upset you?" "I am your mother. If you have something to say, you should tell me and not anyone else." Su Peilon's tone grew increasingly anxious. Su Hua calmly responded, "Gu Beixian's father contacted me." "Did Gu Outing pressure you?" "He wants us to divorce." Su Peilon scoffed, when Gu Beixian was bound to a wheelchair. Why didn't he Gu Outing press for a divorce then? Now that Gu Beixian can walk and run, he suddenly starts insisting on a divorce? Such heartlessness. He is like a bridge destroyed after crossing, a dog cooked after the hare is caught. After berating Gu Outing, she asked, "What did Gu Beixian say?" "He suggested that if I were to have a child, if I became pregnant, we wouldn't divorce." Su Peilon fumed, "What nonsense. With an unashamed ex-girlfriend and a heartless father, even if you were to have a multitude of children, they would still find a way to complicate matters. The children would ultimately suffer." Su Hua nodded in agreement, "I think the same." Impatiently, Su Peilon waved her hand, "Divorce, divorce, the sooner the better. My daughter is young and beautiful, talented and kind-hearted. After a divorce, what kind of man could she not find?" With tears welling up, Su Hua leaned onto her mother's shoulder and wept. Sometimes, crying serves as a release, alleviating the weight of sadness. Su Peilon gently patted her back, her throat tight with emotion. "It is all my fault. I am powerless to protect you from these grievances. We are a humble family, unworthy of their kind." Just as Su Hua was about to speak, her phone rang. She pulled it from her pocket and saw it was Gu Beixian calling. Wiping her tears, she answered, "Hello." Gu Beixian stated, "Your splint will be removed tomorrow. I've scheduled an appointment with Dr. Bai for you at 10:30 in the morning. Don't forget." Su Hua replied, with a polite but distant tone, "Thank you." Noticing the discord in her voice, Gu Beixian paused and queried, "What's wrong?" Su Hua pressed her lips together before explaining, "I wish to spend more time with my grandmother, so I want to be returning tonight. I'll stay at my mother's house, which is closer to the hospital. Could you help gather my things and send them over?" After a brief silence, he replied, "All right, I will find time to bring them to you." "Thank you." That evening, Gu Beixian delivered Su Hua's hospital card and essential items, carrying a pot of rib soup as well. He handed her the soup, saying, "Lu Aunt prepared this. Drink plenty of it to aid in your recovery." Su Hua accepted it with gratitude, placing the soup on the table, and distantly remarked, "You should head back. The company matters." Gu Beixian furrowed his brow slightly, "I'm off work. You should rest well for tomorrow." His dark, profound eyes locked onto her with an intensity that lingered in the air. After he left, Su Hua opened the thermal container, dividing the rib soup into 3 portions to share with her grandmother and mother. The soup was rich, enhanced with cordyceps and goji berries. Su Hua sipped it slowly, while Su Peilon merely stared at her bowl, letting out a heavy sigh. The following morning at 10 o'clock, while waiting outside the radiology department for her x-ray, Gu Beixian arrived again, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, looking hurried, with files in hand and phone calls continuously ringing. Once he finished his calls, Su Hua remarked, "If you're so busy, you need not have come. It's just a splint removal, I can manage." Gu Beixian stowed away his phone and documents, stating coolly, "One must see things through to the end." The finality in his words tugged at Su Hua's heartstrings unexpectedly. After the splint was removed, the doctor provided numerous instructions regarding her rehabilitation. Gu Beixian recorded the details on his phone and sent them to her. They returned to her grandmother's room, where Dr. Shen was examining her. Su Peilan stood nearby, chatting amiably. Upon noticing Gu Beixian's arrival, she raised her voice deliberately. Dr. Shen, do you have a girlfriend? Dr. Shen glanced at Su Hua before answering, no. Intrigued, Su Peilan continued, what do you think of our Su Hua? She has been an exceptional student, skipping several grades, graduating from university at 19. She is kind, diligent, and you are aware of her talent in restoring ancient paintings. Dr. Shen smiled, acknowledging Su Hua's excellence. Su Peilan, throwing a sidelong glance at Gu Beixian, encouraged Dr. Shen, if you are interested in Su Hua, don't hesitate to pursue her. Though she appears quiet, she is quite amiable. Dr. Shen straightened, removing his mask, and looked at Su Hua with a smile. That sounds great, I would be more than willing. Gu Beixian, standing aside, felt an unexplainable coldness wash over him, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he observed the exchange between Dr. Shen and Su Peilan. With a challenging glint in her eye, Su Peilan remarked to Su Hua, I believe Dr. Shen is quite remarkable, handsome, good-natured, and a distinguished member of your industry. You two should have plenty in common. Frowning, Su Hua interjected, Mother, please say no more. Why shouldn't I? Opportunities are rare. It's not easy to find a man with 2 legs. Gu Beixian, silent, slammed the medical record and appointment card onto the table before turning to leave. Su Hua followed him. Initially, Gu Beixian walked briskly, but as they approached the elevator, he slowed down, seemingly waiting for her. Once inside the elevator, they exchanged no words amidst the crowd. Gu Beixian gently pulled her behind him, shielding her from the throng. Upon reaching the first floor, they exited the elevator in silence. A sudden chill in the air made Su Hua shiver involuntarily. Gu Beixian unbuttoned his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. She instinctively reached to remove it. But he restrained her shoulder, fastening the buttons with a forceful touch, his handsome face shadowed with a frown. After securing the jacket, he turned to leave. Su Hua quickened her pace to catch up. It was only when they reached the parking lot that he stopped, looking down at her with cold disdain. Is your reluctance to return home merely to facilitate a relationship with Dr. Shen? Su Hua cast him a wounded glance, one filled with deep hurt. Gu Beixian paused. Then apologized, I was a bit rash just now. Su Hua remained silent, lips pressed tight. Gu Beixian lowered his gaze, suppressing his emotions as he said, I believe we share much in common as well. As for Shen, he is merely average in appearance, far inferior to me. In terms of temperament, I may not be as gentle, but I have exercised considerable restraint around you this past year. Feeling a pang of bitterness, Su Hua approached him slowly, leaning against him, her face resting against his chest, without attempting to embrace him. She appeared utterly depleted. Gu Beixian was momentarily taken aback, but after a few seconds, he lifted his arms, enveloping her in an embrace. Su Hua stifled her tears and softly said, Please have someone prepare the divorce agreement when you return. You had your assets notarized before our marriage, and you have already given me the separation fee, so drafting the divorce agreement should be quite straightforward. Gu Beixian's gaze hardened, and he suddenly tightened his grip around her, almost rendering her breathless. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, Has my father contacted you? Chapter 32, the veteran steps in a sudden jolt coursed through Su Hua's heart. She had not anticipated that Gu Beixian would decipher her thoughts so swiftly. Recalling Gu Outing's admonition to keep this from him to preserve their father-son relationship, she feigned nonchalance as she remarked, You mentioned divorce long ago. I have expressed my inability to endure Chu Suasua. Gu Beixian's fingers traced her spine, a slow, deliberate caress as he fibbed. I have been making an effort to maintain distance from her. The corners of Su Hua's lips curled upward, yet her eyes betrayed no mirth as she replied coolly. You two are childhood friends, perfectly matched. I am merely a paid caretaker. Now that your leg has healed, it is time for me to depart. Her self-deprecation struck Gu Beixian deeply, prompting him to hold her tighter. He towered over her, as upright as a pine, with chiseled features that exuded an air of stoic masculinity. In a voice softened by affection, he murmured above her, I have never regarded you as merely a caretaker. You are my legitimate wife, and I have always held you in high esteem. A sharp pang of bitterness pierced Su Hua's heart, yet she maintained a smile, saying, You initiated the divorce, and now you hesitate to finalize it. I cannot fathom the minds of men. What do you perceive me to be? You summon me at will and claim to respect me. What kind of respect is that? She was not accustomed to such harshness, having typically been gentle. Gu Baixian fell silent. Murmuring, I propose divorce because of you, let us just part ways, Su Hua hastily interrupted, fearing her resolve might waver. It was better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. This indecision felt like a dull knife slicing through flesh, far too tormenting. Gu Baixian gradually released her. His gaze drifting down to her pallid face. In a low tone, he stated, Grandmother will not approve. Su Hua averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Let us visit her this weekend, I will speak to her. Gu Baixian leaned down to kiss her forehead and held her for a considerable time before responding with a faint, all right. The simple word rippled through Su Hua's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, yet she felt no relief, only a tumult of emotions. As she extricated herself from his embrace, she reached for the buttons of his suit, intending to return it. Gu Baixian grasped her hand, saying, Wear it. The car has air conditioning. Su Hua paused in her task. Gu Baixian tucked the wind-blown strands of her hair behind her ear, his gaze profound as he advised. Take care of yourself. Her heart ached, you too. Keep your right hand dry to avoid infection. Smoke and drink less, eat on time. Gu Baixian acknowledged with a low hum, let us head back, the wind is strong. Su Hua forced a smile, replying, all right. Gu Baixian opened the car door and settled inside. It was only after the vehicle vanished from sight that she turned to walk back, her fingers brushing against his button. Wearing a smile that masked the pain within. That familiar sense of helplessness washed over her again. Since childhood, her grandfather had taught her that diligence would lead to success. Yet, the insurmountable disparity in social standing rendered her efforts futile. Different circles need not be forcibly merged. Upon returning to the hospital room, she found Su Peilon absent. Shen Hui remained. Su Hua regarded him curiously and, with polite laughter, inquired, My grandmother's primary physician is Dr. Chiu, why has it changed to you? Shen Hui tucked his pen into the pocket of his white coat, smiling, Dr. Chiu has been unwell these past few days, I am filling in. Su Hua nodded. My mother was just joking, please don't take it seriously. Shen Hui raised his lips to speak but ultimately settled on a simple, all right. On Saturday evening, Su Hua and Gu Baixian arrived at the Gu family's ancestral home. Upon entering, grandmother greeted them with a warm smile, exclaiming, Hua has arrived. Su Hua dutifully returned, hello, grandmother. Good, good, good. Sit down, sit down. The elderly lady warmly took her hand and led her to the sofa. Her eyes glancing towards Su Hua's flat abdomen as she mysteriously asked, Child, are you expecting? Su Hua shook her head, offering an apologetic smile, Grandmother. I'm going to divorce Baixian. I'm sorry. Grandmother froze, her smile faltering as disappointment filled her eyes. Didn't you promise to give me a plump great-grandson? How can you change your mind so quickly? Su Hua lowered her gaze, rendered speechless. Initially, she had felt that not having children was the right decision. Yet, facing her grandmother's disappointed gaze, guilt enveloped her. Grandmother was a reasonable woman and, upon witnessing Su Hua's demeanor, began to piece together the situation. She gently patted Su Hua's head, then turned her piercing gaze towards Gu Baixian, demanding, Have you been entangled with that Chu Suasua girl again, causing Hua distress? Gu Baixian's lips curled slightly as he replied, My relationship with Su Hua has been quite good lately, my mother adores her, and Nanine feels the same. Implicitly suggesting that the answer lay with her own assumptions. Grandmother furrowed her brow and pondered for a while before asking, Could it be your father's meddling? Gu Baixian nodded. The elderly lady, furious, seized her phone and called Gu Outing, You scoundrel, I need to see you within half an hour. At that moment, Gu Outing was entertaining clients at a banquet. The elderly lady's shout left his ears ringing. He stepped outside, distancing the phone from his ear, and impatiently replied, Mother. Have you lost your mind? I'm with clients and cannot leave. I'm busy every day, unlike you. Don't you have subordinates? Delegate the task and come to me immediately. With that, the elderly lady hung up. Half an hour later, Gu Outing arrived right on time. Upon entering and seeing Su Hua, his expression darkened instantly, a storm of disdain and disgust evident in his gaze. Su Hua's pride crumbled. Humiliation threatening to bring her to tears. She had always been a person of strong pride, her self-esteem as fragile as paper. Having been raised to be obedient and diligent, excelling academically and possessing a talent for restoring ancient texts, she had never before faced such blatant disdain. Gu Baixian noticed her distress. He turned her hand palm up, his slender fingers enveloping hers, while his other hand cradled her face, sheltering her from Gu Outing's piercing gaze. Nestled in his embrace, Su Hua instinctively clutched his shirt. Inhaling the fresh, captivating scent of his cologne, which exuded a warmth she could lean on. The ache in her heart seemed to diminish significantly. She leaned closer into his embrace, seeking comfort. Grandmother gently patted Su Hua's back, her sharp gaze now directed at Gu Outing, her earlier warmth evaporating as she scolded. "What kind of sour face are you putting on? It wasn't Ti Hua who told me, I figured it out myself. I knew you'd be restless. Why are you causing trouble for such a wonderful granddaughter-in-law? When Baixian was in a wheelchair, you pushed for a divorce, now that he is standing. You're trying to drive her away. Are you even human?" Having held a high position for many years, Gu Outing was unaccustomed to such a straightforward reprimand. Especially in front of younger generations, particularly Su Hua. His face flushed with indignation. Chapter 33, Reluctance. Gu Outing spoke with a grim expression. Compassion should not govern military affairs. And righteousness should not dictate commerce. As a businessman, I must prioritize profit. A merchant who does not value gain is not a competent merchant. As for my motives, I had a thorough discussion with Su Hua a few days ago, and she agreed quite readily. The humiliation he experienced at the CAF flashed through his mind, sending shivers down Su Hua's spine. She was unwilling to endure such an experience again. Gently, she pushed Gu Baixian's hand away, stood up, and addressed Gu Outing, "Uncle. I would like to speak with you privately." Gu Outing cast a cold glance at her and commanded, "Follow me to the study." Gu Baixian rose, intending to accompany Su Hua, but she shook her head, signaling him not to. He squeezed her hand gently, whispering, "If you're unhappy, just step outside. There's no need to endure." Su Hua nodded in response. Together, she and Gu Outing proceeded to the study. The elder was present, engrossed in writing large characters with a brush, each stroke conveying the word stillness in an elegant flourish. Upon noticing Su Hua's entrance, he looked up and smiled warmly, saying, "Little Su, come over here." Su Hua greeted him softly, "Grandfather." Gu Outing pulled out a chair and gestured for her to sit, but she remained standing, maintaining a straight posture. Politely yet distantly, she addressed him, "Uncle, you misunderstand. I am not here to complain to grandmother. I have come to persuade her to agree to our divorce. Grandmother has always held me in high regard, and I wish to bid her farewell." Gu Outing's gaze became complex as he regarded her for several seconds before stating, "The assets under Baixian's name were notarized before marriage. And the properties acquired post-marriage bear no relation to you. As for the compensation, I believe you noticed an unexpected addition of 100 million in your account a few months ago. That was provided by him, correct?" Su Hua nodded affirmatively. Gu Outing opened his briefcase and produced a stack of documents. "This is the divorce agreement I had drafted. Review it, and if there are no objections, please sign." Su Hua accepted the papers and quickly scanned through them, finding them consistent with her expectations. She flipped to the signature page, picked up a pen from the desk, and signed 3 copies. Afterward, she handed them back to Gu Outing. He examined them carefully, and upon confirming their accuracy, his grim expression transformed into a smile. "Uncle appreciates your straightforwardness and lack of any drama. In light of your 2 years of dedicated care for Baixian, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out, Uncle will assist you." Su Hua replied with quiet dignity, "There is no need for that. I am engaged in artifact restoration. A profession vastly different from your business, our fields are as distant as mountains apart, and your assistance would be of little benefit to me." Gu Outing's expression turned icy, and his demeanor became haughty, as though to convey his displeasure at her perceived ingratitude. With a faint smile, Su Hua met his gaze, unflinching. The elder having completed the final stroke of stillness, set down his brush with a sigh and addressed Su Hua, "Little Su, even if you divorce Bei Xian, you will always be our cherished grandchild. Please visit often, this will forever be your home." In that moment, the wall Su Hua had built around her heart crumbled. Her eyes misted with tears, nearly spilling over. With a tight throat, she responded, "Thank you, grandfather. I will certainly visit you and grandmother often." The elder raised his hand to shield his eyes, leaning back in his chair, and gestured for her to leave, his voice hoarse, "You two should go now. I wish to be alone." "All right, grandfather." Su Hua cast a deep gaze at him before exiting. Upon hearing the door, Gu Beixian rose from the sofa, striding over with long strides, placing his left hand on Su Hua's shoulder to examine her expression. He softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Hua shook her head and managed a faint smile, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. The elder lady also rose from the sofa, gazing at Su Hua from afar, wanting to smile but unable to do so. Su Hua approached her silently and embraced her. After a long while, she finally spoke, "Grandmother. Your legs hurt, remember to take your calcium supplements daily. In winter, make sure to bask in the sun, and in summer, avoid excessive exposure to air conditioning or eating too much watermelon, as your stomach cannot tolerate the cold." Upon hearing this, the elder lady instantly understood. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She held Su Hua tightly, pleading, "Child, please stay, just stay." Su Hua felt a pang in her heart, her voice choked with emotion. "Grandmother, I have made my decision." The elder lady sobbed, holding her even closer, "We, the Gu family, have wronged you, we cannot bear to let you go." Su Hua felt an ache within her, grateful for the care she received over the past 3 years. "No, grandmother, it is I who should be thankful. Without your company, I wonder if Bei Xian would have endured those 2 years." Gu Outing, observing from the side, interjected coldly, "Bei Xian arranged for her grandmother's rescue, provided them with housing, and offered substantial monetary compensation. We owe her nothing." The elder lady glared at him, "Money, money, money. That's all you think about. You might as well go after the money." Gu Outing's expression darkened like a storm cloud. "I have matters to attend to, you may continue your conversation." He left with those curt words, clutching his expensive briefcase. Dinner was ready, and the servants brought the dishes to the table. Although the meal was sumptuous, the atmosphere was heavy and tasteless, making it difficult for anyone to swallow. Everyone sat in an unusual silence. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Beixian and Su Hua bid farewell to their grandparents. Once in the car, Gu Beixian fastened Su Hua's seatbelt, starting the engine in silence. Throughout the drive, the two exchanged no words. Upon arriving at the neighborhood where Su Hua lived, Gu Beixian parked and turned off the engine. Su Hua unbuckled her seatbelt, saying softly, "Drive slowly on your way back." Gu Beixian remained silent, his handsome face expressionless, lips pressed tightly together, revealing no hint of emotion. "I'm home now," Su Hua murmured, reaching for the car door. Suddenly, Gu Beixian grasped her wrist. Without looking at her, his gaze remained fixed ahead, devoid of emotion as he asked, "Is this truly what you want?" "Yes. I have signed the divorce agreement prepared by Uncle. Please sign it when you have a moment." "On Monday morning? Let us bring the household registration and ID to finalize the procedures," Su Hua replied, her tone unexpectedly calm, too composed for her age. Only then did Gu Beixian turn to face her, his expression inscrutable. "Finally free?" he asked lightly, a slight smile curving his lips, though it carried a hint of self-mockery. "Yes," Su Hua sighed softly, "finally free. I will no longer have to endure the disdain of Chu Sua, nor will I have to worry about Gu Outing's displeasure. The feeling of being looked down upon is unbearable, as if one is walking on thorns. I have done nothing wrong. Yet it feels as though I have erred in countless ways." Gu Beixian smiled silently, gently placing her injured left hand in his palm, his fingers tenderly massaging her middle and ring fingers. Su Hua remained still, allowing him to comfort her. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. "I had intended to assist you with rehabilitation, for you had devoted 2 years to helping me with my legs." Su Hua felt a sharp pang in her heart, though her face remained smiling as she replied, "You have given me so much money, more than many will earn in a lifetime. Thus, you need not feel indebted to me." Truly. Gu Baixian gazed down at her, the smile fading from his face. He reached up, pulling her head closer, resting his forehead against hers. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, I truly do not wish to let you go. Chapter 34. He is so charming. Su Hua felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if something had gripped it, causing unbearable discomfort. She longed to tell him, we won't part ways, we won't. Yet, recalling what Gu Outing had said, that he chose her as Gu Baixian's wife only because Chu Suasua had gone abroad and she happened to resemble her, made her feel insignificant. To him, she could easily be replaced by any woman who bore a resemblance to Chu Suasua. In that moment, Su Hua realized her own worth was diminished. Any woman who had spent 3 years by Gu Baixian's side would undoubtedly be cherished. It was akin to nurturing a beloved pet, should it go missing. One would feel sorrow for a time, but eventually, they would move on, reminiscing only occasionally with a sigh. Suppressing her tears, Su Hua gently caressed his chin and smiled, saying, it's getting late, you should head back. Gu Baixian took her hand, stating, I'll see you downstairs. Su Hua did not refuse. They exited the vehicle and entered the community. The night breeze was intoxicating, the shadows of trees danced gracefully, and the crescent moon hung in the sky like a wound. They walked slowly along the short path, their shadows elongated and thin under the pale street lights, appearing solitary despite being two. Neither spoke. At such moments, words felt superfluous. Upon reaching the ground floor, Gu Baixian turned to leave only after Su Hua's figure had completely vanished from sight. Back in the car, he picked up his phone and dialed his assistant, instructing, no need to find the person who injured Chu Suasua's left hand. Previously, he had pressed for the search. And now his sudden change puzzled the assistant, who inquired, President Gu, what happened? Nothing. Gu Baixian cut the call. The one responsible for injuring Chu Suasua was undoubtedly a Yao. Once they divorced, it would not be long before a Yao returned to Su Hua's side. Should he send someone to harm her beloved a Yao, she would certainly despise him. Gu Baixian did not wish to be hated by her. After silently finishing a cigarette, he started the car. The next afternoon, at the hospital, Su Hua carried a meal prepared by her mother to deliver to her grandmother. She possessed an elegant demeanor. Her figure graceful, her skin radiant, and even in simple attire, a plain shirt and long skirt, she was a stunning sight that drew the attention of passers-by. As she walked through a less crowded tree-lined path, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her, Su Hua Jia, what a coincidence. The voice sent a shiver down her spine. Turning around, she saw Chu Suasua, dressed flamboyantly, striding towards her. Waving her left hand, Chu Suasua mockingly said, thanks to you. I'm here to remove my splint today. Su Hua glanced at her hand indifferently and coldly replied, your injury has nothing to do with me. As for my own, I'm uncertain if it relates to you. Chu Suasua paused, then scoffed, producing evidence, don't slander someone without proof. Su Hua smiled lightly. I could say the same to you. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Suasua circled her, I heard you signed the divorce agreement? Su Hua tightened her grip on the thermal container. It seemed Gu Outing could hardly wait to inform her. Chu Suasua smugly declared, I told you before, I will definitely win back Baixian. What if Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt Qing, and Nanning like you? In the end, you're still being cast out. Sometimes, Su Hua found Chu Suasua quite clever, yet at other times, she deemed her overly impatient. Like now, Su Hua had resolutely decided to divorce Gu Baixian, but Chu Suasua's provocation ignited a desire within her to reclaim him. I have merely signed the divorce agreement. I haven't gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau yet. Even if I do, there's a 1-month cooling-off period before the divorce certificate can be issued. It's wise to advise Miss Chu not to celebrate too early, lest you face a slap in the face. Chu Suasua laughed heartily. What difference does it make whether it's a day sooner or later? It's a done deal. Su Hua smiled, is that so? But your actions clearly indicate you're quite anxious. After all, a man won through your wealthy father's influence is indeed something to worry about. Once the Gu family finds a better matrimonial match, you might just be discarded. It's rather admirable how Miss Chu takes pride in being a stepping stone. Suddenly, the smile faded from Chu Suasua's face. She abruptly raised her hand and slapped Su Hua across the face. Taken by surprise, Su Hua felt a ringing in her ears and stars danced before her eyes. After regaining her composure, she set the thermal container down, slowly fixing her disheveled hair. Then, she swiftly raised her hand and slapped Chu Suasua back. Having spent 2 years closely attending to Gu Beixian, she had developed considerable strength, unlike the pampered Chu Suasua. The slap left Chu Suasua's face swollen, causing her to stagger back several steps, grasping a nearby tree for support. Crying in pain, she suddenly brightened. Calling out pitifully towards Su Hua's back, Beixian Ge, Su Hua Jia hit me. Su Hua turned to see a tall, handsome man striding towards them with long strides, holding a large takeout box from a hotel. It was Gu Beixian. Su Hua felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. While Gu Beixian might not have seen Chu Suasua strike her, he surely witnessed her retaliate. She feared his anger directed at her and dreaded him defending Chu Suasua, which would humiliate her and break her heart. Yet, she remained silent, standing there expressionlessly as she gazed at Gu Beixian. His handsome face wore a cold expression, revealing no joy or anger. Upon approaching, he nodded faintly at Chu Suasua, placed the takeout box on a nearby table, and took Su Hua's right hand to examine it. Noticing the redness in her palm, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Su Hua was momentarily stunned, doubting her hearing. Clearly, Chu Suasua was his childhood sweetheart and the one he was supposed to marry, yet he chose to express concern for her. She felt slightly dazed and quickly shook her head, then reconsidered and said, "It hurts." Gu Beixian held her hand gently, chiding, "If it hurts, why use your hand? Are you foolish?" Implying she could have used her foot instead. Chu Suasua stood there, petrified. After a long pause, she finally reacted, raising her voice, "Beixian Ge. Su Hua Jia hit me and made my face swell." Su Hua retorted, "I only retaliated after she struck me first." Gu Beixian remained silent, massaging her hand for a moment longer before releasing it. He slightly raised his chin, indicating the takeout box. "I just had a meal with a client. The Buddha jumps over the wall from that hotel is quite good. I brought you a 3-person portion, hurry home and eat it while it's hot." Had Chu Suasua not been present, Su Hua would have politely declined, saying, "We're getting divorced on Monday, there's no need for this, it's complicated." But with Chu Suasua watching intently, Su Hua smiled brightly, saying sweetly, "You're so kind to me, always thinking of me." Gu Beixian, noticing her subtle intentions, played along. "So you finally realize how good I am to you, ungrateful little thing." His voice was deep and magnetic, akin to a beautiful cello, his gaze warm and affectionate, sparkling with tenderness as he looked at her, his brows and eyes seemingly aglow. Su Hua felt his demeanor was charming and warm, so utterly captivating. Just moments ago, the frustration brought on by Chu Suasua dissipated entirely. She longed to kiss him and embrace him, though such thoughts remained confined to her heart. Gu Beixian gazed down at her face, tenderly brushing his fingers across it, noting the flush of her cheeks, suggesting she should apply an ice pack upon returning home. "All right," Su Huan replied, her smile growing sweeter, her large eyes curving like crescent moons, slightly lifted at the corners. Meanwhile, Chu Suasua, with one side of her face bruised and swollen from the earlier encounter, could no longer withstand the cold shoulder and fled, crying while covering her face. Once she had distanced herself, Su Huan returned to her composure and politely remarked, "Please refrain from bringing me food next time." Gu Beixian responded with a subdued hum, concealing the tenderness in his gaze, and replied without much emotion, "I only remembered we are to divorce on Monday after the hotel preparations are complete. I will try to be more mindful in the future." A pang of bitterness surged within Su Huan, and she expressed her gratitude, "Thank you for earlier." Gu Beixian, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "You struck first, I witnessed it." Su Huan hesitated but reiterated her thanks, urging him to return to his duties. Her voice was dry, yet her heart remained tender. "All right, I shall escort you home," Gu Beixian said, picking up the takeout box along with her thermos. And he accompanied her to the entrance of her grandmother's hospital room. As he turned to depart, the following morning, Su Huan awoke to a WeChat message from Gu Nanin, containing a photograph. Curious, she opened it and enlarged the image, gasping in shock. The photo revealed the face of a young woman, her cheeks bruised and swollen, resembling a plucked pig's head. Her forehead was also swollen, reminiscent of a jovial birthday celebrant. It took a moment of careful scrutiny for Su Huan to recognize the battered visage as that of Chu Suasua. Chapter 35, Self-Indulgence Indeed. Su Huan had slapped Chu Suasua yesterday, yet only one side of her face bore the mark, and the swelling was not as severe as it appeared. Clearly, someone had added insult to injury. Su Huan dialed Gu Nanin's number and inquired, "Nanin, what happened to Chu Suasua's face?" Gu Nanin burst into laughter, chuckling for a while before she could articulate. "Last night, she went to a bar and drank until midnight. On her way home, she was intercepted, dragged from her car, and knocked unconscious, resulting in her face resembling that of a pig. She had a bodyguard, but that bodyguard was also incapacitated. I can't help it. I need to laugh a little longer, ha 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 ha." Once Gunanin's laughter subsided, Su Huan asked, "Did you report it to the police?" "Yes, the police reviewed the surveillance footage. But unfortunately, the cameras at that location were malfunctioning, so they couldn't solve the case." Su Huan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless of who had harmed Chu Suasua, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She paused and then asked, "Have you visited her?" She was actually more curious if Gu Baixian had gone. Some instincts are almost uncontrollable. Gu Nanin seemed to sense her thoughts and replied, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. My brother didn't go. He had an urgent matter yesterday afternoon and took a flight. My father and I went to see her." Chu Suasua was crying pitifully. And she deserved it. After chatting a bit more with Gu Nanin, Su Huan ended the call. After freshening up, she made her way to the living room. Breakfast was laid out on the dining table, and Su Peilon had gone to the hospital. The household registration booklet was placed next to the breakfast, accompanied by a note. Su Huan picked it up to read, "Dear daughter, I prepared the household registration for you. Happy divorce. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll escape the sea of misery. In a few days, I'll arrange some blind dates for you, one a day, early and late. Drive Gu Baixian mad. Drive that old scoundrel Gu Outing mad." Su Huan chuckled softly, but her laughter quickly faded into sorrow. She felt that after the divorce, she might find it difficult to accept another man for a long time. After finishing her breakfast, Su Huan placed the household registration and her identification card into her bag, preparing to meet Gu Baixian to finalize their divorce. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Gu Baixian calling. His voice sounded somewhat distant as he said, "Yesterday afternoon, there was a situation at the overseas branch, and I had to handle it. Let us discuss the divorce when I return." Su Huan felt a slight relief but quickly became anxious again. "How long will you be gone?" "A week at the shortest, half a month at the longest." Su Huan paused, "Then I will wait for your return." "Okay." Just as she was about to hang up, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Chu Suasua was attacked last night. It wasn't me who hired anyone." Gu Baixian replied calmly, "I know." Su Huan was taken aback. "You know?" "Yes. It's likely the same person who broke her left hand last time." "Who?" "Ah Yao." Those two short words pierced Su Huan's heart like a dagger. Her emotions surged, and she instinctively exclaimed, "It wasn't him." Her usually gentle voice became sharp and piercing, sounding foreign even to her own ears. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she softened her tone, saying, "It wasn't him, he passed away long ago in a fire. Last time at my grandfather's house, I took you to see his grave. Do you remember?" Gu Baixian said nothing, merely responding with a faint murmur. Su Huan sensed his reluctance to believe her words, perceiving his non-committal tone as an attempt to silence her. However, she did not wish to argue further. Calming her emotions, she said, "Call me when you return to the country." "All right." A week later, a young woman named Xin Yuan arrived at her door, greeting her enthusiastically, "Senior, hello. My name is Xin Yuan, and Shen Huai is my brother." Su Huan had already received a call from Shen Huai in advance and welcomed her in. After offering her tea, Xin Yuan introduced herself, "I'm also from the archaeology department at Kyoto University. But I only studied there for half a year before going abroad as an exchange student in international archaeology. I just graduated this year and am currently working at the City Museum. I've long heard of your reputation, you were quite the figure at our school." Su Huan smiled, "You don't need to call me senior, just use my name. I graduated early, I skipped grades in elementary school, so despite my early graduation, I might even be younger than you." After comparing their ages, they realized they were born on the same day. Xin Yuan's purpose for visiting was to represent the museum and invite Su Huan to help restore an ancient painting. Upon arriving at the city museum, Su Huan discovered that the painting in question was a hermit by Wang Meng, one of the four masters of the Yuan dynasty. This was the very painting from 2 or 3 months ago, when a tall, thin man and a bald man abducted her to compel her to restore it. At that time, they had only unveiled the painting, and before she could begin restoration, the case was solved. Su Huan wondered why it had taken so long for the painting to be restored. Xin Yuan sighed. Stolen goods have to go through procedures. After being processed, they are transferred to the national treasury before being allocated to the museum. Once in the museum, experts must appraise and study it. And only then can restoration specialists draft a restoration plan. This process can easily take 2 to 3 months. We invited you to participate in the restoration alongside other experts because you were the one who unveiled the painting. This was also my brother's intention. Su Huan understood. Shen Huai's actions were indeed for her benefit. While grassroots efforts might have a certain charm, they often lacked formality. Official involvement would lend her work a veneer of legitimacy, adding a layer of prestige, even if she didn't particularly need it. Upon entering the Cultural Relics Protection Department, Su Huan found herself surrounded by a group of experts in the restoration room. The youngest among them appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. With most being quite elderly, all elite talents invited from across the country. Su Huan was the youngest present. Yet due to her lineage as Su Wenmai's granddaughter and her modest reputation in the field, no one dared to belittle her. After discussing restoration plans with the experts for the entire morning, Su Huan felt reluctant to dine with a room full of older men, so she excused herself. Outside, Xin Yuan was already waiting for her, smiling as she said, "Our director asked me to host you personally." Both being from the archaeology field, they quickly found common ground and became familiar with each other, aided by Xin Yuan's vivacious and friendly nature. As they walked, Su Huan received a WeChat message from Shen Huai, inquiring about the day's events. While walking, she replied to him. Suddenly, Xin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she gasped. Covering her mouth, "Wow, a handsome guy. Our director is with a super handsome man, and they're walking this way. Oh my, he is incredibly handsome." She hurriedly touched her face, adjusted her hair, and straightened her clothes, elbowing Su Huan, "Quick, help me check if my makeup is intact. How do I look?" Su Huan was preoccupied with her message, but at Xin Yuan's insistence, she glanced up and replied, "You look fine." Xin Yuan blushed. "That handsome guy just looked at me and smiled. Do you think he might be interested in me?" Su Huan followed her gaze. The man was indeed striking, young, handsome, tall. With a fair complexion and noble, sculpted features, dressed in a dark suit, exuding elegance and confidence. Yet, this handsome gentleman was none other than her soon-to-be ex-husband, Gu Beixian. His gaze was clearly directed at her, not at Xin Yuan. Perhaps all women have a tendency to be self-indulgent, Su Huan mused. Their eyes met. And Gu Beixian smiled slightly, nodding at her before engaging in conversation with the director and striding towards them. Xin Yuan abruptly halted, nervously wiping her hands on her clothes. Su Huan also stopped, puzzled. "Why aren't you moving?" Xin Yuan stared blankly at Gu Beixian, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. As Gu Beixian approached them, the atmosphere shifted. Xin Yuan eagerly extended her hand, warmly greeting, "Hello, handsome. My name is Xin Yuan." Yuan means kite, akin to an eagle. "It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire your name?" Gu Beixian did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at her and replied, "I am looking for Su Hua." Xin Yuan promptly linked her arm with Su Hua's and cheerfully remarked, "She is my dear friend, we share the same birthday. Seeking her or me is essentially the same." Su Hua found herself both amused and exasperated, surprised by Xin Yuan's playful nature. Gu Beixian, clearly lacking patience for her banter, raised his hand and draped it over Su Hua's shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. "Shall we have lunch together?" he proposed. "All right," Su Hua responded. Xin Yuan was taken aback. "Su Hua, do you know this striking gentleman? What is your relationship? Why is he holding you so closely?" With a gentle smile, Su Hua replied, "We are acquainted, our relationship is somewhat intimate." As for the nature of their connection, it fluctuated between the familiar and the distant. At times profoundly close and at others, as if they were mere strangers. Upon hearing that their relationship was somewhat intimate, Xin Yuan assumed they were relatives. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she prepared to speak. However, Gu Beixian's patience had reached its limit. He simply tightened his hold on Su Hua and strode away. Xin Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 36, a warning threat. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the car. Su Hua fastened her seatbelt and curiously inquired, "What brings you to the museum?" Gu Beixian started the engine and casually replied, "I went abroad to handle some business and took the opportunity to photograph a collection of artifacts to donate to the museum upon my return." Su Hua regarded him with solemn respect, expressing, "I thank you on behalf of the nation and its people." Gu Beixian cast a nonchalant glance her way, remarking, "It's only been a few days, and you've turned so formal in your speech. Don't elevate me to such heights. Donating artifacts can enhance a company's reputation and provide reasonable tax deductions." Su Hua paused for a moment, studying his handsome, profound profile, and laughed. "You're increasingly resembling a competent businessman." Gu Beixian smirked, "Are you mocking me for my mercantile demeanor?" Su Hua smiled back, "I wouldn't he dare." "Where shall we dine?" "Anywhere you like," he replied. Gu Beixian drove her to a quaint, independent building by the riverside. The antique sign was intricately carved with the characters Tang Palace. The exterior exuded a regal aura, reminiscent of a miniature palace. Luxury cars lined the entrance, their license plates obscured. After they disembarked, Gu Beixian handed the car keys to the valet. Su Hua followed him inside. The club operated on a membership basis, ensuring a high degree of privacy. It was evident that Gu Beixian was a regular. As soon as they entered the lobby, the manager greeted them warmly and promptly led them further inside. The corridors were filled with faint melodies, reminiscent of the distant sounds of traditional strings, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Occasionally, maidens clad in Tang attire glided past, conjuring images of the Tang dynasty. They reached a private room at the end of the corridor. Once inside and seated, the manager exchanged pleasantries before excusing himself. Gu Beixian handed the menu to Su Hua, suggesting she order whatever she fancied. Su Hua took the menu, selecting only her favorite dish while opting for Gu Beixian's preferred items for the rest. After 3 years of marriage, she knew him inside out, unable to forget even if she wished to. Once she finished ordering, Gu Beixian moved the menu back to himself, requesting the server to replace his chosen dishes with those Su Hua favored. The waiter, perplexed by such subtle expressions of affection, could only stand by in confusion. When the dishes were served, Gu Beixian used public chopsticks to serve Su Hua, encouraging her to eat more. In turn, she offered him a dish, observing his slightly gaunt face, and inquired, "Were you very busy abroad for a week? You seem to have lost a bit of weight." Gu Beixian picked up a piece of fish and placed it on her plate, assuring her, "Not at all, the cuisine overseas pales in comparison to yours." Su Hua smiled brightly, aware he was teasing her. No matter where he traveled, he stayed in the finest hotels and dined on exquisite meals. How could the creations of world-renowned chefs ever compare to her humble home cooking? As they neared the end of their meal, Gu Beixian stepped outside to take a business call. Su Hua rose to visit the restroom. The decor was uniquely charming, even the restroom exuding an antique elegance. Upon exiting, Su Hua strolled back down the corridor. Just as she was about to turn a corner, she felt a sudden force from behind, grabbing her clothing and pushing her into a small garden nearby. Startled, Su Hua turned to see it was Chu Suasua. After being persistently entangled, even with her usually good temper, Su Hua felt a flicker of impatience and frowned. "What do you want?" Chu Suasua remained silent, dragging her behind a large, lush ficus tree, glaring at her with fury. "I merely slapped you once, and you had someone bruise my face. You're a wicked woman." Unfazed, Su Hua adjusted her disheveled attire, her gaze icy as she replied, "That individual was not sent by me. Perhaps, Miss Chu, your usual arrogance has led you to offend many." "Nonsense. I just returned to the country and aside from our discord, I've interacted with no one else." Su Hua shrugged indifferently. "Think what you will, I reiterate, please present your evidence." Unfortunately for Chu Suasua, she had no proof and was left fuming, her face turning an alarming shade. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. Su Hua replied coolly, "I naturally came to dine, what else would I be doing?" Chu Suasua bit her lip. Are you with Basian? Indeed, Su Hua confirmed. Chu Suasua's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting to a cunning glare as she taunted. You've signed the divorce agreement, it's only a matter of time before you part ways. Yet here you are, shamelessly mooching off Basian. The remark stung deeply. They were not yet divorced, until then, they remained a legally wed couple. Su Hua stood tall and replied frostily, Miss Chu. It's not that I look down upon you. If we were of equal standing and competed fairly, you would find yourself at a disadvantage, for you lack composure. Chu Suasua scoffed, and what of your composure? Without a good father, all your efforts are in vain. I have the advantage of birth, from the moment I was born. I surpassed you. Su Hua could only laugh in disbelief. I once envied you, but now I see how pitiful you are, relying solely on your father's influence. You possess nothing else. Such words were a profound humiliation to someone like Chu Suasua, who prided herself on being favored by heaven. Overwhelmed with rage, she raised her foot to kick Su Hua. Su Hua swiftly dodged, only to hear hurried footsteps approaching. In a flash, a tall figure enveloped her in an embrace. Chu Suasua's kick missed, leaving her stunned as she gazed at the unexpected man. Su Hua inhaled the familiar scent of cologne, fresh and warm with a hint of tobacco, and looked up to see Gu Baixian. She sighed in relief, covering her racing heart, and smiled. What brings you here? Gu Baixian's expression remained impassive, his gaze cold as he regarded Chu Suasua. He turned to Su Hua, saying, After my call, I didn't see you return. So I inquired with the staff and found you here. You're unharmed, I hope? Su Hua shook her head. Chu Suasua quickly masked her earlier arrogance, adopting a demure demeanor as she said, Baixian, I wasn't going to kick Su Hua, my shoe was uncomfortable, and I merely lifted my foot to check. You misunderstood me. A cold smirk played on Gu Baixian's lips. I'm not blind. Chu Suasua's expression faltered, and she pouted, feigning tears. Baixian, don't wrongfully accuse me. Where are you, Suasua? A slightly aged male voice called from a distance. Chu Suasua perked up, responding brightly, Dad, I'm over here in the garden. The footsteps grew nearer, and soon a man in his 60s appeared, a tall figure with graying hair and a dignified presence, dressed in a finely tailored dark gray suit, adorned with an expensive watch. This was Chu Suasua's father, Chu Yenru. He glanced at Su Hua and greeted Gu Baixian with a smile. Baixian. What a coincidence to see you here. Gu Baixian replied with a curt nod, maintaining a polite smile devoid of warmth. Uncle Chu, please consider guiding your daughter's behavior. If this continues, she may become insufferable. The formality of your daughter struck a nerve in Chu Suasua, and tears streamed down her face. She touched her cheek, sobbing, Baixian. You're biased, it was Su Hua who bullied me first. She had someone turn my face into a swollen mess, and I suffered for an entire week. With a gentle hand on Su Hua's shoulder, Gu Baixian calmly remarked, Su Hua was unaware of that incident. If you refrain from provoking her, you will encounter no trouble. Chu Suasua opened her mouth to protest, but Gu Baixian, losing patience, lowered his gaze to Su Hua, speaking softly, Let me take you back to the museum. Su Hua nodded in agreement. Gu Baixian took a step forward and departed. However, Su Hua remained motionless, for Chu Yenru was observing her with a peculiar gaze. That gaze was chilling and intricate, seemingly imbued with disdain, contempt, disgust, resentment, and hatred, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. As if she were being roasted over an open flame or fried in hot oil, an indescribable discomfort enveloping her. It was hard to fathom how such an unsettling expression could manifest on the face of this cultured older gentleman. They say that a gaze can be lethal, and today, Su Hua truly comprehended that sentiment. She yearned to flee from the scene, yet her legs felt as if they were rusted, unable to move even an inch. Gu Baixian walked away several paces, only to notice that Su Hua remained rooted in place, her complexion alarmingly pale. Why aren't you leaving? He inquired, turning back. His peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Yenru's gaze, which had not yet been retracted. Gu Baixian's expression abruptly shifted, he seized Su Hua's hand, enveloping it in his own, deliberately avoiding any glance toward Chu Yenru. Instead, he fixed his gaze ahead and spoke in a nonchalant tone, This woman has endured hardships alongside me. Whoever dares to lay a hand on her is essentially opposing me. His tone bore no weight, and his face was devoid of emotion. yet it imparted an intangible sense of pressure, akin to a warning or a threat. Chu Yanru's countenance darkened immediately. In the next moment, Chu Suasua burst into tears and fled. Chapter 37, Trying on the Wedding Dress. Lock. Chu Yanru called out, casting a cold sidelong glance at Su Hua before striding out. The small garden fell silent once more. Su Hua extended her arms, silently embracing Gu Beixian, her heart tumultuous, as something heavy lodged in her throat. Burying her face against his chest, the tears flowed uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt a profound reluctance to part from him, to go through with the divorce. She clung tightly to his waist, holding on as if for dear life, yet inside, she felt utterly powerless. Noticing the dampness on his shirt, Gu Beixian lifted her delicate chin. Are you crying? Su Hua remained silent, her eyes red as she pressed her face back against his shirt. Stop crying, if you keep this up, your eyes will swell. His voice was gentle, patiently soothing her. Su Hua's throat tightened. Why are you so good to me? Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing at his lips. Is a simple compliment enough to earn my goodwill? How is it that my Su Hua is so easily satisfied? Ignoring his jest, Su Hua stubbornly repeated her question. Gu Beixian's expression softened. The world can be treacherous, and you lack a protective father. All you have is a paper tiger for a mother and a frail grandmother. As an orphan with a single mother, if I don't protect you, who will? A sharp pang shot through Su Hua's heart. The more kindness he showed her, the more her heart ached. She asked quietly, is it worth it? What she truly wanted to know was whether it was worth offending the partners of the Gu Corporation, angering her future father-in-law, and antagonizing his childhood betrothed for her sake. Gu Beixian sensed her underlying thoughts and pulled her closer. From a business perspective, it's certainly not worth it. But if I don't act, my conscience would ache. Su Hua said nothing, instead tightening her embrace, wishing to merge with him completely. That profound sense of helplessness surged within her once more, ensnaring her deeply. Chu Suasua once said that she was destined to succeed, having won from the moment she was born. Back at the museum, the moment Xin Yuan encountered Su Hua, she bombarded her with questions. I heard from my brother that the handsome guy is Gu Beixian, the second son of the Gu family, and your distant relatives? For a fleeting moment, Su Hua contemplated revealing that he was her soon-to-be ex-husband. However, she was not the type to divulge personal matters to just anyone. And knowing Xin Yuan's nature, it would undoubtedly lead to a relentless inquiry. It was not a particularly glorious matter, and she wished to avoid any unnecessary fuss. After a brief silence, Su Hua replied with a faint her interest waning as she entered the restoration room. She quietly sat in a corner, observing a group of experts from across the nation debating whether to use southern or northern restoration techniques to mend the painting's damage. The noise was overwhelming, and she longed to just step in and finish the repairs herself. She could have completed the task by now instead of listening to their endless discussions. By afternoon, as the meeting adjourned, the experts headed to a hotel for dinner and drinks. Su Hua took her leave and, as she stepped outside, received a call from Gu Beixian. My mother wants to see us. My car is parked at the museum entrance. Come over. Once in the car, Su Hua asked, have you been at the museum all day? Gu Beixian started the engine. No, I arrived an hour ago. The director held a donation ceremony, which just concluded. They soon arrived at Qin Shu's bridal shop, located in a bustling commercial center. The entire 10-story building was hers, exquisitely decorated. Qin Shu was a true powerhouse. After taking the elevator to her office, Qin Shu warmly greeted them, taking Su Hua's hand and leading her to the computer. I've designed 3 wedding dresses for you, let us see which one you like best. Su Hua froze momentarily, a pang of pain striking her heart. Glancing at Gu Beixian, she smiled at Qin Shu. Mom, no, Auntie, I want to need them. Beixian and I are getting divorced soon. Qin Shu paused, her expression tinged with sadness. I understand, but I just want to gift you a wedding dress. No matter who you marry in the future, I want to give you one. Su Hua felt a mix of emotions, her heart clawing at her insides. She forced a smile. Thank you, Auntie, but really, I don't need it. She was not one to warm up quickly to someone. Once she fell in love, it was hard to move on. As for remarriage, that seemed a distant thought. Qin Shu's demeanor shifted slightly. Don't call me Auntie. Even if you and Basian divorce, I'll still be your mother. If I can't have you as my daughter-in-law, then you'll be my daughter. I've poured my heart into these designs, and if you refuse, it feels like you're looking down on me. Tears welled in Su Hua's eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. Unable to refuse, she sat beside Qin Shu and began to choose. She favored a simple yet elegant style, selecting a fitted white gown with a long train. The fabric light and as white as clouds. Are you sure you want this one? Qin Shu asked, lifting the mouse. Absolutely, thank you, Mom. Then I'll have someone come take your measurements. It takes time to make a wedding dress. All right. Qin Shu buzzed her assistant to come in. Su Hua looked around the office, which also served as Qin Shu's design studio. It was spacious and bright, adorned with beautiful wedding dresses displayed on mannequins. Women's innate love for wedding dresses drew Su Hua closer, and she couldn't resist touching the silky fabric. Imagining herself in the wedding dress brought a bittersweet smile to her face. 3 years ago, when she married Gu Baixian, he couldn't stand. And they had no wedding ceremony, leaving her with an enduring sense of regret. Noticing Su Hua lost in thought, Qin Shu encouraged, if you like it, try it on. Feel free to try on as many as you wish, I'll gift you whichever one you choose. Su Hua's gloomy mood lifted instantly, her eyes sparkling. Can I really try? Of course, Qin Shu said gently, her gaze filled with love and acceptance, as if looking at her own daughter. Just then, the assistant entered, taking the wedding dress off the mannequin and accompanying Su Hua to the fitting room. Putting on the wedding dress was a bit of a process. But the assistant helped Su Hua get ready. After about 10 minutes, she emerged from the fitting room, gliding gracefully. The fitted white gown accentuated her slender waist and elegant figure, her delicate heart-shaped face radiant, with sparkling eyes, cherry-red lips, and a refined nose. The backless design revealed her beautiful spine and graceful shoulder blades perfectly. When she caught her reflection in the mirror, Su Hua couldn't help but think how beautiful she looked. Indeed, a wedding dress was the most exquisite attire. Gu Baixian lounged on the sofa. His long legs crossed casually, observing her from a distance. His expression was neutral, but a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Qin Shu approached, adjusting the hem of Su Hua's gown, and exclaimed, my daughter-in-law has a slim waist, long legs, a swan neck, fair skin, and gracefulness that surpasses even stars. You should model for me. Gu Baixian smirked, but Su Hua makes a fortune restoring ancient paintings. How much would you pay her to model? It's a waste of talent. Su Hua recalled how she had once claimed to Gu Baixian that her work was quite lucrative, even jesting that she could support him. And her ears flushed with embarrassment. Qin Shu shot Gu Baixian a disapproving look. Indeed, my daughter-in-law is talented and beautiful, with a kind heart. Yet someone here insists on a divorce. Su Hua softly interjected, don't blame him. Qin Shu scolded playfully, don't defend him, his father bears some responsibility. But he bears the greatest burden. Su Hua was deeply touched. What a remarkable mother-in-law she is, while most mothers tend to side with their sons. She chooses to support her daughter-in-law. After trying on the wedding dress, the assistant helped Su Hua lift the hem as she stepped into the fitting room to change. Qin Shu picked up a cup of water and approached Gu Baixian, sitting beside him. She quietly observed him for a moment before speaking with a hint of sadness in her voice, you clearly have feelings for her. Why not find a way to keep her around? Gu Baixian seemed momentarily distracted, raising his coffee cup to take a sip, and absent-mindedly replied, my father disapproves. If she stays, she will only suffer. Your father may disapprove, but with your capabilities, you could thrive independently of him. In life, one must seek emotional connections. Material possessions serve merely to satisfy our desires. At my age, you will come to understand that money, power, fame, and fortune are secondary, feelings hold the utmost significance. Some people, once missed, may evoke regret for a lifetime. Reflecting on the past, Qin Shu's gaze turned distant, and she sighed softly. Gu Baixian's eyes deepened in thought as he raised his gaze toward the fitting room. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, that is her decision, and I respect it. In truth, he was acutely aware of the underlying reason, Su Hua had someone she cherished. She did not love him. He did not wish to confine her to his side, subjecting her to a life of distress, haunted by nightmares of calling for her beloved Yao. There exists a kind of love that is defined by the act of letting go. Chapter 38, wedding photos clad in her own attire. Su Hua emerged from the fitting room. An assistant meticulously measured her, ensuring precision in every dimension. Once the measurements were taken, Su Hua settled onto a sofa, engrossed in her phone. Earlier, within the fitting room, she had captured several images of herself in the wedding gown, hoping to preserve the most exquisite one as a memento. Yet, after careful deliberation, she found each photo captivating, unable to part with any. Gu Beixian glanced over, a smile gracing his lips. If you're so enamored, why not commission a set of wedding photos? Su Hua lifted her gaze from the phone, surprise evident in her eyes. Was he suggesting they capture wedding photos on the cusp of their divorce? Gu Beixian gently caressed her head. If you desire it, then let's proceed. Don't allow yourself to be burdened by excessive contemplation. Tomorrow is the weekend, I'll be free in the afternoon. Once I've concluded my commitments, I'll collect you. It's settled. Qin Shu, bearing a glass of milk, extended it to Su Hua. The neighboring establishment specializes in wedding photography. The proprietress and I are well acquainted. Why don't you have your photos taken there? I'll give her a heads up to accommodate you on short notice. Su Hua accepted the milk, offering Qin Shu a grateful glance. Naturally, she harbored a desire to capture such photos. Aside from the image adorning their marriage certificate, she and Gu Beixian had never posed for a photograph together. Acquiring a set would be a delightful keepsake. In her twilight years, she could revisit them, reminiscing about the man she had once loved so deeply. She surreptitiously gazed at Gu Beixian. The soft amber light cast subtle shadows upon the contours of his jawline and the prominence of his nose. The man she loved possessed a breathtaking allure. The following afternoon, Gu Beixian arrived punctually at the hospital to escort Su Hua. Upon reaching the photography studio, Su Hua proceeded to the makeup room, while Gu Beixian awaited her return. The ladies' dressing room was expansive, bustling with several individuals undergoing makeup application. Su Hua reclined serenely before the vanity, her eyes closed. The makeup artist, wielding a foundation brush, gently applied the base to her face, inquiring, Miss Su, which skincare products do you typically employ? Your complexion is so radiant that only a light layer of foundation is necessary. Su Hua was uncertain of the brand of skincare products she used. They were a gift from Gu Beixian, imported directly from France, bearing a lengthy French appellation, purportedly custom-made. Her grasp of French was limited, and despite 3 years of usage, she couldn't recall the brand name. With an apologetic smile, she responded. Allow me to inquire of my husband and inform you later, would that be acceptable? The makeup artist remarked enviously, your husband must adore you immensely. Personally curating your skincare regimen. The word adore caused Su Hua to pause. He treated her well, but did it constitute love? Suddenly, a saccharine voice pierced the air. Su Hua, are you here for a photo shoot as well? Su Hua's scalp prickled with unease as she gradually opened her eyes. Standing a mere meter away was Chu Suasua. Already adorned in makeup, wearing a voluminous yellow tulle gown, a beaming smile upon her face. The dressing room was teeming with people. And Su Hua preferred to avoid engaging with her, offering only a slight nod. Chu Suasua, however, had no intention of allowing her to evade the encounter. Her lips twisting into a malicious grin, she remarked, Su Hua grew up in a remote mountain village. This must be her first time participating in a photo shoot. Her voice carried, ensuring that everyone in the dressing room could hear, and gazes shifted toward Su Hua with undisguised curiosity, reminiscent of how one might regard a country bumpkin. Su Hua found herself at a loss for words. Her maternal grandparents had both been employed in the city during their younger years. Upon retirement, due to her grandfather's asthma, doctors recommended relocating to an area with a more salubrious environment, prompting their return to their ancestral home nestled at the foot of the mountains. As she hailed from a single-parent household, with her mother occupied by work, she had been entrusted to the care of her grandparents during her formative years. She perceived nothing inherently negative about the mountain village, appreciating its pristine environment and the simplicity of its inhabitants. Meeting Chu Suasua's triumphant gaze, Su Hua retorted casually. I'm not here for a photo shoot, I'm here for wedding photos. Chu Suasua's meticulously made-up face contorted into an unsightly expression. Her tone dripping with sarcasm, she exclaimed. Are you serious? You and Beixian are on the verge of divorce. What's the point of wedding photos? It's superfluous and unnecessary. Su Hua remained composed, stating. It was Gu Beishuan's suggestion. Zhu Suasua scoffed, I don't believe you. You must have been clinging to him, begging him to take them. Beishian has never been fond of photographs. Su Hua, disinclined to engage in further discourse, closed her eyes, allowing the makeup artist to continue her work. Zhu Suasua stood her ground, her gaze fixed upon Su Hua, before finally departing after a long moment. When Su Hua emerged from the makeup room, seeking Gu Beishian in the waiting area, she found Zhu Suasua seated beside him, nestled close, exchanging whispered words with a smile. The distance prevented Su Hua from discerning the content of their conversation. A sense of unease washed over her as she quickened her pace. Noticing Su Hua's approach, Zhu Suasua deliberately raised her voice, addressing Gu Beishian, Beishian, you and Su Hua are divorcing. Why is she still pestering you for wedding photos? Gu Beishian replied softly. It was my desire. Zhu Suasua faltered, but you dislike having your picture taken. In the past, when she had suggested a photo together, he had always declined, citing his aversion to photography. Gu Beishian glanced up, his gaze settling upon Su Hua, radiant in her makeup, gracefully approaching in a pristine white wedding gown. His eyes lit up, and he replied absently, it depends on whom I'm photographing. The word struck Zhu Suasua like a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the bone. Utterly defeated, she suppressed her emotions, forcing a smile, and said, Beishian, Uncle Gu mentioned that he intends for you to marry me once you and Su Hua are divorced. Don't you think taking wedding photos with her is an affront to me? Gu Beishian cast a cool glance in her direction. My divorce from Su Hua is a separate matter from marrying you. But Uncle Gu believes we are well-suited, childhood sweethearts. And he considers me the prospective daughter-in-law of your family. Driven by a need to salvage the situation, Zhu Suasua's tone became somewhat aggressive. Gu Beishuan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, betraying his growing impatience. Everyone possesses a rebellious streak. Originally pressured by Gu outing to divorce, he had already been disgruntled. Witnessing Zhu Suasua's repeated provocations towards Su Hua had nearly depleted his sense of guilt. Whoever made you that promise, seek them out. With these words, Gu Beishian rose to his feet, his long legs carrying him towards Su Hua. Taking her hand, he gazed at her with a tender smile, his eyes reflecting a gentle starlight. You look truly beautiful today. Su Hua reciprocated his gaze, her eyes crinkling into crescents, and replied sweetly, you too. You look incredibly handsome today, the most handsome groom. She playfully gave him a thumbs up. Their hearts aligned, they exchanged a knowing smile, and walked away hand in hand. Upon rounding a corner, they released each other's hands simultaneously. Su Hua said, thank you for indulging me. Gu Beishian casually tucked his hands into his pockets, replying, it's the least I could do, considering I was the cause of this. They entered the photography studio side by side. Meanwhile, Zhu Suasua watched as they departed. Hand in hand, consumed by rage, she retrieved her phone and dialed Gu Outing's number. Uncle Gu, Beishian, and Su Hua are taking wedding photos. What's going on? They're supposed to be divorcing, yet they're acting like newlyweds. Is this divorce still happening? Upon hearing this, Gu Outing's forehead veins throbbed with anger. However, to placate Zhu Suasua, he said, perhaps they're taking wedding photos as a memento before their divorce. Su Hua and Beishian have both signed the divorce agreement. Only the final procedure remains. Don't panic. Remain composed. Hearing that Gu Beishian had also signed the divorce agreement, Zhu Suasua's heart, which had been suspended in midair, plummeted back into her chest. She and he had grown up together, childhood sweethearts with a foundation of over a decade of affection. She believed that once they were divorced, she could win him back. Inside the photography studio, Su Hua and Gu Beishian stood before the backdrop, striking various poses as directed by the photographer. The two individuals, at times entwining shoulders, at times embracing waists, and occasionally sharing tender kisses, moved in perfect harmony. To an unsuspecting observer, they would appear to be a blissfully affectionate newlywed couple. Even the photographer could not help but commend them, declaring that they were the most aesthetically pleasing and compatible pair he had ever captured. While a smile adorned Su Hua's face, a twinge of sorrow lingered within her heart. What significance does external compatibility hold when their backgrounds are mismatched and divorce looms on the horizon? Gu Beishian, perceptive to the melancholy reflected in her eyes, tightened his embrace around her waist and whispered softly in her ear, if you cannot bear to part with me, then let us remain together. Even if it is merely to endure. Whatever aspects of me you find unappealing, I am willing to change. Chapter 39, Love at First Sight. Su Hua raised her delicate face, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at Gu Beixian. It was a rare feat for someone as elevated as him to utter such words, making it impossible for her not to harbor affection for him. In fact, her admiration had nearly reached an overwhelming crescendo. If there were any qualms to speak of, it would be his rather irascible temperament, but throughout this past year, he had consistently exercised restraint in her presence. She also found it difficult to tolerate the existence of his rather bothersome ex-girlfriend. However, he had been staunchly on her side lately. Ever since she expressed her discomfort regarding Chu Suasua, he had made a deliberate effort to distance himself from her. Su Hua's heart softened, and just as she was about to acquiesce to him, a knock came at the door. The door swung open, revealing a young girl resembling a receptionist, who announced, "Miss Su Hua, there's a call for you downstairs." While changing into her wedding dress, Su Hua had locked her phone in the dressing room cabinet. Assuming someone was in urgent need of her, she apologized to the photographer and proceeded downstairs to take the call. Upon reaching the first floor, she picked up the landline. The voice on the other end belonged to Gu Outing, devoid of any warmth. "Miss Su, integrity is paramount in life. I have little patience for those who are inconsistent." Su Hua felt as though she had been publicly slapped, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. After a moment of composure, she replied, "I have not gone back on my word. Beixian just returned from abroad yesterday, and today is the weekend. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed." Gu Outing's tone remained icy. "Next Monday, I will have my assistant clear his schedule. I hope Miss Su will not disappoint me again." Su Hua acknowledged with a simple Gu Outing went on, his words laden with implications. "I hold Beixian in high regard, but if he incurs my displeasure, he is not indispensable. My eldest son, Gu Lin, may lack his business acumen but possesses a decisive character, free from the entanglements of romantic distractions, and he listens to my counsel. Our family operates on a different scale than yours. Ours is a vast enterprise, where the marketplace resembles a battlefield, only victors and vanquished exist, devoid of familial ties. If Beixian does not rise to power, he risks becoming a casualty. Do you comprehend my meaning, Miss Su?" The underlying message was clear: should she remain married, she would merely be an obstacle in Gu Beixian's path to success, a sinner in the eyes of his family. Such seasoned veterans in the game of life possess an uncanny ability to communicate without resorting to crude language, leaving the listener feeling pricked and unable to lift their head. What could Su Hua possibly say in response? Remaining married now seemed akin to embracing sin. With a pallid complexion, her voice trembling, she murmured, "I understand." With that, Gu Outing hung up. Su Hua walked away from the reception desk with heavy steps, seeking refuge in a secluded corner to gather her tumultuous emotions. Once she felt somewhat composed, she feigned nonchalance and returned to the photography studio. However, her enthusiasm for the photo shoot had evaporated. After hastily capturing a few images, she informed the photographer that they could cease for the day. Once outside the studio, she quietly changed her clothes, removed her makeup, and left with Gu Beixian. As they exited, he inquired, "Who called you just now?" Su Hua shook her head, replying, "No one." Gu Beixian gazed intently at her. "Be honest with me." Avoiding his penetrating gaze, she lowered her eyes to her wristwatch and half-jokingly remarked, "I promised to take care of you. But it seems I may not be able to fulfill that. Let me treat you to a meal instead." Gu Beixian fell silent, and the flicker of light hidden deep within his eyes began to fade. He gently ruffled her hair, teasingly saying, "You think a meal will suffice to placate me? How stingy." Su Hua managed a strained smile. "One meal isn't enough, let us make it two." Gu Beixian remained silent. The couple soon found a nearby restaurant. After dining, they emerged to find the sky enveloped in darkness. As they entered the car, Gu Beixian asked, "Where to?" Su Hua fastened her seatbelt and replied, "Take me to the hospital." "At this hour, what business do you have at the hospital? Isn't your grandmother being cared for by a nurse?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, her grandmother had recently developed an unusual attachment, particularly at night, insisting on her company over that of the nurse or her mother. Gu Beixian reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, his deep, dark eyes locking onto hers. He wished to say, I too find myself yearning for you, especially at night, yet he refrained, deeming such sentiments overly sentimental for a man of his stature. Ultimately, he felt it would hold little significance. As they arrived at the hospital, rain began to fall. Gu Baixian parked the car, retrieved an umbrella from the trunk, and escorted Su Hua to the inpatient department. The umbrella tilted almost entirely toward her side, leaving one of his shoulders exposed to the rain. Noticing this, Su Hua nudged the umbrella toward him, but after only a few steps, it reverted back to her side. She raised her hand to push it again, but Gu Baixian grasped her hand gently, murmuring, "I'm a grown man, a little rain won't harm me. You, however, are a delicate girl who cannot withstand the chill." Su Hua felt a lump in her throat and instinctively linked her arm with his, refusing to let go until they reached the door of the ward. That night, as Su Hua assisted her grandmother with washing her face and feet, she couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow upon seeing her grandmother's frail, wrinkled skin. Raised primarily by her grandparents, Su Hua held a deeper affection for her grandmother than for her own mother. As night fell, she lay beside her grandmother, wrapping her arms around her from behind. Once a towering figure, her grandmother now appeared thin and fragile, swaying like a withered plant in the wind. During a recent full-body examination, the doctors had discovered that her organs were deteriorating, particularly the kidney replaced 3 years prior. At her age, the doctors no longer supported further surgery due to the high risks involved. They could only count the days and live one at a time. Burdened with her thoughts, Su Hua found it difficult to sleep. Her grandmother, too, was awake. In the darkness, she heard her grandmother's hoarse voice slowly uttering, "Child, I'm afraid I have become a burden to you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have married into such a family. Nor would you be facing divorce." Su Hua buried her head against her grandmother's bony back and, after a long pause, replied, "I do not regret marrying him, truly." Her grandmother remained silent, only letting out a heavy sigh. The following day, Monday, Su Hua and Gu Baixian met at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As they stepped out of the car, Su Hua glanced up and noticed a delicately decorated CAF by the roadside, momentarily pausing in her tracks. It was here, 3 years ago, that she had first met Gu Baixian. She recalled that day, the chill of late spring in the air. He had donned a black cashmere coat, looking even more handsome than in the photographs, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Though seated in a wheelchair, his noble presence could not be concealed. His strikingly beautiful eyes were dark and deep, with pronounced double eyelids and long lashes that slightly drooped at the outer corners. Those mesmerizing eyes, however, held a melancholic coldness, reminiscent of a pearl dulled by dust. Looking into his eyes, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to Yao's eyes. 13 years prior, when she last saw him in the hospital, he had been wearing an oxygen mask, unable to speak but silently watching her with those same sorrowful eyes, filled with an ache that pierced her heart. Gazing into Gu Baixian's similarly melancholic eyes now, she longed to embrace him, to kiss away the pain lurking within. "Why have you stopped?" Gu Baixian's deep, melodious voice snapped Su Hua back to reality. He held her cold fingertips, which mirrored the chill of his own. Su Hua nodded and fell in step beside him. Upon reaching the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, she turned back to glance at the CAF. Its name emblazoned in her memory, "Love at First Sight." Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, a multitude of individuals awaited divorce proceedings, lining up for their numbers. Most were young couples of similar ages, their faces cold and tense, resembling adversaries ready for battle. In stark contrast, she and Gu Baixian held hands, their eyes filled with affection, embodying a sense of reluctance to part. Their extraordinary appearance drew astonished glances from everyone around. Su Hua felt somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny and turned to face Gu Baixian. He gently enveloped her in his embrace, his fingers instinctively caressing her back to soothe her. This was clearly not a moment for divorce, but rather an exhibition of affection. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and pointed towards the marriage registration office, saying, "The marriage certificate can be obtained over there. Have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" Gu Baixian, with his cool demeanor, replied calmly, "We are here to divorce." A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. As they struggled to comprehend the situation, they appeared to be so in love, so why divorce? Just as it was almost their turn, Su Hua's phone suddenly rang. She retrieved it from her bag and stepped by the window to answer. Within moments, tears streamed down her face. Sensing something was amiss, Gu Baixian approached her. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face and pale complexion, he felt a sharp pang in his heart and urgently inquired, "What happened?" "Grandma, my grandmother, she is gone." Su Hua sobbed uncontrollably, her knees giving way as she fell to the ground. Gu Baixian swiftly scooped her into his arms, lifting her up and striding towards the exit. Chapter 40, A Yao's return. Cradling Su Hua in his arms, Gu Baixian hurried towards the parking lot. With one swift motion, he opened the car door and gently placed her in the passenger seat. Su Hua's face was awash with tears, her pale complexion resembling a dewy pear blossom. Leaving her utterly despondent, anyone who beheld her would feel a pang of compassion. Gu Baixian entered the car, fastening her seatbelt with care, and embraced her. Whispering softly in her ear, "Be strong, I will take you to the hospital shortly." Su Hua, lost in her grief, could not comprehend his words. Her mind consumed by thoughts of her grandmother was gone. With a sense of urgency, Gu Baixian drove at breakneck speed, finally arriving at the hospital. He swiftly exited the vehicle and opened the door for Su Hua. As she stepped out, her legs buckled beneath her, rendering her unable to walk. Without hesitation, Gu Baixian scooped her back into his arms and strode purposefully towards the inpatient department. Inside the ward, Su Peilan was weeping profusely, her face buried in her hands. Su Hua's grandmother lay on the hospital bed, covered by a white sheet, her face obscured. A sense of devastation struck Su Hua, her heart tightening painfully as if constricted by an invisible cord, rendering her breathless. Struggling to free herself from Gu Baixian's embrace, she staggered towards the bed. Gu Baixian quickly supported her. The doctor lifted the white cloth, allowing her one final look. Her grandmother's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion a ghastly pallor, and her lips had turned a sickly blue. With a heart-wrenching thud, Su Hua collapsed to her knees, her vision blurred by tears. She wiped her eyes desperately, yearning to see her grandmother clearly, but no matter how she tried, the tears would not cease. She leaned over the bed, wrapping her arms around her grandmother's waist, crying out in anguish, "Grandma, oh grandma," but her grandmother could no longer respond. She slapped her grandmother's face gently, hoping to awaken her. Yet her grandmother would never awaken again. Crying like a child, Su Hua felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness engulf her, a profound sorrow that seemed bottomless. Her grandfather had gone, and now her grandmother had followed. The two closest individuals in her life had departed one after the other, leaving her feeling like an orphan, utterly alone. Concerned for her well-being as she knelt on the cold floor, Gu Baixian attempted to help her up. Su Hua, however, stubbornly refused to rise. Gu Baixian had no choice but to fetch a pillow for her knees and brought warm water from the restroom, continuously wiping away her tears with a damp cloth. Eventually, after crying until she could weep no more, her voice hoarse and her spirit numbed, Su Hua knelt motionless, gazing at her grandmother's face. Su Peilan intended to return her mother's remains to her hometown, Su Village, to be buried alongside her father. Gu Baixian stepped outside to call his assistant and arrange for a hearse and the funeral services. An hour later, his subordinates arrived with the hearse, carefully lifting her grandmother's body into the vehicle. A procession of cars followed as they made their way to Su Village. A professional funeral team promptly set up the tent and dressed her grandmother in burial garments, placing her gently into the coffin. That evening, clad in mourning attire, Su Hua kept vigil, accompanied by Gu Baixian. As the night deepened, he urged her to rest for a while, but she shook her head faintly. Gu Baixian arranged bedding on the floor and insisted she lie down for a moment. During those days of mourning, Su Hua spent most of her time kneeling in a daze, only resting when utterly exhausted. Neither she nor Gu Baixian slept, he remained vigilantly by her side. Fearing she might faint from grief, become overwhelmed by loneliness, or succumb to despair, he was terrified of losing her. Unsure of how to comfort her, he simply held her hand tightly, offering his shoulder for her to lean on, silently standing by her side. Beneath the flickering light, her once radiant face appeared pale as the cold moon, her large, furry eyes filled with sorrow, long eyelashes drooping like the wings of a dying butterfly. She looked utterly haggard, kneeling resolutely before her grandmother's coffin, motionless. Her frail figure stood stark against the orange glow. In those days, Gu Baixian felt an unprecedented ache for her, a sentiment that lingered in his heart for many years to come, each recollection tightening his chest with sorrow. In the courtyard, a particularly sharp-tongued relative approached Su Peilon, remarking, "Isn't your son-in-law quite spry? I heard he was disabled and could only use a wheelchair." Su Peilon was aware that they mocked her behind her back, insinuating that she had sold her daughter for money to a cripple. She lifted her swollen eyelids and shot the relative a disdainful glance. "My son-in-law was merely injured, he has been fine for over a year." The relative scoffed, "Oh really? That's quite a rapid recovery. Of course, my son-in-law is fortunate and blessed, as good people are favored by the heavens." The relative smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I heard your in-laws are quite wealthy. Will Xiaohua be treated well in their household? Our humble family cannot compare to their grandeur." Su Peilon shot her a cold glare. "That's not true, they respect my daughter very much." The relative clicked her tongue, "Then why haven't your in-laws sent anyone? They must look down upon us, thinking we're beneath them. Though they haven't come, the monetary gifts have arrived. My in-laws each transferred 200,000 to my account. My son-in-law treats my daughter exceptionally well, he has been by her side day and night, not sleeping a wink. Such devotion is something your son-in-law could never achieve, even with wealth." Su Peilon was always forthright, she would not let grievances fester. The relative, her cousin, had always been envious of Su Peilon's superiority since childhood. What was intended as an opportunity to belittle her ended in embarrassment, and she stormed off with a scowl. 3 days later, arrangements were made to cremate her grandmother's remains. Before dawn, Gu Beixian brought a bowl of food, urging Su Hua to eat. She had no appetite. Yet tradition dictated that descendants should not attend a cremation on an empty stomach. Su Hua managed a few bites. As the hearse arrived, Gu Beixian's subordinates and several relatives lifted her grandmother onto the vehicle. Su Peilon and other relatives wailed loudly. Su Hua stood beside the hearse, tears streaming down her face, positioned closest to her grandmother. In her heart, she whispered, "Grandma, don't be afraid, I'm here." Tradition dictated that family members should guide the hearse out. The procession was substantial, comprising not only relatives and neighbors but also her grandmother's former students. The hearse began to move slowly. Su Hua grasped the handle, tears flowing freely, following the vehicle as it exited the village. As the hearse turned onto the road, accelerating, her outstretched hand grew farther from the cold door. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she struggled to find words, desperately reaching for the hearse. Gu Beixian, fearing for her safety, quickly restrained her. Su Hua, sobbing uncontrollably, collapsed. Gu Beixian lifted her, holding her tightly as one would a child. Unable to walk, she reached out. But her fingers could not grasp the fading vehicle, which was now receding into the distance. Watching it vanish, she cried until no sound emerged. On the way home, she retched by the roadside. Gu Beixian helped her clean her mouth, soothing her with gentle words. She could hear his voice echoing in her ears but could not discern his words. All she knew was that the person in the hearse was her grandmother, who was about to be consumed by flames. She was losing her grandmother forever. After the cremation, her grandmother's ashes were returned. On the day of the burial, the sky was overcast, and a fine drizzle fell. A chill wind swept through the muddy trail, penetrating to the bone. With Gu Beixian's support, Su Hua, along with her mother and relatives, ventured to the willow grove behind the village to lay her grandmother to rest beside her grandfather's grave. The grove felt eerie, even in daylight, yet Su Hua felt no fear. Her grandfather lay here, and soon her grandmother would join him. Not far from her grandfather's grave rested a Yao, who had once saved her life. The 3 individuals she cherished most would now slumber together. This place felt profoundly familiar to her. Su Hua quietly leaned against Gu Beixian, watching as shovels of yellow earth were gradually strewn upon her grandmother's coffin, filling the grave and forming a new mound, soon to be marked by a meticulously inscribed tombstone. The paper-made bridal sedan and effigies were set ablaze, flames roaring upward, illuminating the somber willows as the wind wailed. Crows cawed as they fluttered to the distant trees. Su Hua's gaze was fixed on her grandmother's photograph on the stone tablet, tears cascading down her cheeks. Gu Beixian continuously wiped away her tears. In the midst of her sobs, Su Hua suddenly smiled, her eyes reddened as she spoke to him. "I should not be saddened, I ought to rejoice for my grandmother. She has gone to find Grandpa, the one she truly wished to be with. They shall rest together, keeping each other company, never to feel loneliness again. Gu Baixian responded with a soft silently gazing into her swollen eyes, yearning to express, in 100 years, let us be laid to rest together. He opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing it. The timing felt inappropriate, and he feared the unpredictability of fate, a promise made could easily become unfulfilled. He said nothing, instead tightening his grip on her hand, angling the umbrella entirely towards her. After the funeral, Gu Baixian supported Su Hua as they made their way back. For several consecutive days, she lost her appetite, her figure dwindling to an extreme. Her frail silhouette resembled a slender bamboo, so delicate that it seemed a gust of wind could topple her. Gu Baixian watched her suffer, pain gnawing at his heart. He held her tightly, wishing to bear all her anguish. As they walked, suddenly his pupils contracted. He caught sight of a tall figure standing by the broken bridge at the village's edge, gazing over from a distance. The man possessed a sharp demeanor, clad in a black windbreaker, with short, jet-black hair and a mask concealing his face. His long legs exuded an aura that set him apart from ordinary folk. He stood there like a statue, unmoving, his dark eyes deeply and quietly fixed on Su Hua. Even from afar, one could feel the profound sorrow emanating from his gaze. Gu Baixian's heart sank. Instinctively, he recognized him as a Yao. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the man in the photograph provided by Chu Machin. A chill began to envelop his heart. He tilted the umbrella forward, shielding Su Hua's view, ensuring she would not see a Yao, nor would a Yao see her again. Chapter 41, No more divorce. The rain obscured Su Hua's view as the umbrella shielded her from the elements, enveloping her entirely. Gu Baixian's clothes were drenched from the downpour. She gently pushed against the umbrella handle, nudging it towards him. Instinctively, he glanced towards the broken bridge, but the man named Yao had vanished. As elusive as a fleeting dream, resembling a mere phantom. He quietly exhaled, drawing Su Hua closer into his embrace. It was only then that he realized, to his own astonishment, that he had felt a pang of fear at the thought of losing her. By the time they returned to her grandfather's house, it was already noon. The two hastily consumed a light meal. Su Hua, fatigued and weary, entered the bedroom, shedding her clothes in hopes of stealing a brief moment of sleep. Having kept vigil for her grandmother over the past few days, rest had eluded her. Gu Baixian followed her inside, draping his coat over a chair beside the bed, intending to keep her company as she slept. With a hoarse whisper, Su Hua urged, "You should sleep in the next room. I haven't tea-bathed in 3 days, I must smell terrible." Gu Baixian leaned closer, bending down to inhale the scent from her hair, confirming her words. Embarrassed, she hastily covered her head with her hands to shield him from the odor. He smiled softly, reassuring her, "It's nothing, I don't mind." He lifted the covers, tucking her in, then removed his shoes and lay beside her, wrapping her in his arms. Speaking gently, "Your relatives are watching. If we sleep apart, there will surely be gossip." After contemplating, Su Hua conceded. 3 years prior, when she married Gu Baixian, a few relatives aware of her circumstances had whispered that her mother had sold her for money to a disabled man. Now that Gu Baixian's leg had healed, those same relatives might be waiting to relish her misfortune. People valued their pride. Even if divorce were imminent, appearances had to be maintained. Exhaustion overwhelmed her, and as her head met the pillow, she quickly succumbed to a deep sleep. However, her slumber was plagued by nightmares. Darkness enveloped her as fierce winds stirred flames, thick smoke billowing around. The scorching heat singed her skin, and the acrid scent of gasoline stung her nostrils. A slender boy strained to pull her from the inferno, but a collapsing beam crushed his leg. She reached out desperately, attempting to drag him back, her cries piercing the air, "A Yao, a Yao." Gu Baixian was roused by her anguished cries, finding her eyes shut tight, face contorted in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Frowning slightly, he retrieved tissues from the bedside table, gently wiping away her tears. After tending to her, he held her close, stroking her back soothingly, whispering comfort. Yet inside, he felt as though a stone had lodged in his heart, causing him great discomfort. Her long lashes cast shadows beneath his gaze, rendering his handsome visage shrouded in a melancholic gloom, the atmosphere around him thick with tension. For days, he had cast aside all else to care for her. Yet she lay in his embrace, crying out for another man. It felt as though his sincerity had been misplaced. This was not the first instance. He had tolerated her for 3 long years. Rarely did he exhibit such patience, yet with her, he had endured time and again. This endurance was accompanied by a simmering resentment, a silent fissure forming between them. The prolonged lack of sleep pushed his emotions to the brink, his patience fraying. He yearned to unleash his frustrations upon her and storm away, but she was too remarkable, intelligent, beautiful, gentle, and vulnerable in that moment. He felt an aversion even to raising his voice, let alone quarreling. Taking several deep breaths, Gubasian struggled to suppress his simmering anger. He held the woman tormented by nightmares, gradually calming her, tucking her in snugly before rising from the bed. He donned his coat and stepped outside for a smoke. In the yard, he found others present, leading him to the entrance. Before him lay an abandoned water pond, beyond which stood a sparse grove of poplar trees. Tangled wires swaying gently in the wind. Gubasian retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a flick of his lighter, shielding the flame from the breeze. He inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of pale smoke as he gazed into the distance, drawing one cigarette after another. His usually composed demeanor now bore a hint of coldness. As he smoked through the twilight into the inky night, the ground became littered with disheveled cigarette butts, and after half a pack, his agitation remained unresolved. Suddenly, his phone rang. With the cigarette clenched between his lips, he pulled out his phone, glancing at the caller ID. It was Chu Suasua. Frowning slightly, he terminated the call. Minutes later, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was his father, Gu Outing. He answered, "When are you coming back?" With little emotion, Gubasian replied. "Su Hua's grandmother is being buried today, we will return by morning." Gu Outing's voice carried a note of reproach, questioning the length of their absence. "Her grandmother's death has left her heartbroken, I cannot leave her alone." "Doesn't she have her mother and relatives?" Gu Outing retorted. "Her mother is devastated. Overwhelmed with her own sorrow. As for her relatives, they are of little help, I am the only one she can rely on right now." A huff of disapproval escaped Gu Outing's nostrils. "You're getting a divorce, so why treat her so kindly? Just throw money at her problem. Your time is far more valuable than money. The projects you're involved in have been delayed due to your absence. Do you have any idea how much loss this has cost the company?" Gubasian's eyelids narrowed slightly, stating, "Any losses incurred by the company will be deducted from my personal account." Gu Outing, displeased, responded, "This isn't merely about finances, it's about the company's reputation." Gubasian fell silent, muttering, "Just this once, it won't happen again." With a curt acknowledgement, Gu Outing commanded, "Remember to finalize the divorce when you return. Dragging it out is a hassle." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Su Hua turned in her sleep, instinctively reaching for Gubasian but finding only emptiness. A sudden jolt of anxiety stirred within her, awakening her. She opened her bleary eyes and, not spotting him, felt a pang of emptiness and unease. Rubbing her eyes to clear her foggy mind, she threw off the covers, donned her clothes, and ventured out to find him. After searching several rooms to no avail and failing to locate him outside, panic set in. She hurried towards the front door. Under the glow of the entrance light, she spotted his tall silhouette standing by the pond, engaged in a phone call, a faint orange glow flickering from his fingertips. He wore a black long coat, exuding an air of aloof elegance, setting him apart from others. Seeing Gubasian, her racing heart suddenly calmed. Not wanting to disrupt his call, she approached him quietly. As she drew closer, she overheard him say, "I am a person, not an animal. During my darkest times, it was Su Hua who stood by me. She is fragile now, I cannot abandon her. Let us put the divorce matter aside." Warmth surged through Su Hua, her eyes stinging with emotion. She hurried forward, wrapping her arms around him tightly, burying her face in his back, clinging to him as if fearing he might vanish if she let go. Gubasian's gaze momentarily faltered. And upon recognizing her, the storm clouding his expression began to dissipate. As she enveloped him in her embrace, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated significantly. How unworthy he felt. He mused. Without uttering a single word, she had managed to soothe him to a considerable extent. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks with Gu Outing, Gubasian ended the call, discarding the cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. He grasped Su Hua's hand and gently inquired, "What brings you out?" "It's chilly outside, you should have worn something warmer." "I thought you had left." Su Hua replied softly, her hoarse voice imbued with a sense of helplessness. I thought you had gone. Gu Baixian affectionately ruffled her hair, pulling her into his embrace. I would always inform you before departing. I would never leave without bidding you farewell, so do not worry. Looking up, Su Hua gazed at him with teary eyes. Are you returning tomorrow? Yes. I would like you to accompany me back, he replied. Su Hua shook her head. I wish to stay here a few more days. Until my grandmother's 7th day has passed. Gu Baixian paused, then acquiesced. Very well, I shall ensure 2 individuals remain here to protect you. All right. Su Hua noticed the cigarette butt strewn across the ground and asked, why did you smoke so many? With a casual air, Gu Baixian responded, I was feeling somewhat troubled. But it has passed. Su Hua fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Is it because of the divorce? Not at all, it pertains to work. Gu Baixian averted his gaze, avoiding her scrutiny. As he lifted his head, he caught sight of a tall, sharp silhouette by the edge of the woods across the pond. Clad in a black tactical jacket, with dark short hair and a mask obscuring his face. It was that Ayao again. His demeanor instantly turned frigid. His gaze piercing into the figure with cold intensity, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He grasped Su Hua's delicate chin, lowered his head, and kissed her fervently. Chapter 42, Cherishing You. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Gu Baixian suddenly desired to kiss her, particularly on the lips. Though it was evening, there were still passers-by, and the village was far less liberal than the city, making her quite embarrassed at the thought of being seen. Moreover, her grandmother had just been buried, making such intimate displays utterly inappropriate. She attempted to push him away, but Gu Baixian grasped both of her wrists with one hand, preventing her from moving. Lacking his strength, Su Hua could only close her eyes and acquiesce to his kiss. He kissed her fiercely, almost possessively, lacking the gentleness he had previously displayed, as if he were in a contest with someone. Su Hua recalled the words he had spoken into his phone earlier, undoubtedly directed at Gu Outing, and wondered if he was merely acting out of spite. Just as she felt she might suffocate from his kiss, Gu Baixian finally released her, wiping away the moisture from her lips with a gentle hand and softly declaring, we will not divorce. His tone was devoid of negotiation, a decisive proclamation. A tumult of thoughts swirled in Su Hua's mind. She appreciated his concern for her feelings at such a moment, but she was apprehensive about his father. Gu Baixian responded calmly, I will discuss it with him when we return. Remembering Gu Outing's assertion that the victor takes all, her expression dimmed. I do not want you caught between me and your father. Gu Baixian cradled her delicate face and commanded, do not say that. Trust me. This time. His tone was authoritative and left no room for dissent. Without further ado, he took her hand and strode toward the door. After walking a few steps, he glanced back at the grove across the pond, noting that the man named Yao was no longer present. A smirk played upon his lips, but the glimmer of amusement in his eyes was absent. It was the first time he realized how intense his possessiveness was. Despite having previously promised to let go and to be magnanimous, he found himself unable to do so. Indeed, mortals are bound by their desires, and the emotions of love and longing are inescapable. Upon returning to her grandfather's home, as soon as they entered the bedroom, Su Peilon approached them with a tray of food. The spread included 4 dishes and a soup, alongside 2 bowls of rice. Placing the meal on the table, she cheerfully called out to Gu Baixian, Baixian, you must be hungry. Come eat, it's still warm. I served it right after it was cooked. No one has touched it. I know you are particular about cleanliness and want to eat what others have touched. Gu Baixian paused. Previously, she had been rather cold towards him. Her sudden warmth today surprised him. After addressing him, Su Peilon turned to Su Hua. Xiao Hua, you should return with Baixian tonight. There's no need to wait for your grandmother's 7th day, I will manage here. Su Hua, slightly puzzled, replied, I took leave. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Go back. Your grandmother would certainly wish for you and Baixian to return. You two being well together would bring her the most joy. Su Peilon's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she smiled, you two should eat. I'll step outside for a moment. With that, she turned and exited. Gu Baixian raised an eyebrow, finding his mother-in-law's behavior unusually warm tonight. Su Hua pondered aloud. Perhaps she was moved by how you've taken care of me these past few days. My mother may seem harsh, but she has a soft heart beneath her sharp tongue. Indeed, her mother was a person of deep emotions. Gu Baixian smiled faintly and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Su Hua accepted them, sitting beside him as she placed a piece of crispy meat onto his rice. This meat is exceptionally delicious, you must try it. Gu Baixian picked it up and savored it, finding it quite tasty. He usually avoided such greasy food for health reasons, but if it was offered by Su Hua, he would likely indulge in anything she presented. After their meal, Su Peilon returned to clear the dishes, urging them, you two should head out now. It's only a couple of hours to home. Once there, you can freshen up and rest well. If you leave tonight, Baixian can return to work early tomorrow. Gu Baixian was in complete agreement. Staying longer would only complicate matters. He was concerned about Su Hua meeting a Yao. While he felt a discomfort within, he realized he was unwilling to relinquish her. For once, he desired to be selfish and keep her close. Su Hua was reluctant to return, wishing to remain with her grandmother for the 7th day. However, she could not resist Su Peilon's insistence, who pushed her into Gu Baixian's car. Once they left the village, Su Hua received a message from Su Peilon, daughter, I have suddenly realized that Gu Baixian treats you quite well. If this marriage can be salvaged, then strive to do so. If you divorce and remarry, you may not find a better man than him. Besides, his recovery has much to do with you. Why should you give up all your efforts to someone else? Su Hua furrowed her brow slightly, replying, but his father disapproves. Su Peilon responded, ultimately, parents cannot oppose their children's wishes. You two should make an effort, giving up without trying will lead to regret. Su Hua remained silent for a moment before replying, all right. At 10 o'clock that night, they returned to their home in Ryu Bay. After washing her hair and taking a shower, Su Hua emerged, reaching for the hairdryer, only to have Gu Baixian, freshly emerged from his own shower, approach her and take the dryer from her hands. I'll help you dry your hair, he stated. Su Hua smiled, my left hand is almost fully recovered. I can manage. Gu Baixian, devoid of expression, gently pushed her onto the small sofa beside her and softly insisted, I simply wish to take good care of you. His words were laced with tenderness. Particularly when spoken in his cool and aloof manner, they were neither cloying nor excessive, rather, they were irresistibly alluring. A wave of warmth washed over Su Hua as she replied, thank you. Gu Baixian plugged in the dryer, his gaze lifting as he remarked lightly. We promised to support each other, there's no need for thanks. Su Hua smiled sweetly. She cherished the notion of mutual support, finding it more solid and warm than mere respect. Although Gu Baixian was a man of stature, he was surprisingly gentle while drying her hair. Initially, his technique was somewhat clumsy, but soon he became adept, surpassing the comfort she achieved when she did it herself. After finishing her hair, they lay together on the bed. Having napped earlier, Su Hua found it difficult to sleep now, choosing instead to close her eyes and nestle against Gu Baixian, reminiscing about her grandmother. Understanding her sorrow, Gu Baixian gently patted her back, soothing her as one would a child. Before long, his rhythmic motions lulled Su Hua into slumber. When he noticed her breathing becoming steady, he leaned down and kissed her forehead, whispering, if you dare to dream of calling out for your Yao brother again, I shall spank you. Perhaps due to the change in environment, Su Hua found herself free from nightmares that night. The next morning, upon opening her eyes, she found Gu Baixian propped up on his elbow, gazing at her with gentle warmth, his demeanor light and cheerful. She smiled softly, why do you look at me so? Because you are beautiful, he replied, caressing her cheek, his voice as tender as moonlight. Su Hua sensed something was slightly amiss with him. Yet she could not pinpoint what it was. After they washed up, they descended the stairs to find a lavish breakfast laid out on the dining table. In addition to an array of exquisite pastries, there were several bowls of nourishing soup, wafting enticing aromas that stimulated their appetites. Gu Baixian explained. I called the hotel to have this sent over. You haven't eaten properly for days, you should indulge a little. His thoughtfulness made Su Hua feel even more reluctant to part with him. Perhaps her mother was right, without making an effort, she would regret it later. She did not wish to lose him. After breakfast, Gu Baixian prepared to leave for work. As he donned his watch, Su Hua assisted him with his tie, her deft hands quickly and beautifully tying it. Once finished, Gu Baixian suddenly drew her into his embrace, instructing her, stay at home and avoid going out. The world outside is chaotic. Su Hua increasingly sensed that something was amiss. What turmoil existed outside? This was not an era of war. Moreover, with a driver at her disposal, strong and capable, doubling as a bodyguard, she could summon him with a mere phone call. She smiled slightly, reminding herself that the museum awaited her presence. Gu Baixian raised an eyebrow, questioning her absence from work. Didn't you take a leave of absence? Su Hua found herself at a loss for words and conceded, very well then. Yet, Gu Baixian embraced her tightly, unwilling to release her, lowering his head to gently nuzzle her nose and plant tender kisses on her ear. It was a scene reminiscent of a man deeply in love. Su Hua felt a flicker of confusion. He was not the clingy type. What had come over him today? No, this peculiar behavior had begun last night. Just as she was about to inquire further, Gu Baixian's lips brushed against her earlobe as he murmured, I truly wish I could make you smaller, so I could tuck you into my pocket and carry you wherever I go. Chapter 43. The celestial mind. Gu Baixian's voice was exceptionally melodious, deep, magnetic, and crisp, like the resonant timbre of a bass cello, caressing her ears and slipping into her eardrums. Su Hua's heart fluttered uncontrollably, as if a fawn were vigorously pounding against her chest with its antlers. She stood frozen, captivated by the sweet nothings uttered by the one she adored, truly capable of inciting a delightful release of dopamine in her brain. With her eyes crinkling into crescents, she tilted her face upwards, gazing at his alluringly handsome visage, and said, Thank you for charming me so, thank you. Gu Baixian chuckled softly, pinching her cheek with a teasing glint in his eyes. I've noticed you're a bit straightforward, my little innocent girl. Su Hua paused momentarily, offering a shy smile. I might be somewhat oblivious to romance. Xiaoyi mentioned the same about me before. Gu Baixian smirked. What did he say? He said I am a good woman, but being too good can render one somewhat dull. He suggested I should learn to be a little more flirtatious, a bit more playful, to show vulnerability when needed, to be bold when appropriate, and to employ cunning when necessary. After a brief contemplation, Gu Baixian replied, Flirtation is permissible, but only in my presence. Being playful and vulnerable is fine, but let us skip the boldness and cunning. Su Hua obediently agreed, all right. Gu Baixian affectionately ruffled her hair, stay at home and wait for me. Let me know what you wish to eat tonight, I shall bring it to you. Having had a poor appetite over the past few days, Su Hua replied. I don't crave anything. Then I will decide what to bring you. Let Lusa prepare lunch, you need not lift a finger. Su Hua felt as if she had transformed from a maid into a princess, responding meekly, okay. I'm off now. Gu Baixian embraced her once more, grabbed his briefcase, changed his shoes, and reached for the doorknob. Suddenly, Su Hua dashed after him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind, softly murmuring. I wish I could shrink and be tucked into your pocket, so I could accompany you wherever you go. She struggled to articulate sweet words, yet felt compelled to reciprocate his affection, awkwardly constructing this line. Gu Baixian could hardly contain his laughter at her earnestness. Crafting a romantic utterance seemed to be a daunting task for her, as if she were laboring over a couplet. What others could express effortlessly. She needed to ponder for a considerable time before producing such an awkward reply. Her earnestness stripped the words of any flirtatious charm. He slowly turned to her, cupping her delicate face in his hands, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, unable to suppress a chuckle. How is our Hua Hua so adorable? Adorable? Su Hua felt a bit dazed. Once Gu Baixian departed, the spacious room felt eerily empty, and she began to miss her grandmother. She wandered to the balcony, sitting idly on a lounge chair, her gaze lost in the distance. Just as she was engulfed in melancholy, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Xin Yuan. After connecting, she said, Su Hua, the restoration of Wang Meng's retreat painting has commenced, and we need to select someone to continue the brushwork. The museum has gathered a group of skilled replicators from across the country, each replicating a portion, from which the best will be chosen. My brother has requested you to submit a portion as well. Continuing the brushwork refers to restoring missing elements of an ancient painting, seamlessly integrating them so the restoration remains undetectable. This task tests one's comprehensive aesthetic sensibility and mastery of fundamental techniques. Replicating is about achieving a standard using one's own skills and methods, while continuing the brushwork involves directly embodying the role of the original artist, demanding a higher level of skill. Thus, the museum seeks experts to select the finest. Su Hua responded, "All right." Xin Yuan continued. "I have a complete photo of the retreat painting, I will send it to you shortly." Su Hua casually remarked, "No need, I've memorized it." "What? You've memorized it?" Xin Yuan was astounded. "That painting is so intricate, can you really remember it all? Even the missing parts?" Su Hua replied nonchalantly. "My grandfather trained me from a young age. Regardless of the ancient painting, I can commit it to memory after just a few minutes. In less than half a month, I can replicate it perfectly." Xin Yuan was flabbergasted. "My goodness, you must be the legendary genius." Su Hua thought to herself. "I can't even utter a romantic phrase properly, how can I be considered a genius? Enough of this. I will go work on the partial replication and submit it to you tonight." Xin Yuan was taken aback again, so soon? Yes. After ending the call, Su Hua entered her study, which was equipped with a complete set of tools for restoring ancient paintings. The elderly Gu had a passion for collecting ancient calligraphy and paintings, which are difficult to preserve. For years, she had assisted in their maintenance and restoration. This set of tools was procured by Gu Beixian. Su Hua took a sheet of rice paper, skillfully stained it with red tea to age it, and asked Lu Sa to help grind the ink. Once the paper dried, she picked up a brush and began painting based on the images etched in her memory. Wang Meng's technique is characterized by rich layers and distinctive brushwork, employing styles such as the Xiesua and Miaomao strokes, with heavy ink application and intricate composition, depicting multiple mountains and water scenes, all rendered in lush depth. His profound yearning for a reclusive life imbues his work with a serene detachment, a rich yet understated elegance. Having studied many of his works under her grandfather's guidance, Su Hua was well versed in his style and brushwork, making the task of creating a partial replication feel effortless. By evening, Su Hua completed her work and contacted Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan hurried over, and upon receiving the painting, she compared it with the photos on her phone, exclaiming in awe at how remarkably identical they were. The only difference was that Su Hua had seamlessly restored the missing elements of the original. Xin Yuan marveled, unable to resist examining Su Hua's head from various angles. "Sister Hua, what sort of celestial mind do you possess? You're better than a camera." Feeling a bit embarrassed by her scrutiny, Su Hua gently pushed her away, saying, "I was born a few hours later than you, just call me Su Hua." "No, you are my sister Hua. Sister signifies status in the world, regardless of age." Unable to resist Xin Yuan's insistence, Su Hua acquiesced to her whims. Xin Yuan carefully rolled up the painting and placed it in her car, stating, "My brother has gone abroad for a medical exchange conference. He heard from his colleagues that your grandmother passed away, so he asked me to keep you company. Where would you like to go? I will accompany you." Feeling nostalgic for her grandmother, Su Hua was eager to take a break, suggesting, "Let us go ride the Ferris wheel." Xin Yuan rolled her eyes, "What's so fun about that?" Su Hua felt slightly embarrassed, "I've never been on one." Xin Yuan burst into laughter, "No way. You're in your 20s and have never ridden a Ferris wheel? Not yet. Then let us go." Su Hua climbed into Xin Yuan's car. They agreed to have a meal together before heading to Kyoto's largest amusement park. The towering Ferris wheel, over 100 meters high, was adorned with vibrant lights, creating a breathtaking sight akin to a rainbow at night. Together, Su Hua and Xin Yuan stepped inside a compartment. After about 10 minutes, they reached the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel. Each compartment was equipped with binoculars for visitors to enjoy the night view. Su Hua and Xin Yuan peered through the lenses, taking in the entirety of Kyoto, an expanse of twinkling lights, vibrant hues, and a starry sky, a scene of unparalleled beauty, with shimmering neon outlining the night. Suddenly, Xin Yuan tapped Su Hua's shoulder, exclaiming, "Look! That handsome guy, Gu Beixian." Su Hua adjusted the binoculars, following her gaze. Across the way, in front of the Kyoto Grand Hotel's parking lot, a man and a woman emerged from a luxurious stretch limousine. The man was tall and striking, adorned in a dark formal suit, his long legs striding with an air of elegance and composure. The woman possessed a delicate beauty, adorned in fashionable attire that sparkled with elegance. The man was none other than Gu Beixian, while the woman was Chu Suasua. The two walked side by side towards the main entrance of the hotel, engaged in lively conversation. Through the lens of the telescope, every detail was vividly apparent, including the radiant smile gracing Chu Suasua's face. She appeared utterly joyful. However, the smile on Su Hua's face became momentarily frozen. Chapter 44, Encounter with Ayao. Su Hua felt as if a sharp blade had been mercilessly plunged into her heart, causing excruciating pain. Her face turned as pale as paper, and she could barely stand. Clinging tightly to the railing, her knuckles turned white. This was the same man who had been so reluctant to part with her this morning, wanting to shrink her down and carry her in his pocket, taking her everywhere he went. In the blink of an eye, he was laughing and chatting with his ex-girlfriend, appearing as an inseparable couple. Indeed, a man's words are deceitful. Xin Yuan, alarmed by her appearance, grasped her hand and anxiously inquired, Su Hua, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is it because the Ferris wheel is too high and you're afraid of heights? Su Hua nodded woodenly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. After a full minute, her pallid complexion gradually returned to normal, and she gave a self-deprecating smile. No wonder Gu Beixian didn't want her to go out. His excuse about the chaotic world was merely a pretext to prevent her from seeing him and Chu Suasua together, wasn't it? She couldn't comprehend him. If he still harbored feelings for Chu Suasua, he should have married her instead of divorcing and marrying her. Why did he cling to her while simultaneously maintaining entanglements with Chu Suasua? Su Hua settled into her seat quietly, her face devoid of expression, and remained silent. Xin Yuan sat beside her, reaching out to touch her forehead, asking, Do you feel nauseous? Su Hua forced a smile and asked, How long until we can get off? Xin Yuan glanced at her watch and replied, Soon, just wait a little longer. A few minutes later, the Ferris wheel descended. Su Hua and Xin Yuan disembarked together. Xin Yuan looked at her with concern and asked, Are you feeling better? I'll take you home. I feel better. Take me to the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Xin Yuan realized her intention and asked, You're going to see your handsome beau, Gu Beixian? Su Hua nodded. She wanted to witness their intimate rendezvous firsthand. To completely extinguish her hopes and leave him decisively. To avoid the lingering attachment and tangled emotions in her heart. Xin Yuan retrieved her car and drove Su Hua to the Kyoto Grand Hotel. After getting out of the car, Su Hua said to her, Thank you. You can go back now. Xin Yuan didn't overthink it, assuming her earlier reaction was due to acrophobia, and replied, Okay, call me if you need anything. Su Hua hummed in agreement and entered the Kyoto Grand Hotel. She opened her bag, took out her phone, dialed Gu Beixian's number, and calmly asked, Which room are you in at the Kyoto Grand Hotel? Gu Beixian paused and said, Third floor, Ingsong Pavilion, why? Nothing. Su Hua hung up the phone. She walked to the elevator, pressed the button, and stepped inside. A few minutes later, she arrived at the entrance of Ingsong Pavilion and gently knocked on the door with her knuckles. A deep, resonant voice came from inside, Please come in. The voice was familiar and pleasant, it was Gu Beixian's. Su Hua took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and saw a table full of people sitting around a large round table, at least 7 or 8, with 2 assistants standing nearby. Gu Outing and Chu Yenru were seated in the main positions. Gu Beixian sat beside Gu Outing. Chu Suasua sat beside Chu Yenru. Gu Beixian and Chu Suasua were not sitting together. The assistants standing behind them held contracts in their hands, as if they were discussing business. It was a business engagement. Not the secret rendezvous she had imagined. Su Hua's heart, which had been in her throat, plummeted back into her stomach. However, the thought of them getting out of the same car earlier, talking intimately, and Chu Suasua smiling so happily, made her feel unwell again. After making an effort to calm her emotions, Su Hua politely nodded to Gu Outing, who had a cold expression, and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Uncle Gu. I came to the wrong room. Without waiting for his reply, she quickly closed the door. Gu Outing's expression was too unpleasant, and so was Chu Yenru's. One more gloomy than the other. Looking at them any longer would give her nightmares tonight. Su Hua turned and left. She hurried towards the elevator. After walking about 20 steps, she suddenly heard Gu Beixian's voice behind her, Su Hua. Su Hua paused, then walked even faster, harboring a grudge in her heart. angry that he and Chu Suasua had ridden in the same car. With so many cars in the company, they had to ride in the same one. Gu Beixian strode forward with his long legs, catching up to her. Su Hua simply started running. As she turned a corner, she didn't look where she was going and bumped into someone in a hurry. The person was very tall, and his chest muscles were hard under the thin shirt. Su Hua's face ached from the impact with his pectoral muscles, especially her nose, which was sore and throbbing. Her nose was connected to her tear ducts, and tears were about to flow. She quickly covered her aching nose and apologized to the person. I'm sorry. It's all right, is your nose okay? The man's voice was a bit cold, but very distinctive, like a foreigner speaking Chinese, a little stiff. Su Hua looked up. She saw a handsome, deep face with closely cropped hair. Before she could make out his features, she was deeply drawn to his eyes. They were very beautiful eyes. Dark and deep like the sea, melancholic and aloof, with deep double eyelids and thick, dark eyelashes. Looking into his eyes, Su Hua's heart trembled. Those eyes were so similar to Ayao's eyes, even more so than Gu Beixian's. Remembering Ayao, who had been injured and died to save her, her heart began to ache again. First, it was a dull ache, then, after a while, it felt like a knife twisting inside her. She clutched her chest, her face turning pale with pain as she leaned against the wall. Are you all right? The man reached out to support her. Before his fingers could touch Su Hua's arm, he was forcefully pushed away. A tall figure loomed over. Gu Beixian had arrived. He pulled Su Hua into his arms, his possessiveness evident, cupping her face with his hands. His expression cold, but his eyes filled with concern, and asked, "Where did you get hurt?" Su Hua shook her head. When she looked again to see the man from before, he had already disappeared. She stared at the empty hallway, lost in a daze for a moment. Gu Beixian took in the dazed look in her eyes. The man's figure was very similar to the person he had seen in Su Village yesterday, and also resembled the man in Chu Machen's photo, almost identical in height and build. The only differences were the clothes and hairstyle. Clothes can be changed, and hairstyles can be altered. Gu Beixian's eyes were filled with shadows, but his face showed no expression as he asked calmly, "Do you know that man?" Su Hua truthfully said, "I don't know him, but his eyes seemed familiar." Gu Beixian pondered for a moment, as if weighing the credibility of her words. After a moment, he casually helped her into the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, and asked gently, "Why did you come out?" Su Hua stared blankly at the elevator's digital display, and absent-mindedly replied, "Xin Yuan wanted a partial image of Wang Ming's seclusion painting. The museum wants to choose someone to continue the work, so I finished drawing it and sent it to her, and happened to pass by." Gu Beixian took her hand and carefully examined it. "Can your hand paint now?" Su Hua pulled her hand back and said perfunctorily, "Painting mainly uses the right hand. It doesn't affect it much. What do you want to eat?" "I'll take you. I already ate with Xin Yuan." Su Hua still didn't look at him. Gu Beixian guessed what she was upset about and explained. Chu Suasua joined her father's company and took on the role of his assistant. Gu's group and Chu's group have many business collaborations, so it's inevitable that we'll meet. But don't worry, I'll be mindful of boundaries. Su Hua pursed her lips and remained silent. She knew about Chu Suasua. Several times she had personally witnessed Chu Suasua hugging and embracing Gu Beixian, acting ambiguously. That woman was beautiful, delicate, knew how to be coquettish and flirtatious, had a thick skin, and many tricks up her sleeve. Which man could resist that for long? Moreover, she was Gu Beixian's childhood sweetheart, his ex-girlfriend of over a decade, and also Gu Outing's recognized future daughter-in-law. Su Hua walked out of the hotel lobby with Gu Beixian, her heart heavy with worries. Upon noticing the two of them, the driver promptly started the vehicle and approached. Gu Beixian instructed the driver to escort Su Hua home. The driver exited the car, opened the back door, and respectfully said, "Young madam, please get in." Su Hua expressed her gratitude and settled into the car. A sickly sweet fragrance permeated the interior, unmistakably that of Chu Suasua. She pinched her nose, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to biting into an apple only to discover half a worm still nestled inside, the other half having been swallowed whole. After witnessing the car depart, Gu Beixian returned to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, He picked up his phone and instructed his assistant to review the surveillance footage from the third-floor corridor and ascertain the identity and background of the individual who had just collided with Su Hua. Half an hour later, the assistant entered the Ing Song pavilion, presenting the gathered information to Gu Beixian. He reached out to accept the documents and cast his gaze downward, fixating on the name section. His expression gradually turned cold. There, in stark black and white, 3 characters were clearly inscribed: Gu Jingyao. Ah Yao. The very brother Su Hua had been yearning for day and night. Chapter 45, Upholding Masculine Virtues. Gu Beixian tightened his grip on the documents, his gaze intensifying as he continued to read. Gu Jingyao was the young director of the Jingrong auction house, founded by his father, Gu Jingrong, who was its primary founder and largest shareholder. Jingrong Auction House, a subsidiary of the Kyoto Jingrong Arts and Crafts Import and Export Company, boasted an annual transaction volume exceeding billions, making it one of the largest antique auction houses in Kyoto. Perhaps due to Gu Jingrong's discreet nature or his absence from domestic affairs, Gu Beixian had not heard much about him. However, one could infer that such a family was certainly not lacking in wealth. He fixated on the documents, descending into contemplation. 3 years prior, Su Hua had not chosen her brother Io but had opted for him instead. That year, he had suffered a spinal injury in a car accident, resulting in paralysis of his lower body, leaving him with nothing but financial resources. Su Hua had married him primarily due to her family's financial difficulties, leading him to believe that Io was merely a penniless youth. Yet, upon reviewing the documents, it became evident that Gu Jingyao did not seem to be financially constrained. Noticing Gu Beixian's furrowed brow as he clutched the stack of papers in silence, Gu Outing turned to him and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing much. Just had someone retrieve some information," Gu Beixian replied nonchalantly, discreetly folding the documents and setting them aside. Gu Outing, sharp-eyed, caught sight of the name Gu Jingrong and, after a moment of thought, remarked, "I know a bit about Gu Jingrong. By familial ties, I should address him as cousin. Our grandfathers were cousins. But that branch of the family emigrated many years ago, and we have gradually lost touch." To Gu Beixian's ears, this sounded like a distant relative. And because of Su Hua, he had no desire to associate with Gu Jingyao. "What are you investigating him for?" Gu Outing pressed. "Just helping a friend." Gu Beixian offered a casual excuse to deflect the inquiry. As the business discussions concluded and the meal reached its end, everyone stood to depart. Gu Outing called out to Gu Beixian, "Why don't you take Su home?" Gu Beixian subtly furrowed his brow. "When we came, you mentioned that Su was nearby. So I picked her up on the way. Now that we're heading home, she can ride with Uncle Chu. They are family and it would be more convenient than my driving her." Gu Outing's expression darkened instantaneously, but in the presence of Chu Yenru and his subordinates, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Gu Beixian's blunt refusal, especially in front of so many witnesses, embarrassed Chu Su even further, intensifying her disdain for Su Hua. Had it not been for the unfortunate timing of her grandmother's passing, their divorce would have occurred long ago. In her heart, she berated both Su Hua and her grandmother repeatedly. Upon exiting the hotel, Gu Beixian instructed his assistant, "Investigate Su Hua's recent call records for any unfamiliar numbers." His assistant, efficient in his duties, contacted Gu Beixian just as he approached home. "Mr. Gu, the call records for the young mistress show only a few contacts, family members, Shen Huai, Xin Yuan, Aunt Lu, the property management company, and the courier service, no one else." Gu Beixian's somber expression softened slightly. It appeared that these two had not been in contact privately. Upon returning home, he found Su Hua seated on the sofa, engrossed in an ancient text. Hearing the door open and detecting the scent of alcohol, she assumed Gu Beixian had been drinking. Hurriedly, she stood and approached the shoe cabinet, bending down to retrieve his slippers, a habit she had long maintained. Gu Beixian gently held her back, speaking softly, "I haven't drunk much, and my legs are fine now. You don't need to fuss over me like before, you are my wife, not a maid." Of course, he did not voice the latter part, as Su Hua had indeed taken on the role of a caretaker previously. Su Hua pressed her lips together, remaining still, harboring a lingering frustration over his ride with Chu Su. Gu Beixian changed his shoes independently. Su Hua assisted him by removing his watch and then began to help him out of his suit jacket. while ostensibly helping. Her true intention was to inspect for any signs of Chusu's lingering affections. As she removed the jacket, she discreetly checked his collar for lipstick marks, even subtly inhaling to catch any scent of perfume, attempting to ascertain if Chusu had embraced him and where. Believing her efforts to be well concealed, she was unaware that Gu Beixian observed her every action with amusement. Leaning down, he playfully nudged her nose with his own, teasing. "Why do you sniff around like a little dog?" Caught off guard, Su Hua felt a flush of embarrassment. Without a word, she turned her back to hang his jacket on a nearby rack. Gu Beixian, discerning her intentions, continued, "When we went to the hotel, it was my father who arranged for Chusu to get into my car. As soon as she entered, I made it clear that I am a married man and instructed her to keep her distance to avoid any unnecessary complications. During dinner, she wanted to sit with me, but I found an excuse to avoid it. After the meal, my father asked me to drop her off, which I also declined. Hua hua. I am quite principled in matters of fidelity. If you do not believe me, feel free to check the car's dashcam footage or inquire with my assistant." With such assurances, Su Hua felt her pent-up frustration dissipate, replaced by a twinge of gratitude. She was touched by his willingness to stand against Gu outing for her sake, despite the latter being his father and a significant influence on his future. Reaching out, Su Hua silently embraced him, yearning to express her affection. Yet the more she tried to articulate her feelings, the more elusive the words became. She lacked the talent for flirtation. Her grandparents had shared a subtle affection, silently caring for one another. Her parents had divorced early on, and her mother's fiery temperament made saying sweet nothings feel more painful than enduring a beating. She was far more proficient in delivering scathing remarks, a skill she had honed and wielded against Chusu. After holding Gu Beixian for a while, she racked her brain but could not muster a single word. Gu Beixian, well aware of her nature, gently stroked her hair and said in a soothing tone, "It's all right, love isn't just spoken, it's demonstrated." His words carried an ambiguous undertone, causing Su Hua's ears to flush crimson, prompting her to turn away in embarrassment. After showering, they climbed into bed together. Gu Beixian undid the buttons of Su Hua's nightgown, kissing along her smooth shoulders. Though she protested verbally, her body betrayed her, responding like a live wire, melting under his touch. She half-heartedly pushed his hands away, tilting her head to the side, her dark tresses cascading on the pillow like clouds, her rosy lips slightly parted. As the kisses deepened, what began as a gentle push against his hands transformed into an embrace around his waist, drawing them closer together in a passionate entanglement. In the aftermath, Gu Beixian held her tenderly, stating, "In the coming days, I plan to quit smoking and drinking, let us prepare to have a child." This was the second time he had broached the subject of parenthood. Su Hua, however, was not keen on having children. She felt a lack of security in their marriage. Yet, recalling her mother's advice to try for the sake of avoiding future regrets, she reluctantly nodded, "All right." Gu Beixian's dark eyes sparkled with delight, as if dusted with stars. He pulled her closer, seemingly incredulous, "You truly wish to have a child for me?" Su Hua hesitated momentarily, "Let us give it a try." Gu Beixian pressed his lips firmly against hers, his fingers tracing her delicate shoulder, "Let us aim for a son. If the firstborn is a boy, we won't need to have a second, childbirth is too arduous." Su Hua acquiesced, "All right." Gu Beixian tousled her hair, smiling, "Then it will be a labor of love." Of course, Su Hua nestled closer to him, though her mind wandered to Gu Outing's ominous expression. The thought of giving birth and subsequently being torn apart by Gu Outing filled her with dread, worrying about the child growing up without a father or mother. As sleep enveloped her, Su Hua found herself dreaming once more. This time of 13 years ago when she visited the hospital to bid farewell to Io for the last time. He lay on the hospital bed, his body battered and bruised, an oxygen mask covering his face, his dark, sorrowful eyes gazing at her with a profound and painful gaze. Su Hua's heart ached with empathy as she prepared to approach him. However, inexplicably, a Yao suddenly vanished before her eyes. In her frantic search, akin to a headless fly, she could not find a Yao. Instead, Gu Beixian descended like a celestial being. He enveloped her in his embrace, cradling her face gently and kissing her tenderly, whispering, "Come home with me. Let us have a child, I shall cherish you." In her slumber, Su Hua instinctively nestled into Gu Beishuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his waist and murmuring softly, Beishian. The moment she uttered his name, Gu Beishian, who had been unable to sleep, felt his heart, long frozen in sorrow, melt away instantly. This marked the first time in 3 years that she had called his name in her dreams. Finally breaking free from the spell of a Yao, he extended his arms, encircling her in a warm embrace, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling like stars. Chapter 46, A Fortuitous Discovery of Masterpieces. 3 days later, Xin Yuan called excitedly, exclaiming, Sister Hua, wonderful news. After the unanimous decision of all the experts present, you have been chosen to be the successor for the reclusive Wang Meng. Are you not thrilled? Su Hua replied with a mild inquiring about the commencement of her duties. Xin Yuan was taken aback. Is this your only reaction? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. What reaction would you expect? Xin Yuan raised her voice. Do you realize? You have triumphed over 18 esteemed copyists gathered from across the nation. Each of them is a distinguished figure from local museums, all aged between 40 and 50. Yet, at just 23, you have outshone them. Shouldn't you be exuberantly celebrating, clapping in joy, and filled with ecstatic delight? Su Hua chuckled dryly. Is this response acceptable? Hearing her dismissive laughter, Xin Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. Your left hand is still in recovery. Will it affect your work? It's manageable. My right hand is still quite capable. However, you must assist me in finding an ink stone. I cannot use ready-made ink, as it will run and affect the mounting quality. Absolutely. Feel free to voice any requests. I will speak with our curator. Perhaps I can help you with the ink grinding. Deal. Once the restoration of the painting was complete and the colors restored, Su Hua would take over. She approached her work with utmost seriousness, immersing herself completely, often forgetting to eat. Xin Yuan dared not interrupt her, for the restoration involved a piece over 700 years old, irreplaceable. Any disturbance could result in a mistake that would ruin the artwork. Hence, conservators are often termed the surgeons of cultural relics, tasked with preserving their life without any errors. 10 days later, Su Hua concluded her work. Her brushwork, technique, and spirit flawlessly matched that of the original artist, Wang Meng. A group of senior experts, armed with magnifying glasses, scrutinized the painting for nearly half a day, yet could find not a single flaw. It must be said, Su Hua's work was not only exquisite but also efficient. What took others months, she accomplished in 10 days. Most in the field would spend a lifetime striving to reach her level. Effort determines the lower limit, while talent sets the upper limit. She possessed both talent and diligence. Alongside a grandfather renowned as a master in artifact restoration, who guided her meticulously. An amiable old expert praised her, giving a thumbs up, declaring, Su Wenmai has taught an exceptional disciple. She has surpassed her mentor. Several elder experts, recognizing her talent, jointly submitted a request to award Su Hua a certificate as a conservation expert. The museum also appointed her as a visiting researcher at the Kyoto Museum. Subsequently, the restored painting was sent to the mounting studio. Su Hua and the senior experts attended a celebratory banquet. Though termed a celebration, it was merely a gathering for a farewell meal. During the feast, several silver-haired experts inquired whether Su Hua had a boyfriend, eager to introduce their grandsons to her. Before she could respond, the elderly gentlemen began to quarrel amongst themselves, each vying to extol the virtues of their own grandsons. Some, impatient, directly called their grandsons, urging them to arrive promptly. Su Hua felt somewhat embarrassed amidst their clamoring. Xin Yuan quickly intervened, stating, with Su Hua's beauty, she must already have a boyfriend. Thank you, esteemed experts, for your kindness. The experts expressed their regret and inquired, which fortunate young man is she with? Su Hua cleverly avoided disclosing Gu Beishuan's identity, laughing it off. Previously, Su Hua had little interest in mingling with these elder experts. She typically refrained from attending their gatherings. However, today she discovered that this group of scholars was rather endearing, youthful in spirit and quite playful. After the meal, journalists arrived for interviews. Due to her connection to the Gu family, Su Hua found it inconvenient to appear on camera and declined, allowing the opportunity to go to the charming elder experts instead. With some free time, Xin Yuan insisted on dragging her to the antique market, claiming they would find hidden treasures. In chaotic times, gold is valued; in prosperous times, antiques are sought after. In this era of peace, antique prices soared, making true bargains exceedingly rare. Quality items were expensive, while cheaper ones were often mere replicas or crafts. The antique industry was fraught with complexities. The two wandered through several shops to no avail. Eventually, they arrived at an elegantly decorated antique store that exuded an aura of antiquity. Su Hua scanned the surroundings, her gaze finally settling on a transparent vacuum box displaying a collection of tattered paper fragments, the largest no bigger than a child's palm. So fragmented that its original form was unrecognizable. Noticing her fixation, Shen Yuan curiously asked the shop assistant, "How much for this?" The assistant held up 2 fingers. 200,000. Shen Yuan's eyes widened. "You must be joking. 20,000 for these ragged scraps? Have you no shame?" The assistant remained unfazed, smiling. This is a piece from the renowned painter Zhu De, known as the 8 Great Mountain Man, depicting ink lotus flowers. It was poorly preserved during the war. If intact, it would fetch at least 10 million, you may verify this online if you doubt. Shen Yuan scoffed, "But these fragments are far too damaged. They cannot possibly be worth 200,000. The assistant, aware of the situation, replied, "When we acquired it, it cost 2,000, we sought the best restoration expert. Su Wenmai, but he sadly passed away from stomach cancer. Others have deemed it too fragmented to restore. It occupies space here and gathers dust daily. The owner has decreed that it is for sale if the price is right." The assistant's eyes gleamed with a thought, "What price would you propose?" Shen Yuan glanced at Su Hua, recognizing her intent to purchase, and knowing she could restore it, she raised 1 finger, 100. Su Hua nearly burst into laughter. Her audacity in bargaining was impressive. Thankfully, it was a civilized society; such negotiations in the past would have led to violence. The assistant, irritated, replied with a forced smile. "Do you think this is mere waste paper? Even a scrap, this paper is from the Ming to Qing dynasty and could still fetch 8,000. Shen Yuan countered. 8,000 for a complete antique rice paper, not for these fragmented scraps. Even to restore an old painting, they are too deteriorated. How about this? I'll offer you 1,000. Beyond that, we shall take our leave." With that, Shen Yuan tugged Su Hua's hand, heading for the exit. The assistant followed, calling out, 10,000. 10,000 for you to take it. 1,000, not a cent more. Shen Yuan insisted. As they neared the door, the assistant, exasperated, shouted, 1,000. Take it and go. Su Hua promptly returned, swiped her card for payment, signed the contract, and left with the tattered paper. Upon returning to Ryu Bay, she retreated to her study to begin the restoration. To prevent interruptions from Lu Sa or the cleaning staff, which might send the fragments flying, she hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on her door. When Gu Beixian returned, he noticed her absence. Upon reaching the study and seeing the sign, he understood she was busy. He gently opened the door a crack and found Su Hua deeply engrossed in her work, her head bowed in concentration. The soft orange light illuminated her delicate features, casting an almost ethereal glow around her. The serene atmosphere transformed the study into a tranquil sanctuary, akin to a temple, where silence reigned, and the ancient scrolls and soft light made one reluctant to intrude. Gu Beixian quietly closed the door, retreating. Su Hua continued her work late into the night, finally pausing when she glanced at the clock, noting it was 1 a.m. She set down her painting, exited the study, and locked the door. Hoping not to disturb Gu Beixian, she tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up before heading to the guest room for the night. However, the following morning, upon awakening, she was surprised to find Gu Beixian lying beside her, gazing down at her intently. Su Hua blinked in astonishment, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she beheld his handsome, refined face. "Why did you sleep in the guest room?" Gu Beixian gently embraced her, his index finger tenderly brushing against her cherry-red lips, fearing that she might wake in the middle of the night, searching for him and ending up in tears. How heartwarming. A wave of bittersweet warmth surged within Su Hua, enveloping her in his warmth. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she leaned in, cradling his face and planting kisses upon his forehead, his eyes, and finally his nose, leaving her breathless. She marveled at how she had drenched his handsome visage with affection. Chapter 47, filled with deep emotion after 3 arduous days, Su Hua meticulously restored the fragmented painting by Ba de Shanren, Juda. The task had been daunting, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Once completed, she commenced the delicate process of repair. Enduring numerous challenges, she ultimately succeeded in restoring the artwork to perfection, leaving no trace of its former damage. Upon completion, she gazed upon the ink lotus painting with great satisfaction. The entire piece exuded a refined yet robust quality, showcasing a magnificent style that was both majestic and timeless, encapsulating a serene and austere atmosphere, seamlessly integrating Zen into the artwork. The composition was simple yet rich in lingering resonance, demonstrating Zhu Da's innovative approach in concept, composition, and style. He skillfully employed variations in ink density and brushwork, deftly rendering the lotus blossoms. The sturdy lotus stems rose with grace, appearing to sway in the breeze, while harmonizing beautifully with the arching lotus leaves. With the restoration complete, the next step was to find a buyer. She called Xin Yuan and inquired, which auction house in Kyoto is reputable? Xin Yuan was taken aback. You fixed such a fragmented painting in such a short time? It's incredible, I can't see any signs of repair. Indeed, you are remarkable. Su Hua furrowed her brow slightly, holding the phone a bit farther from her ear. She perceived that despite being siblings, Xin Yuan and Xin Hui had vastly different personalities. Xin Yuan was far more vivacious. However, their contrasting temperaments complemented each other well, one active, the other serene. Xin Yuan promised to make inquiries and hung up. Shortly thereafter, she returned the call. I found out that the largest auction houses in Kyoto are Jingrong Auction and Poly Auction, with a transaction rate of up to 80. These 2 establishments collectively host over half of the high-end collectors in the country, many of whom possess fortunes in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Su Hua asked, which one is closer to us? Jingrong Auction is slightly nearer, Xin Yuan replied. After a moment's contemplation, Su Hua decided, then let us go to Jingrong Auction. Alright, I'll come pick you up. An hour later, Su Hua and Xin Yuan arrived at Jingrong Auction. Upon entering the grand hall, they were greeted by a long queue, at least 50 or 60 people ahead of them, all bearing their prized possessions for auction. The process involved verification, assessment, and negotiation of starting bids, making it rather cumbersome. Since they were already there, Su Hua and Xin Yuan joined the line. They stood from morning until noon, and the line had only diminished by half, their legs growing weary from the strain. Su Hua suggested, shall we try another place? Let us wait a bit longer. The other place might be just as crowded. Xin Yuan bent down to massage her aching legs. After a moment, she straightened up and stretched, suddenly brightening up as she pointed towards the elevator and exclaimed, look. A handsome guy. Her voice was rather loud, drawing the attention of everyone around. They glanced at her momentarily before their gazes shifted to Su Hua, whose striking beauty captured their interest. With raven hair and crimson lips, her delicate face radiated a luminous whiteness, her stunning autumn-like eyes glistening with a serene depth, standing there like a vision from an ancient painting. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Su Hua felt a tinge of embarrassment. She turned her head to avoid their gaze, following Xin Yuan's point of direction. The man indeed possessed striking features, tall, clad in a sleek black jacket and trousers, with a short crop of hair and chiseled, deep-set features. His dark, brooding eyes seemed to harbor untold stories, striking a chord deep within Su Hua. In an instant, she recognized him. He was the man she had bumped into days earlier at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. His eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of a Yao. The thought of a Yao tightened her chest, leaving her breathless, her heart clenching painfully. She pressed her hand against her chest, her brows furrowed in distress. The man appeared to notice them, turned his head to speak to someone behind him, and then walked away. Before long, a staff member in a suit and tie approached Su Hua, asking, "Are you Miss Su Hua?" Nodding, she replied, "Yes. Our young master requests your presence." Su Hua was slightly taken aback. "I don't know your young master." The staff member glanced at the painting she held. "Aren't you here to auction an ancient painting?" "Yes. Our young master wishes to see the painting you have." Following the staff member, Su Hua and Xin Yuan took the elevator to the young master's office. The office was spacious and adorned with an antique aesthetic. A painting of inked bamboo by Jing Banqiao graced the east wall, positioned against a large floor-to-ceiling window. The young master sat in a black leather chair. Appearing no older than 25 or 26, exuding a striking appearance and sharp demeanor, clad in a black jacket that contrasted with the traditional decor. He was the same man Su Hua had seen in the hall, the one with eyes reminiscent of a Yao S. Su Hua stood frozen in place. Up close, his eyes bore an even closer resemblance to a Yao S, almost identical. Yet other than the eyes, their features differed. His nose, facial structure, skin tone, and height were distinct. In her memories, a Yao was a pale, slender youth, akin to a character from a comic book. The man before her, however, had a deeper complexion, a robust physique, and sharp, defined features, exuding a distinctly masculine presence. Xing Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she whispered, "What a young, handsome, and stylish young master." The man rose from his chair, striding over to them with long legs. Su Hua stood quietly, her gaze locked onto his eyes. Those eyes felt like a key unlocking her painful memories, revealing layers upon layers of untouchable sorrow. As he approached, he extended his right hand, politely stating, "Hello, Miss Su. My name is Gu Jinyao." Upon hearing the name Yao, Su Hua instinctively looked at his outstretched hand, noting the long, powerful fingers, with thin calluses on either side of his right index finger, a hand accustomed to wielding a gun. Noticing Su Hua's stillness, Xing Yuan nudged her arm, prompting, "Su Hua, shake his hand." Only then did Su Hua reach out to grasp his hand. Their handshake lingered longer than customary, as Su Hua found herself in a daze. Her thoughts clouded by his gaze, oblivious to the passing of time. It wasn't until Xing Yuan coughed lightly and urged, "Su Hua, quickly reveal the painting for young Master Gu," that she became aware of her lapse in propriety, hastily withdrawing her hand. Gu Jinyao took the painting from her, his gaze flickering briefly to her left hand, which bore a scar from being caught in a door. The beauty of her fingers was marred, with her nails still bearing a hint of dark purple. His expression cooled slightly as he unfurled the painting, examining the artwork and the paper closely, noting the red seals adorning it. "This is indeed an authentic piece by Ba de Shanren. How much do you intend to sell it for?" Xing Yuan quickly interjected. "I researched online, the ink lotus paintings by Zhu De have consistently sold for over 10 million. Gu Jinyao disregarded her comment, turning to Su Hua once more. "What price do you have in mind?" Su Hua's complexion paled as she momentarily lost focus, replying absent-mindedly, "Anything is fine." Gu Jinyao placed the painting on the table, stating calmly, "I'll offer 21 million, I'll buy this painting." Su Hua was taken aback. "You wish to purchase it?" Gu Jinyao affirmed with a nod. "My father is an avid collector of Ba de Shanren's works and is currently missing an ink lotus painting." Seeing his seriousness, Su Hua gathered her composure and replied, "This painting was significantly damaged, I repaired it, so there's no need for such a high price. Whether it has been restored or not can be verified with equipment," she reasoned, unwilling to conceal the truth. Gu Jinyao lowered his gaze upon her, his expression inscrutable as he replied, "Wealth cannot buy my preferences. Let it be 21 million, shall we proceed with cash or bank transfer?" Su Hua paused for a moment, "Either is acceptable. Please provide your account details, and I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you." Su Hua was taken aback by his promptness and hesitated for a moment. "Aren't you going to have an appraiser verify its authenticity?" Gu Jinyao cast a glance at the painting on the table, his tone unwavering. "The ink lotus art of the 8 great masters is unparalleled throughout history and is truly a masterpiece. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to replicate. Even if one attempts to imitate, they can only mimic the form, never capturing its spirit. This painting possesses both form and spirit, unmistakably genuine. The seals upon it are authentic as well, and I have complete faith in my judgment." Su Hua intended to say more, but Xing Yuan gently touched her hand, signaling her to refrain from further discussion. Thus, Su Hua relayed her bank account details. The other party seemingly activated a high-value transfer feature, for after signing the contract, she promptly received a notification of a transfer amounting to 21 million. The proceedings unfolded with such remarkable ease that Su Hua found it almost surreal, as if caught in a dream. After expressing her gratitude to Gu Jinyao, she took hold of the contract and departed with Xing Yuan. Upon reaching the threshold, she heard the man call out from behind, "Su Hua, That utterance of her name resonated with profound emotion. For reasons unknown. A thin veil of tears suddenly welled in Su Hua's eyes. Chapter 48. His name is Lu Yao. Though Gu Jinyao's voice was markedly different from Ah Yao's, Su Hua felt an inexplicable sense that it was indeed Ah Yao calling her just moments ago. She paused, wiping her eyes, and turned to gaze at Gu Jinyao's handsome, sharp features, a face entirely distinct from Ah Yao's. Regaining her composure, she smiled and inquired, "Mr. Gu, did you call for me?" Gu Jinyao retrieved a business card from the box on the table and approached her. "Here is my card. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out directly." Su Hua extended her hands to accept it, replying, "Thank you. We have gathered a group of high-end collectors, including many enthusiasts of ancient books and paintings. May I contact you if we have clients in need of restoration?" With a gentle smile, Su Hua added, "Of course." Gu Jinyao's lips curled into a smile. "Then it's settled, I'll await your call." "All right," Su Hua said, tucking the card into her bag. As they exited and entered the elevator, Xin Yuan turned to scrutinize Su Hua, remarking, "I feel there is something unusual between you and this Mr. Gu. Yet when I hear you speak, it seems as though you are meeting for the first time." Su Hua, with her hands in the pockets of her trench coat, focused on the elevator buttons, momentarily lost in thought, and replied absent-mindedly, "His eyes remind me of someone I know." Xin Yuan pondered for a moment. "Do they resemble Gu Beixian's?" Indeed, their eyes bore a striking similarity: large, dark pupils, deep double eyelids, and long, thick eyelashes. Handsome men often share similar features, while those less fortunate in appearance are uniquely flawed. Su Hua fell silent. She preferred not to divulge her personal matters too readily. Once in the car, Su Hua asked, "Is your Alipay account linked to your mobile number?" Xin Yuan started the engine and casually replied, "Yes." Su Hua picked up her phone and gently swiped across the screen. Before long, Xin Yuan heard a notification sound from her own phone. When the traffic light turned green, she glanced at her device and was taken aback. A transfer of 100,000 yuan had arrived, sent by Su Hua. Panicked, Xin Yuan exclaimed, "Sister Hua, I can't accept this money. I will transfer it back to you immediately." Su Hua pressed her hand down gently. "It's not a large sum. Use it to treat yourself to tea. 100,000 isn't much, it's even higher than my annual salary at the museum." "Take it," she insisted. "You've been accompanying me these past few days. This is just a small token of appreciation. If you refuse, it will seem as if I am being distant." Xin Yuan paused, then leaned over and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. "Thank you, Sister Hua." Su Hua chuckled and lowered her head to text Gu Beixian, inviting him to dinner at the revolving restaurant that evening. Upon receiving her message, Gu Beixian instructed his assistant to delegate his evening engagements to someone else. At 7 o'clock, the two arrived at the revolving restaurant, situated atop the tallest building in Kyoto. The restaurant, circular in shape, featured transparent floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed for a 360-degree view and rotated every 2 hours, offering a panoramic view of the city's nightscape. Due to the last-minute decision, they could not secure a VIP room and settled for a table in the main hall, which, while less private than a booth, was still acceptable. The restaurant was exquisitely decorated, with opulent golden lighting reflecting off the frosted glass, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, complemented by the soothing strains of a violin. The ambience was undeniably romantic, frequented mostly by couples. As their Western cuisine was served, Su Hua glanced out at the dazzling night view and remarked to Gu Beixian, "The last time you brought me here, I was overjoyed all night." Gu Beixian chuckled, "Is it that simple to please you? Then I shall bring you here often. Occasional visits suffice, if we come too frequently, the novelty will wear off." "Indeed," Gu Beixian replied, taking her steak and cutting it with elegance. His hands, long and refined, cutting through the meat with a captivating grace. Once finished, he pushed the plate back to Su Hua. "Eat while it's hot." Su Hua took a few bites, savoring the tender beef. Halfway through her meal, she extracted a card from her bag and slid it across the table. "This is for my earnings, use it as you wish. The password is your birthday." Gu Beixian smiled wryly. "Ah, indeed, a woman becomes reckless with money. You were once so respectful towards me, but now that you have funds, you've transformed into sister." Su Hua laughed and defiantly replied, "Of course. One's economic status dictates their position in the household. Gu Baixian chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Look at our little Hua Hua, reveling in her newfound success. Su Hua playfully retorted, are you praising me or mocking me? Certainly praising you. Su Hua shot him a knowing glance. I'm not foolish. With that, she speared a piece of beef and offered it to him. Gu Baixian leisurely chewed, swallowing before asking, did that painting you restored sell? Yes. I found a buyer who appreciated it. A piece I bought for 10,000 was sold for 2 million, with the transaction completed on the spot. Gu Baixian feigned admiration. A net profit of over 10 million, truly remarkable. Setting her utensils aside, Su Hua leaned in, her eyes bright and earnest. I aspire to earn a substantial amount in the future, so I can be worthy of you. Gu Baixian smiled softly, placing his hand atop hers. You are more than sufficient as you are, there is no need for excessive effort. Su Hua felt a swell of emotion, a mixture of joy and wistfulness. As she murmured, I wish to be exceptional enough that even your father believes we are well suited. Gu Baixian fell silent, tenderly holding her hand in his gaze darkening. I apologize for putting you through this. It's all right. Suddenly, her phone rang. Su Hua retrieved it from her bag, inadvertently pulling out a business card as well. Though she remained oblivious. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she recognized it was her mother, Su Peilon. She answered, Mother, is there something you need? Su Peilon quickly stated. I just received a notification that 5 million has been added to my account. Did you transfer it? Yes, I sent it earlier today. The funds took a while to process. Su Peilon scolded, did I not tell you? The money Gu Baixian gave you should be kept for yourself, I have my pension. Which is sufficient. It was not from him, I earned it myself. How did you manage to make so much? Su Peilon asked, astonished. I restored a painting by Ba de Shanren and fortuitously found a buyer who appreciated it. Feel free to spend it as you wish, by whatever you desire. Also, consider booking a tour to travel, it would be a nice way to unwind. Such a reckless girl, always wasting money, Su Peilon chided, though her heart swelled with gratitude. After ending the call, Su Hua beamed at Gu Baixian, only to notice that his expression had darkened, fixated on a business card that had fallen beside her bag. Following his gaze, Su Hua saw it was the card given to her by Gu Jingyao when they departed. Nonchalantly, she picked it up and placed it in her bag. This is the card from the young master of Xingrong Auction House, it may prove useful in the future. Gu Baixian's lips curled into a sardonic smirk, his demeanor shifting. Did you sell your painting to him? Su Hua responded honestly, yes, Xing Yuan informed me that Xingrong Auction House is reputable, so we went there. While waiting for authentication in the hall, Gu Jingyao sent someone to summon us to his office. After viewing the painting, he mentioned that his father is fond of Ba de Shanren's works and was in need of a specific piece. Gu Baixian's expression grew cold and inscrutable. His lips curling in a self-deprecating manner as he retorted, do you think I need your money? Go ask him for it. Su Hua was taken aback. Such words were indeed hurtful. It is not merely a denial of her capabilities, but rather an affront to her character. That was the fruit of her labor. How could it be construed as her soliciting money from Gu Jingyao? It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, shattering Su Hua's previously buoyant spirits. She gazed at Gu Baixian with a look of deep resentment, her expression profoundly wounded. Gu Baixian dreaded witnessing such an expression on her face. After a few moments of silent contemplation, he relented, raising a hand to massage his brow. He suppressed the chill in his eyes and slowly spoke, I may have been a bit harsh in my previous remarks, I apologize. Su Hua bit her lip, remaining silent. After a brief pause, Gu Baixian grasped her hand resting on the table, gently caressing the back of her hand, and softly remarked, I do not appreciate you being too close to that person. This was his way of extending an olive branch. Su Hua, sensing the opportunity, relaxed her demeanor. She pondered his thoughts for a moment, albeit a bit slowly, and responded, although Gu Jinyao's name also contains the character Yao, he is not Yao. Yao passed away 13 years ago, his surname is Liu, and his name is Liu Yao. Chapter 49, Sweet yet fierce. Gu Baixian felt that Su Huan was shielding Gu Jinyao. On the day of their grandmother's funeral, he had seen Gu Jingyao twice with his own eyes. He stood nonchalantly by the broken bridge, gazing at Su Huan from across the pond. The affection in his eyes transcended mountains and seas. Su Huan had injured her front foot, while Chu Suasua's hand had been crushed, also injuring the left hand with 4 fingers hurt. Chu Suasua slapped Su Huan, leaving her face swollen like a pig's head that very night. If Lu Yao were truly dead, how could one explain such coincidences? The only plausible explanation was that Lu Yao had not died but rather assumed the identity of Gu Jingyao. Alternatively, Su Huan could be lying. Between the two conjectures, Gu Baixian preferred to believe the former. Recalling how Su Huan's mood shifted drastically whenever Lu Yao was mentioned, Gu Baixian ceased to argue with her. He quietly picked up the dinner knife, sliced a piece of foie gras, and fed it to her, urging her to eat more after her arduous work on the painting days prior. Believing his anger had dissipated, Su Huan returned to normalcy and began to eat. After finishing her meal, she settled the bill and headed to the restroom. From a distance, a figure stealthily followed her into the restroom. As Su Huan exited the restroom and washed her hands, a young woman approached another sink, turned on the tap, and began to wash her hands while speaking. "Sister Su Huan, you came here to eat too?" Su Huan turned her head and saw it was Chu Suasua. She found her insufferable, like a fly that never left her side. Su Huan replied coolly, "Are you following me?" Chu Suasua scoffed, "We come here every day to eat. It's just a coincidence." Su Huan, uninterested in her, continued washing her hands. Chu Suasua turned off the tap, crossed her arms, and looked at her with disdain, saying, "Sister Su Huan, coming from such a small village, this must be your first time dining in such a romantic place. Do you feel like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden?" Su Huan had always believed herself to be quite patient, yet Chu Suasua repeatedly tested her limits. With a slight smirk, Su Huan thought, "What right does a parasite, dependent on her parents, have to mock me?" Chu Suasua's face suddenly darkened, and she decided to drop the pretense, bluntly stating, "You are far more relentless than I imagined. You've even reached the Civil Affairs Bureau yet refused to divorce." Her true intention was to force her and Gu Baixian to separate. Su Huan coldly laughed, "Whether or not we divorce is a matter between me and Gu Baixian. It has nothing to do with you." Chu Suasua's eyes glinted with mockery as she leaned closer to Su Huan, lowering her voice in a sarcastic tone. "If it weren't for your grandmother's timely death, you would have divorced long ago. Your grandmother truly knows how to choose the right moment to die, not too early, not too late, but just when you were about to divorce, as if to prevent it. Women from small families are indeed scheming, desperately clinging to a high branch like Gu Baixian and refusing to let go." A surge of anger coursed through Su Huan's every pore. Her pupils dilated as she felt the flames of rage rising within her. Without a second thought, she grabbed Chu Suasua by the collar and forcefully slammed her against the wall. Chu Suasua's back hit the hard surface with a thud, causing her to wince in pain. Su Huan's hand came down sharply. Slap. The resounding sound echoed as it landed on Chu Suasua's face. Fueled by her fury, the strike was swift and fierce, leaving Chu Suasua's face swollen in an instant. The clear imprints of 5 red fingers marked her pale cheek. Tears streamed down Chu Suasua's face as she struggled to recover from the shock. Suddenly, she lifted her head, choking back tears, and called towards the doorway, "Baixian. Have you seen Su Huan's true nature? Look at how she pretends to be gentle and kind in front of you, but she's actually a shrew. Fierce enough to hit someone." Su Huan's heart sank, and she slowly turned around to see Gu Baixian standing at the restroom entrance, tall and composed, observing them with an impassive demeanor. At that moment, Su Huan realized why Chu Suasua had whispered those provoking words to her. It was to incite her to act. The last time Gu Baixian sided with her was because Chu Suasua had struck first. But this time, she had initiated the conflict. Su Huan quietly watched Gu Baixian, awaiting his reaction. He remained silent, merely pursing his lips and casting a cool glance at both of them. She suddenly understood that his silence was, in fact, a form of support for her, as this time she was the aggressor. Given the cooperative relationship between the Gu group and the Chu group, there were certain matters he could not handle overtly. With clarity, Su Huan regarded Chu Suasua coldly, saying, "You are quite peculiar. He is my husband. Treats me and my family well, so naturally, I must be gentle with him. You covet my husband, repeatedly provoke me, malign my grandmother, and yet expect me to be gentle with you? Are you ill, or am I? Chu Suasua was momentarily speechless, gazing at Gu Beixian with tear-filled eyes. Pointing at her swollen cheek and plaintively stating, Beixian, look at what she did to my face. Gu Beixian ignored her. His dark eyes calmly locked onto Su Huan, gently asking, did you get hurt? Su Huan shook her head. This favoritism was glaringly obvious. Chu Suasua, nearly at her wit's end, exclaimed, Beixian, you promised Uncle Gu to take good care of me, have you forgotten? Gu Beixian replied coolly. I only promised to take care of you in work matters. Chu Suasua feigned sorrow, Beixian, we've known each other for over a decade. Can't you be a bit kinder to me? Just then, a male voice called out, Suasua, stop talking and come out. Su Huan turned to see Chu Suasua's brother, Chu Machin. She was momentarily unsure how to respond to him. However, Chu Machin merely nodded slightly in her direction, saying, sorry. Su Huan was taken aback, after all. She had indeed just slapped Chu Suasua. Realizing she could gain nothing from the encounter, Chu Suasua huffed at Su Huan before turning to leave. Disgusted by the contact with Chu Suasua's face, Su Huan promptly washed her hands again. She then stepped out and walked alongside Gu Beixian towards the exit. Gu Beixian remarked in a neutral tone, I didn't realize you could be so fierce, that slap echoed from quite a distance. Upon hearing the sound, he had rushed over. Thinking Su Huan was being bullied. Unable to decipher his meaning, Su Huan asked, do you also think I was pretending? Are you disappointed in me? Gu Beixian's handsome face tightened slightly, he was indeed a bit disappointed. Su Huan felt a surge of anger and retorted, are you upset that I hit your ex-girlfriend? Why did I strike her? She insulted my grandmother. You can insult me, but you cannot speak ill of my grandmother, I won't allow it. Su Huan was indignant. Yet her eyes betrayed her rising emotions. Seeing her serious demeanor, Gu Beixian ceased teasing her, reaching up to stroke her head as he softened his tone. I'm not concerned about her. I'm just not used to seeing you in this fierce manner, it took me by surprise. You never treated me that way. Even when I had a terrible temper. Fierce yet sweet? Su Huan was momentarily stunned. Initially thinking he would side with Chu Suasua, her heart was aflame with anger. However, as he shifted his tone, she felt her defenses crumble. She instinctively wrapped her arm around his and almost blurted out, you are my husband, my closest person. I cherish you dearly, how could I possibly be fierce with you? A smile involuntarily crept into the corners of Gu Beixian's eyes. He gently grasped her chin, pushing her against the wall, and swiftly pecked her lips. His mood was remarkably uplifted. After her visit to Gu Jinyao, he had harbored a belly full of frustration, which she had effortlessly soothed away. Chapter 50, Unwavering Loyalty. Chu Suasua covered her face, feeling dejected as she followed Chu Moshing out of the restaurant. Once outside, she began to complain, are you even my brother? My face is bruised from Su Hua's slap, and instead of seeking justice for me, you just drag me away? Chu Moshing turned to glance at her face, which bore 5 distinct red fingerprints across her fair complexion. His expression darkened as he inquired, what did you say to provoke her into hitting you so hard? Fuming, Chu Suasua replied, I merely remarked that her grandmother chose the perfect time to die, just to prevent her from getting divorced. Is that so outrageous? Her intent was to provoke Su Hua into action, hoping to garner sympathy from Gu Beixian. Unfortunately, it was Su Hua who struck first, and Gu Beixian did not side with her. Chu Suasua felt her plans unraveling, frustration evident on her face. Chu Moshing smirked, amusement flickering in his eyes, it's no wonder she hit you. If I were in her place, I would have done the same. Perhaps you should temper your words next time. She shot him a sideways glance, sometimes I genuinely wonder if you are Su Hua's real brother, always siding with her. It's your fault, you and Gu Beixian have already broken up, so you should abandon any illusions about rekindling that relationship. Chu Suasua huffed. They were bound to divorce anyway. Besides, if Gu Beixian chose Su Hua because of my resemblance, it only proves he is still attached to me. Chu Moshing halted, scrutinizing her for a moment. Perhaps he simply prefers your appearance but is not necessarily devoted to you. Chu Suasua rolled her eyes at him. He added bluntly, honestly. Su Hua is more beautiful than you, with a better demeanor. She is elegant and composed, exuding an aura of scholarly grace. Just looking at her is refreshing. He tugged at her outfit, and you, from head to toe, reek of vulgarity. Fuming, Chu Suasua raised her fist to strike him, Chu Masheng. I swear I will sever our sibling ties. How dare you say that country bumpkin is prettier than me? Are your eyes malfunctioning? Chu Masheng grasped her wrist firmly, commanding. Stop causing a scene. They both entered the car. As he started the engine and began to reverse, she fastened her seatbelt and said, I spent some money to inquire about Su Hua's grandmother from the nurse on duty that day. The nurse revealed that although the grandmother was unwell, she could have lived for another 2 or 3 months. On the day of their divorce, the old lady sent everyone out and secretly turned off her life support. See? These small-town folks are quite scheming. To prevent Su Hua from divorcing Gu Beixian, the old lady resorted to suicide. Chu Masheng fell silent, reflecting on the past when Su Hua married Gu Beixian to fund her grandmother's treatment. Now, the grandmother's act was a sacrifice for her granddaughter's happiness. Their bond was undeniably profound. However, Chu Suasua viewed it differently. Indignant, she exclaimed, if it weren't for the old lady's timing, they would have divorced ages ago. As soon as Su Hua leaves, Gu Beixian will inevitably come back to me. It's all that old woman's fault for ruining my chances. Respect the deceased and mind your words, Chu Masheng admonished, pressing the accelerator. Chu Suasua turned to him, her gaze peculiar. Brother, do you have feelings for Su Hua? Chu Masheng retorted, what nonsense. How could I ever like her? She pinched his ear playfully, if you don't like her, why are your ears turning red? He swatted her hand away, they are red because you pinched them. Don't make such jokes, they aren't amusing at all. Leaning her elbow on the car window, she rested her chin in her hand, contemplating for a moment before a clever idea struck her. She inched closer to him, adopting a coy demeanor. Brother, why not sacrifice your looks to seduce Su Hua? What do you think? Chu Masheng's expression darkened. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you out of the car. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Gu Beixian drove with Su Hua along the Riverside Avenue. Noticing something amiss, she asked, Isn't this the wrong way home? No. I'm taking you somewhere special, he replied. Where are we going? You'll find out when we arrive. An hour later, Gu Beixian parked by the riverbank. The wind whipped fiercely, and the water churned violently, surrounded by dense woods. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any other souls. Peering through the car window at the raging river, Su Hua curiously asked, what are we doing here? Get out. Gu Beixian urged as he opened the car door and stepped outside. Su Hua followed suit. He handed her the car keys, please grab something from the trunk for me. Confused, she accepted the keys and walked to the back of the car. Upon opening the trunk, her heart raced with surprise as she beheld an entire trunk filled with vibrant red roses, legendary roses imported from Holland. The petals were the size of a bowl. Velvety to the touch, a captivating shade of red, rich and dripping with allure, adorned with unique vintage edges, both splendid and elegant. How beautiful! She exclaimed. Gu Beixian leaned against the car, hands in pockets, his handsome features relaxed as he observed Su Hua's astonished expression, casually asking, do you like them? Of course I do. A radiant smile lit up her eyes as she gently caressed the rose petals, feeling the delicate fuzz against her fingertips, a delightful sensation sweeping through her heart. This was the first time Gu Beixian had gifted her flowers. I wasn't sure what flowers you preferred, so I chose red roses. As the florist said they symbolize genuine love, he explained nonchalantly. Genuine love, those 3 simple words stirred a wave of emotions within her. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with affection. Gu Beixian felt a surge of warmth at her gaze. Stepping forward, he grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Turning her face towards him as he began to kiss her, his hands exploring her body. Su Hua pressed her palm against his hand. No. She had never experienced intimacy with him outdoors. Gu Beixian scooped her up effortlessly, cradling her like a child, and carried her to the front of the car. What are you planning to do? She laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. You'll see, he replied. Su Hua's smile faltered as she anticipated his next move. Her ears flushing slightly. With one hand still around her, he opened the car door and set her inside. He leaned over, trailing kisses down her earlobe and along her neck. She offered a slight protest, but he held her shoulders firmly, preventing her from moving, and began to kiss her lips. As they paused for breath, Su Hua gasped softly, "Why not go home?" "Why here?" Kissing her neck, Gu Beixian replied casually. "I heard that doing it outdoors makes it easier to have a son." Su Hua chuckled, "I can't believe you are so biased towards sons. What if I give birth to a daughter? It doesn't matter to me. As long as it's your child, I will cherish it. The grandparents are just eager for a grandson. If you have a boy, you won't have to endure another pregnancy. If it's a girl, you'll have to go through it all over again." Su Hua laughed, "You certainly know how to show concern." "Only for you," he murmured. His breath warm and humid against her neck. She felt an involuntary thrill coursing through her. This man, typically reserved and aloof, exuded a distant aura, yet lately he had transformed, showering her with sweet words that made her heart flutter. Su Hua found it disconcerting. As his hand slid beneath her clothing, the cool leather seat sent ripples of excitement through her. Letting go of her inhibitions, she wrapped her arms around Gu Beixian's waist, her soft lips responding to his, whispering, "How did you become so skilled? You seem like a seasoned expert." What she truly wished to inquire was whether you had shared such moments with Chu Suasua as well. Gu Beixian discerned her thoughts. As a form of punishment, he playfully bit her shoulder, neither too hard nor too soft. In a low voice, he remarked, "I have not reached such depths with her. You are my first woman, remember to take responsibility for me." Such words are typically spoken by women to men. But when uttered by a man, they carry an alluring charm, tinged with humor. Su Hua let out a soft laugh and, as if making a promise, replied, "Very well. If you do not abandon me, I shall not forsake you." Chapter 51, Tender Affection. Gu Beixian's dark eyes flickered with a hint of starlight as they rested upon her. He pressed his lips together, silently studying her for a considerable time. Then, lowering his head, he gently kissed the tip of her nose, murmuring, "Your words must hold weight." Su Hua responded with a soft Gu Beixian, dissatisfied with her seemingly indifferent attitude, felt it too perfunctory and chose to reiterate his point. Su Hua stifled a laugh inwardly. The initiative lay squarely in his hands, yet he crafted it as if she were the one reluctant to accept him. After a moment's thought, she lifted her arm to drape over his neck, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered softly, "Many admire you for your handsome features, wealth, power, and charm. Yet, some are drawn to you because they have witnessed your struggles and feel for you." She silently sat beside him, wishing to share her shoulder and sweetness with him. Gu Beixian's gaze hardened. He cupped her face, pressing his forehead against hers. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I didn't ask you to evoke sentimentality, but rather desire. Now you've stirred emotions that can't be easily dismissed." Su Hua felt on the verge of tears from his teasing. She could only express such heartfelt truths. The more provocative, flirtatious remarks eluded her. Gently poking his waist, she tentatively suggested, "If desire is out of the question, shall we return home?" "Not necessary, this is sufficient," he replied, lowering his head to capture her lips in a kiss, softly nibbling at her tender mouth. His kissing prowess was exceptional. Su Hua felt herself melting into a soft, delicate being under his touch, exuding an enchanting allure. Though her frame was slender, her figure was curvaceous, with the most enticing features being her slim, graceful waist and exquisite hip line. To the outside world, she appeared pure and untouchable. Yet in Gu Beixian's eyes, she was utterly captivating, stirring the depths of his heart. Outside, the river wind howled, and shadows danced among the trees, with indigo clouds shrouding half the moon. Inside the car, the atmosphere was thick with passion and intimacy. The following day, Su Hua received an unexpected bank notification, a deposit of 1 million into her account. The remittance came from the Jingdu Jingrong Craft Import and Export Company, the parent company of the Jingrong auction house. She retrieved Gu Jinyao's business card and dialed the number listed. After one ring, he answered. "Su Hua." He called her name in a deep, manly voice, resonating with pure baritone. Each time she heard him utter her name, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her, as if those two syllables were steeped in profound emotion. However, she dismissed it, attributing it to her own fanciful thinking. "Mr. Gu, I believe there has been an error. My account just received 1 million from your company," she said politely. Gu Jinyao chuckled, "No mistake, it was I who arranged the transfer." Su Hua was slightly puzzled. They had already settled the payment for the painting, why the additional funds? Your painting is in my office, and before I could gift it to my father. A regular customer expressed interest, offering 13 million, 1 million more than what I paid you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hua replied. Isn't your auction house entitled to a 10% commission? I should transfer that million back to you. Gu Jingyao replied nonchalantly, since it didn't go through the auction channel. I won't collect a commission from you. Su Hua hesitated, however. If you truly wish for my gratitude, allow me to treat you to a meal. This request was not unreasonable, she would have done the same for anyone else. Yet, Gu Baixian preferred she maintain distance from him. Su Hua delicately declined. You've done me a great favor, and I should indeed treat you, but it's a bit inconvenient on my end. How about this, since your father appreciates Bada Shanren's ink lotus painting, I'll replicate one for him. It won't take more than 10 days. She clarified. But I will only replicate it, I won't forge it, so you'll need to handle the seal. Gu Jingyao paused before responding, very well. I have a photo of that painting, I'll send it to you shortly. No need, I have already committed it to memory and can guarantee an identical replication. Gu Jingyao remained silent for a moment before softly saying, You're as clever as ever. Su Hua's heart fluttered. What did you say? Gu Jingyao smiled briefly. Then raised his tone, I said you are more intelligent than I had imagined. Su Hua suspected she might have misheard, casually replying. It's just something I picked up as a child, practice makes perfect. You can use your seal on the painting. I believe you will achieve great fame in the future. As your reputation grows, so too will the value of the replicated ink lotus. You're too kind, he replied, though inwardly. Su Hua felt a surge of happiness at his acknowledgement. After hanging up, Su Hua retreated to her study and hung a do not disturb sign on the door. She ground the ink herself, a crucial first step in painting that calmed the heart and focused the mind. Once the ink was ready, she took her brush and approached a large desk, where a piece of traditional rice paper lay spread out. With her eyes closed, Su Hua mentally replayed the composition, brushwork, and ambience of Bada Shanren's ink lotus painting. His style was renowned for its bold, expressive brush strokes, drawing inspiration from nature with simplicity and grandeur, all while possessing a unique flair. She had replicated numerous ancient ink paintings throughout her life, yet she found Bada Shanren's work to be the most challenging. Chinese painting does not emphasize three-dimensionality or focal perspective, it must maintain an essence that is both tangible and intangible. Achieving an exact likeness is considered inferior. The middle ground is termed excellent work, while the highest level is referred to as extraordinary or divine. To her, Bada Shanren's paintings epitomized the extraordinary. His works invariably conveyed an air of desolation, loneliness, and melancholy, reflecting his tragic past and neglected sentiments. He was a royal descendant of the Zhou family, whose life was a tumultuous journey. To quote him, his art contained few ink spots but many tear stains, the mountains and rivers remain the same. A week later, Su Hua completed her ink lotus painting, producing two versions. The first, lacking in essence, was framed and hung in her study. The second, which she found particularly satisfying, possessed form, spirit, and rhythm, depicting withering leaves and ink lotus, evoking a sense of desolation and coldness. After finishing, Su Hua called Gu Jingyao, saying, Mr. Gu, the painting is complete. Would you like to send someone to collect it, or shall I deliver it to you? Thank you for your efforts. Let us meet for a meal, you can hand over the painting then. Su Hua hesitated, Gu Jingyao remained silent for a moment before saying, Everyone needs to eat, it's merely a meal, it won't take long. With the conversation reaching such a point, Su Hua felt it would be impolite to refuse further and agreed. They arranged to meet at a private dining establishment the following evening at 6. After hanging up, Su Hua gazed at the ink lotus painting spread before her and, after some contemplation, called Gu Baixian. Once connected, she said, Are you free tomorrow at 6? I have a dinner invitation and would like you to accompany me. Gu Baixian pondered briefly before asking with a smile. Whose dinner is so significant that it warrants such an effort? Su Hua replied softly, Gu Jingyao. Gu Baixian paused, his grip on the phone tightening, nearly deforming the device. Chapter 52, Jealousy. Su Hua discerned his potential displeasure and hastily clarified, the painting was placed in his office and was purchased by a frequent patron for 13 million. He transferred the extra million to me, but I intended to return it. He insisted I keep it and treat myself instead. I declined. So I painted another lotus ink piece as a gift for him. However, he insisted on taking me out for dinner. If you are unavailable, I would ask Shin Yuan to accompany me. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Beixian's voice resonated from her phone. I am free. Su Hua smiled, thank you. The following day, at 6 in the evening, Su Hua and Gu Beixian arrived at the private dining restaurant reserved by Gu Jinyao, the proprietor of this establishment. Rumored to be descended from imperial chefs, serves only 8 tables a day, each with a mere 8 dishes, refusing to accept customer orders or prepare extra meals. Despite this, it thrives spectacularly, requiring a 3-day advance reservation, and during peak times, a 3-month wait to secure a table. The restaurant is housed in a quaint villa once occupied by a warlord during the Republic of China era, exuding a nostalgic and enchanting ambience. Upon their arrival, Gu Jinyao was already present. His gaze darkened slightly upon seeing Gu Beixian by Su Hua's side, but he soon smiled and greeted, hello, General Gu. Gu Beixian. His demeanor cool and expressionless, merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the three took their seats, Su Hua carefully unfolded a third of her painting and handed it to Gu Jinyao. Mr. Gu, please have a look. Are you satisfied? He accepted it, unrolling it gradually while lowering his gaze to admire it closely. After a thorough appraisal, he lifted his eyes to Su Hua, a smile gracing his lips as he praised, indeed, I did not misjudge you. This piece possesses form, spirit, and charm, vividly brought to life. Please extend my gratitude to your father. Su Hua smiled lightly, replying, it was my pleasure. As she settled into her seat, she caught a glimpse of Gu Beixian, his face cool as he sipped tea. She discreetly reached beneath the table to gently massage his leg in an attempt to soothe him. However, her playful hand was swiftly captured by Gu Beixian, held securely in his palm, and he began to stroke it tenderly. His expression softened somewhat as a result. Thanks to the prior reservation, the dishes arrived promptly, featuring delicacies such as Buddha jumps over the wall, orchid bear paw, goji berry shark fin soup, and rock sugar bird's nest. Gu Jinyao gently rotated the glass Lazy Susan, placing the bird's nest before Su Hua. Miss Su, I specially ordered this for you. Su Hua graciously responded, thank you. Gu Beixian's gaze turned frosty as he raised his eyes to signal a nearby waiter. The waiter approached respectfully, inquiring, General Gu, how may I assist you? Gu Beixian produced a card from his wallet and handed it to her. I will cover this meal, please charge it to my card. Su Hua found herself bemused. It had been agreed that Gu Jinyao would treat them. Just a single remark had prompted Gu Beixian to take over the bill, which was rather inconsiderate. The waiter smiled and replied, General Gu, this gentleman has already settled the bill in advance. Gu Beixian's hand, still clutching the bank card, hovered in the air as he commanded, refund his payment, charge it to my card. Caught in a dilemma, the waiter glanced at Gu Jinyao, who simply smiled faintly. General Gu, I insist on treating this time, perhaps you can take the next one. Su Hua turned her gaze towards Gu Beixian, who remained immobile in his previous stance. Aware of his pride, she sought to ease the tension. She gently retrieved the bank card from his hand and returned it to her wallet. Observing his still grim expression, she took a spoonful of bird's nest and fed him, cheerfully saying, you have been busy with work lately, have some bird's nest to clear your heat. Gu Beixian did not refuse, parting his lips to accept the offering gracefully, his expression gradually returning to normal. Su Hua exhaled quietly in relief, finally navigating this situation. Before their arrival, she had never imagined that the typically refined and courteous Gu Beixian could exhibit such jealousy. Despite being an astute and sophisticated elite in the business world, he now resembled a lovesick youth, consumed by envy, a rather unusual sight. While Su Hua pondered, Gu Beixian lifted a spoonful of shark fin soup and offered it to her. Gazing at her with warmth in his eyes, softly saying, you've been staying up late to paint, you ought to replenish with some shark fin. Su Hua felt a little embarrassed, especially with Gu Jinyao seated opposite them. They were not well acquainted, and such intimate gestures in front of him felt awkward. Yet, Gu Beixian was determined, and she could not refuse him. She opened her mouth and accepted, smiling, you should eat as well. Gu Beixian nodded, gesturing toward the bird's nest in front of her, you feed me. Su Hua was at a loss for words, but as it was she who had invited him, she obliged with a smile. Gu Jingyao observed silently, shaking his head slightly. He understood the unspoken dynamics between men, recognizing Gu Baixian's intense sense of competition. As the dinner progressed, Gu Baixian occasionally fed Su Hua, leaving her feeling increasingly flustered, yet she maintained a facade of calm. Gu Baixian, however, appeared completely at ease. Oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation. Gu Jingyao sat quietly across from them, watching the affectionate couple in silence. Despite the extravagant array of delicacies on the table, he found the meal tasteless, eager to finish and depart. When they had nearly finished, Gu Baixian turned to Su Hua, saying, "I'll step out for a smoke." Typically, Su Hua disapproved of his smoking habits, yet in public, she smiled and replied, "Go ahead, but try to smoke less." Gu Baixian nodded, casting a glance at Gu Jingyao before standing and exiting first. "Miss Su, I too shall step out for a smoke," Gu Jingyao informed her before following suit. The two men proceeded to the smoking area, arriving at the window. Gu Baixian opened the window, retrieved a cigarette from his pack, and offered one to Gu Jingyao. He accepted it but did not light it, merely playing with it between his fingers. Taking a seat, he crossed his long legs, his expression seemingly cheerful yet sharp. Gu Baixian leaned casually against the window, his cool gaze fixed on Gu Jingyao as he raised an eyebrow. "Are you surnamed Liu?" Gu Jingyao's dark pupils hardened slightly. His tone flat as he replied, "I am Gu, the son of Gu Jingrong, returned to the country this year." Gu Baixian did not respond. Pursing his lips and observing him coolly for a few moments, he placed the cigarette in his mouth, ignited it with a lighter, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. The white fog swirled around his striking features, obscuring his expression. Silence enveloped the room, thick and oppressive. After a prolonged period of icy quiet, Gu Baixian finally spoke, not looking at Gu Jingyao, his gaze lowered to the cigarette in his hand as he casually remarked, "You were the one who harmed Shu Suasua, weren't you?" Gu Jingyao's smile froze, his fingers tightening around the cigarette, snapping it in two. His voice turned cold. "I don't understand what you're saying." Gu Baixian's eyes flickered toward the broken cigarette, his gaze gradually sharpening as he stated, "Su Hua is my wife. Regardless of your surname, do not interfere with her." Gu Jingyao shrugged, his expression provocative. "What are you afraid of?" Gu Baixian's eyes turned frigid as he regarded him, the atmosphere around him suddenly becoming tense. Gu Jingyao smirked slightly, a smile that concealed a blade. Gu Baixian reciprocated the smile, flicking ash into the ashtray, and replied nonchalantly, "Today, it was Su Hua who invited me. You witnessed how much she cares for me just moments ago." His tone deepened, the smile on his lips bright yet difficult to decipher. Gu Jingyao paused momentarily, suppressing his smile. "Take good care of her," he declared before pushing back his chair and preparing to leave. Gu Baixian's gaze turned icy, as an outsider. "Do you not find it inappropriate to show such concern for my wife?" Gu Jingyao halted his steps and replied with a stoic expression. "A talent like her is a rarity, one to be cherished and protected by all." With that, he discarded the extinguished cigarette into the trash and strode out. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Baixian's eyes darkened considerably, his fists gradually clenching. The burning cigarette pressed into his palm went unnoticed, the pain eclipsed by his turmoil. Discarding the cigarette, he retrieved his phone from his trousers and dialed Su Hua. "Let's go." "All right, see you in the lobby on the first floor," Su Hua replied gently. Gu Baixian merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant After hanging up, Su Hua emerged with her bag, coincidentally running into Gu Jingyao. She offered him a slight smile. "Thank you for your gracious hospitality tonight." Gu Jingyao's smile deepened. "It was my pleasure." Su Hua politely bid farewell. "Goodbye." Gu Jingyao gazed at her with tenderness, softly responding, "Goodbye." One could discern a hidden longing beneath those seemingly simple words. Unfortunately, Su Hua was oblivious, her heart entirely focused on Gu Baixian. She hurried away like a fleeting breeze. Gu Jingyao silently observed her departure, the slender silhouette growing fainter down the corridor until it vanished completely. Only then did he slowly retract his gaze, his dark eyes deepening, resembling an unfathomable lake. Upon reaching the first floor, Su Hua met Gu Baixian. They exited the private dining establishment, and as soon as they stepped outside, Su Hua exhaled deeply. That meal was truly exhausting. However, she refrained from inviting Gu Baixian. fearing his displeasure should he discover the truth. Their already fragile marriage required nurturing. The two entered the car, and once the door closed, Gu Baixian suddenly pulled Su Hua into his embrace, lifting her chin to kiss her fiercely. The kiss grew increasingly fervent, almost competitive in nature. Despite the intensity, it offered little pleasure, yet Su Hua did not resist. After all, he was her husband, and she felt compelled to indulge him. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyao drove away from the private dining hall, holding on to Su Hua's painting. Upon returning home, he had barely settled when he received a call from his mother abroad. "I heard you met with Gu Baixian?" Gu Jingyao frowned slightly, responding coolly, "You promised me you would not visit that family, that was the condition of your return," his mother admonished. Gu Jinyao's expression remained indifferent. "I invited Su Hua for dinner, she came of her own accord. Su Hua is also part of that family. Do take care of yourself," his mother concluded before hanging up. Chapter 53, Reluctance is futile. Su Hua, with her left-hand fingers, had undergone rehabilitation for 2 consecutive months. Her dexterity had nearly returned as she re-entered the antique gallery. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the appraiser, Cui Shoxing, who was scrutinizing an ancient painting on the counter with an oversized magnifying glass, assessing its authenticity. As Su Hua passed by, she casually glanced at the artwork, recognizing it as a piece depicting bamboo by Jing Banqiao. Having practiced calligraphy since childhood, her initial imitation was of Jing Banqiao's bamboo, allowing her to discern its quality at a glance. Cui Shoxing adjusted his glasses and inquired of the seller, a disheveled middle-aged man with his hands tucked into his sleeves and shoulders hunched, "What price do you intend to sell it for?" The seller replied, "This is Jing Banqiao's bamboo painting, passed down through generations. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to part with it. I have inquired about previous auction prices, which start at 30 million. The implication was clear, the price could not be significantly lower than that. 30 million is no trivial sum." Cui Shoxing squinted, inspecting the painting closely once more, and asked, "Why not take it to an auction house?" The seller rubbed his nose and replied, "I need money urgently. If I go to an auction, I would have to wait, and I cannot afford to do so. Selling to you for a lower price is acceptable, provided payment is prompt." Cui Shoxing clicked his tongue, "We cannot offer such a high price." After a moment's hesitation, the seller relented, "Fine, you make an offer. And if it's reasonable, I will sell. I'm open to negotiation." Su Hua suddenly halted her steps, glancing back at the painting from a distance. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Cui Shoxing called out, "Xiao Su, come over and take a look at this painting." Su Hua returned, donned the gallery's special white gloves, and carefully lifted the painting for a thorough examination. The composition of the bamboo was meticulously arranged, the slender stalks exuded strength, and the leaves were rendered with a firm brush, presenting a calligraphic flourish. Indeed, it was an authentic piece by Jing Banqiao. However, Su Hua felt an indefinable sense of unease. Though she could not pinpoint the exact issue, her long experience with such artworks had cultivated an instinctive intuition. She looked up and asked Cui Shoxing, "Have you tested it with instruments?" Cui Shoxing nodded, confirming that the paper and ink were consistent with the correct era, and both style and seal were authentic, affirming it as genuine. His hesitance stemmed from the exorbitant price, compelling him to exercise caution. Taking the magnifying glass from him, Su Hua scrutinized the painting further, her expression growing increasingly grave. She folded the painting and signaled to Cui Shoxing. Understanding her cue, he returned the painting to the seller with a smile, saying, "I'm afraid we cannot comprehend this piece." In the world of antiques, "cannot comprehend" implied a suspicion of forgery. The seller, furious, retorted, "You have tested it with instruments, the paper and ink are from the Qing dynasty, and the seal is authentic. How can you claim you do not understand it?" Cui Shoxing found himself at a loss for words. He believed the painting to be genuine. The seller, sensing his uncertainty, slumped into a chair, shedding his previous timid demeanor for a more defiant attitude. "This painting was passed down from my ancestors. You must provide an explanation today, or I shall not leave." Having been in the business long enough, Cui Shoxing had encountered many such characters. In the past, he would have dismissed them with ease. Yet now, faced with a painting that presented no flaws, he cast a pleading glance at Su Hua for help. The other staff members also turned their attention to her. Under the collective gaze, Su Hua approached the seller and whispered a few words into his ear. The seller's expression shifted dramatically, he rolled up the painting and left in a huff. Once he was a distance away, Cui Shoxing, curious, asked, Xiao Su. What did you say to him? What was wrong with that painting? With an elegant smile, Su Hua replied, that painting was stripped. Ancient paintings, especially those by renowned figures, command exorbitant prices, often reaching millions, tens of millions, or even more. With such potential for profit, there are inevitably those who resort to unscrupulous acts. Skilled restorers can split a single painting into 2 or 3 pieces for profit. The most adept can sometimes create 5 or 6 pieces, with legendary accounts of one painting being divided into 9. However, such paintings meeting these criteria are exceedingly rare, and the risks are immense. A single misstep could ruin the entire artwork. Cui Shoxing's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat formed on his back. Fortunately, Su Hua had arrived in time, otherwise he would have been deceived. Had he purchased a painting worth tens of millions, it would have led to catastrophic losses and irreparable damage to his reputation in the industry. When Su Hua first arrived, the young master had asked him about anything he did not understand, and he had felt a sense of indignation. Now, he was thoroughly convinced of her abilities. Shrinking his shoulders, he asked, how did you discern it? Su Hua smiled softly. Although the paper, ink, and seal were genuine, upon closer inspection, there were minute, unrefined burrs on it. But I shall not elaborate further, I merely trusted my intuition. Since I was a child, I have engaged with ancient books and paintings, and despite my youth, I have been in this field for nearly 2 decades. A mere glance revealed the incongruity, and a closer look confirmed my suspicions. When she first made such claims upon her arrival, Cui Shoxing had dismissed her as boastful. Now, he felt she was being modest. Her expertise in ancient books and paintings surpassed his own, leaving him no choice but to concede. Cui Shoxing's face broke into a broad grin, and he glanced at Su Hua's hands, his tone carrying a mix of concern and flattery. Teacher Su, how is your hand recovering? I know a very reputable acupuncturist. Would you like me to introduce you? Everyone present was taken aback. Cui Shoxing, the oldest in the gallery, had always held himself aloof due to his appraisal skills, earning respect even from the young master, Shen Huai, who addressed him with deference. Yet now, he referred to the merely 23-year-old Su Hua as Teacher Su. Su Hua was momentarily surprised but quickly responded with a smile, Cui Lao, please continue to call me Xiao Su. Cui Shoxing insisted, shaking his head. No, from now on, I shall address you as Teacher Su. Had it not been for your discerning eye just now, I would have been misled. That painting was worth tens of millions. Calling you Teacher Su is well worth it. Su Hua chose not to argue further, smiling as she removed her gloves and ascended the stairs. After nearly 3 months of recuperation from her hand injury, she had accumulated a backlog of work. However, restoring ancient books and paintings is a meticulous and conscientious task that cannot be rushed. Upon closing her door, she flexed her fingers and began her work. By noon, she checked her phone and noticed 2 missed calls. As she typically silences her phone while working to maintain focus, she dialed back the number. It was the photography studio, informing her that her wedding photos were ready for pickup. In the afternoon, she had the driver take her to the studio to collect the photos. Since she was only photographing one outfit due to the impending divorce, they had enlarged one image and created an album for her to take. Now, she regretted not having taken more outfits at the time. Su Hua was thoroughly pleased with the wedding photos. The couple appeared exceptionally photogenic, resembling a match made in heaven. The driver assisted in placing the large wedding photo into the car. Once seated, Su Hua called Gu Beixian, stating, I have picked up the wedding photos. And I love them. I would like to treat you to dinner. When will you be free? Gu Beixian replied with a light laugh. I am currently inspecting progress at a construction site, so I will be a bit late. Su Hua asked, which site? I can come pick you up. Gu Beixian teased. Xiao Su, you seem a bit clingy. With a playful smile, Su Hua replied, I'm clingy with you, what are you going to do about it? Gu Beishuan's smile was profound as he stood at the construction site of Binhai Mingzhu. You informed the driver, who was already aware. Very well, see you shortly. 40 minutes later, the driver escorted Su Hua to the Binhai Mingzhu property. Upon alighting, her gaze immediately fell upon the elongated, limited edition luxury vehicle parked at the entrance. It belonged to Gu Beixian. Su Hua retrieved her phone to call him. Just as she was about to dial, a throng of individuals hurriedly emerged from the construction site's entrance. Leading the pack was Gu Beixian, cradling Chu Suasua in his arms. His expression hurried as he strode purposefully towards the waiting car at the roadside. Upon reaching the vehicle, someone swiftly opened the door. Gu Beixian settled into the car, still holding Chu Suasua, and the vehicle sped away, emitting a plume of white exhaust. Su Hua's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, her heart shattering with a resounding thud. Chapter 54. By any means necessary. Su Hua stood there, her lips pale and fragile, as if she were amidst a frigid winter despite it being a warm April day. A chilling sensation enveloped her from head to toe, her teeth chattering in response. Her heart felt constricted, causing her to struggle for breath. She had promised to uphold the propriety of a lady, to maintain a distance from Chu Suasua. Yet, Gu Beixian held her closely as they entered the car, his demeanor hurried and anxious. She stood at the entrance, conspicuously visible, yet he failed to notice her. Madam, madam? The driver called out, but Su Hua remained unresponsive. The driver bent down to retrieve the phone she had dropped, inspecting it before handing it back to her. Madam. Your phone. Su Hua accepted it numbly. The driver cautiously observed her expression and remarked, Miss Chu appears to have been injured, that is why Mr. Gu is carrying her. I noticed her eyes were closed, and her expression seemed quite pained. Su Hua had focused solely on Gu Beixian earlier, neglecting to ascertain Chu Suasua's condition. Considering the driver's words, she pondered the possibility of injury. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Gu Beixian to carry her so openly in broad daylight, especially in front of numerous subordinates. Feeling flustered, Su Hua's gaze brightened slightly as she said, Could you call and inquire which hospital they went to? We should go see her. She did not believe Gu Beixian would deceive her, she sought to uncover the truth with her own eyes. The driver pulled out his phone and began making calls to those who had accompanied Gu Beixian. Soon, he discovered the hospital's address. Upon learning that Chu Suasua had indeed been injured, Su Hua felt a slight relief. Upon arriving at the hospital, she found Chu Suasua being wheeled into the examination room for a CT scan. Gu Beixian stood by the window, one hand in his pocket, gazing intently at the examination room door, his brow furrowed with concern. Nearby, several workers from the construction site, who had accompanied him earlier, whispered amongst themselves. Su Hua approached Gu Beixian slowly. As if sensing her presence, he turned his head slightly towards her, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Quickly, he softened his gaze and asked gently, What brings you here? Su Hua replied softly, We had planned to have dinner together, have you forgotten? Apologies, there was an incident. Chu Suasua was injured, and I couldn't leave, Gu Beixian said, placing a hand on her shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. If you're hungry, you should return home to eat. Su Hua shook her head. I'm not hungry. What happened to her? She was representing the Chu group with me on a site inspection when a metal bucket fell from the scaffolding and struck her head. Gu Beixian had previously mentioned that Chu Suasua had taken up the position of assistant to her father. The Chu group and the Gu group collaborated on numerous projects, clearly indicating a deliberate opportunity created by Chu Yanru and Gu outing for Chu Suasua and Gu Beixian. Suppressing her emotions, Su Hua inquired, was she wearing a safety helmet? Yes. Is her injury severe? She is unconscious, we must await the examination results for further details. Gu Beixian glanced at his watch and remarked. My father and the others will be arriving soon, you should head back. Su Hua understood that he was concerned about Gu Outing's arrival, fearing it would put her in an awkward position. Not wishing to confront Gu Outing's icy demeanor, she replied, Then you should return home early. All right. Gu Beixian squeezed her fingertips, noticing their chill. Pausing, he affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone softening, Don't overthink things. Since I have chosen to continue this journey with you, I won't have any unresolved matters with Chu Suasua. Today's situation is exceptional. Su Hua nodded, her beautiful autumn-like eyes shimmering with trust as she gazed at him. I believe you. A faint smile graced Gu Baixian's lips. For a fleeting moment, he wished to embrace her, yet he restrained himself with his subordinates present. Instead, he enveloped her hand in his, saying, "Call me when you get home. Let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll have Sister Lu prepare it. One day, I'll take you out for dinner." "All right," she replied. As he released her hand, she turned to leave but suddenly stiffened upon seeing Gu Outing and Chu Yanru hurrying towards them. From a distance, Gu Outing's piercing gaze fell coldly upon her. His eyes were like sharp ice picks, piercing straight to her heart, leaving Su Hua feeling a chilling dread. Chu Yanru's gaze was akin to a razor's edge, slicing through her discomfortingly. Some individuals possess the uncanny ability to inflict pain without uttering a word. A mere glance is enough to leave one feeling wounded. Overwhelmed by discomfort, Su Hua felt a ridiculous urge to laugh. Here were two elderly men, both with children of their own, bullying a young woman in her 20s. How could they be so heartless? Initially intending to leave, she found herself reluctant to do so, eager to discover what these two men intended for her. Gu Baixian, noticing her immobility, pulled her behind him protectively. As Gu Outing approached, his face cold, he directed his stern gaze at Gu Baixian, his voice laden with reproach. "You promised me to take good care of Suasua. Is this how you keep that promise?" Gu Baixian's expression darkened as he replied, "This was an accident." Gu Outing scoffed, "I entrusted you with Suasua precisely to prevent such accidents." Gu Baixian remained silent, slightly turning to Chu Yanru, addressing him politely yet distantly. "Uncle Chu, I kindly request that your company assign a more competent assistant to liaise with me on work matters in the future." Chu Yanru's expression soured instantaneously. With a forced smile, he responded, "Baixian, that remark doesn't sit well with me. I heard from the workers that the bucket was initially meant for you. But Suasua pushed her way to save you, taking the hit herself. She was injured while trying to protect you. One must have a sense of integrity." Gu Baixian remained contemplative, stating, "I will take responsibility for her injury, but I also ask that Uncle Chu consider reassigning her. Suasua studied jewelry design abroad and is not suited for the real estate industry." Chu Yanru's smile was thinly veiled. "That is precisely why I suggested you take her on. You've known each other since childhood, making communication easier." Gu Baixian's countenance remained composed, but his eyes held a deep, dark intensity. Though devoid of overt emotion, they radiated a palpable chill. Gu Outing sensed this coldness and cast a glance at Su Hua. Reminding Gu Baixian, "Previously, you requested that I refrain from making things difficult for Su Hua. In exchange, you promised to take proper care of Suasua. I've upheld my end of the bargain. How have you fared in yours? In just a few days, you've allowed her to end up in the hospital." Su Hua thought to herself, "This cunning old fox is truly shrewd. Rather than leaving her alone, he is now making things difficult for Gu Baixian. Ultimately, the aim is clear, to separate the two of them by any means necessary." She gently tugged at the corner of Gu Baixian's suit, wishing to speak. However, his gaze silenced her. He lowered his eyes to Gu Outing and Chu Yanru, his voice icy as he declared, "A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Continuing down this path serves no purpose and will only deepen my bond with Su Hua." No sooner had he finished speaking than a nurse hurriedly wheeled Chu Suasua out from the examination room. Chapter 55, Unexpected. Lying on the surgical gurney, Chu Suasua's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale, and her helmet had been removed. Her hair obscured the extent of her injuries from a casual glance. Upon seeing her, Chu Yanru immediately discarded what he was holding and rushed over, grasping her hand, exclaiming, "Suasua, Suasua. Please make way." The nurse pushed the gurney towards the emergency room. Chu Yanru hurriedly followed. The results of the brain CT scan would take 10 minutes to arrive. Gu Baixian remained there, waiting for the results, as the matter was indeed pertinent to him. Gu Outing, observing the direction in which Chu Suasua had been taken, remarked with a tone of reproach, "Look how devoted Suasua is to you, risking her life to save you. If she hadn't shielded you, it would be you lying there." Gu Baixian replied coolly, "I did not ask her to shield me." Gu Outing's anger simmered beneath the surface. "What kind of talk is that? You and Suasua used to be so close. What has changed recently?" After saying this, he cast a cold, sidelong glance at Su Hua. The implication was clear, she was the instigator. Gu Baixian noticed this and pulled Suwa to one side, his expression darkening. Is it wrong for me to maintain distance from women other than my wife? Do you require me to embrace multiple women to be satisfied? Gu Outing was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He intended to retort but ultimately walked away with a cold snort. Once he had left, Gu Baixian reached out to ruffle Suwa's hair, studying her expression. I apologize for the distress you have endured. His voice, cool yet tinged with guilt, softened the atmosphere. Initially, Suwa had been simmering with anger from the confrontation between Gu Outing and Chu Yanru, but upon hearing Gu Baixian's words, her irritation dissipated instantly. She lightly grasped his fingertips, saying, "It's nothing. This isn't the first time." She had endured harsher words before. And Gu Outing had been much more tactful in Gu Baixian's presence. 10 minutes later, they received the results of Chu Suasua's brain CT scan, revealing a mild concussion. Suwa quietly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chu Suasua might have sustained severe injuries or worse. Given the temperament of their family, they would undoubtedly cling to Gu Baixian. Gu Baixian checked his watch and said, "It's getting late, you should head back." "I may be late returning tonight." Reluctantly, Suwa replied, "Don't forget to have dinner." "I know, you should as well." As Suwa turned to leave, she bumped into Gu Baixian's assistant, reminding him. "Don't forget to order food for Mr. Gu and remind him to eat." The assistant respectfully replied, "Understood, young madam." Upon returning home, Suwa washed up and went to bed. As the hours passed, Gu Baixian still had not returned. Exhausted, she eventually fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she awoke and noticed the other side of the bed was empty, a jolt of alarm coursing through her. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she saw it was already past 2 in the morning. Gu Baixian had not yet returned. She picked up her phone to call him, but it was turned off. A sense of panic gripped her as her heart raced. She trusted Gu Baixian, yet the scheming nature of Gu Outing, Chu Yanru, and the duo of Chu Suasua and her mother left her uneasy. With 4 cunning minds converging, what mischief could they not concoct? What if they plotted something that could tarnish Gu Baixian? Debating whether to go to the hospital, Suwa donned a coat, but it was too late. The driver was likely asleep. Hailing a taxi at this hour would be difficult, and her driving skills were mediocre. Venturing out at night felt unsafe. Pacing in her bedroom, she finally managed to reach Gu Nanin on the phone. Groggy from sleep, Gu Nanin picked up without checking the caller ID, impatiently asking, "Who is it? Calling at this hour, are you trying to keep me awake?" "Nanin, it's me, Suwa." Instantly, Gu Nanin's tone softened. "Oh, sister-in-law, what happened? Could you give me Chu Machen's phone number? Chu Suasua was struck on the head, and your brother took her to the hospital. He hasn't come home yet." Gu Nanin fully awakened at this news. "What? Is my brother being reckless again, entangling himself with that scheming woman? This situation is a bit special. Don't defend him. He deserves it. I'll send you Machen's number right now." After noting down Chu Machen's number, Suwa dialed it. It rang once before he answered. "Apologies, Mr. Chu, for calling you at such a late hour." Chu Machen responded politely, "No problem at all, please state your matter." "I wanted to ask if Gu Baixian is with you." With a hint of regret in his tone, Chu Machen replied, "Yes, please hold on, I'll hand the phone to him." "Thank you." Before long, Gu Baixian's voice came through. "My phone died and turned off. Why are you still awake?" Suwa, clutching her phone, replied, "I'm worried about you not coming home." Gu Baixian paused before stating, "Chu Suasua hasn't woken up, I can't leave. You should go to sleep and not worry about me." Confused, Suwa replied. "On the way back, I checked, a mild concussion usually means she should awaken after a few hours. Why is she still unconscious? The doctor said the same. But she hasn't woken up. After all, she was injured because of me, and the Gu family and Chu family have a business relationship. In that case, find a place to rest for a bit. Staying up all night is harmful to your health." "All right." After hanging up, Gu Baixian returned the phone to Chu Machen. Chu Machen glanced at the time and suggested, "It's quite late, perhaps you should head back. We all need to work tomorrow. Staying here serves little purpose." Gu Beixian looked at the unconscious Chu Suasua before agreeing, very well, I shall visit her tomorrow. No sooner had he spoken than Huaqiru cast him a sorrowful glance and remarked sarcastically, Beixian, Suasua is in this state because of your injury. Abandoning her now is rather unreasonable, don't you think? Gu Beixian pursed his lips, choosing not to respond. Chu Machin took out a cigarette, offering one to Gu Beixian. Let us step outside for a smoke, it might clear your mind. Gu Beixian accepted, and they stepped outside together. Standing by the window, Gu Beixian held the cigarette between his lips while Chu Machin lit it for him, patting his shoulder. Dealing with a stepmother like mine, even if you're right. It's hard to explain. It's tough on you. Gu Beixian took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke, his gaze lost in the drifting white haze. Whether it was tough or not, it was simply the way things were. His primary concern was for Su Hua. Her call had indicated she was likely overthinking the situation. Gu Beixian remained until dawn, leaving while Chu Suasua was still in a deep slumber. In the evening, after wrapping up his business, Chu Machin visited the hospital. Approaching the ward, just as he was about to push the door open, he heard Chu Suasua's agitated voice from within, Dad, what kind of arrangement is this? Throwing a metal bucket down with such force, are you trying to kill me? I was wearing a helmet, and yet I feel half dead, my head still aches, I feel nauseous. And my mind is all muddled. Chu Machin paused, retracting his hand from the doorknob. He heard Chu Yenru reply, do you think Dad doesn't care? But the act must be convincing. This way, both Gu Beixian and Gu Outing will feel indebted to you, your reconciliation with Beixian is just around the corner. Chu Suasua warned, you must not let my brother know about this. That Gu Nanin has been leading him astray. Chu Yenru responded with an affirmative grunt. No need for you to remind me. As Chu Machin was about to leave. Once again, Chu Suasua spoke in a tender tone, Dad. Have you noticed that my brother's temperament is quite unlike that of our family? Perhaps you should take some time to conduct a paternity test with him. What if he isn't truly one of us? It would be a waste of affection. In an instant, Chu Machin's expression darkened, and he turned on his heel to leave. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Gu Beixian. Chu Machin stated, you should return home. She will survive, and I implore you not to visit her again. Chapter 56, The Deception Unveiled. Gu Beixian's gaze darkened slightly as he inquired, has your sister awakened? Chu Mukin recalled Chu Suasua's words and felt a surge of anger. She had long since regained consciousness, her tongue as sharp as ever, showing no signs of someone who had merely stirred from a night of slumber. Gu Beixian sensed the underlying tension in his words and pressed further, what transpired? Chu Mukin refrained from providing a direct answer, instead stating, the worker who dropped the iron bucket at the construction site yesterday, please have someone investigate him thoroughly, it may prove beneficial in the future. Gu Beixian keenly noted the significance of the word dropped. Reflecting on the reactions of Chu Yenru, Huaqiru, and others from the previous night, he began to connect the dots. Thank you, he said, turning to depart. Upon reaching his vehicle, he dialed his assistant, instructing, investigate the worker who dropped the iron bucket at the construction site yesterday afternoon. Handle it discreetly, I require this information for future reference. He intentionally emphasized the word dropped. Having worked alongside him for a considerable time, the assistant quickly grasped the implications behind the choice of words. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will take care of it immediately. Gu Beixian acknowledged with a low hum before hanging up and instructing the driver, to the company. As the vehicle navigated a corner, he received a call from Huaqiru. Beixian, your father mentioned you were at the hospital. Why haven't we seen you yet? Suasua just woke up and has been calling your name. Although her mind is a bit muddled from the injury, she hasn't forgotten you. Had this conversation occurred 10 minutes earlier, Gu Beixian might have felt a twinge of guilt. Yet now, he found it all rather contrived, a web of deception spun by a group conspiring against him. With a detached tone, he replied. I encountered an urgent matter that required my attention. Suasua is in your care, which reassures me. However, I must be busy. He ended the call abruptly. Moments later, Gu Outing called, his voice laced with reproach. Beixian, what is going on? Suasua was injured because of you. Given the partnership between the Gu and Chu families, you ought to be with her. Gu Beixian's expression turned icy. He was uncertain of his involvement in the matter, regardless, he was an accomplice. In a cool tone, Gu Baixian responded, I spent the entire night in her hospital room and worked tirelessly at the office all day. I am human, not a machine. The company does not rely solely on me. If you are so concerned, perhaps you should accompany her yourself. I am exhausted and intend to rest. He hung up before Outing could retort. Soon after, Gu Outing attempted to call again. Gu Baixian cast a disinterested glance at the phone, silencing it and tossing it onto the seat. He rubbed his temples and instructed the driver, take me home. Of course, Mr. Gu. Upon returning to Ryu Bay, Gu Baixian was greeted by Su Huan, who silently helped him with his tie. Her large eyes darted over his attire, inspecting him closely. Initially irked by the Chu family's scheming, Gu Baixian's mood lightened upon seeing her. He smiled unexpectedly. Her gentle demeanor was usually calm, but this playful side was undeniably charming. He reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking softly, no need to scrutinize. When I left the hospital this morning, Suasua had not awakened. My father requested I see her this afternoon, but I left without entering her room. I did not embrace her, nor did I catch her scent, and certainly, I did not afford her any opportunity for a kiss. Caught in her little ploy, Su Huan's cheeks flushed, and she retorted stubbornly, I did not. I merely noticed you looked tired and wanted to assist with your tie. A smile tugged at the corners of Gu Baixian's eyes. He relished her jealousy but wished to spare her feelings. It was a complex sentiment. He removed his suit jacket, which Su Huan took to hang on a rack. Has Suasua awakened? She inquired. Gu Baixian subtly furrowed his brow. She has. Su Huan fixed her gaze on him, inquiring nonchalantly, will you visit her tonight? Gu Baixian hesitated. Then drew her into his embrace, planting a light kiss on her forehead. No, I will not. What about tomorrow? Not tomorrow either. He lowered his head to kiss her cheek, trailing down to her lips and neck, finally capturing her earlobe, nibbling and kissing it casually as he declared, not any day. My wife takes precedence, for in this vast world, my wife reigns supreme. Su Huan's ears flushed red, ignited by his kisses, her heart aflame with exhilaration. She mused. How adept this man had become. Initially, she had been quite displeased by his absence overnight, yet his mere words had soothed her. She realized she was thoroughly captivated by him. Perhaps this is the essence of love, the one who cares most inevitably becomes the loser. As it feels as though he merely stands there, doing nothing, yet piercing her heart effortlessly. With a kiss, he could erase her grievances. 3 days later, grandmother called, inviting Su Huan and Gu Baixian to dinner at their home on Saturday. Since returning from her grandmother's funeral, Su Huan had not seen her grandmother and felt a pang of longing, readily agreeing. As Saturday approached, she had the driver take her over before dusk. This visit felt drastically different from the last. Previously, she had come to bid farewell, burdened with sorrow. This time, she felt considerably lighter. Upon seeing her, grandmother rushed over, grasping her hands as if she had found a treasured gem, exclaiming, who is this? Let me see, whose beautiful young lady is this? Su Huan beamed sweetly, mimicking her grandmother's tone, it is your precious granddaughter-in-law. Grandmother cupped Su Huan's face in both hands, rubbing it adoringly. Oh, my dear granddaughter-in-law, how wonderful to have you back. When you left last time, it broke my heart. Grandfather emerged, pipe in hand, adding, indeed, when you left, your grandmother barely ate or slept. Sighing and lamenting how our family wronged you. Su Huan felt a pang in her heart, her voice thick with emotion. I'm sorry, grandmother. Not your fault. Not your fault, it is all the fault of that wretched grandson and his scoundrel of a father. Grandmother led her to the sofa. Su Huan, already on the verge of tears, nearly burst into laughter at her grandmother's words. Only grandmother would dare speak so. Who else would risk such candor? Half an hour later, Gu Baixian arrived. Grandmother instructed the servants to set the table. The four of them gathered around, sharing laughter and enjoying their meal. Grandmother placed a piece of braised sea cucumber in Su Huan's bowl. Eat more, this is pure and unpolluted. It will boost your immunity and enhance fertility. Perfect for giving me a plump great-grandson. Su Huan felt a bit shy, stealing a glance at Gu Baixian. His hand reached under the table, clasping hers gently. his fingertip tracing a delicate line across her palm, sending tingles of electricity through her. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The servant hurried to answer. Su Huan turned her head to find Gu Outing entering with Chu Suasua. Dressed fashionably yet appearing somewhat pale, with no lipstick, she resembled someone recovering from a severe illness. Su Huan's smile faltered, the mood in the room shifting, as did the expressions of the others at the table. Grandmother glared, her voice rising in indignation. Why bring an outsider to our family dinner? Are you trying to provoke me? Chu Suasua shrank behind Gu Outing, her face etched with innocence, seeking protection. Gu Outing's expression darkened as he said, Mother, Suasua recently saved Bei Xian. Please do not always regard her as an adversary, you once cherished her dearly. This child has endured much, forced by her mother to go abroad, she was cruelly separated from Bei Xian, which led her to suffer from severe depression. The elderly lady huffed disdainfully, casting a glance without uttering a word. Gu Outing turned to Chu Suasua and said, Suasua, please go and sit down for dinner. Chu Suasua obediently replied, All right, Uncle Gu. The two took their seats opposite Su Huan and Gu Bei Xian. Chu Suasua picked up a serving chopstick and selected a piece of steamed abalone, rising to extend her arm, placing it in Gu Bei Xian's bowl. Her demeanor charming yet slightly ingratiating as she said, Bei Xian, on the night I was injured, you cared for me throughout the night. Thank you for your efforts. Do eat more abalone to replenish your strength. Gu Bei Xian regarded her with a cool, piercing gaze, inquiring silently if her injuries had healed. Chu Suasua raised her hand to massage her temples, her expression one of distress as she replied, My head still aches faintly, some memories remain unclear. Gu Bei Xian cast her a meaningful glance before picking up his phone and dialing his assistant, speaking in a low tone, Send that worker to the old residence. Upon hearing this, Chu Suasua's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Chapter 57, A public slap in the face. Chu Suasua felt a pang of anxiety at the mention of the word worker. She feared that Gu Beishuan's call was directed at her. The chair beneath her felt as if it were affixed with nails, making it increasingly difficult for her to remain seated. However, her panic was fleeting, as she quickly regained her composure. The worker had been arranged by her father and was silenced with a bribe, too afraid to betray them. Only a handful of individuals were privy to the entire affair. And there was no way Gu Beishian could know. Surely, his call was merely a coincidence, most definitely a coincidence. Chu Suasua continuously reassured herself that everything would be fine. She must be overthinking things. After giving instructions to his assistant, Gu Beishian hung up the phone and placed his mobile device on the table. Gu Outing regarded him with confusion, questioning the necessity of summoning a worker to the old residence without reason. Gu Beishian maintained a stoic expression as he picked up his chopsticks and placed food into Su Hua's bowl, leisurely stating, You will find out shortly. Gu Outing smirked, teasing. You rascal, keeping me in suspense. Chu Suasua cleared her throat and interjected, Uncle Gu, perhaps Beishian has business matters to attend to. Let us not disturb him. A subtle smile crept onto Gu Beishuan's lips as he noticed the plate before him, which held the steamed abalone that Chu Suasua had just served herself. He lifted the plate and handed it to the servant behind him, requesting a replacement. Of course, young Master Beishian, the servant replied promptly, swiftly replacing it with a fresh dish. Chu Suasua stared at the plate in front of Gu Beishian, her lips twitching in discontent. This was quite the affront to her dignity, leaving her unable to save face in front of so many people. Observing her displeasure, Gu Outing's expression turned stern. He used the communal chopsticks to serve a piece of braised pork rib onto her plate, saying, Suasua, you should eat more ribs. You've lost weight after your injury. Thank you, Uncle Gu, Chu Suasua replied gratefully. Gu Outing shot a glance at Gu Beishian, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's only right. I've watched you grow up, just like a daughter of my own. Unlike certain others, who receive life-saving assistance yet remain ungrateful. A hint of derision flickered in Gu Beishuan's eyes as he served a piece of fish to Su Hua, speaking gently. I truly appreciate what you did for me during those 2 years. I am grateful for your kindness. Su Hua smiled in agreement, adding, Indeed, we are husband and wife. And it is only natural for us to support one another. The two shared a knowing glance, their connection palpable. Chu Suasua clenched her nails into her palm, trembling with indignation. The matriarch observed the unfolding drama with a keen eye, lifting her eyelids slightly to command the servant, Go, bring that plate of ribs to Hua. I specifically requested the freshest for my beloved granddaughter-in-law. Of course, madam, the servant rushed to comply, delivering the ribs to Suwa's side. Suwa internally applauded her grandmother for her support. Meanwhile, Suwa's complexion paled as she lowered her head, biting her lip in a display of feigned innocence. Guouting's expression darkened as he scooped a small bowl of bird's nest soup and slid it towards Suwa, saying, Suwa, try this bird's nest. It's excellent for beauty. Your Aunt Jean adores it. The matriarch frowned, commanding the servant again, bring the bird's nest to Wa. I had it simmered for half a day specifically for my precious granddaughter-in-law. Who allowed her, an outsider, to consume it? The servant promptly obeyed. Suwa beamed at her grandmother, expressing, thank you, Grandma. You are too kind to me. The matriarch chuckled, you are my only precious granddaughter-in-law, who else should I pamper? Tears welled in Suwa's eyes as she looked down, shoulders hunched, appearing utterly beleaguered. Guouting slammed his chopsticks on the table, scowling, Mother. Must you be so obstinate at your age? Just a few days ago, Beixian nearly faced disaster on the construction site. And it was Suwa who risked her life to save him. Considering the decades of friendship between our families, you should show her some kindness. Gu Beixian tightened his grip on his chopsticks, a faint smirk playing on his lips, anticipating the unfolding drama. The matriarch shot Guouting a cold glare before focusing on Suwa, stating, I once treated her well, like a cherished granddaughter. Yet, when Beixian encountered trouble, she fled abroad to live in comfort. Now that Beixian's leg has healed, she returns, but it's too late. Guouting countered. That was her mother who forced her to break up with Beixian and sent her abroad under constant surveillance. It was never Suwa's intention. The matriarch scoffed, like mother. Like daughter. I refuse to believe a grown person can be so easily monitored. Ask her if Beixian were still in a wheelchair, would she still cling to him? Absolutely not. Suwa lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, declaring, I would. Grandma, I love Beixian more than my own life. The matriarch rolled her eyes. Spare me the theatrics, I'm not buying it. Guouting suppressed his emotions, retorting, Mother, you are being unreasonable. The matriarch huffed, I see it as you being obstinate. Suwa turned to glance at Gu Beixian, her eyes laden with unspoken meaning. It was difficult not to overthink, Suwa's earlier declaration had been overly sentimental. Professing her love for Beixian above her own life. Gu Beixian was a married man, and in front of so many, especially her. How could Suwa dare to speak such words? Gu Beixian discreetly reached out from beneath the table, taking Suwa's hand and turning it palm up. He began writing in her palm with his fingertip. Suwa stifled a giggle, trying to guess the words. They read, wait for the show. She questioned him with her gaze, what show? Gu Beixian smiled faintly, mouthing, be patient. The matriarch was engrossed in her verbal sparring with Guouting when she caught sight of Gu Beixian and Suwa exchanging tender glances. She suppressed her sharp demeanor. Smiling broadly as she exaggeratedly proclaimed, look at this lovely couple, their affection is truly enviable. Suwa recognized her grandmother's intent. Her words were meant for Guouting and Suwa to hear. She played along, Grandma, I admire you and Grandpa's relationship even more. It's easy to be in love for a moment, but to maintain it for a lifetime is a true challenge. The matriarch chuckled, as long as Beixian stays sensible. You two will surely enjoy a lifetime of happiness. In all my years, I have never encountered such an extraordinary young woman. Beautiful, resilient, intelligent, and hardworking. You are a rare gem. Our Beixian has truly struck gold in finding you. Suwa's eyes reddened with emotion, nearly brought to tears by her grandmother's praise. Such elevation at this moment was clearly a way to humiliate Guouting and Suwa. Gu Beixian smiled gently, pulling Suwa closer into his embrace, declaring, our Wawa is the most outstanding in the world. Suwa playfully rolled her eyes at him. This was something for Grandma to say, not him. How could he join in without feeling embarrassed? Yet, her heart swelled with joy, sweetness enveloping her like honey. The usually silent elder cleared his throat. Looking at Suwa with warmth, saying, Little Sue, if anyone dares to trouble you, come to your grandparents. We will stand by you. And see who would dare to bully you. This was a direct slap to Guouting's face. Suwa felt overwhelmed with gratitude, her voice choking as she repeatedly expressed. thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Grandma, thank you both. Gu Outing's face had darkened considerably, resembling a storm cloud, while Chu Suasua felt utterly humiliated, unable to lift her head. Originally, Gu Outing brought her to dinner in hopes of fostering goodwill in front of his grandparents, following the events of the previous days. However, rather than garnering any affection, she found herself the target of collective mockery, which left her seething with resentment towards Su Hua. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. A knock echoed on the door. The servant hurried over and opened it. The assistant entered, accompanied by a man who resembled a laborer, and addressed Gu Beixian, saying, Mr. Gu, the person you requested has arrived. Everyone turned to look, and upon recognizing the laborer's face, Chu Suasua's heart sank, and her expression turned ashen. Chapter 58, The grand performance unfolds. Chu Suasua could hardly believe her eyes, rubbing them vigorously. Indeed. The worker before her was the very same individual who had carelessly tossed a metal bucket from the scaffolding that day. It was her father who had secretly bribed him, intending for her to stage a ploy to capture Gu Beixian's heart. Yet, this worker had unexpectedly appeared in the living room of the Gu family estate. It was over. The only thought racing through Chu Suasua's mind was that her scheme had been exposed. Despite it being the warm and pleasant season of late spring, she felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, shivering from head to toe. She yearned to rush forward and silence the worker forever. How she regretted her earlier confidence and carelessness. She ought to have been more vigilant and taken appropriate precautions, having squandered such a golden opportunity. Gu Beixian cast a cold glance at Chu Suasua and remarked, Miss Chu, do you not have anything to say? Chu Suasua felt as if her entire being, including her tongue, had turned to stone. She sat there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Gu Outing glanced between her and Gu Beixian, puzzled, and chided. What are you keeping under wraps? Look how frightened Suasua is. With a hint of mockery, Gu Beixian smirked, if Miss Chu has nothing to say, I shall speak on your behalf. With great difficulty, Chu Suasua managed to speak, Beixian, there may be a misunderstanding here. Her voice trembled. Gu Beixian quirked an eyebrow. I have yet to begin speaking, how do you know there is a misunderstanding? Chu Suasua was at a loss for words. The elderly lady, unable to contain her curiosity, urged, Beixian, stop keeping us in suspense and speak. We are all waiting to hear. Gu Beixian's gaze fell upon Chu Suasua's face as he stated flatly, 4 days ago, in the afternoon, I went with Assistant Chu, sent by the Chu Group, to inspect the construction progress at the Binhai Pearl project. As we passed by Building 13, a worker pretended to be careless and dropped a construction bucket from the scaffolding. Assistant Chu reacted swiftly and pushed me aside, causing the bucket to hit her head. Although she was wearing a safety helmet, she still suffered a mild concussion and fell unconscious. In Chairman Gu's eyes, Assistant Chu risked her life to save me, unaware that it was all intentional. He emphasized the word dropped with a deliberate pause. The elderly lady clicked her tongue, what a masterful ploy to feign injury. Gu Outing's face darkened ominously. He shot a cold glare at Chu Suasua before turning to the worker, his voice sharp, is what he said true? At this point, the worker, having no choice, stammered. Yes, it's true. Someone slipped me 100,000 yuan to throw the bucket at Chairman Gu when he passed by, assuring me that there would be no repercussions. Chairman Gu, I realize my mistake now, I will never do it again. Gu Outing had never felt so humiliated. Despite defending Chu Suasua, insisting she risked her life for Gu Beixian, it turned out to be a farce. With a piercing glare directed at Chu Suasua, he declared, You have truly disappointed me. Tears streamed down Chu Suasua's face as she pleaded, Uncle Gu, this was my mother's idea. I was unaware of it until after the fact. I am innocent, truly. Gu Outing scrutinized her with suspicion, as if weighing the truth in her words. With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Suasua continued. My mother saw how much I adored Beixian, to the point of neglecting my meals, and wanted to help me. Her delicate features, already charming, appeared even more deceptive as she wept. For a brief moment, Gu Outing's expression softened. Sensing this, Chu Suasua sighed in relief and reached out to tug at his sleeve. Adopting a coaxing tone, Uncle Gu, please consider my mother's good intentions. I was genuinely hurt when I saw that bucket falling towards Beixian. I acted instinctively to push him away. I truly risked my life for my love for him. Gu Beixian, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, interrupted her, Miss Chu. I am a married man. I would appreciate it if you could choose your words with more decorum. Chu Suasua's expression froze. The elderly lady, with a gleeful smile, looked at Gu Outing and inquired, do you have anything else to say, oh wise Chairman Gu? Her tone dripped with schadenfreude. With a derisive snort, Gu Outing abruptly pushed his chair back, rose, and stormed out. As he passed the worker, he halted, coldly assessing him before instructing his assistant, terminate this worker's employment immediately. And withhold all wages and bonuses. The assistant bowed respectfully, understood, Chairman Gu. With that, Gu Outing stormed off, slamming the door behind him in a fit of rage. Seeing her support leave, Chu Suasua stood, timidly addressing Gu Beixian, Beixian, you must believe me, this was all my mother's misguided idea. I only learned of it afterward. Gu Beixian's handsome visage remained impassive as he replied nonchalantly, Miss Chu, your scheme of sacrificing a pawn to protect the king is rather clever. His words, while seemingly complimentary, were laced with disdain, implying that she was merely shifting the blame onto her mother to safeguard herself and her father. Chu Suasua shook her head vigorously, no. I did not sacrifice anyone. It truly was my mother. She has always been short-sighted and hasty in her actions. If it weren't for her interference 3 years ago, you and I would not have separated. Had we not parted ways, I would be sitting beside you today. As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Su Huan occasionally found herself admiring Chu Suasua's ability to shed tears so readily, as if they were of little value. The elderly lady, having reached her limit, scoffed, if you're going to cry, do it at home. We rarely gather as a family for a meal, we do not wish to see you sobbing and ruining the mood. Chu Suasua wanted to protest further, but the impatience on everyone's faces was evident. Gu Outing had already left, and she found herself without a single ally. Outnumbered, she could only retreat in defeat. Once outside and in the car, Chu Suasua grabbed her phone and dialed her father, complaining, Dad, what kind of unreliable people have you hired? Wasn't it said that they are discreet and reliable? Her father, Chu Yenru, paused, realizing the situation had been exposed. Impatiently, she continued, what do you think? Beixian brought the worker to the old estate. I've never felt so humiliated in my life. With a frown, Chu Yenru inquired, what did Uncle Gu say? What else could he say? He was furious. Chu Yenru's brow furrowed deeply, how did you handle it? What could I do? I shifted the blame onto my mother. Uncle Gu must have believed it, I hope it won't affect your business dealings. Relieved, Chu Yenru responded, I'll find an opportunity to explain everything to him later. You needn't worry about this. Chu Suasua acquiesced, hanging up the phone and tossing it onto the seat in frustration. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What had initially seemed like a clever ruse had turned into a complete disaster. She had suffered for nothing, and her head still throbbed painfully. Who had leaked the information? The only ones privy to this matter were her parents and her father's trusted aide. Surely, her father's aide would not betray her. It had to be the worker who had betrayed her. How dare a mere laborer turn against her? Fuming, Chu Suasua snapped at the driver, chase after that worker. Damn it, he made me look so foolish. Now Beixian will despise me even more. This is infuriating. The driver promptly replied, right away, miss. He started the car, setting off in pursuit of the construction worker, who was walking silently along the road after leaving the Gu family estate. In this vicinity lies an affluent neighborhood. Not only are there no buses, but even taxis are a rarity. He walked until his legs ached, yet encountered not a single cab. As he swayed his head, scanning the surroundings for a vehicle, suddenly a coat was draped over him. Immediately following, he was yanked to the roadside, forced behind a bush, and subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. Just as the assault commenced, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. The driver, feeling cornered, abandoned the worker and attempted to flee. Unfortunately, he barely reached his vehicle before being intercepted by a police officer who had leaped from the patrol car. Charged with assault and intentional harm, the driver was apprehended. Alongside him, the second Miss Chu, Chu Suasua, was also taken into custody. Simultaneously, at the ancestral residence, Gu Beixian's phone rang. Upon answering, his assistant reported, President Gu, everything is unfolding as you anticipated. Miss Chu, after leaving the ancestral home, dispatched individuals to assault the laborers. And has already been apprehended by the police I had previously summoned. Gu Baixian responded with a low hum, instructing, contact their chief and ensure the law is upheld impartially. Without any bias. Understood, President Gu, I will attend to it immediately. After ending the call, Gu Baixian smiled faintly and informed the others. Chu Suasua has just been arrested by the police for sending thugs to attack workers. The elderly lady laughed heartily, exclaiming, I knew it. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is sure to be skewed. She deserves this. Su Huan smiled gently, glancing at Gu Baixian. Thank you for allowing us to witness such a splendid performance. Gu Baixian raised an eyebrow. Are you still upset with me? The day he saw him emerging from the construction site, holding Chu Suasua. Su Huan felt an immense surge of anger. At that moment, she truly wished to walk away. However, after visiting the hospital, her anger had diminished significantly. Now, her irritation had long since vanished, yet she could not express this, instead warning him, next time, you must not embrace Chu Suasua again. No matter how urgent the situation may be. She was accustomed to being gentle and rarely exhibited such assertiveness. On the rare occasions she did, Gu Baixian found it rather endearing. He chuckled as he tousled her hair, affectionately stating, little girl, though you are young, your possessiveness is quite strong. I am merely a few years your junior, do not take advantage of me. Su Huan feigned disdain, yet her smile was uncontrollable. When she smiled, she was truly captivating. Her laughter danced in her large eyes, her brows, lips, chin, and strands of hair came alive with a hint of pride and mischief. Exuding a charm both innocent and radiant. Her smile stirred something deep within Gu Baixian. The elderly lady watched the playful banter between the young couple with a twinkle in her eye, subtly nudging her husband's foot. Chapter 59, Hard to Part. 1 week later, Su Hua was in the restoration room, putting the finishing touches on an ancient painting. Xing Yuan arrived at the antique shop with an important matter to discuss. However, as Su Hua was busy with her work and could not be disturbed, Xing Yuan quietly sat on the first floor, sipping tea while waiting for her to come down. By noon, Su Hua finally finished and descended the stairs. Xing Yuan greeted her with a beaming smile. Sister Hua, I represent our archaeological team to seek your assistance. Su Hua raised an eyebrow slightly. Archaeology? When did you switch careers? It's not exactly a switch, we are part of the same system. I previously worked at the museum, arranged by my mother. Archaeology is my true passion. I studied tomb structures and traps abroad. Su Hua smiled lightly. Which tomb are you referring to? Longyao village. A noble's tomb from the Warring States period has been discovered there, and urgent excavations are underway. It contains many precious murals and silk paintings that require restoration. I recommended you to our leader. After pondering for a moment, Su Hua inquired, is Longyao village far from Kyoto? It is somewhat distant, located in the northwest region. Su Hua paused. Can you bring the paintings here for restoration? Sister Hua, to put it plainly, we value your rapid memorization ability. Once the coffin is opened, the silk paintings will oxidize and fade quickly upon exposure to oxygen, and you can memorize them swiftly. Your mind functions better than a camera. Su Hua asked. Have you spoken to your brother about this? Rest assured, I spoke to him long ago. Xing Yuan grasped her hand earnestly. Sister Hua, we need you. The country needs you. With such a lofty reason presented, Su Hua had little choice but to acquiesce. Throughout her life, she had restored countless ancient paintings, both from generations past and unearthed from ancient tombs. Yet, she had never ventured into a true burial pit. Her curiosity piqued, she agreed to assist. That evening, upon returning home, Su Hua began packing her belongings in her bedroom. She placed various cosmetic samples into her makeup bag, followed by a few changes of clothes. This time, she would be gone for at least 10 days to half a month. When Gu Baixian returned from work, he found Su Hua diligently packing her suitcase. His expression immediately grew cold. Suppressing his emotions, he said, Su Hua, please be clear about your intentions. You cannot just leave without a word. Su Hua chuckled softly. Each time he expressed such concern, it made her feel as though she were genuinely cared for, and regardless of whether it was an illusion, being cherished brought her happiness. She stood and approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist, batting her eyelashes, and asked, "Are you really that afraid I might run away?" Gu Baixian pinched the soft flesh at her waist. "What do you think?" Su Hua giggled, feeling slightly ticklish as she evaded his grip. "I am not running away. I'm heading to Longyao village tomorrow. They've unearthed a noble tomb from the Warring States period, and some murals and silk paintings require restoration." Gu Baixian's gaze darkened. "When did your shop's business expand to this extent?" "It's not our shop, it's the archaeological team. Xin Yuan recommended me to their leader." Gu Baixian's expression soured. "Stay away from that infatuated fool, he only brings you trouble. Don't speak ill of her. She is your little fan. My grandfather taught me so much, and it's only right to contribute to future generations. Those murals and silk paintings are cultural treasures left by our ancestors. If they are not restored, future generations will never see them. There are plenty of restoration experts in the museum, surely, it wouldn't fall to you." Gu Baixian's tone revealed a hint of displeasure. Unable to bear the thought of her suffering in such a remote place. Su Hua smiled. "I can memorize quickly, and I work efficiently. Besides, I'm still young. The older experts will be sent over too, they're in their 50s, 60s, or even 70s and still full of vigor. It wouldn't be right for me to hesitate." Gu Baixian remained silent, releasing her and leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. His eyes dark and devoid of emotion as he asked, "How long will you be gone?" "For about half a month." "That's too long, 3 days at most." Su Hua looked at him helplessly. "Mr. Gu, I've noticed you've been rather clingy lately." Gu Baixian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Longyao village is a mountain village. Isn't it? The environment is poor, and it's an ancient burial site. You, a delicate young lady, shouldn't be mixing with a bunch of rough men. Xin Yuan will be with me. Although the archaeological team works in the field, they are not rough men." Gu Baixian checked the time on his watch and declared, "I will accompany you." Su Hua looked at him, puzzled. For 3 years of marriage, they had always maintained a respectful distance. Yet, following this quarrel, their relationship seemed to have improved significantly, resembling that of newlyweds. After contemplating, Su Hua said, "I'm going to work. It won't be completed in a day or two. I'll need at least 10 days to half a month. You are usually so busy. Don't waste your time on me." Gu Baixian pondered for a moment. "Then I will send a few bodyguards with you. Will 4 be enough?" Su Hua was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit excessive? I'm just going to restore a mural, not go to war. If I'm the only one with bodyguards while others are not, it would be too ostentatious and create a bad impression. At least 2. They will take turns to protect you," Gu Baixian insisted. Su Hua relented. "Fine, 2 it is." Gu Baixian picked up his phone and stepped outside to make arrangements. Su Hua shook her head gently, thinking to herself, this man, truly something else, yet her heart felt sweet. When Gu Baixian returned after finishing the call, he went to the study. It was not until late at night that he returned to the bedroom. With a cold, expressionless face, he climbed into bed without a word, leaving Su Hua with a chilly back. Su Hua was momentarily at a loss. What had happened to him? He had been fine earlier. She scooted closer to him, gently nudging her face against his back, and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Baixian remained silent. He felt as though he weighed less than a few ancient paintings in her eyes. How could she consider leaving him for half a month just for a few broken paintings? Of course, he could not voice these thoughts, as they would make him seem petty. After waiting for a while without any response from him, Su Hua lifted the blanket corner, rolled over, and lay facing him, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed into his eyes, softly asking, "Why are you unhappy?" Gu Baixian stared at her for a long moment before leaning in to kiss her forehead, then her nose, and finally cupping her face to kiss her lips, his hands exploring beneath her clothing. Su Hua was stirred by his touch, her heart racing wildly. She found it amusing, she would have simply acquiesced. Yet he had to take such a convoluted route. Why must a grown man be so awkward? After much persuasion, Gu Baixian finally relented. Su Hua felt drained, her limbs weak as if made of willow branches. She lay on her side, breathing softly, gazing at Gu Baixian's handsome face, thinking, this man, once he gets carried away, is truly overwhelming. It felt as though he had exhausted the anticipation for half a month all at once. The next morning, Gu Baixian personally drove Su Hua to the airport. Just before entering the security check, he adjusted her collar and cautioned. Don't get too close to the rough men in the archaeological team. No man is trustworthy if they shower you with attention. It's only to take advantage of you. Don't accept anything, food or drink, from strangers. Call me immediately if anything happens, understood? Su Hua felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet there was a certain comfort in her gaze as she looked at him. Remember, she said softly. All right, goodbye. With a wave of her hand, Su Hua grasped her suitcase and made her way toward the entrance. After taking a few steps, she heard Gu Baixian's voice behind her. Su Hua, have you forgotten something? She paused, glancing down to confirm that her phone and suitcase were in hand, and turned back to reply, No, I have everything I need. Think again. Gu Baixian's tone was cool, his posture straight, exuding an air of indifference and an undercurrent of tension. Su Hua pondered for a moment. And then a smile blossomed on her face. She set down her suitcase, approached him, rose onto her toes, and planted a firm kiss on his chin, cheerfully proclaiming. Is this sufficient? Gu Baixian responded with a mild acknowledgement, his handsome features remaining devoid of any smile. Su Hua gently caressed his face and softly said, All right. I must go in now. If I don't hurry, the plane will take off. With that, she seized her suitcase and briskly entered. 2 bodyguards trailed closely behind her. As she gradually receded from view, Gu Baixian's handsome visage darkened with a profound melancholy. Chapter 60, A Thrilling Adventure 2 hours later. Su Hua and Xinyuan disembarked from the plane. A reception party awaited them at the airport. The group boarded a vehicle and, after a bumpy ride, arrived at Longyao village, nestled in the ancient northwest. The grand tomb lay at the foot of Longyao mountain, which towered behind the village. Locations such as Longyao village, Tianjing village, and Shiyu village, along with mountains bearing names like Laofen mountain and Huafen mountain, often conceal ancient tombs. Longyao mountain is surrounded by a majestic range of hills and boasts a vast lake in front. Despite its remote location, it is an extraordinary site with excellent feng shui. Under the guidance of the reception staff, Su Hua and Xinyuan approached the vicinity of the ancient tomb on Longyao mountain. The area was desolate and sparsely populated. Half of the grand tomb had already been excavated. The expedition leader was the renowned contemporary historian and archaeologist, Professor Gu Mo. He approached with a group of team members to extend a warm welcome to Su Hua. Professor Gu, with his gray hair and in his 50s or 60s, possessed a chiseled face framed by black-rimmed glasses, behind which sparkled the light of wisdom. Upon seeing Su Hua, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated her youth and beauty. In his experience, exceptionally beautiful women often resembled mere decorative vases, lacking substance. The team members behind him were equally captivated. Their eyes fixed upon her, sparkling with admiration. It was no surprise, the archaeological team had spent years in the field, rarely encountering women, let alone a young lady as ethereal as Su Hua. Professor Gu was the first to regain composure. He coughed discreetly into his fist, extended his right hand, and smiled, Welcome, Expert Su. The unfamiliar title left Su Hua feeling somewhat embarrassed. She politely shook his hand, saying, Professor Gu, please call me Xiao Su. Professor Gu insisted. No, you are our specially invited expert in artifact restoration, you should be addressed appropriately. Su Hua refrained from further argument and glanced at the tomb behind him, inquiring. Can we begin now? Her readiness to dive into work without pausing for rest impressed Professor Gu, who had initially thought her delicate appearance suggested a lack of resilience. He provided her with a mask and specialized shoes, which she donned before descending into the tomb. The Warring States tomb was excavated to a depth of over 10 meters. The atmosphere within the tomb was suffocatingly cold, a stark contrast to the warmth above. A shiver coursed through Su Hua's body. Given the urgency of the rescue excavation, many sections of the tomb were still being unearthed. The team lacked sufficient manpower and had hired local villagers for assistance. Numerous archaeologists were crouched on the ground, dusting off ancient pottery with fine brushes, all men. Professor Gu pointed to the weathered wall murals, remarking, when the tomb was first opened, these murals were vibrantly colored and exquisite. Upon exposure to oxygen, they oxidized rapidly. I hadn't had the chance to photograph them before they faded, what a pity. Su Hua studied the murals intently. Despite their dulled colors, the artistry revealed the creator's remarkable skill. The wisdom of ancient peoples often surpasses that of contemporary generations. Xin Yuan sighed wistfully, our sister Hua's mind is sharper than a camera, she can memorize everything with just a glance and reproduce it flawlessly. She should have been invited long ago. Professor Gu's eyes sparkled with approval at her words as he praised, indeed, heroes emerge from youth, your generation truly possesses exceptional talent. Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow, of course. Our sister Hua is a rare genius. Su Hua gently nudged her with her elbow, signaling her to be more reserved. Xin Yuan promptly fell silent. Su Hua humbly replied to Professor Gu, not at all, we are still too young and inexperienced. We should learn from esteemed elders like you. Professor Gu chuckled heartily and inquired, I heard you are the granddaughter of the illustrious Su Wenmai? Yes, Su Hua confirmed. The late Su was well known. And I had the privilege of collaborating with him on several occasions, though he has sadly passed. The mention of her late grandfather and grandmother pierced Su Hua's heart with sorrow. After a moment of reflection, she continued to listen to Professor Gu's explanations regarding the tomb, which belonged to a powerful lord from the Warring States period. Burial practices at that time were lavish, as people believed in the possibility of eternal life. The tomb was filled with a wealth of burial goods, offering substantial research value. This archaeological venture had attracted numerous experts and team members. Accompanying Professor Gu, Su Hua entered the main burial chamber. A team member approached, carefully holding a silk painting on a tray. Su Hua focused intently. The artwork was severely oxidized, faded, and riddled with holes, presenting a formidable restoration challenge. Professor Gu explained. This was retrieved from a side chamber, where it adorned an accompanying coffin. We suspect the main coffin will contain similar artifacts. When Xiaoshen mentioned you, we intentionally refrained from opening it until your arrival. Su Hua nodded, I can memorize it quickly, once I do, I can restore it to its original form. Excellent. Professor Gu signaled to the men beside the coffin, let us open it. The coffin consisted of 5 layers, with the outer 4 already opened, leaving only the innermost layer. Xin Yuan, sensing Su Hua's apprehension, grasped her fingers and whispered, Sister Hua, don't be afraid. The dead are not terrifying. They one day turn into zombies like in the movies. Su Hua nodded, replying softly, please be quiet, I need to concentrate. Alright, Sister Hua, good luck. The team donned gas masks as several strong men pried open the coffin, releasing a wave of dark, putrid air. Everyone hurriedly stepped back until the air cleared, allowing them to approach. Su Hua beheld a decayed skeleton clad in clothing. The silk garments remained relatively intact but were rapidly oxidizing. The coffin was filled with a variety of burial goods, including gold and silver items, lacquerware, and bronze artifacts. Indeed, a scroll of silk painting lay nearby. Professor Gu bent down to retrieve the silk painting, quickly unfurling it. A staff member began taking photographs, ensuring the flash was turned off to protect the artwork. Su Hua concentrated, focusing on the painting to make rapid notes. An immense silence enveloped the tomb, everyone held their breath, fearful of disturbing her. It seemed in the blink of an eye, the colors of the silk painting faded. Professor Gu glanced at Su Hua, his eyes inquiring. She nodded, it's done. I've memorized the colors of the garments. Professor Gu sighed in relief, passing the painting to his assistant. Previously, when Xiaoshen mentioned your memory was sharper than a camera, I was skeptical. Now I see, indeed, each generation produces its own talents. Su Hua smiled. Wait until I finish restoring the painting, then you can praise me. I trust you. The Wangmeng landscape painting you restored for the museum was exquisite, Professor Gu remarked. You flatter me. Next, Su Hua prepared to restore the silk painting. Due to the necessity for absolute silence, she was assigned to stay at the town's guest house, while the other team members either camped in tents or stayed in the village. Upon settling in at the guest house, Su Hua began her research on how to restore the painting. After thorough study, she compiled a list of materials, instructing Xin Yuan to arrange for the necessary supplies. She opened her suitcase and carefully took out her painting restoration tools, beginning to meticulously remove the dust from the silk painting. Busy until evening, she dined with Xin Yuan and 2 bodyguards. Xin Yuan glanced around her room and asked, Hua Hua, are you afraid at night? Would you like me to keep you company? Su Hua shook her head, declining the offer. The accommodations were rather rudimentary, with only a single bed in the room. Sharing a bed would mean lying side by side with Xin Yuan. She was naturally reserved and found it challenging to form close connections with others. Aside from her childhood moments spent sharing a bed with her grandmother and later with Gu Beixian, she had never slept in the same bed with her mother. Let alone Xin Yuan. After dinner, Su Hua called Gu Beixian to inform him of her safety, and they chatted for a while. Once she hung up, she returned to her work, often losing track of time when engrossed in her tasks. It was not until late at night, feeling fatigued, that she washed up and went to bed. The day's exhausting journey, followed by the descent into the tomb. And then her intense focus on restoring the painting had left her utterly drained. Su Hua had barely settled into bed when she fell into a deep sleep. In the midst of her slumber, she felt a chill as the blanket was suddenly pulled away. Moments later, she sensed someone trying to remove her clothing. Startled awake, she saw a shadowy figure looming before her. A pair of rough hands violently tugged at her nightgown, the calloused skin scraping against her delicate flesh, inciting a wave of nausea. Who are you? Su Hua cried out in terror, struggling to leap off the bed. The man remained silent, his heavy breathing resonating as he gripped her arms and pressed her back onto the bed. Help! Help! Su Hua screamed loudly. The man covered her mouth with his hand, hastily stuffing a towel into it. Let me go. Let me go. Su Hua's heart raced wildly as she flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to escape. Just as the situation seemed dire, a loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open from the outside. Almost instantly, a tall, imposing figure strode in, reaching her side in the blink of an eye. The man paused, abruptly halting his actions and slowly raising his hands, as a firm gun pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 61, The hero rescues the damsel in a flurry. Su Hua hastily donned her coat, leaped from her bed, and flicked on the light. The blaring illumination rendered every individual in the room utterly visible, leaving no place to hide. Breathing heavily, Su Hua discerned the man who had just assaulted her. He was a rugged figure, with dark skin, a robust physique, and an unappealing countenance. Unmistakably a local by his attire. The man who held a gun to the back of his head was of a deeper complexion, with a crew cut. Handsome yet cold features, dressed in a stylish black jacket, and boasting long, strong legs. It was Gu Jinyao. Su Hua quickly closed her coat, fastening it and smoothing her unruly hair back, feeling somewhat presentable before asking, Mr. Gu, what brings you here? I came to meet a client, he replied. Su Hua was taken aback. You came here to meet a client? Yes, to acquire antiques, Gu Jinyao said gently, then shifted the gun to the man's temple, commanding sternly. What is your name? The man, with trembling hands raised, stammered as he spoke in a thick dialect, Niao Meng. Who sent you? Gu Jinyao pressed the gun harder against his temple, leaving a deep indentation. Niao Meng stuttered, and no one, it was my own idea. Speak the truth, or I will end you. Gu Jinyao warned, his voice icy. Niao Meng, on the verge of tears, insisted, no one sent me. I saw her in the graveyard during the day, and when night fell, I came over. I didn't mean any harm. I just thought she was pretty and was curious. I didn't even take off her clothes before you arrived. Gu Jinyao's expression darkened further, suddenly. He delivered a swift kick, sending Niao Meng crashing to the ground. He followed with a fierce blow to the man's groin, eliciting a pained cry and causing him to roll on the floor in agony. There was a sudden commotion outside as hurried footsteps approached. A bodyguard, clutching a pack of cigarettes, rushed in, panting heavily. Upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback and quickly approached Su Hua, cautiously asking, Madam, are you all right? Su Hua shook her head. The bodyguard, flustered, apologized profusely. I was feeling drowsy and stepped out for a moment. I had no idea this fool would take advantage of the situation. Thank goodness you are unharmed, otherwise, Mr. Gu would surely have killed me. Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the room as Gu Jinyao struck him without warning. The bodyguard barely registered the motion before half his face swelled from the blow. Standing tall, Gu Jinyao's demeanor was cold and commanding as he chastised. Do not make excuses for your negligence. Had I not stumbled upon this, do you have any idea how dire the consequences could have been? If anything had happened to her, your life would not suffice to repay the debt. The bodyguard covered his face, rendered mute by fear. Su Hua gazed in awe at Gu Jinyao's strikingly handsome and resolute face, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Despite their limited acquaintance, he showed such concern for her well-being. She recalled his past words, "You are more clever than I imagined, you will become quite famous." Perhaps he, like the esteemed experts at the museum, was simply recognizing her potential, or perhaps it was his inherent sense of justice that compelled him. Another bodyguard, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly dressed and rushed to the scene, only to pale at the sight. Without waiting for Gu Jinyao to act, he struck himself twice across the face in a panic, fearing repercussions for his colleague's failure. Gu Jinyao seized Miao Meng by the collar, pulling him towards the exit. "Come, we are going to the police station," he declared, intending to investigate if anyone had orchestrated this assault. Su Hua, as the victim, had to accompany them. The ancient silk painting in the room was of considerable importance, so she called an archaeological team member to oversee it. The group drove through the night to the local police station. Gu Jinyao thrust Miao Meng into the lobby, coldly instructing the on-duty officer, "Check this man for any criminal record." Being a local, Miao Meng was familiar with the area, and upon seeing the officer, he suddenly lost his fear. He pointed at Gu Jinyao, declaring, "Officer, this man has a gun, possessing a firearm is illegal." The officer turned his attention to Gu Jinyao, commanding, "Hand over the weapon." Gu Jinyao cast him a disinterested glance, retrieving a small document from his pocket and displaying it. "I possess a firearm license." "Where did you get this license?" the officer asked, skepticism evident in his voice as he examined the document, which was entirely in English. After translating it with his limited knowledge, he realized it was a firearm license issued by an overseas special operations team. He scrutinized it closely, uncertain, and inquired, "Is this document authentic?" Gu Jinyao replied coolly, "There is a code that can be verified." The officer left a colleague to keep watch and went to the records room to verify the document. Upon returning, he handed it back to Gu Jinyao without further comment. He was aware of the special operations team's high standing abroad, and the fact that in their homeland, they held even more prestige than criminal investigators. The officer, not daring to be negligent, was fully attentive as he began interrogating Miao Meng and recording his statements. Miao Meng had a criminal history, having been imprisoned for 3 years on a rape charge before being released the previous year, only to repeat his offense again that night. Gu Jinyao was primarily concerned with uncovering whether anyone had instigated Miao Meng. However, Miao Meng stubbornly insisted that he acted alone, driven by his own desires. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jinyao turned to Su Hua, instructing, "You both remain here. I will question him. If he has a mastermind behind him, it will not be safe for you to stay." Su Hua nodded, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you for your help at this late hour. I apologize for troubling you." Gu Jinyao silently regarded her pale, frightened face, a hint of softness emerging in his otherwise stern demeanor as he replied gently, "It is no trouble." As he turned away, his expression hardened again, seizing Miao Meng by the collar and dragging him toward the interrogation room. The burly man was handled as effortlessly as a mere chick by Gu Jinyao. Once inside the interrogation room, Gu Jinyao instructed the officer, "Begin." The officer cuffed Miao Meng's hands and seated him in a chair across from him, starting the routine interrogation. Gu Jinyao lit a cigarette, casually inhaling while listening to the officer's methodical questioning. 5 minutes later, finding the officer's approach tedious, he pulled him aside and commanded, "Turn off the surveillance." The officer felt his authority being undermined and grew increasingly irritated. However, recalling Gu Jinyao's background as a former special operations officer, he patiently replied, "We are not permitted to use coercive interrogation methods." Gu Jinyao gritted his teeth, insisting, "Shut it down." His imposing presence left no room for argument. The officer hesitated, then called for the surveillance to be turned off. Once the camera ceased recording, Gu Jinyao forcefully grabbed Miao Meng's head, slamming it against the wall with a resounding crash. The bull's head collided violently with the unyielding wall, causing its brow bone to shatter instantly, blood gushing forth, and the pain eliciting a grimace of agony. Chapter 62, Tension in the Air. Speak. Who is it that instigated you? Gu Jinyao demanded fiercely, gripping his neck. Niao Meng grimaced, his bloodied face contorting in pain. I swear, I truly don't know. If I did, I would have confessed long ago. Even if you beat me to death, I still can't say anything. Seeing that no matter how he interrogated him, Niao Meng remained obstinate, Gu Jingyao realized that further questioning might lead him to violence. He instructed the officers. Investigate his call records and find out who he has recently met. The officers replied promptly, understood, we will begin the investigation immediately. Yet, a moment later, they questioned why they needed to heed him. Although he was a retired member of the Special Abilities team that was abroad, this was domestic, a matter entirely separate. Nevertheless, they dared not voice their doubts, as Gu Jingyao's aura suggested he was not someone to provoke. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Gu Jingyao's expression turned cold. You handle this, we will take our leave. Though it was an attempted assault, the psychological trauma inflicted on the victim is severe. Ensure that justice is served. I will follow up on the case. His unwavering stance left the officers no room for negligence. They quickly assured him, rest assured. We will handle this case meticulously and will not show any leniency to the guilty. Gu Jingyao nodded indifferently and exited the interrogation room. Su Hua approached him, subtly scrutinizing his demeanor. She had heard the ruckus from the interrogation room and the cries of pain, fearing for Gu Jinyao's safety. Knowing this was someone else's territory, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Seeing him emerge unscathed, Su Hua breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As they made their way toward the parking area, halfway there, the bodyguard's phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, his face drained of color, hesitating to answer. Clutching the phone as if it were a hot potato, he stammered to Su Hua, Madam, I failed in my duty today. I am at fault and deserve punishment. I implore you to keep this from Mr. Gu. We have families to support. He knew her kind-hearted nature. Hoping she would keep this incident under wraps, Su Hua paused before replying, very well. Though shaken, she had not sustained any real harm. The two bodyguards had accompanied her on this arduous journey to such a remote place, tirelessly protecting her day and night. Furthermore, Gu Jingyao had already reprimanded him. She was not one to hold grudges unnecessarily. The bodyguard clasped his hands in gratitude, repeatedly thanking her. Su Hua nodded slightly, allowing him to answer the call. By then, Gu Baixian had already called 3 times. When connected, his cool voice echoed through the phone, why did you take so long to answer? His tone hinted at an underlying displeasure. The bodyguard paused, cautiously explaining, I apologize, Mr. Gu. I put my phone on silent to avoid disturbing Madam. And only just saw your call. Gu Baixian inquired indifferently, where is Su Hua? The bodyguard glanced at the retreating figure of Su Hua and fabricated a lie. Madam is at the accommodation arranged by the archaeological team, fast asleep. Gu Baixian hesitated before responding coolly, is that so? The bodyguard sensed something amiss in his tone. Yet pressed on, yes, Madam is deeply asleep. She worked hard all day, perhaps you could call her tomorrow? Gu Baixian's response was enigmatic, are you sure? A cold sweat broke out on the bodyguard's brow, absolutely. The line went dead. Gu Baixian hung up, and the bodyguard wiped the sweat from his forehead. His heart racing with an unsettling premonition of impending doom. The group got into the car and returned to the guest house. Upon arrival, the personnel from the archaeological team guarding the premises regarded Su Hua with a peculiar gaze and greeted her, Expert Su, you have returned. Such a solemn title left Su Hua feeling slightly uncomfortable. She politely replied, thank you, please take your rest. You've worked hard. Not at all, you should rest well too. The man said before departing. As Su Hua took her keys from her bag and approached the door, she noticed that it, which had been locked, was now ajar. Someone had entered. A chill ran down her spine as she instinctively worried about the precious silk painting. She hurriedly pushed the door open and was taken aback by the sight before her. Inside were 3 imposing men. Seated on a modest sofa against the wall was an exceptionally handsome man, radiating a commanding presence, flanked by 2 bodyguards. To her astonishment, Gu Baixian was there. Su Hua could hardly believe her eyes. After dinner, she had called him, and he had not mentioned his arrival, only urging her to rest early. Yet here he was, having flown in overnight to see her. A wave of mixed emotions surged within her, joy, bitterness, and a tinge of sorrow, all vying for expression. The tension she had maintained suddenly dissipated, and a torrent of grievances clamored to escape her lips. It was the kind of vulnerability that surfaced only in the presence of someone cherished, the facade of strength crumbling in their company. With tears brimming in her eyes, she stepped forward towards Gu Baixian, yearning to be enveloped in his embrace, to seek solace that only he could provide. However, as she approached him, he rose. His gaze sweeping past her to scrutinize Gu Jingyao and the bodyguard outside, his demeanor icy. He directed his words at Su Hua. You traveled all this way under the pretense of art restoration, only to clandestinely meet him? Even my bodyguard was bribed by you, you're quite resourceful. Su Hua halted, disbelief washing over her as she stared at Gu Baixian, her eyes filled with disappointment and hurt. Though countless words clamored within her, none could escape her lips. How had her innocent association with Gu Jingyao been misconstrued as a secret rendezvous? The bodyguard was not her doing, he had sought her help out of fear of punishment. She had merely extended a helping hand, desperately attempting to mask her inner turmoil of disappointment, sadness, and indignation with dignity. The anger in her eyes quickly gave way to a facade of pride. A whirlwind of emotions flickered across her face, her expression trembling in a near-helpless state. Gu Jingyao observed Su Hua's plight from a distance, her helplessness igniting a fierce determination within him. She was nearly deprived of her innocence. And this is your attitude as her husband? He retorted coldly. Gu Baixian's brow furrowed, what do you mean? Gu Jingyao's voice was sharp. While the bodyguard went downstairs to buy cigarettes, someone broke in to harass her. If I hadn't happened to pass by, who knows what might have happened? Each word detonated in Gu Baixian's ears like a bomb. His brows twitched in anger, his jaw clenched tightly for a moment before relaxing. His fists tightened, veins protruding on the back of his hands, the tension in the room palpable. Everyone could sense that his emotions were on the brink of eruption. After taking several deep breaths, Gu Baixian gritted his teeth and demanded, where is he? Gu Jingyao composed himself, responding calmly, he has been taken to the local police station. His name is Niu Meng, a habitual offender. He served 3 years for rape a few years ago and was released last year. I suspect there may be someone behind him, your connections could be invaluable in investigating this. Gu Baixian suppressed his fury, understood. Gu Jingyao acknowledged him and turned to leave. As the door closed, Gu Baixian suddenly raised his hand and gestured towards the bodyguard behind Su Hua. Chapter 63, I miss you. A resounding slap echoed through the room as the bodyguard staggered back, nearly losing his balance. The left side of his face swelled up instantly, marked by distinct 5-finger prints, mirroring the right side. Gu Baixian's gaze was shrouded in darkness as he reprimanded fiercely, I entrusted you to protect Su Hua. And this is how you fulfill that duty. When an incident occurs, you fail to inform me immediately and dare to deceive me. A group of audacious incompetents. It had been a long time since he had expressed such intense anger, his handsome face twisted in fury, the tension palpable in the air. The room fell into a profound silence, everyone afraid to utter a word. Once the bodyguard regained his composure, he began to strike his own face in a frenzy. Remorseful and desperate. Mr. Gu, I was wrong, I should never have left to buy cigarettes. I was only gone for a few minutes, and in that time, the young lady was put in danger. I should never have lied out of fear of punishment, even dragging the young lady into my deceit, causing a misunderstanding between you two. Punish me as you see fit. Seeing Gu Baixian's icy demeanor, Su Hua sensed that prolonging the confrontation would lead to an unfavorable conclusion. She turned to the bodyguard, you all can leave now. It's late, and we need to rest. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, then stopped his self-punishment, cautiously observing Gu Baixian. Noticing his silence, he cautiously suggested, Mr. Gu, perhaps you and the young lady could rest first, and you may punish me tomorrow. With a cold glare, Gu Baixian commanded, get out. The bodyguards hurriedly exited, fearful of inciting his wrath further. Once they were alone, Gu Baixian picked up his phone and called his assistant, his voice low and commanding, at the police station in Longyao village. They've just brought in a habitual offender named Niu Meng. Investigate him thoroughly and find out if anyone is pulling the strings behind him. Inform me immediately of any discoveries. The assistant, sensing the urgency in his tone, swiftly replied, understood, Mr. Gu. I will reach out to my contacts right away. Gu Baixian acknowledged with a grunt. The assistant hesitated before reminding him, Mr. Gu, you have an important meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Will you be able to return in time? I can arrange for a car to pick you up at the airport. Yes, Gu Baixian said curtly before ending the call. He tossed his phone onto the table and turned to Su Hua, his hand gently grasping her shoulder. He scanned her from head to toe, relieved to find no visible injuries, and asked softly, Are you hurt? Su Hua shook her head. Gu Baixian's intense gaze bore into her eyes. Are you truly unharmed? In a calm voice, she replied, No. After a brief silence, Gu Baixian offered, I was too impulsive earlier. I'm sorry. Su Hua bit her lip, remaining silent. Aware that she was still upset, Gu Baixian patiently explained, I rushed here after finishing up work, wanting to surprise you. But when I arrived, I couldn't find you. I called your phone, but it was off. The bodyguard said you were asleep. Shortly after, I saw you return with Gu Jingyao. If you were in my position, how would you feel? It dawned on Su Hua that while reporting the incident to the police, she had called the archaeological team. After that, her phone had died, and she had absent-mindedly tucked it under her pillow before leaving. Reflecting on this situation, she realized that if she were in his shoes, she would also feel hurt and angry. However, the words Gu Baixian had said were undeniably hurtful. How could he accuse her of secretly meeting Gu Jingyao under the guise of painting? What did he think of her? She lightly punched his chest, half pouting, half reproaching. This is what happens when you don't trust me. The force of her punch, though gentle, softened the tension in Gu Baixian's furrowed brow as he grasped her wrist. This act of defiance was a good sign. It indicated she was beginning to express her frustrations rather than bottling them up. With a gentler tone, he inquired once more. Are you really uninjured? I've told you countless times, I'm fine. Su Hua's typically gentle voice edged on frustration. Gu Baixian chuckled good-naturedly, leaning down to kiss her hair softly. As long as you're all right. His worry eased for the moment. But the thought of her nearly losing her purity darkened his expression once again. Glancing at his watch, Su Hua noted it was already past 1 in the morning. Remembering the assistant's earlier mention of an important meeting, she urged, You should get some sleep, you have to rise early tomorrow. Gu Baixian lifted her chin, locking eyes with her. You're not angry with me anymore, are you? Su Hua absent-mindedly murmured, I guess not. How could she not be angry? He had publicly humiliated her, crushing her dignity before others. Not only had he insulted her, but he had also put Gu Jingyao in an awkward position. Anyone could insult her, but not him. He was the one she held most dear, unlike anyone else. As she turned to walk away, Gu Baixian caught her waist. He squeezed gently, his voice low, You still can't forgive me. Desiring to retreat to bed, Su Hua noticed his lingering sense of guilt. She stood on her tiptoes, giving him a perfunctory kiss on the chin, saying, I forgive you. Only then did Gu Baixian relent. Su Hua washed her hands and returned to bed, shedding her clothes, while he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Accustomed to 5-star hotels and presidential suites during business trips, he found the cramped and shabby accommodations disheartening. Upon entering the bathroom, he grimaced at the dilapidated toilet and sink, along with the stubborn grime in the corners. How could the archaeological team expect her to stay in such squalor? Yet, she bore no complaints, maintaining her composure. Gu Baixian couldn't help but admire her resilience. His visit tonight had been spontaneous, and he hadn't brought his own toiletries. The toothbrush provided by the guest house was of poor quality, so he used her pink electric toothbrush. It was his first time using something of hers, and despite his severe cleanliness standards, he found it surprisingly pleasant. As if he were kissing her indirectly. The allure of her presence lingered even in mundane items. After washing up, he returned to bed, where Su Hua lay with her back to him, facing inward. He, too, had neglected to bring sleepwear, so he climbed into bed in just his shirt and pants, wrapping an arm around her waist and gently turning her to face him. He lowered his head to kiss her cheek. The disposable toothbrushes here are of terrible quality, so I used yours. I hope you don't mind. Su Hua was taken aback. How could someone so fastidious use her toothbrush? Yet, considering how intimate they were, she shrugged it off, saying, I don't mind. Gu Baixian playfully bit her nose, asking, Does it smell nice? In disbelief, Su Hua thought. How had he transformed from the aloof, stoic man she remembered? He seemed almost. She struggled to find the right word to describe him. Suppressing a chuckle, she replied lightly, "It smells nice." "Then, let us see if it tastes sweet," he murmured, capturing her soft lips with his, teasingly brushing her teeth with his tongue. Pulling her in slowly. He didn't kiss her fully, instead, he tantalized her, making his intentions clear. He was truly skilled at seduction. Su Hua, with her straightforward nature, found herself unable to resist him. Despite her lingering frustrations, her body betrayed her, drawn to him uncontrollably. The last shred of her rationality urged her to push against his chest, attempting to create distance. Through the thin fabric of her shirt, her fingers grazed the well-defined muscles of his body, an exquisite sensation. Firm, alluring, and shapely. An involuntary image of the two of them, bare and vulnerable, surfaced in her mind, causing her ears to flush crimson. Gu Baixian, observing the blush on her ears, stifled a chuckle, seized her wrist, and lifted her hand above her head, deepening their kiss. It transitioned from gentle beginnings to an increasing fervor, like tenderness, like possession, a declaration of sovereignty, or perhaps, profound love? Su Hua soon found herself breathless, her heart racing in response to his kiss. After a lingering, powerful embrace, Gu Baixian released her. With a slight gasp, she nestled against him and inquired, "We have a meeting early tomorrow, and time is pressing. What brings you to this desolate place?" Gu Baixian's cool, somber gaze fixed on her in silence, prompting her to ask, "What do you think?" She murmured softly, "You tell me." Gu Baixian encircled her, burying his chin in the crook of her neck, kissing her casually as he remarked, "I spent the entire day in a state of unease. So I had my assistant book a ticket. I simply had to rush over to see you, or I wouldn't have found peace." What he truly wished to convey was, "I miss you dearly." Chapter 64, he acknowledged everything in her heart, it felt as though a corner had collapsed. Gu Baixian had traversed mountains and rivers to come a long way, solely because he was concerned about her and specifically made the journey to see her. The sense of grievance that had built up from his previous suspicions dissipated considerably. She leaned against him and whispered softly, "When that man tore at my clothes, I was nearly sickened. My only thought was that if he dared to insult me, I would kill him and then take my own life." Gu Baixian felt a sudden emptiness within him, followed by a sharp pain, as if a ferocious beast had sunk its sharp teeth into him, leaving him momentarily breathless. He tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and chided gently, "Foolish girl, do not speak such nonsense. Having relied on each other for 3 years." He could not bear to hear such words from her. Su Hua fell silent for a moment and then said, "Luckily, Gu." She abruptly stopped, intending to say that it was fortunate Gu Jingyao arrived in time. However, recalling Gu Baixian's disapproval of her closeness to Gu Jingyao, she swallowed the rest of her words. Instead, she altered her statement, "Thank goodness you came, otherwise, I would have been too afraid to sleep tonight." Gu Baixian had guessed what she had intended to say, and his expression darkened. Upon hearing her revise her words, the cloud of gloom in his eyes lifted. He gently stroked her back, speaking softly. "I brought 2 bodyguards with me, and they will stay. Do not worry about others saying I am overbearing, these rough men ensure safety wherever they go. You are so beautiful that you could easily attract unwanted attention." This time, Su Hua did not contest him. Had she known this would be the case, she would have adhered to Gu Baixian's advice. With more bodyguards, nothing would happen. After the fright she had experienced that evening, she fell into a deep sleep only to begin having nightmares again. She dreamt of the fire from 13 years ago, flames raging, fierce winds blowing, and thick smoke enveloping everything. A pale, slender youth desperately pushed her out of the fire, sacrificing himself in the inferno. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out her arms, crying out for Brother Yao, trying to pull him from the flames, but her efforts were futile. Gu Baixian watched the woman in her nightmare, tears brimming in her eyes as she called out for Brother Yao. He furrowed his brow slightly, pulling her closer and gently patting her to soothe her. He thought to himself, let her call out, he would endure it, as long as she did not recognize that Gu Jingyao was actually Lu Yao. As long as she remained by his side, he would accept whatever she cried out in her dreams. The next morning, Su Hua awoke and sat up. Catching sight of Gu Baixian emerging from the bathroom, impeccably dressed in a suit, as if preparing to depart. Gazing at his handsome and refined face, she suddenly felt a pang of reluctance for him to go. She draped a garment over herself, descended from the bed, approached him, and silently wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his embrace. Though no words were exchanged, her actions betrayed her unwillingness to part. Gu Baixian smiled, ruffling her hair. You insisted on coming, and now you understand my feelings, don't you? Su Hua nodded in agreement. Hurry back after you're done. For any future engagements, if they can be postponed, please do so. It's quite inconvenient for me to travel all the way here just to see you. Although she clung to him, reluctant to let him leave, she feigned annoyance and teased, Mr. Gu, you are quite clingy. Gu Baixian smirked slightly, lifting his chin with an air of nonchalance. It is only natural for me to be attached to my wife. Su Hua's heart fluttered with sweetness. For the first time, she found the term wife to be exquisitely beautiful, seemingly ordinary, yet imbued with profound affection, a bond of shared joys and sorrows, of mutual support through thick and thin. Gu Baixian insisted that both bodyguards remain. Su Hua, fearing for his safety on the road, insisted that he take one with him. Unable to withstand her persistence, he agreed to take one, promising to call for another two to join them later. He believed that the more bodyguards there were, the safer Su Hua would be. As Su Hua accompanied Gu Baixian downstairs to his vehicle, she encountered Xin Yuan. Having suffered from insomnia the previous night and taken 2 sleeping pills, she had slept deeply and was unaware of the events that had transpired. Upon seeing Gu Baixian, she greeted him enthusiastically, Hi, handsome. What brings you here? Gu Baixian cast her a cold glance, his expression sharp and dark as winter snow, and walked past her without uttering a word. The atmosphere around him felt unusually oppressive. He suspected that Su Hua's presence here was the result of Xin Yuan's manipulation, and he was displeased that she had not taken better care of things after such a significant incident had occurred. Xin Yuan, taken aback by his frosty demeanor, turned to Su Hua and asked, What is up with that handsome guy? He looked quite frightening just now. Rushing to see Gu Baixian off, Su Hua casually explained. That's just his personality, you'll get used to it. After a moment of hesitation, Xin Yuan released her. Once Gu Baixian had departed, Su Hua returned to her room. After contemplating for a while, she decided to call Gu Jingyao to express her gratitude. She had not had the chance to properly thank him for his unexpected arrival the previous night. Upon hearing her thanks, Gu Jingyao replied casually, No need for thanks. Someone like you, a rare talent, is worth protecting. Hearing this, Su Hua felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, he did not have romantic feelings for her. Otherwise, she would not know how to navigate their relationship. Not wanting to owe him anything, she suggested. Doesn't your father admire the paintings of the 8 great mountain artists? Is there one he still needs? I could help him with a copy. Not necessary. What happened last night was a mere act of kindness, anyone would have done the same, Gu Jingyao replied dismissively. Su Hua pondered for a moment before saying. Then I'll just copy one for him. Unable to refuse her, Gu Jingyao conceded, he still needs a painting of withered trees and cold crows. Alright. I'll paint it once I return to Kyoto. There isn't any suitable ancient rice paper here. Take your time with it, he replied. After hanging up, Su Hua resumed her restoration of the ancient silk painting. By afternoon, she sensed an increasing commotion outside, as if a large crowd had gathered. Feeling fatigued, she stretched her back, set aside her work, and stepped outside. To her surprise, several elderly individuals were being escorted by a throng of people. They were presumably the experts involved in the excavation of the Warring States tomb. A large-scale archaeological endeavor requires the collaboration of geologists, historians, literary experts, and conservation specialists. Among them was an old expert in ancient book and painting restoration whom Su Hua recognized, named Qi Baisong. As soon as Su Hua stepped out, Qi Baisong spotted her and his face lit up with a smile. From a distance, he called out, Little granddaughter of the Su family, you are here too. I heard a genius girl was coming for this archaeology project, and I guessed it was you. His hearty laughter and loud voice drew everyone's attention toward Su Hua. Feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny, she smiled back and said, Hello, old Qi. Good, good. Nice to see you. Qi Baisong exclaimed, exchanging pleasantries with her. Just as Su Hua was about to return inside, she sensed a piercing gaze among the crowd, fixated upon her. Following the gaze, she found an elderly man with snow-white hair and a robust frame, likely over 80 years old, dressed in a deep blue silk tang suit. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes shone sharp and keen as an eagle. His gaze was direct and complex, leaving Su Hua feeling bewildered. Shortly thereafter, the elderly gentleman strode toward her with a vigor that belied his age. 20 meters away from Su Hua, the elderly man gradually came to a halt. He gazed intently at her, scrutinizing her with unwavering focus. For some inexplicable reason, the corners of his eyes began to redden slowly. After a prolonged moment, he stirred his parched and withered lips, murmuring to himself, so similar, so strikingly similar. Amidst the mournful ambience, Su Hua, discerning the old gentleman's sorrowful countenance and vacant gaze, inquired in a gentle tone, "Grandfather, who do you perceive me to resemble?" The elderly man, as if roused from a trance, paused momentarily and shook his head with utmost subtlety. Perceiving his reluctance to respond, Su Hua refrained from further inquiry. Her resemblance to Chu Sua was already somewhat apparent, so it was not entirely unexpected that she might resemble someone he knew. Qi Baisong, the esteemed expert in ancient painting restoration who had greeted Su Hua earlier, approached them. He introduced Su Hua, saying, "Xiao Su, this is Hua Tianshou, the venerable doyen of ancient ceramic restoration in our nation." Su Hua had heard of Hua Tianshou's eminent reputation. Within the realm of cultural relic restoration, his renown was comparable to that of her maternal grandfather. With utmost respect, Su Hua greeted him, "Greetings, Elder Hua." "Greetings." Hua Tianshou responded with a nod, his eyes still tinged with redness. Qi Baisong proceeded to introduce her, "Elder Hua, this is Su Wenmai's granddaughter, Su Hua, a prodigious talent in the restoration of ancient calligraphy and paintings." Hua Tianshou's eyes brightened, and he scrutinized Su Hua with keen interest. Observing this, Qi Baisong added, "Not long ago, the museum acquired Wang Meng's secluded dwelling, and she was entrusted with the task of retouching it. Despite her youth, her retouching skills are unparalleled. A group of us old fellows scrutinized it with magnifying glasses for the better part of the day, yet we could not detect the slightest flaw." He smacked his lips in admiration, exclaiming, "When you and I were her age, we were still apprentices. Yet she has already attained the zenith of ancient calligraphy and painting restoration." Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River surge forward, and heroes emerge from the ranks of youth. Upon hearing this, Hua Tianshou's gaze toward Su Hua took on a different aura, akin to that of a sculptor beholding a flawless jade or a discerning eye recognizing a noble steed, a gaze of fervent anticipation. Su Hua had frequently encountered such gazes from seasoned experts. Initially, she felt uneasy, but gradually, she grew accustomed to it. Hua Tianshou stroked his beard, scrutinized her intently for a moment, and inquired, "Xiao Su, do you harbor an interest in ancient ceramic restoration?" Su Hua responded with a smile, "Indeed. I find it quite intriguing." Hua Tianshou deliberated for a moment and then asked, "Would you be inclined to learn?" Su Hua replied candidly, "I would." Hua Tianshou stroked his beard and proposed, "How would you feel about studying under my tutelage? I happen to be in need of a devoted disciple." Su Hua was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such an esteemed figure would be so casual in accepting disciples, offering to take her as a student upon their first encounter. In her understanding, the craft of cultural relic restoration was typically passed down through generations, with preference given to family members and male heirs. Her maternal grandfather had imparted his knowledge to her solely because there were no male descendants in the family. Observing Su Hua's hesitation, Qi Baisong promptly signaled to her and interjected, "Xiao Su, hasten to accept Elder Hua's offer. He does not readily accept disciples. Numerous individuals have striven to become his students, only to be turned away." Naturally, Su Hua could not have wished for anything more. Possessing multiple skills was never a disadvantage. To be able to study ancient ceramic restoration under Hua Tianshou's guidance would be an immense boon to her. With a radiant smile, Su Hua responded with utmost sincerity, "Elder Hua, I am willing to learn the art of ancient ceramic restoration from you." Hua Tianshou nodded approvingly, remarking, "You possess exceptional potential. However, learning ancient ceramic restoration requires diligence, perseverance, and the ability to endure solitude. Once you embark on this path with me, you must see it through to the end, without wavering or neglecting your studies. Can you commit to that?" Su Hua responded with a gentle smile, rest assured, I have cultivated these fundamental qualities since childhood. It would be my honor to learn from Elder Hua. Hua Tianzhou's countenance transformed from sorrow to mirth as he chuckled twice. Turning to Qi Baisong, he remarked. Observe this young lady, she is remarkably astute. The more I observe her, the more I admire her. By the way, my dear, where is your home? To study under my guidance, you would need to relocate to the capital. Would that be feasible for you? Su Hua's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, what a coincidence. I am also from the capital. That is most convenient. Upon our return to the capital, we shall hold a formal ceremony. And I shall officially accept you as my disciple. Su Hua responded with a sweet smile, very well, I shall pay you a visit at your residence then. They exchanged contact information and parted ways, filled with joy. Su Hua rejoiced at the prospect of acquiring another skill, while Hua Tianzhou was gratified that his life's work would finally have a worthy successor. In the past, he had accepted several disciples, but the most promising one had used his acquired skills as a stepping stone to pursue a career in politics. The others diligently practiced their craft, but their aptitude was unremarkable. He sought a disciple like Su Hua, who possessed both talent and the ability to endure solitude, enabling her to dedicate herself to this profession. In due course, when her reputation in the realm of ancient ceramic restoration soared, everyone would recognize her as Hua Tianzhou's disciple. However, these were secondary considerations. The primary reason was that she bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter in her youth, possessing a gentle, serene, and refined demeanor. Upon returning to her room, Su Hua found that the ancient silk painting had been cleaned. The next step was to repair the holes. However, as the materials that Xing Yuan had been tasked with procuring had not yet arrived, Su Hua had no further tasks for the evening. After dinner, she made a call to Gu Beiqing and retired to bed early. However, around 9 p.m., she was jolted awake by the recurring nightmare from 13 years ago. Once awake, she found herself unable to fall back asleep. She tossed and turned in bed, feeling restless. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a flute wafted in through the window, like water gently flowing. Su Hua was slightly surprised. In this day and age, it was rare to encounter someone playing the flute, especially in a remote village. The flute's melody was both ethereal and plaintive. As Su Hua listened, a sense of melancholy washed over her. In her memory, her brother Yao had been an accomplished flute player. When she was young, she had learned to play the flute from him and knew a few tunes. She strained her ears, listening intently. The melody being played was thinking of you from afar. She vaguely recalled the lyrics, separated by thousands of miles, the journey is long. I have not inquired, and the stars have faded. Please ask the bright moon to send my greetings, the one I miss sheds tears often. The moonlight is hazy. The night is not over, the surroundings are quiet and peaceful. The cold light on the table is dim, accompanying me alone in bitter solitude. Separated by thousands of miles. There is no news, but waiting to inquire is futile. Please ask the bright moon to send a message, sending my letter to comfort my longing. The lyrics were poignant. A flute has 8 holes, each representing a different emotion, woven together to create a melody that is both beautiful and melancholic. The flute player must possess both emotions to play the tune well. She wondered whether the flute player was male or female, and what story they carried that allowed them to play the flute with such poignant sorrow. Curiosity compelled her to dress and get out of bed. As she opened the door, the 2 bodyguards guarding the entrance hastily inquired, Madam, where are you going? Su Hua replied calmly, I cannot sleep. I would like to go for a walk. Would you mind accompanying me? Of course. After the incident the previous night, the bodyguards dared not be negligent and followed her closely, providing close protection. Following the sound of the flute, Su Hua exited the guest house. About 100 meters west of the gate, there was an ancient arched bridge. A tall, solitary figure stood on the bridge, facing away from her, playing a long flute. The man had short hair and wore a stylish black jacket, his long legs straight and strong. Su Hua felt that the figure was familiar, resembling Gu Jinya. But she was not entirely certain. A large, serene moon hung in the sky above him, casting a pale, white light. The moonlight blurred the man's sharp features. As she drew closer, the ethereal and mournful sound of the flute resonated clearly in Su Hua's ears, filled with longing and sorrow. The melody seemed to convey the words, separated by thousands of miles, the journey is long, I have not inquired, and the stars have faded. Please ask the bright moon to send my greetings, the one I miss sheds tears often. Su Hua stood there, listening intently. The flute's melody was profoundly melancholic. Each note filled with longing. She could not help but think of her deceased maternal grandparents and her brother Yao, who had perished in the fire while saving her. Her heart felt as though it were being cleaved by a dull instrument, a persistent ache tugging at her. After so many years. She could vividly recall those nights from over a decade ago. Two reticent children, each holding a flute, sat beneath the pear tree in the courtyard, playing in silence. The moonlight was cool, the pear blossoms as white as snow, and the melody of the flutes was hauntingly beautiful. That scene remained eternally etched in her mind. Impossible to forget. Had Brother Yao not perished, what might he have become by now? Su Hua's gaze drifted vacantly into the distance. A solitary tear clung to her cheek, glistening quietly in the moonlight. The moonlight was like a cleansing wash, and the night breeze was slightly tipsy. In that moment, Su Hua appeared fragile and silent, her crystalline tears resembling shattered jade or glacial ice. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke the stillness behind her. Look, isn't that Mr. Gu? Chapter 66, Love manifested in such a way upon hearing President Gu. Su was momentarily transported to a dreamlike state. Considering Gu Beixian's departure that very morning, his return seemed improbable. She pivoted, her gaze sweeping the expanse behind her. As the night's shadows receded, a figure of imposing stature gradually materialized. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, he was cloaked in an aura of melancholic luminescence. His countenance, a study in masculine beauty, possessed a porcelain pallor, his features sharp and imbued with an icy reserve. Su was taken aback. It was indeed Gu Beixian. Yet, unlike the vigorous figure who had departed that morning, he now exuded a palpable weariness, a testament to his arduous journey. Her disbelief was evident as she stood transfixed. Her eyes fixed upon him. It was only when a bodyguard announced, "Madam, it is indeed President Gu. He has come to find you." That Su was jolted from her reverie. Her heart quickened, and she instinctively inquired, "What brings you here?" Gu Beixian offered no immediate reply, his gaze lowered. His eyes silently scrutinizing her. His expression was a complex tapestry of darkness, despondency, disappointment, and melancholy. Never before had Su witnessed such a confluence of emotions in his eyes. A sense of wrongdoing washed over her. After a moment's hesitation, she offered, "I was unable to sleep. Upon hearing the flute, I ventured out for a stroll." The flutist, disturbed by the intrusion, ceased his playing and slowly turned to face them. Gu Beixian recognized the man instantly, Gu Jinyao, a figure he wished never to encounter again. An icy wave emanated from him, chilling the air. A faint, sardonic smile played upon his lips as he addressed Gu Jinyao, his tone ambiguous, "I should not have come. I have clearly interrupted." With those words, he turned to leave, his stride resolute. Su paused, then hastened after him, calling out, "It is not as you perceive it to be. Allow me to explain." Gu Beixian seemed deaf to her pleas, his pace unwavering. His long legs carried him swiftly away. Fueled by a tempest of emotions. He had traversed a great distance, enduring fatigue, all for a fleeting glimpse of her. Yet, she had sought the company of another man in the dead of night, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon his departing figure. Gu Beixian felt as though his heart were filled with sand, each grain grating against his soul. He could not suppress a series of bitter laughs. As Su struggled to keep pace, she broke into a run. The uneven rural path proved treacherous, and in her preoccupation with Gu Beixian, she failed to notice the ground beneath her feet. With a thud, she stumbled and fell, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Her knee had struck a stone, sending a jolt of agonizing numbness through her. Clutching her knee, she massaged the affected area, her brow furrowed in pain. The sound of her cry arrested Gu Beixian's progress. He turned to see Su seated on the ground, her face contorted in distress. His brow furrowed, and he retraced his steps. Kneeling beside her, he attempted to assess her injury, but his trousers restricted his movement. Gently, he began to massage her knee, chiding, "Why must you be so careless? It was your fault for walking so quickly, for not waiting for me." "I was focused on pursuing you and failed to watch my step," Su retorted. her eyes shimmering with tears. Her nose, flushed from crying, took on a delicate, youthful pink hue. Gu Baixian's gaze softened as he observed her rose-tinted nose, his anger dissipating. He lamented inwardly, to love this woman to such an extent is truly a torment. His voice, thick with emotion, confessed, "You provoked my ire first." Su protested, "You misunderstand. Allow me to elucidate. I was unaware that he was Gu Jinyeo. It is not as you surmise. I simply—" Her words faltered, her explanation becoming disjointed. Gu Jinyeo, witnessing Su's fall and evident pain, found himself drawn to her. But just as he took a step forward, Gu Baixian sensed his presence. "The explanation can wait," he declared, sweeping Su into his arms, carrying her away from the scene. His pace was urgent, as if fearing pursuit. Gu Jinyeo, witnessing this, halted in his tracks, realizing the extent of his indiscretion. As the couple receded into the distance, his gaze grew profound and enigmatic. After a long pause, he turned and returned to the ancient bridge, resuming his melancholic flute playing. The plaintive notes seemed to translate into words, "The moon hangs heavy, the night lingers on, surrounded by a desolate tranquility. A lone lamp casts a feeble glow, as I sit in solitary sorrow." Only when Gu Jinyeo was no longer in sight did Gu Baixian slow his pace. Slightly breathless, he inquired, "Does your leg still ache?" Su, her arms encircling his neck, replied softly, "It is no longer painful. You may set me down now. We are nearly there." "A few more moments will make little difference," he insisted. Su relented, using the opportunity to gather her thoughts. "The materials Xinyuan sent for have yet to arrive, so I had no work this evening and retired early. Upon awakening, I was unable to fall back asleep. I heard the flute playing, which I found quite captivating, and I ventured out of curiosity. I was unaware that the musician was Gu Jinyeo. Had I known, I would have avoided the encounter." Gu Baixian offered a noncommittal grunt, his expression unreadable. Uncertain whether he believed her, Su gently caressed his weary face, chiding, "You departed this very morning. What brings you back this evening? You are so busy. You need not come so frequently. I am well protected by several bodyguards. I will be safe." Gu Baixian remained silent, inwardly acknowledging that his presence was indeed fortunate. Had he not intervened, the two might have engaged in conversation. Should Gu Jinyeo, in a moment of impulsiveness, reveal his identity as Lu Yao, the consequences would be dire. He shuddered to contemplate Su's reaction upon learning that Gu Jinyeo was, in fact, Lu Yao, the brother she had longed for. Upon their return to the guest house, Gu Baixian carefully placed Su upon the bed and removed her trousers to examine her injury. Her fair knee was reddened and slightly swollen. Fortunately, the skin was unbroken, but there was a potential for bruising. He fetched a basin of cool water and, after soaking a towel, gently applied it to her knee to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. He then fetched a basin of warm water, dampened a towel, and used it to cleanse the tears from her face and the dust from her hands. Observing his attentiveness, Su urged, "Please, rest for a while. There is no need for such fuss." He had endured 2 flights and a lengthy car journey, and his days at the company were filled with relentless activity. She struggled to comprehend his actions. A man of such astute judgment, why would he squander his time in such a manner? Traveling back and forth in a single day seemed a futile exercise, an activity that would be uncharacteristic of him. Gu Baixian acknowledged her concern with a grunt and proceeded to the bathroom for a quick shower. Even on his second night, he found it difficult to adjust to the rudimentary accommodations. After a brief wash, he donned his pajamas and emerged. He sat on the edge of the bed, lifted the covers, and drew Su into his embrace, remaining silent. Su felt a pang of guilt. Regardless of the circumstances, her actions that evening had been somewhat imprudent. She had been drawn in by the flute's melody and had been reminded of past events and people. In such a situation, anyone would have been prone to misinterpretation and displeasure. She recalled that whenever she grew angry, Gu Baixian would kiss her, and after a night's sleep, they would reconcile. A marital spat, resolved by the end of the night. Emulating his behavior, she leaned in and kissed his lips and cheeks, her hand slipping beneath the hem of his pajamas. She traced the contours of his sculpted abs, her fingers flowing over his skin like water. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had always been the passive partner in their intimate moments. This was the first time she had taken the initiative. Gu Baixian restrained her restless hand and absent-mindedly remarked, "Perhaps another day, I am weary today." The hand of Su Hua, which had been wandering across his abdominal muscles, abruptly froze. She looked at him with a hint of confusion, questioning, "Did you not travel all this way for this very reason?" Gu Baixian found her navette both amusing and exasperating. He playfully pinched the tip of her nose and chided. "Did you believe I traversed such a distance merely to share a moment of slumber with you?" Su Hua, perplexed, inquired, "Is it not so?" "It is not," he replied, lowering his gaze to her fair collarbone, his voice imbued with a touch of chill and an almost imperceptible hint of grievance. Chapter 67, A warning at the door. It was a novelty for Su Hua to hear Gu Baixian speak in such a tone for the first time. For a fleeting moment, she found his aggrieved expression somewhat endearing, a stark contrast to his typically aloof demeanor. This subtle hint of vulnerability only deepened her affection for him. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, observing the red veins in his eyes, and gently poked the corner of his eye with her fingertip, saying, "Look. Your eyes are bloodshot. You mustn't come again tomorrow, understood?" Gu Baixian nuzzled his nose against hers without uttering a word. He too wished to refrain from coming. However, Gu Jingyao lingered nearby, watching over her like a hawk. After rescuing her last night, he felt increasingly insecure as the evening progressed. When Su Hua sensed his reluctance to respond, she sighed softly, "Once the materials arrive, I'll inform Professor Gu to take the ancient silk painting back to Kyoto for restoration." She worried that Gu Baixian would exhaust himself with his daily travels. At last, Gu Baixian spoke up, "All right, I will come to pick you up tomorrow evening." Su Hua couldn't help but smile wryly. "Isn't that unnecessary? Don't plane tickets cost money? And what about your time?" Gu Baixian lowered his head, playfully biting her earlobe. "As long as you know. Next time, don't stay so far away from me." Su Hua playfully rubbed his face. "Mr. Gu, you really are quite clingy." Despite her tone of complaint, her heart felt sweet. While others were entangled in divorce, quarreling and growing resentful, their relationship seemed to flourish amidst the turmoil. She nestled closer into his embrace, finding comfort in his warm and strong hold, which radiated a sense of security. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Su Hua woke late, thinking that Gu Baixian had already departed. As she stretched her back, her hand brushed against a firm, muscular body. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she was surprised to discover Gu Baixian still lying beside her. "Why haven't you left?" she asked, slightly astonished. Gu Baixian wrapped his arm around her, resting his forehead against hers. In a languid tone, he replied, "I postponed today's agenda. I'll accompany you back tonight." Su Hua chuckled in disbelief. "I have to wait for Xing Yuan to deliver the materials before I can leave, and I still need to seek Professor Gu's approval, which may not even be granted." "I'll make sure he approves," he assured her, his tone brooking no argument. Moreover, there was the matter of Huaxianxia wanting to take her as a disciple. She felt it necessary to discuss it with him, given its significance. "Once we return to Kyoto, I'll be quite busy. I've just taken on a new master who will teach me how to restore ancient ceramics," she informed him softly. Gu Baixian's expression darkened as he raised his eyelids. "Is it a man or a woman?" "A man," Su Hua answered truthfully. His gaze shifted, growing colder. "How old is he? Why is he taking you on as a disciple? Does he have ulterior motives?" His face remained impassive, but his tone betrayed his tension. Before she could respond, he decisively stated, "Cancel it." Su Hua smiled helplessly. "Look at you, forbidding me from this and that. You're quite the obstacle on my path to success." Gu Baixian fell silent for a moment, then gently tousled her hair. "You already have fame and fortune. What more do you desire?" "I wish to learn restoration techniques for ancient ceramics, bronzes, lacquerware, and timepieces. There is so much I want to master. I want to excel to the point where your father no longer dares to look down on me." The words spoken by Gu Outing resonated painfully in her heart. A humiliation she feared she would never forget. Gu Baixian's expression darkened further. He leaned down, tenderly kissing her eyes, and softly said, "Don't concern yourself with him. With the recent incident involving Chu Suasua, he'll be preoccupied for a while." Su Hua cut to the chase. The one wanting to take me as a disciple is Washianshu, the esteemed expert. Gu Baixian pondered for a moment before replying, he is acceptable, go ahead and learn. Su Hua raised an eyebrow, this is what you said. Once I truly become his disciple, you mustn't meddle or nitpick. Gu Baixian affectionately pinched her chin. I know Washianshu, and his character is reputable. Most importantly, he is over 80 years old and poses no threat. After saying this, he slid his hand down from her chin to her waist, squeezing gently, a gesture laden with undeniable intimacy. Leaning closer, he suggested, since you're not busy today, and I have no engagements, why don't we indulge in something more interesting? Su Hua felt herself weaken under his touch and retorted playfully. Wasn't it you who said you traveled a great distance for something else? Gu Baixian rolled on top of her, teasingly nibbling her nose before kissing her lips. Distractedly murmuring, last night was different, today is another matter. Su Hua fell silent, unable to argue at such a moment. Her mind was clouded by his kisses, leaving her feeling ethereal, as if walking among the clouds. Gu Baixian continued to kiss down her jawline, trailing to her pale shoulders, where he gently nipped, sending shivers through her. His fingers, seemingly celestial, caressed her waist, igniting soft sparks upon her skin. Su Hua's bright eyes began to glisten with warmth, her heart blooming like a garden of delicate flowers. Her fair cheeks flushed as she slowly closed her eyes, enveloped in the symphony of their intertwined breaths, drawing ever closer to the core of their shared delight. They finally rose from bed around noon, having skipped breakfast without feeling the pangs of hunger. The guest house had sent over meals early, which the bodyguards collected, refraining from disturbing the couple. After freshening up, they sat down to eat. Just as they finished, Gu Baixian's phone rang, an urgent call from his assistant. Mr. Gu, the man we apprehended the other night has gone mad, the assistant reported. Gu Baixian's expression darkened. Mad? Yes, the assistant confirmed. However, the police discovered 50,000 in cash in his cellar. After being released from prison 3 years ago, he has lived a life of idleness, relying on farming and occasional village events for pocket money. It's impossible for him to save 50,000. As they uncovered these details, it became clear that someone was pulling the strings behind Miao Meng. Gu Baixian furrowed his brow. Who has he been in contact with recently? There's no surveillance in the village, making it difficult to investigate. My team is interviewing his neighbors, but they seem fearful of him and claim ignorance. We checked his phone records, but there are no suspicious numbers. With him now mad, extracting information from him will be quite challenging. Gu Baixian clenched his phone tighter, pondering whether his madness was real or feigned. He truly seems insane, the assistant replied. According to the police, he keeps banging his head against the wall, shouting there are ghosts. There are ghosts, indicating he has been severely disturbed. Gu Baixian's gaze turned icy. What could have stirred him? The police didn't disclose the reason for his disturbance. Nor is it appropriate to investigate further, given that Mr. Gu Jinyao has previously assaulted him. Delving deeper may implicate him. We will discuss this upon my return. The assistant concluded. Gu Baixian ended the call, and by afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock, the day continued to unfold. Xin Yuan meticulously gathered the materials required for the restoration of the ancient silk painting and delivered them promptly. Professor Gu had also made prior arrangements. Su Huan and Gu Baixian departed from the guest house and took a car to the city for their flight. At 6 in the evening, the pair returned to Kyoto. Gu Baixian instructed the driver to take Su Huan home before he boarded another vehicle, heading directly to the Chu group. Upon knocking on the office door, he found Xu Yanru conferring with his assistant. Surprised by Gu Baixian's sudden appearance, which bore an ominous glare and a frosty demeanor, Xu Yanru gestured for his assistant to leave. Rising, he greeted warmly, Baixian, why did you not inform me of your visit in advance? I would have sent someone to receive you. Would you care for a drink? I can have someone prepare it. No need, replied Gu Baixian, his handsome face devoid of any semblance of a smile. The grin on Xu Yanru's lips faltered. Is there something you wish to discuss? Gu Baixian's icy gaze remained unwavering as he enunciated deliberately, Longyao Village, the guest house, Miao Meng. Xu Yanru was taken aback, what do you mean? Gu Baixian regarded him from a position of authority, stating, whether it was your doing or your wife's, this is your sole warning. should there be a recurrence. Do not blame me for being unkind to Chu Suasua. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Chu Yenru seething, nearly gasping for breath at the audacity of the encounter. Chapter 68, Fainting to the east while attacking the west. The more Chu Yenru pondered, the angrier he became. The Chu and Gu families had collaborated in business for decades, and this was the first time Gu Beixian had treated him with such disrespect. Even Gu Outing would usually show him some courtesy. Yet here was Gu Beixian, a mere junior, coming to his door and pointing fingers at him. Chu Yenru was furious to the point of feeling pain in his chest. He picked up his phone and called Huaqiru, asking, what happened at Longyao village? At the guest house, involving Miao Meng? You must know something. Huaqiru panicked for a moment. After several seconds, she forced herself to regain her composure and feigned calmness, saying, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Impatiently, Chu Yenru replied, you don't need to play coy with me. Huaqiru pretended to be clueless. I'm not playing coy. Chu Yenru stated bluntly, Suasua's left hand has been crushed, and her face is bruised. Now she is in detention. She has been harmed repeatedly, all because of that Su Huan. I know you care for Suasua and want revenge. But could you use your brain and be a bit more subtle? Don't let anyone catch on. Huaqiru was anxious, who could possibly guess? Who else but Gu Beixian? Huaqiru finally began to speak the truth, I've been quite clever, you know. I didn't lift a finger myself. I had someone else do it. Chu Yenru paused, whose hands did you use? Huaqiru averted her gaze, you don't need to worry about that. That person is quite skilled. Chu Yenru scoffed, if that person is so skilled, why did Gu Beixian come to warn me? After a moment of thought, Huaqiru replied. He must not have found any evidence and came to bluff you. If he had real evidence, he would have presented it directly. Don't panic. As long as we deny everything, he won't be able to do anything to us. Chu Yenru acknowledged her words and cautioned, clean up your mess. Don't let it affect the businesses of the Chu and Gu families. Don't worry, I'm aware of what to do. At the same time, Gu Beixian exited the Chu group. Once in his car, he called his assistant, inquiring, how many days will Chu Suasua be detained? The assistant responded. I've already spoken with the director, she can be detained for a maximum of half a month. The Chu family has also sought help. And it would have been easy to bail her out, but half a month is already quite generous. Gu Beixian grunted softly, instructing. Find 2 local thugs to keep an eye on Huaqiru. His voice was languid and unhurried, yet it carried an undercurrent of subtle menace. The assistant was taken aback. Was the Miao Meng case really orchestrated by Mrs. Chu? Gu Beixian's eyes turned cold, I can't think of anyone else aside from the 2 of them. Let us deal with it first. The assistant hesitated, understood, I'll find someone right away. Gu Beixian rubbed his brow, casually instructing, disguise it as a robbery. Then make a move. Be discreet, and don't leave any evidence, understood? Understood, Mr. Gu. 3 days later, at 8 in the evening, Huaqiru drove stealthily to a small residential area in the west of the city. After parking, she approached the back seat, pulled out a rose-red trench coat from her bag, donned it, put on oversized black sunglasses, let down her meticulously styled hair, and slipped into high heels. She took a moment to check her reflection in a mirror, satisfied that she was unrecognizable, before stepping out of the car and covering the license plate. Having completed her disguise, she confidently entered the community. Arriving at Building 3, on the 33rd floor, apartment 3303, she retrieved her keys from her bag and unlocked the door. This apartment was purchased in her mother's name and had remained vacant. She would only visit occasionally when necessary. The spacious living room was nearly devoid of furniture, with only a low tea table and a few cushions on the purple-gray carpet. A large bouquet of dried roses and lotus pods filled a white porcelain vase on the balcony. She kicked off her high heels, sat on the carpet, and touched up her makeup with lipstick and a mirror. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Huaqiru slipped back into her high heels, swayed her slender waist, and approached the door with alluring grace. Though she had given birth early and was only in her early 40s, her well-maintained appearance could easily pass for someone in their 30s. Her captivating fox-like eyes had a seductive allure that appealed to many middle-aged men. Upon opening the door, She found a man in his 40s standing outside, dressed in a dark blue casual outfit and wearing a mask. As he entered, he removed the mask to reveal a reasonably handsome face, with an elongated shape and a stubbly chin. This was her lover, Suaren, the very professional she had mentioned. Huaqiru leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his waist and cooing, Gubeixian must have guessed it was me or my husband. He came to my husband's company to bluff him the other day. Darling, have you taken care of everything? Suaren closed the door and pecked her lips. You can trust me. When will Sua be released? That child has been spoiled since she was little and has never faced hardships. I'm so worried about her being detained. Don't rush, Suaren said, guiding her towards the balcony. I've used my connections, but the upper management is strict. She'll be out in half a month at most. Don't worry, it's just detention. With my help, she'll be fine. You must take good care of Sua, don't let anyone bully her. Of course, I'll treat her like my own daughter. Suaren playfully pinched her rear. Huaqiru shot him a flirtatious glance, that's more like it. They reached the floor-to-ceiling window, where a thick wool carpet lay scattered with colorful cushions. Suaren drew the sheer white curtains before playfully pushing Huaqiru against the glass. He removed her rose-red trench coat and skillfully lifted the hem of her skirt. 40 minutes later, Huaqiru lay blushing in Suaren's embrace, her fingers tracing his thigh as she gasped for breath. Suaren teasingly squeezed her waist, asking, "Who is better, me or your husband?" Huaqiru rolled her eyes. Of course, it's you. You're a whole 10 years younger than him. Well, you're so wild and insatiable, how could that old man satisfy you? I'll come and feed you more often. He nestled his face into her neck. Huaqiru squirmed, playfully pushing him away. You naughty boy. What do you think? Am I better, or is your wife? Definitely you. My wife is like a wooden block. No matter what you do, she doesn't make a sound. Huaqiru raised an eyebrow. And what about me? Suaren grinned mischievously. You're a vixen. Both flirtatious and wanton. How dare you, Suaren? I'll show you. Huaqiru pouted, reaching to pinch his flesh. Suaren dodged playfully, laughing as he held her hand. I meant it as a compliment, it's just another way to say you're enchanting and captivating. Huaqiru gave him a look. Now that's more like it. They lay on the soft carpet, laughing and teasing each other. After a while, they indulged again, until Suaren was left panting. Huaqiru finally relented, satisfied, and got dressed to leave. After she departed, Suaren rested for half an hour before gathering the strength to leave. Instead of heading directly home, Huaqiru stopped by her usual beauty salon for treatments, massages, and oil treatments. She had used this excuse to come out tonight. Not doing so would have raised suspicions. After completing her entire routine, it was nearly 11 o'clock. As she drove home, her mood was notably cheerful. The body, lavishly nourished by both a man and exquisite imported cosmetics, exudes an intoxicating fragrance. The face glistens with an alluring sheen, while the eyes radiate a seductive moisture. Such a visage is born only from the experience of corporeal infidelity. Huaqiru, with delicate hands grasping the steering wheel, hums a cheerful tune, reveling in the moment. As she traverses the sparsely populated Binjiang Avenue, an old van unexpectedly surges from behind, overtaking her, and abruptly slams to a halt a mere 30 to 40 meters ahead. Chapter 69, Reaping the Consequences. Huaqiru was taken aback, her foot instinctively slamming down on the brake. The shrill screech of tires pierced the air, a sound that sent pain reverberating through her eardrums. She narrowly avoided a collision. Trembling, she leaned over the steering wheel, her heart racing uncontrollably as she pressed her palm against her chest, gasping for breath. Fear and anger coursed through her veins, a tempest of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Yet, the owner of the van remained silent, offering no sign of remorse or apology. Fuming, Huaqiru rolled down her window and shouted at the vehicle ahead. How dare you drive like that? Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? If you wish to throw your life away, just say so. The van's interior was shrouded in silence, no one responding to her outburst. Accustomed to being pampered, she could hardly bear such indignity, especially from someone behind the wheel of a dilapidated van. The audacity of it infuriated her. Overcome by rage, Huaqiru lost her rationality. Without a second thought, She flung open her car door and approached the van, pounding on its door with a force that echoed loudly. Get out. Apologize to me. You must give me an explanation tonight, or I shall not hold back. Before she could gather her thoughts, both doors of the van swung open simultaneously. In an instant, her vision blurred as something was thrown over her head. She was dragged into a shadowy corner by two men. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Help. She screamed, panic rising within her. A fist connected with her face, and stars danced before her eyes. The more she yelled, the more ferociously they struck her, raining down blows upon her head and body, even kicking her. Eventually, silence enveloped her as she lay still, the weight atop her head revealing a man's coat, reeking of cheap cigarettes and sweat. She could discern two men, their heavy accents indicating they were likely in their 20s or 30s. The pungent odor around her suggested they were near a garbage bin. Her designer attire was ruthlessly torn away, leaving her exposed to the cool night air. Embarrassment and fury surged within her. When had she ever been so brutally assaulted by the refuse of society? The elegance of her carefully maintained appearance, the expensive clothing, the jewelry worth millions, her meticulously cared-for body, all rendered worthless in this moment. She felt akin to a plucked hen, subjected to degradation beside a refuse heap. The once fragrant essence of her being had turned rancid and limp, a stark contrast to her usual grace. The word disgrace could scarcely encompass her current state. Time seemed to stretch interminably before the two men finally released her, retreating to their van and speeding away. Exhausted, Wakiru lay on the cold concrete, struggling to rise. Pain coursed through her, a deep ache that felt as if her very bones were being dismantled. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to remove the coat from her head and searched for her phone, but it was nowhere to be found. Clearly, the two men had stolen it. Her diamond ring, luxury watch, bracelet, diamond necklace, and earrings were all gone, as was her clothing and car keys. Staring up at the sky, tears of despair welled in her eyes. When discovered, she would be half-naked, sprawled beside the garbage, a living embodiment of a frozen chicken displayed in a supermarket. Her pallid form and vacant gaze spoke about her hopelessness. Upon reaching the hospital, examinations revealed a fractured rib, numerous lacerations, and a mild concussion. The doctor insisted on notifying the authorities, but she vehemently objected, mortified at the thought. When Chu Yanru received the call and arrived at the hospital, his expression darkened upon seeing her in such a wretched state. His blood pressure skyrocketed in fury. Call the police. Capture those scoundrels. I will have their skin peeled off and their tendons extracted, he bellowed. Wakiru wept, shaking her head vehemently. No, please. Let it go. I cannot afford such disgrace. If the police are involved, this will escalate beyond control, and I will never be able to face the world again. Just prior to the incident, she had been intimate with Suaren. Complications during childbirth had left her infertile, and she had not taken precautions. If the police were to investigate, they might uncover Suaren's DNA within her, exposing their affair. Suaren had a family, a respectable job. Although he held a modest position, his financial status paled in comparison to Chu Yanru's. Living as a lover was one thing, living as a husband was entirely different. She was accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy matron and had no desire to endure hardship alongside him. Unable to report the crime or seek vengeance, she felt suffocated, a storm of resentment brewing within her. In the hospital room, he paced restlessly before halting to inquire, "Who do you think did this?" Wakiru. Her eyes swollen and red, shook her head repeatedly. "I have no idea." Was it Gu Baixian? Chu Yanru queried, recalling the warning he had received at work. Wakiru buried her face in her hands, sobbing. "I truly don't know. Those men stole my jewelry and phone, they must have intended to rob me. I have no answers. I just want to die." After a long pause, Chu Yanru furrowed his brow in contemplation. "It likely wasn't him," he concluded. Wakiru ceased her tears, looking at him with suspicion. "Why do you say that? If it were him, he wouldn't have warned me beforehand." That would be a foolish admission. He is far too astute to make such a blunder. In that moment, clarity washed over Wakiru. It was not Gu Baixian behind this, it had to be Suaren's wife. The thought of that wooden-faced woman ignited a dark resolve within her. She vowed silently that she would not rest until she avenged this humiliation. Meanwhile, at Ryu Bay, Gu Baixian's phone vibrated with a notification. He picked it up. Glancing at the message from his assistant, Mr. Gu, the matter has been handled swiftly and efficiently. His eyes narrowed. His expression cool and detached as he replied with a simple, With a light touch, he deleted the message and tossed the phone onto the bedside table. Lying back down, he gently pulled the sleeping Su Huan into his embrace, his gaze softening as he admired her serene features. His eyes traced over her chin, lips, and eyes before he lowered his head to place a tender kiss on her smooth forehead, whispering silently in his heart, "I have avenged you." Chapter 70, a glance filled with emotion. A week later, Su Hua successfully restored the ancient silk painting. Following this, she called Xing Yuan to arrange for someone to collect it and deliver it to the museum where it would be exhibited in the future. The thought of visiting the museum and seeing the painting she had restored, with her name inscribed in the restoration section, filled her with a profound sense of honor. This artwork would endure through generations. She envisioned taking her future child to the museum, proudly stating, "This is a work by your mother." The mere thought of it brought her a sense of accomplishment. As she contemplated the idea of having children, Su Hua unconsciously placed her hand on her flat abdomen. They had been trying to conceive for some time, yet success had eluded them. However, she understood that such matters could not be rushed. In the near future, she would study ancient ceramic restoration under Hua Tianshou, a lengthy and arduous process that could not be mastered in a short span. Su Hua arranged to meet Shen Huai to discuss her resignation. Grateful for his care over the years, she decided to treat him to dinner before her departure. They went to a hot pot restaurant. Once the pot began to boil, Su Hua added lamb slices, while Shen Huai contributed shrimp balls, beef balls, and tofu. The ingredients bubbled in the aromatic broth, enticing their appetites. However, as the pot simmered, Su Hua hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Through the rising steam, she looked at Shen Huai with an apologetic gaze and said, "Shen Xiao, I wish to resign." Shen Huai paused, his hand faltering. A momentary stiffness in his expression as he asked, "Have I done something wrong?" Surprised, Su Hua replied, "What? No, that's not it." His reaction was unexpected. Noticing her confusion, Shen Huai quickly elaborated, "After Su Auntie suggested I pursue you and you declined, I feared you might feel uncomfortable. For some time, I have tried to maintain my distance." "Is that why you wish to resign?" Understanding dawned on Su Hua, and she smiled gently, "That's not the reason. I want to learn ancient ceramic restoration. Consequently, I cannot manage my work at Gubiozai." She offered, "I can forego my salary and work for free for another month to ease your search for a replacement." Shen Huai secretly sighed in relief. He picked up a piece of lamb and began to eat slowly, using the moment to compose his thoughts on how to navigate this situation. He was reluctant to let her go for both personal and professional reasons. After several minutes, he finally said, "Pursue whatever you wish to learn. Your position at Gubiozai will be held for you. There isn't much work throughout the year. When there's work, you can come back. And we'll split the profits, 70 for you, 30 for me." Su Hua found herself in a dilemma. However, upon reflection, his proposal made sense. Retaining her position could lead to a mutually beneficial arrangement. Reluctant to decline his kindness, she pondered before saying, "The profit share is too high. You have expenses and costs to consider. Let us do this, I want to take a salary, and we'll split the work evenly." With a smile, Shen Huai replied, "It's not easy to find a skilled conservator. Technically, you're just lending your name, yet I would still owe you a salary. Since you're waiving it, let us make it 80 for you, 20 for me." Su Hua felt a bit embarrassed, it seemed excessively generous. "That's too high," she protested. "It's not. The painting you helped identify for Old Shui saved our shop millions. I haven't properly thanked you for that." Unable to withstand his insistence, she finally acquiesced. Just as they had taken a few bites, Su Hua's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, it was Gu Baixian. Concerned he might be upset or jealous, she had already informed him about her dinner with Shen Huai. It was surprising that he called so soon after they had begun eating. With an apologetic smile, she said, "I'll step outside to take this call." Shen Huai looked at her with gentle eyes, "Go ahead." Su Hua picked up her phone and walked outside. Once connected. Gu Baixian inquired in a neutral tone, haven't you finished eating yet? Su Hua checked the time and replied. It's only been 20 minutes since we entered the restaurant. We're having hot pot, ordering, serving, and waiting for the broth to boil all take time. Who can finish in 20 minutes? Realizing he had no ground to stand on, Gu Baixian shifted the topic. Have you discussed your resignation? I have. He said he would hold my position and that when there's work, I can come back, with a profit split of 80 to 20. Gu Baixian's demeanor cooled slightly. If you can resign, you should. He does not have your best interests at heart. Su Hua couldn't help but laugh. Gu Zong, you're being unreasonable. With an arched brow, Gu Baixian retorted, how so? You forbid me from seeing this person or that, and I'm not even allowed to travel for work. Your possessiveness is stifling. I am an independent person, I need to work and socialize normally, not revolve around you every day. Gu Baixian remained silent for a moment before responding with a wry smile, I'm quite open-minded. I didn't stop you from studying under Hua Tianshou. That's only because he's over 80, Su Hua chuckled. Fine, you're handsome, so you must be right. I've cancelled my evening engagements. I'll pick you up downstairs shortly, so hurry and finish your meal. Su Hua acknowledged with a hum before ending the call. She settled the bill at the front desk and returned to the table to continue dining with Shen Huai. After just a few bites, another WeChat notification from Gu Baixian appeared, a simple smiley face. He had never used emojis before and rarely messaged, he preferred phone calls for any matters. Su Hua glanced at it but chose not to respond. She realized she had been too indulgent with Gu Baixian, allowing his spoiled demeanor to flourish unchecked. Determined to be firmer moving forward, she resolved not to coddle him any longer. After finishing their meal, Su Hua gathered her belongings and stood up. And they descended the stairs together. As they exited the hot pot restaurant, Shen Huai's gaze lingered on Su Hua, tinged with a hidden reluctance. Would you like a ride home? With a faint smile, she declined, no, someone is picking me up. Shen Huai looked at her, hesitating as if he had more to say. Su Hua, interpreting this as a matter of business, asked, is there something else, Shen Xiao? His gaze averted slightly, he replied. Nothing. With a soft smile, Su Hua said, then, goodbye. Goodbye. As they exchanged farewells, his gaze remained affixed upon her, reluctant to part. There was an unmistakable air of unspoken affection in his eyes. Though Su Hua possessed an exceptional talent for restoring ancient artworks, she was somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart. Not wishing to overthink it, she refrained from assuming that Shen Huai harbored feelings for her and turned to leave. At that moment, a sleek black luxury car pulled up, and a tall, handsome man emerged from the vehicle, striding directly toward her. Just as Su Hua was about to speak, Gu Baixian placed his hand on her shoulder, casting a cool, indifferent glance at Shen Huai. Thank you, Shen Xiao, for your appreciation of my wife, but we are not lacking. Su Hua gently touched his arm, signaling him to cease. Upon hearing the word wife, the light in Shen Huai's eyes dimmed instantly, replaced by a hint of sadness as he looked at Su Hua, as if seeking confirmation. Caught off guard by Gu Baixian's sudden declaration, which seemed to assert his claim, Su Hua realized he had likely been holding back this statement for some time. With circumstances as they were, there was no need for further concealment. She offered Shen Huai an apologetic smile and explained, previously, my husband and I were in the process of divorcing due to some special circumstances. I prefer not to disclose personal matters widely, which is why I referred to him as a relative. Shen Huai forced a smile, that's all right. So, are you no longer separating? Before Su Hua could respond, Gu Baixian wrapped his arms around her, declaring, of course not. Our relationship is quite strong. Shen Huai let out a bitter laugh and said to Su Hua, goodbye. Goodbye. As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Baixian took her hand, leading her toward the car. They climbed in, and the driver started the engine. Su Hua sat quietly, her lips slightly pursed, revealing no discernible emotion. Gu Baixian raised his hand to gently tousle her hair, studying her expression, and feigned ignorance as he inquired, why are you unhappy? Su Hua, caught between laughter and tears, responded, what more can I do to feel happy? Then smile for me, he urged. Su Hua managed a half-hearted smile, lifting the corners of her lips. Seeing her smile, Gu Baixian felt a secret sense of relief and remarked, When you are in front of Hua Tianshou, do not mention your marriage, and certainly do not speak my name. Su Hua was taken aback. Why? It was rather peculiar that someone who seemed eager to assert ownership over every man around her would suddenly avoid Hua Tianshou. Gu Beixian, with a hint of profundity, replied. You will understand in due time. It was only 2 or 3 months later that Su Hua uncovered the reason, finding herself unable to refrain from admiring his cunning nature. Chapter 71, A New Skill. On this day, Su Hua rose early. The driver took her to Tianshou Pavilion, located in the antique market. Tianshou Pavilion is an antique shop operated by Hua Tianshou, specializing in official kiln porcelain, gold and stone jade artifacts, and literary paintings. Today was a propitious day chosen by him, suitable for apprenticeship. The older generation is particularly meticulous about such matters. As a result, he had specially invited a witness. Qi Baisong. When the auspicious hour arrived, Hua Tianshou sat in his office's Wangwali-wood armchair. Qi Baisong announced in a clear voice, the apprenticeship ceremony begins. Su Hua held the ceremonial tablet, reciting the formalities, and after completing her reading, she performed a deep bow to Hua Tianshou and presented him with tea as part of the ceremony. After sipping the tea she offered, Hua Tianshou set the cup aside and pulled out a red envelope from his pocket, handing it to her. Surprised, Su Hua did not expect that as her master, he would also give her a red envelope. Thank you, master, she said respectfully as she accepted it. The envelope was substantial and filled generously. She placed it in her bag and, in turn, took out another red envelope from her bag, presenting it to Hua Tianshou with utmost reverence. This envelope contained a card prepared by Gu Beixian, amounting to 1 million, with the password written on it beforehand. Hua Tianshou stroked his beard, eyeing the envelope but did not accept it. Taking you as my apprentice is purely a matter of affinity. Skills are not inherently ours. We cannot take them with us after death. My descendants have little interest in learning, so if I can pass this on to you, it is our destiny. Su Hua cast a pleading glance towards Qi Baisong, silently asking for his assistance. Qi Baisong chuckled and took the envelope, firmly placing it in Hua Tianshou's hand. We know you are not short on money, but this is a token of appreciation from Su Hua. By learning this craft from you, she will earn even more in the future. Unable to refuse, Hua Tianshou accepted it with a smile. Following this, Su Hua began her studies under him. With her foundation, she quickly grasped the techniques. The process of restoring ancient ceramics and ancient paintings was quite similar. Both began with cleaning, followed by restoration. Once the ancient porcelain was fully assembled, she would proceed to apply base colors and decorative glazes. The art of ancient ceramic restoration is a unique creative endeavor that integrates modeling, sculpture, color, calligraphy, painting, and chemistry. While technical skill is paramount, one must also possess an artistic sensitivity to color and form. Su Hua had learned the restoration of ancient paintings from her grandfather since childhood, excelling particularly in painting replicas. Demonstrating a keen artistic sensitivity, Hua Tianshou took her as a pupil, recognizing her innate talent. He imparted to Su Hua the fundamental steps of ancient ceramic restoration and left her to practice while he went downstairs to drink tea with familiar patrons. As Su Hua was engaged in cleaning an old ceramic piece for practice, a shop assistant approached her, stating that Hua Laosher requested her presence. Setting aside her task and washing her hands, she descended to the first floor. Hua Tianshou pointed to a guest holding a Qing dynasty dragon-patterned vase and said, Now, Master will teach you how to appraise antiques. Take a look at this dragon vase and see if it is a genuine piece. Genuine piece is a term used in the antique trade, meaning it is authentic. As Su Hua approached to examine the vase, she found the man familiar. With close-cropped hair, a darker complexion, and striking features, it was Gu Jingyao. Mr. Gu, what a surprise to see you here, she exclaimed. Upon seeing Su Hua, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Jinyao's eyes, though he maintained an impassive demeanor. With a subtle smile, he inquired, What brings you to Hua Laosher's shop? I remember you worked at Gubiozai before. Su Hua smiled, I just became an apprentice under Hua Laosher today. Gu Jinyao's surprise deepened, not long ago. I sought to apprentice under him, but he refused. It seems you have a special charm. Hua Tianshou, stroking his beard, replied leisurely. Taking on an apprentice is all about affinity. The moment I saw Su Hua, I knew she was meant to be my disciple. Gu Jinyao smirked slightly, as you say. Master. Su Hua, come take a closer look at this dragon vase. Of course. Su Hua donned the white gloves provided by the shop, carefully accepting the dragon vase from him and placing it on the velvet cloth of the counter. She picked up a magnifying glass and began her examination earnestly, stating, "This dragon vase boasts an elegant shape and rich glaze color. The dragon depicted is intricately painted, with scales rendered vividly, indicating the skill of the artist." After inspecting the base, she noted it was from the Kangxi era, with the inscription in regular script. The aging marks on the bottom appeared quite natural. It should be a genuine piece, she concluded. Although she was still new to ancient porcelain, her expertise in restoring ancient paintings allowed her to discern the craftsmanship and glaze quality, leading her to a reasonable conclusion. Hua Tianzhou's eyes lit up, giving her a thumbs up, praising, "Look at my apprentice. On her first day, she is already ready to graduate." Su Hua chuckled, "Master, please don't tease me. I was merely speaking off the cuff." The group settled down for tea. Gu Jingyao had to leave, explaining he brought the vase because it had a crack at the mouth and sought Hua Tianzhou's restoration skills. Su Hua recalled the painting of the withered tree and cold crow she had completed for him, conveniently stored in the trunk of her car. It was the perfect opportunity to present it to him. Standing up, she said, "Let me see you off." Gu Jinyao's stern brow softened as he gazed at her, replying, "All right." They walked out together, with Su Hua reaching the rear of the car, retrieving the keys to open the trunk. Bending down, she picked up the carefully rolled painting and handed it to Gu Jinyao. As he reached to take it, their fingertips brushed, sending a tingling sensation through her. It felt as if an electric current had surged through her heart. He stood momentarily stunned, unable to move, his gaze on Su Hua filled with profound tenderness, as if he was captivated by her presence. Affection cannot be concealed. While those involved may remain oblivious, onlookers can see it all too clearly. Nearby, the driver, who stood smoking under a tree, witnessed this moment and quickly snapped a photo, sending it to Gu Baixian as instructed. Gu Baixian, seated at his desk reviewing documents, received the notification sound from WeChat. Picking up his phone, he opened the message and briefly scanned the photo, his expression remarkably calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion, save for a hint of faint mockery in his eyes. Setting the phone down, he resumed reviewing the unfinished document, signing his name with flourish before suddenly sweeping all the papers off his desk to the floor. Chapter 72, Father and daughter meet. The documents cascaded to the floor, producing a resounding clatter. The secretary, carrying a cup of coffee, knocked and entered the room, startled to find herself face to face with Gu Baixian. She hastily placed the coffee on the desk and bent down to retrieve the scattered papers. As she set them back on the table, she cautiously observed Gu Baixian's expression. Though his demeanor remained impassive, his gaze was cold and brooding, akin to a tranquil sea concealing turbulent undercurrents, capable of unleashing a tempest at any moment. The secretary dared not utter a word, proceeding with utmost caution as she said, "President Gu, your coffee." Gu Baixian merely lifted his eyelids, his steely gaze flickering briefly at the coffee cup, yet he offered no response. Holding her breath, the secretary tiptoed toward the exit, fearful that even the slightest sound could provoke him further. After a few steps, she heard Gu Baixian pick up his phone and dial a number. His voice soft and soothing as he inquired, "How was your first day of apprenticeship?" The gentleness of his tone was almost palpable. The secretary found herself momentarily frozen, unable to discern the response from the other end. Gu Baixian smiled faintly, proclaiming, "Our Hua Hua is remarkable, she can appraise treasures on her very first day." His tone was imbued with a tenderness that transcended that of romantic partners, resembling more the affectionate manner of a young father speaking to his daughter. The secretary was taken aback, certain she must have misheard. The man she had seen moments earlier, on the verge of fury, had transformed into someone so gentle and indulgent with just a phone call. It was utterly perplexing. She discreetly noted the name Hua Hua in her mind, contemplating the necessity of treating her with utmost care should they ever cross paths again. This individual was undoubtedly significant, someone one could not afford to offend. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tian Show Pavilion, Su Hua spoke into her phone to Gu Baixian, urging him, "Remember to drink plenty of water and limit your coffee intake. Too much coffee can disrupt your sleep." He complied, lifting the cup from the table and pouring its contents into the trash bin. Setting the empty cup on the coffee table, he suggested, "It's almost noon, shall we have lunch together?" Su-hwa smiled warmly, replying, "No need. I'll just grab a quick bite nearby." "Very well, then I'll take you out for dinner tonight." "It's your first day of apprenticeship, we ought to celebrate," he insisted. "All right." Su-hwa agreed before hanging up. Gu Jingyao stood nearby, silently absorbing the exchange. His expression remained inscrutable, but internally he was a maelstrom of emotions. Su-hwa tucked her phone into her pocket and turned to him, smiling, "Mr. Gu, have you opened the painting? Are you satisfied?" With a slight smile, Gu Jingyao replied, "I am well aware of your artistic talent, there's no need for me to look." "Then I shall be on my way back to the shop," she stated. "Yes. Go ahead," he replied, his gaze lingering on her. His eyes were striking, reminiscent of a noble steed, bright and moist, brimming with emotion, starkly contrasting with his otherwise stoic exterior. Unfortunately, Su-hwa failed to notice. As she turned to walk back to the shop, her phone rang again. Assuming it was Gu Beixian. She checked her phone only to find it was a neighbor from her mother's community. Stopping in her tracks, she answered, "Aunt Wang, is something the matter?" The neighbor's voice was frantic, "Xiaohua, there's a commotion at your mother's house, shouting and crashing sounds. I've knocked for a while but no one answered. Do you have a key? Please come back quickly." Su-hua's heart raced, "All right. I'm on my way." After hanging up, she urgently called her driver, instructing, "I need to go to my mother's house, hurry back." The driver, who had been smoking in the shade nearby, immediately tossed aside his cigarette and rushed toward her. Gu Jingyao, having overheard, approached her, concern etched on his face. "What happened?" "Let me take you," he offered. Despite her worry for her mother, Su-hua hesitated to impose further and politely declined, "No need, the driver can take me home." Gu Jingyao fell silent for a moment. He retrieved a small, intricately designed silver dagger from his pocket and pressed it into her hand, saying, "Take this, at least it will offer some protection in case of danger." Su-hua shook her head, "I don't want it." He took her hand, insisting, "It's merely a dagger. You gifted me a painting, I ought to return the favor. Besides, I dislike being indebted to others." With that, he turned and walked away. Not wanting to overthink, Su-hua accepted the dagger and headed into the shop. After greeting Hua Tianshou, she grabbed her bag and exited to find the driver had just arrived. Once inside the vehicle, she incessantly dialed her mother's number. But though the call connected, no one answered. Clenching her phone tightly, her expression remained calm, yet her eyes betrayed her anxiety. As they waited at a red light, the driver sent a message to Gu Beixian, "President Gu, the young Madame's mother is in urgent trouble." Half an hour later, Su-hua arrived at her mother's house. Before even reaching the door, she could hear the cacophony of crashing and shouting within, the scolding of a man and her mother's furious retorts. Fearing for her mother's safety, Su-hua hurriedly unlocked the door and pushed it open. Inside, the living room was in disarray, shattered cups, cushions, and fruit littered the floor, while furniture was haphazardly pushed aside. Su Peilon appeared disheveled, her hair a mess and her clothing askew. A strange man stood there, menacingly demanding, "Give me 500,000. Or don't blame me for being rude." With red-rimmed eyes, Su Peilon countered defiantly, "You might as well give up on that thought. I won't give you a single cent." Their argument escalated so fiercely that they remained oblivious to Su-hua's entrance. Su-hua fixed her icy gaze upon the man and raised her voice, "Who are you? Why are you causing a scene in our home?" Both turned to face her. Upon seeing the man clearly, Su-hua noted he appeared to be in his 50s, with a square face, graying hair at the temples, and intense features that suggested he had once been quite handsome. However, age had taken its toll, leaving his face swollen, with pronounced bags under his eyes and red veins creeping at the corners. His fury rendered him quite fearsome. Recognizing Su-hua, Su Peilon's eyes momentarily widened in alarm. She hurried over to her, pulling her aside and whispering, "What are you doing here? Who sent you?" Su-hua replied, "Aunt Wang from next door called to say there was a fight at home." "I'm fine, but you need to leave." Su Peilon attempted to push her away. Su-hua stood her ground, scrutinizing her mother for injuries. Noticing her disheveled hair, she tucked it behind her ear and asked, "Mom, who is he?" Why is he demanding 500,000? Do you owe him money? Just as Su Peilon was about to respond, the man scoffed, I am your father. My surname is Ding Lai. You don't even know your own father? Su Peilon shot him a furious glare. What kind of father claims a child when he hasn't cared for her a day in his life? Have you ever paid a cent in child support? How shameless. Su Hua stood in shock, staring intently at the man named Ding Lai. So this was her father. Since childhood. She had fantasized countless times about what he might look like, envious of her peers who had fathers while she did not. She often asked her mother. Where is my father? Her mother would respond coldly, claiming he was dead. In her innocence, she believed it and even ventured into the willow woods behind the village to search for his grave, shedding tears at an unmarked tomb. As she grew older, she learned that her parents had divorced long ago. Now, she finally met her father, but under such dire circumstances. Remarkably, Su Hua felt an unexpected calmness wash over her. She was not excited, merely a touch melancholic. It turns out that father is like this, harsh and devoid of warmth, entirely unlike her imagination. Su Peilon, seeing her remain quiet and silent, gently caresses her face and says, You need not concern yourself with him. You are solely my daughter, he is of no consequence. Ding Lai scoffs, Su Peilon, remember to transfer the money to my account. Beyond that, there is no need for further discussion. Su Peilon interrupts him sharply, I will not. Ding Lai furrows his brow and threatens, if you dare refuse, just wait and see. Su Peilon steps forward, grasping his arm and pushing him out, commanding, get out. You must leave. Ding Lai, having not received the money, refuses to depart. Amidst their pushing and shoving, a scuffle ensues. No matter how fierce Su Peilon is, she is ultimately a woman and cannot match Ding Lai's strength. Seeing her mother being bullied, Su Huan rushes to her defense. Su Peilon, fearing for her daughter's safety, quickly pulls her behind herself. The driver also enters to assist. In the midst of their struggle, Ding Lai's fist swings askew and thuds painfully against Su Huan's nose. A wave of excruciating pain washes over her, accompanied by a sharp sting, as she instinctively covers her nose. A rush of warmth flows from her nostrils. She raises her hand to wipe her nose, revealing her palm drenched in vivid crimson. The pain is overwhelming, causing her vision to blur and cold sweat to cascade down her face. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock is heard. With a click, the door swings open. Gu Beixian strides in purposefully. Upon entering, he is met with the sight of Su Huan's bloodied face, the vibrant red shocking his gaze. In an instant, his mind erupts in fury. His brows furrow, and his handsome features darken as he demands, who did this? Su Peilon, with a swift motion of her finger, points at Ding Lai, exclaiming, it was this scoundrel who struck her. Chapter 73, A vicious confrontation with the scoundrel. Father Gu Beixian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Ding Lai. His handsome face was so dark it seemed capable of squeezing water from it, exuding an aura of icy menace. Ding Lai felt utterly exposed under his scrutinizing glare. Panic setting in as he realized this was his first formal encounter with Gu Beixian, a man of overwhelming presence and fury. Ding Lai's mind went blank, his legs weakened, instinctively urging him to flee. He turned to run, but as he passed Gu Beixian, he was seized by the arm and forcefully slammed against the wall. The impact echoed with a resounding thud as Ding Lai's back collided with the hard surface, pain causing cold sweat to break out on his brow. Gu Beixian grasped his collar, raising a fist that struck Ding Lai squarely on the nose. A searing pain shot through him, stars exploding in his vision, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. Before he could comprehend the situation, another punch landed heavily on the side of his face, nearly blinding him. Struggling to escape, Ding Lai found himself at a disadvantage, as Gu Beixian towered over him, his refined appearance belying an extraordinary strength. Ding Lai's efforts were futile. The prospect of leaving empty-handed while losing his life was terrifying. In desperation, he shouted at Su Peilon, you must make him let me go. Otherwise, I will, but his threat was cut short by another blow from Gu Beixian, distorting his mouth. Su Peilon, holding a bloodied towel while tending to Su Hua's nose, couldn't contain her glee at Ding Lai's battered state. Look at you now. You thought you were so capable, didn't you? Faced with my son-in-law, and yet here you are. Utterly defeated. Ding, apart from bullying women, what else can you do? Ding Lai, with his swollen eyes, turned to Su Hua, who sat on the sofa with her head slightly tilted back. Xiao Hua, please listen to me. In a swift motion, Su Peilon lunged forward, forcefully slapping the bloodied towel against his puffy face. Ding Lai immediately bit his tongue in pain. Shut your filthy mouth. Say another word, and I swear I'll make you pay. As she continued to strike him with the towel, Ding Lai seethed with anger, attempting to retaliate against Su Peilon but was swiftly kicked down by Gu Beixian. He crashed to the hard floor with a loud thud, pain blurring his vision. Terrified of Gu Beixian, he redirected his fury towards Su Peilon. Don't push me. If you do, I can do anything. Fearing his desperation, Su Peilon hesitated before imploring Gu Beixian. Beixian, let him go. Don't dirty your hands with him. Gu Beixian grunted in acknowledgement, casting a glance at Su Hua. Seeing her nose reddened and her clothes stained with blood, his heart tightened in anguish. Her immediate need was to get to the hospital. He raised his foot and kicked Ding Lai's leg, commanding, get lost. Ding Lai grimaced in pain, struggling to rise as he leaned against the wall, limping away. Gu Beixian strode purposefully to Su Hua, saying, let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. Su Hua shook her head, insisting she would be fine as the bleeding had stopped. Gu Beixian bent down, cupping her chin to examine her injury. Your nose is red. And you've lost so much blood, how can you say it's nothing? We need to go to the hospital for a scan to check for any fractures. Su Peilon chimed in, yes, we must go. If there are any lasting effects, my daughter's beautiful face could be ruined. Reluctantly, Su Hua agreed. As Gu Beixian leaned to scoop her up, she gently pushed him away, asserting, I can walk on my own. Nevertheless, he disregarded her protest and lifted her effortlessly. Striding toward the door, Su Peilon watched their retreating figures with a satisfied smile, hurrying to open the door for them. Once outside, she approached her deceased mother's portrait. Bowing deeply with a choked voice, Mother, please bless this couple to remain happy together. With red-rimmed eyes, she lit incense before locking the door and hastening to catch up with Gu Beixian and Su Hua. The trio climbed into the car, where Gu Beixian inquired. Who was that man? Why did he attack you? With a self-deprecating smile, Su Hua replied, he is my father. Gu Beixian's surprise was evident. Your father? This was his first encounter with Ding Lai, and he was taken aback by the man's disgraceful demeanor. Su Hua affirmed softly. Gu Beixian snorted derisively. Such a man is unworthy of the title father. Seated in the front passenger seat, Su Peilon expressed her disdain. He is not worthy of being called Xiao Hua's father. He is nothing but a beast. Su Hua, puzzled, asked, Mom, why did he ask you for 5 million? Su Peilon averted her gaze, explaining. He lost money in business and is buried in debt, with nowhere else to turn. Su Hua pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she pressed tissue against her bleeding nose. After a moment of quiet, Su Peilon suddenly recalled something and urged, Xiao Hua, if he comes asking for money, do not give him any. No matter what excuses he conjures, refuse him. That beast speaks nothing but lies, do not believe a word he says, understood? Su Hua nodded in compliance. In the past, whenever she broached the subject of her father, Su Peilon would evade the conversation, growing agitated with repeated inquiries. Today, hearing her mother speak of him was a rare occurrence, prompting Su Hua to ask, Mom, why did you two divorce? The mention of this topic ignited Su Peilon's fury. That scoundrel cheated during our marriage and had a child with his mistress while keeping it from me. Before the divorce, he even transferred assets secretly, including the house your grandpa bought for me. What kind of beast would I keep around? Su Hua's heart sank, all remaining affection for her father evaporating. She had encountered scoundrels before, but none compared to this one. Indeed, he was the epitome of a beast. No, even beasts possess some semblance of humanity. When Gu Beixian proposed divorce, he at least offered her a substantial settlement, treating her with kindness and never laying a finger on her. In stark contrast, Ding Lai's actions were beyond despicable. After so many years of separation, he still sought money and even resorted to violence against his ex-wife. Having never realized this before, Su Hua now found herself appreciating Gu Beixian all the more. She leaned against him instinctively, her hand resting atop his. This touch was laden with layers of emotion. Gu Beixian grasped her hand in return, gently stroking her hair, his voice softening. Does your nose still hurt? Su Hua rested her head on his shoulder, responding, it's bearable. Observing their exchange, Su Peilan smiled, remarking, compared to Ding Lai, my son-in-law is simply heavenly. Aside from having a materialistic father and a troublesome ex-girlfriend, he has few flaws. Her words, however, were rather blunt. The driver, overhearing, broke into a cold sweat, silently sympathizing with Su Peilan. Su Hua, concerned that Gu Beixian might take offense, quickly said, my mom speaks her mind, please don't take it to heart. Gu Beixian's eyelids lowered slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he squeezed her hand, affirming, your mother speaks the truth. Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how much Gu Beixian's temperament had improved. He seemed like a different person. In the past, who would dare speak to him in such a manner? They arrived at the hospital, where Su Hua went for an examination and x-ray, with Su Peilan accompanying her. Gu Beixian stepped outside to take a business call. A few people were ahead of them in line, so they had to wait a moment. The mother and daughter found an empty chair in the hallway, where Su Hua leaned against her mother's shoulder, feeling dizzy from the blood loss and pain. Suddenly, she felt a venomous gaze directed at her. Su Hua followed the source of that gaze and discovered it was Huaqiru. She was seated in a wheelchair, pushed by a servant, also there to take photographs. A faint smirk of derision graced Su Hua's lips. How ironic that fate had brought them together. The more one wishes to avoid someone, the more they seem to appear. Noticing the unusual expression on Su Hua's face, Su Peilan followed her line of sight. She beheld a woman clad in a hospital gown, yet adorned with makeup and jewelry, presenting herself in a flamboyant manner while seated in the wheelchair. Glaring at Su Hua with palpable resentment. Protective of her daughter and possessing a fiery temperament, Su Peilan could not tolerate such insolence. She shouted, what are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Huaqiru's expression soured, she shot an irritable glance at Su Peilan before turning her piercing glare back to Su Hua. The intensity of her gaze was as sharp as that of a crocodile. Disturbed by the confrontation, Su Hua murmured, she is Chu Suasua's mother. What? She is the mother of that troublemaker? Su Hua affirmed with a nod. Su Peilan's fury surged, her eyes narrowing as she directed her ire at Huaqiru. You dare to glare at my daughter again? Do you believe I won't have your eyes removed? Her outburst drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who simultaneously turned to Huaqiru, their gazes filled with disdain, scorn, and suspicion. Chapter 74, Her fragrance. The disdainful gazes of the crowd pierced through Huaqiru like arrows. As the pampered wife of a wealthy man, Huaqiru was accustomed to being adored and flattered wherever she went. Never had she experienced such treatment before. Her face visibly darkened, and she turned sharply to the servant behind her, sharply demanding, what are you waiting for? Push me away. Keep a distance from that crazy woman. You lunatic. Su Peilan overheard her. She was the type to settle scores on the spot, never one to let grievances linger. Rising abruptly, she glared down at Huaqiru. Her voice booming, you are the lunatic. Shameless. A vixen. A wretched creature. Huaqiru, delicate in temperament, was adept at scheming in the shadows but faltered under the fiery and decisive nature of someone like Su Peilan. Her face turned ashen as she reprimanded her servant. Hurry up and push me. Are you deaf? Can't you hear? The servant, not daring to delay, hurriedly pushed her along, almost colliding with a heavily pregnant woman along the way. Coincidentally, the woman was accompanied by her formidable mother-in-law, renowned for her fierce demeanor. The old woman, hands on her hips, pointed an accusing finger at Huaqiru, unleashing a torrent of curses. Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? What if you bump into my daughter-in-law? She's shaken. You've frightened my grandchild. You owe us compensation. Spittle flew from the old woman's mouth, landing squarely on Huaqiru's face. The pungent scent of the chives and garlic she had earlier consumed was unbearable. Huaqiru raised a hand to wipe away the spittle, feeling nauseated. The commotion drew the attention of many in the crowded hospital. Mortified, Huaqiru pulled a wad of cash from her wallet and tossed it on the ground, exclaiming, take the money. Just get lost. From a distance, Suzy Hua couldn't help but chuckle at Huaqiru's predicament. Truly, the vixen was afraid of the master, a case of one creature being subdued by another. Gu Baixian returned after finishing a phone call and noticed Su Zihua smiling brightly. He took a seat beside her, gently patting her head and inquiring, "What has happened? Why are you so cheerful?" Having just encountered Hua Qiru, he noted her unfortunate state. Reflecting on her recent misfortunes, Gu Baixian couldn't help but smirk slightly. Indeed, her plight was unfortunate, though his interpretation of misfortune was far darker than Su Zihua's. He didn't intend to share that grim chapter of his life with her, keeping his shadows hidden from her gaze. The more one cherishes another, the more one desires to appear flawless in their eyes. After accompanying Su Zihua for a CT scan, he was relieved to find her nasal bone intact. A doctor treated her nasal injuries and prescribed some anti-inflammatory medication and saline solution. Gu Baixian requested additional blood tonic syrup for her. Once they left the hospital, he arranged for someone to escort Su Zihua home, reminding her to rest well while he returned to work. At home, Su Zihua washed her face in the bathroom, then had a light meal and took her medication. Sitting on the sofa, she picked up her phone and noticed an unread call from an unfamiliar landline number. Dialing back, a low, slightly familiar male voice inquired, "Is your mother all right?" Su Zihua pondered briefly and recognized it as Gu Jingyao's voice. She smiled gently and replied, "My mother is fine, thank you for your concern." Gu Jingyao responded softly, "That's good to hear." Not knowing what else to say, she repeated her thanks. A brief silence ensued before he added, "Take care of your injuries." Su Zihua was taken aback, wondering how he knew of her injuries. However, she refrained from probing further, simply replying, "All right, thank you. Don't mention it." Under normal circumstances, one would end the call, yet Gu Jingyao lingered on the line. Su Zihua, already reticent and not particularly familiar with him, found herself at a loss for words. After several seconds, he gently hung up. Setting her phone down, she sensed an unusual level of concern directed towards her. Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed it, attributing it to his warm-hearted nature. She disliked engaging in fanciful notions about men other than Gu Baixian. That evening, Gu Baixian returned home earlier than usual. He had Lu Sa prepare a nourishing red date and lotus seed porridge for Su Zihua. After their meal, he asked, "Have you taken your medicine?" Su Zihua obediently nodded, confirming she had. "Did you drink the blood tonic syrup?" Suddenly, she smacked her forehead and laughed, "I forgot." She hadn't heard of needing a blood tonic for a nosebleed. Gu Baixian playfully tapped her forehead with his finger and said, "You little scatterbrain, where's the syrup? I'll fetch it for you." Su Zihua covered her forehead, laughing, "It's in my bag, on the shoe cabinet by the door." Gu Baixian stood and walked to the shoe cabinet. As he opened her bag to retrieve the syrup, he noticed a silver dagger at the bottom. The dagger was exquisite, its unique design adorned with floral engravings and a row of English letters. He pulled it out, removing the sheath to reveal a gleaming silver blade that sparkled ominously in the light. Recognizing it as a high-caliber combat knife, one of the top-ranking in the world, he understood its lethal potential. It could slice, chop, and penetrate a target with ease. Such a weapon was unattainable for ordinary individuals. With a calm demeanor, Gu Baixian returned the dagger to its place and took the blood tonic syrup to Su Zihua. After opening a bottle and inserting a straw, he handed it to her. She drank it in one gulp. Gu Baixian took the empty bottle from her and tossed it into the trash, casually asking, "When did you buy a dagger?" Only then did Su Zihua recall that Gu Jingyao had given her the dagger during her visit to her mother's house, advising her to keep it for self-defense. Not wishing to conceal the truth or tell a lie, after all, one lie leads to another, she smiled and recounted, "Today at Tianshou Pavilion, I ran into Mr. Gu Jingyao. When he saw me distressed after receiving a call about my mother, he gave me a dagger for protection." Seeing that she was truthful, the cloud of gloom in Gu Baixian's eyes lifted slightly. He stood up, taking his phone to the balcony and instructing his assistant, "Have someone buy 10 of the best daggers available, and do it now." His assistant responded promptly, "Understood, CEO Gu. I'll take care of it myself." An hour later, his assistant breathlessly delivered 10 brand new daggers, each one a top-tier brand and exceptionally sharp. Gu Baixian arranged the 10 daggers before Su Zihua, stating, "You should dispose of the one he gave you, these are from me." Su Zihua gazed at the 10 uniquely designed daggers, bemused. Is it really necessary to be this upset? Gu Baixian's lashes lowered slightly, concealing the shadows in his eyes as he replied coolly. I dislike you using items given by other men. Being cared for is a good thing, but Su Zihua felt overwhelmed by his excessive concern. After weighing her words, she said, you really don't need to do this. The dagger was a gift from Gu Jingyao because I had given him a painting. I painted it for him as a way to repay him for saving me once in Longyao village. I didn't want to owe him a favor. So I offered the painting in return. Gu Baixian pursed his lips in silence. His lack of response indicated his displeasure. Su Hua leaned closer to him, gently caressing his chin with her hand. I am not as popular with men as you might think, you need not be so anxious, truly. Gu Baixian lifted his eyelids. His gaze as cool and tranquil as water, fixed upon her. It was rare to encounter such humility, especially when a throng of men was eyeing her intently. How could she claim to be unpopular with men? Noticing Gu Baixian's skepticism, Su Hua began to count on her fingers, stating, look. Apart from my decent appearance and my ability to restore ancient paintings, I possess little else. Just as you and Xiaoyi mentioned. I am somewhat straightforward and lack romantic finesse. I seldom engage in conversation with those I am not familiar with. Gu Baixian paused briefly, then lowered his head to kiss her hair, his tone softening as he said, if you do not discard that dagger, I shall offer you 10 in exchange. Would that be acceptable? Seeing his insistence, Su Hua, wishing to maintain harmony in their marriage, relented, very well then. The following morning, Gu Baixian dispatched someone to deliver the silver dagger to the Jingrong auction house. When Gu Jingyao returned from outside, he immediately noticed the silver dagger resting on the desk. His expression darkening. He approached the desk, picked up the dagger, and gazed down at it for a moment. His fingers glided over the intricate patterns, lingering as if reluctant to part with it, for it bore the fragrance of Su Hua. Chapter 75, The Showy Disciple After a Day of Rest. Su Hua returned to the Tianshou Pavilion. In the morning, Hua Tianshou taught her the fundamentals of cleaning ancient ceramics. The process required special chemical agents and precise ratios, all of which she had to learn. Although Su Hua was not particularly adept in matters of romance, she possessed an extraordinary talent for these tasks, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. God, in his wisdom, fashioned humanity with balance. No one could be perfect in all respects. Su Hua busied herself throughout the morning, and time flew by. After lunch, Hua Tianshou insisted on taking her to the antique shop next door for a visit. Out of respect for her master, Su Hua accompanied him. Upon entering, Hua Tianshou called out in a booming voice, Old Chu Daisong, come down. I want to introduce my disciple to you. His voice reverberated through the building. Hearing the commotion, Chu Daisong emerged slowly from the treasure appraisal room upstairs, grasping the railing as he descended. Su Hua took a moment to observe him. He appeared to be around the same age as Hua Tianshou, both in their 80s. Dressed in a white silk practice outfit. His hair was silver. Despite the numerous wrinkles on his face, his eyes sparkled brightly as he regarded others, deftly handling 2 polished walnuts in his hands. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Hua Tianshou proudly pushed Su Hua forward and declared, Old Chu, this is my newly accepted disciple, Su Hua. She is also the granddaughter of the renowned master of artifact restoration, Su Wenmai, a true prodigy. Su Hua gently reminded him, Master, I am 23 this year. I am no longer a girl. Hua Tianshou shot her a glance and replied, in my eyes, you will always be a girl, forever my little one. Chu Daisong smiled warmly as he examined Su Hua, stroking his chin in approval. Your disciple is quite lovely, reminiscent of Qin Wan in her youth. Qin Wan was Hua Tianshou's eldest daughter. Upon hearing Qin Wan's name, Hua Tianshou's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his mood noticeably dampened. With a sigh, he lamented. What a pity for that child. Had she not faced adversity, she would have turned out to be a fine person. Chu Daisong echoed the sentiment with a sigh of his own, acknowledging the loss. Hua Tianshou glanced at Su Hua, his eyes reddening further. The granddaughter born to Qin Wan, had she not perished, would have been of a similar age to Su Hua. The atmosphere grew heavy with grief as the 3 of them settled into their seats. A servant brought tea, and the 2 elderly gentlemen sank into silence, lost in memories, their eyelids drooping as they reminisced. The oppressive silence cast a shadow over the entire room. Su Hua lifted her teacup and offered it to Hua Tianqiu, softly saying, "Master, please enjoy your tea." Seeing her gentle demeanor, Hua Tianqiu's earlier sorrow dissipated. He accepted the teacup from her hands, taking a sip before turning to Chu Daisong. "Do not be fooled by my disciple's focus on restoring ancient paintings. She possesses remarkable intelligence and can even appraise ceramics. If you doubt it, feel free to test her." This was, in truth, the real purpose behind his visit, showcasing his disciple, a phenomenon he referred to as showing off a disciple, while other elderly folks boasted of their grandchildren. Hua Tianqiu had a disciple he could take pride in. Chu Daisong, skeptical, summoned the servants to present several antique items. Among them were genuine antiques and modern imitations crafted to resemble ancient artifacts. The shop staff lined up before Su Hua, each presenting an antique for her appraisal. Taking the first item from a servant, Su Hua examined a Qing Kongxi dragon-patterned vase. With a quick glance, she pointed at the dragon, stating, "The scales are not rendered with sufficient skill, and there are issues with the claws." Implicitly, she conveyed that it was a forgery, not an antique, but rather a modern replica. Hua Tianqiu stroked his beard, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Daisong. "What do you think? My disciple is quite impressive, isn't she?" "Let us not be hasty, it could merely be a lucky guess," Chu Daisong replied, studying Su Hua with a knowing gaze. He remained unconvinced that such a young girl could possess such prowess, suspecting that Hua Tianqiu was exaggerating. Next, Su Hua received a sky-blue lotus bowl from the second servant. With just a cursory glance, she declared, "This bowl is styled after the northern Songru kiln, yet it exhibits the characteristics of good kilnware. In essence, she identified it as a counterfeit." Hua Tianqiu exclaimed in admiration, glancing at Chu Daisong with pride. "This little girl became my disciple just yesterday. And all I taught her was how to clean ceramics. Look at her. She knows all about Ru and Gakills." Su Hua smiled and explained, "My grandfather has many such books, I have loved reading them since childhood, so I memorized the information." Chu Daisong smirked, "What are you so proud of, old Hua? That is the result of Su Wenmai's teachings, not yours." His tone was tinged with disdain. Hua Tianqiu, incensed by the dismissive remark, slammed his hand on the table. "I do not care. Su Hua is my disciple now, and I am proud and honored to have such an exceptional student." Su Hua could not help but laugh. She had not expected Hua Tianqiu to possess such a vibrant personality, outgoing, flamboyant, and somewhat childlike, in stark contrast to her grandfather's reserved and solemn demeanor. As she received the third item from a servant, a long-necked gourd vase from the Qing Qianlong period, she barely scrutinized it before pointing at the design, stating, "The oil paint on this is modern, and the markings on the bottom are too mechanical, they are printed." Chu Daisong's expression shifted. No longer one of doubt but rather one of admiration. Next, Su Hua took a small water basin from the Mingqing period from the fourth servant. This basin, known in ancient times as a water jar, was primarily used to add water to inkstones. It was delicate and aesthetically pleasing, often referred to as the fifth treasure of the scholar's desk. As she ran her fingers over it, her eyes lit up. "This is a genuine antique. The texture is very smooth. Over time, the porcelain has taken on a jade-like quality." Chu Daisong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gave her a thumbs up and praised her repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. This girl possesses remarkable intuition, far superior to Sua. That girl only cares about flying to Paris and London for fashion shows, accumulating designer clothes and bags. She refuses to learn about antique restoration, dismissing it as work for old men." Upon hearing the name Su Hua's heart skipped a beat. She realized that Chu Daisong was indeed the grandfather of Sua. If Sua were to discover her grandfather's candid remarks, she would be livid. Time flew by. And before they knew it, over 2 months had passed. On this day, Hua Tianqiu once again took Su Hua to visit Chu Daisong. Although it was termed a visit, it was primarily another opportunity for him to showcase his disciple. Since becoming Hua Tianqiu's apprentice, Su Hua had not only been learning skills but also frequently accompanying her master on visits to various antique shops. Carrying a beautifully restored multicolored plum-patterned jade vase, she lagged behind, feeling reluctant. Having grown up by her grandfather's side, she had developed a humble and reserved disposition and was disinclined to flaunt her skills. Yet, Hua Tianshou's enthusiasm left her no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at Chu Daisong's studio, Daisong Xian, they found him seated by the window, sipping tea. Hua Tianshou pointed to the jade vase in Su Hua's arms and exclaimed, "Old Chu, this is the first spring vase my disciple has restored. It shattered into 19 pieces. And she managed to restore it flawlessly. After only 2 months of training, she has achieved this level of skill. None of your students could manage that, could they?" Having endured a series of impressive displays over the past 2 months, Chu Daisong was now accustomed to it. He merely lifted his eyelids and said nothing. After a moment, the conversation continued. He lifted the teacup, leisurely sipping the tea, and said to Su Hua, "My dear, I possess a remarkable talent for restoring bronze artifacts. Should you find yourself intrigued, once you embark on your journey, do seek me out, and I shall guide you personally." Before Su Hua could respond, Hua Tianshou hastily interjected. "That is out of the question. Hua is my disciple. Old Chu, how ungracious of you to attempt to claim my student. How could you engage in such unscrupulous behavior?" Chu Daisong merely curled his lip, disinterested in engaging with him. Was it permissible for Hua to snatch away Su Wenmai's esteemed apprentice while he himself was barred from taking on disciples? Suddenly, the glass door creaked open. A flamboyantly dressed young woman entered, adorned in high-end designer attire and teetering on 10-centimeter stilettos, a lavish ostrich leather handbag in hand. Before she even approached, a rich, sweet scent of expensive perfume wafted through the air. Su Hua glanced back and recognized Chu Suasua. A faint smile curled on her lips. Chu Suasua sashayed over to the tea table, her voice dripping with sweetness as she called out, "Grandfather, I." However, upon her gaze landing on Su Hua, she abruptly froze, the remainder of her words caught in her throat. After a prolonged moment, she finally managed to utter, Su Hua? What are you doing here?" Hua Tianshou stood up, patting Su Hua's shoulder, his face beaming as he introduced her, "Come, Suasua. Allow me to present to you my newly accepted disciple from over 2 months ago, a prodigious young talent, Su Hua." With a thud, Chu Suasua's handbag fell to the floor, her expression darkening to an extreme. Chapter 76, Making Choices. It was only then that Su Hua realized that Hua Tianshou was actually Chu Suasua's grandfather. Previously, Gu Beixian had prevented her from revealing her marital status to Hua Tianshou, let alone mentioning his name. It turned out this was the underlying reason. Su Hua found herself both amused and impressed by his cunning nature. This had inadvertently put Chu Suasua in a rather precarious position. Chu Suasua felt as though she were suffocating, like a fishbone lodged in her throat, impossible to expel, causing her immense discomfort. Her own grandfather had taken her rival as a disciple and elevated her to great heights. How could she endure this? She bent down to pick up her bag from the ground, vigorously brushing off the dust in an act of frustration. Upon finishing, she raised her head, casting a scornful glance at Su Hua. Su Hua lifted her chin slightly, straightened her back, standing tall and elegant. Her clear gaze meeting Chu Suasua's with neither submission nor arrogance. Chu Suasua's confidence wavered slightly, and with a huff, she declared to Hua Tianshou, "Grandfather, I refuse to allow you to accept her as a disciple." Hua Tianshou's smiling demeanor abruptly shifted to seriousness. "Suasua, what do you mean by that?" In a fit of anger, Chu Suasua replied, "I don't like her,